Okay, so this episode starts with a warning. It's gonna get violent, apparently. No biggie. It's morning and some soldiers are banging on pots and pans, trying to wake everyone up. Total chaos. Our boy is dead asleep, ignoring the ruckus, but then he's rudely awakened by more banging. Seriously, he's clearly not a morning person, but he struggles to sit up, and then feels something in his boot. What the heck? Turns out it's a bug. He's disgusted, yelling curses at the tiny intruder. This dude is already having a day. He finally gets up, grumbling about the noise, and the other guy is QG. Like seriously ripped. But then, no way, our boy gets stabbed, right in the chest out of nowhere. Straight up murdered. But it doesn't stick. He resets, waking up again to the same clanging pots and pans. What is going on? He's confused, remembering dying, but it feels like a dream. This is wild. And honestly, he's still annoyed about the noise. This dude is either incredibly dense or super chill. He's sharpening a knife, clearly preparing for something. But it's a total ambush. Someone's sneaking up on him, and she's about to strike. This is intense. She lunges, but our boy is fast. He dodges the attack, but more soldiers appear. A whole army charges forward screaming. It's a straight-up war zone, and he's one guy. He yells, but it's drowned out by the sound of battle, and he's immediately overwhelmed. He claims he has no special abilities, but he's fighting like a maniac. Talk about a bluff. He's getting swarmed, blades everywhere, and it looks brutal. Seriously, it's chaos. He falls, but just like before he resets. Back to the annoying morning clanging. He remembers dying, and then it hits him. He's stuck in a time loop, reliving the same day. He realizes he's been training through endless deaths, and he's finally starting to understand. He's taking a beating straight up. Swords are flying, and he's yelling in pain. But it's almost like he's expecting it. He's gritting his teeth and enduring the attacks, a primal scream escaping as he takes the hits. A knight swings, but our boy manages to parry. He's actually starting to anticipate the strikes. He's getting pummeled again, but this time he's moving, dodging and weaving through the onslaught. He tries to retaliate, slashing with his own blade, but it's barely enough to slow them down. Another knight comes at him with a sword, and our boy takes a blow to the chest. Ace K? He's knocked back, and for a moment, it looks like it's over, but he's already getting back on his feet. Poe! He manages to land a solid hit, sending one of the knights flying, but there are still so many more. He's fighting like a cornered animal, desperately trying to survive, taking hit after hit. S-loss! He ducks under a swing, but another blade finds its mark. This dude is really pushing his limits. He's swinging his axe, trying to cleave a path through the enemy lines, but it's a total bloodbath. He spots a knight charging towards a smaller trainee and dives to intercept, shield raised, a genuine heroic moment. The axe comes down, deflecting a sword strike, but another knight immediately closes in for a follow-up attack. S-K! He gets smacked with the flat of a blade, sending him stumbling backwards, totally winded. He's reeling, clutching his arm, and looks like he's about to go down. It's brutal, honestly. He gasps, trying to stay upright, but his legs buckle and he collapses to his knees, taking another hit. He's completely surrounded now, and the knights are relentless. This dude is facing impossible odds. He tries to push himself up, but a shield slams into his chest and he falls back again, utterly defeated. Another gasp escapes him, face contorted in pain, and you can see the fight draining out of him. But even as he falls, he thinks it doesn't matter what others say. He's determined to keep going. No way, a blade steps through our boy, right in the chest. It's a clean hit. Spiosh! Blood sprays everywhere as he crumples, clutching at the wound. It's a mess. He's falling, but desperately reaches out, grabbing another knight's arm. A last-ditch effort. But even as he's going down, he's clinging to this old dream, refusing to let it go. He's looking up, face full of pain and disbelief, and honestly, it's heartbreaking. He's completely broken, and this dude is staring into the abyss. It's over, right? However, everything goes white, and he's suddenly back, standing there, unharmed at the start of the day. He's shocked, realizing he's reliving the same day, and starts to understand what's happening. Our boy grits his teeth, a fire in his eyes. This time, he's going to be ready. He's determined to change his fate, to get stronger, and to survive. The training begins now. He's down, sword clattering beside him, and it looks like it's all over. A meaningless death, straight up. But a strange, glowing energy is swirling around him, a light forming in the darkness. It's coalescing into something, a soul, maybe, and it's radiating power. This is wild. He's seeing flashes of the battle, reliving the moment of his death, but now it feels different, like a lesson. Our boy opens his eyes, tears streaming down his face, and the sheer determination is incredible. he's not giving up. He's back, standing in the training yard, the sun rising, and it's the same day all over again, no joke. This dude realizes he's got unlimited retries, and a grin spreads across his face. He's going to become a legend. He starts training, pushing himself harder than ever, determined to master every skill. It's a full-on montage! He's relentless, practicing sword swings, honing his reflexes, and building his strength. This is awesome. He's vowing to survive, to change his fate, and to become the strongest knight. The rebirth has begun. He's back in the training yard, but this time, everything feels different. He's anticipating the attack. A training dummy charges, and our boy effortlessly sidesteps, then delivers a swift, powerful counterattack. The dummy splinters under the force of his blow, and he's already moving on to the next one. This dude is a machine. He's repeating the same fight over and over, refining his technique with each swing. It's like he's unlocking something new. Okay, so our boy is a knight, but everyone thinks he's totally useless. A complete joke. He's thrown into a training exercise, and immediately gets ambushed by 17 other knights. Straight up, swords are flying, this dude is dodging, but it's not enough. He's getting overwhelmed fast. He's taking hit after hit, but he's also learning from each swing, figuring out their patterns. One sword pierces his armor and he's down, but then, no way, he wakes up again. He's back at the start of the day, realizing he's stuck in a time loop after dying. This time he's ready. He anticipates the first attack and starts dodging like a pro. He's blocking, parrying, and even landing a few hits. This dude is actually fighting back now. But the knights are relentless, and he keeps getting stabbed, again and again and again. He falls, but he's not worried. He knows he'll just reset, stronger and ready for another round. He's getting absolutely wrecked, blood spraying everywhere, but our boy is focused. He's analyzing every move. This dude grits his teeth, screaming internally, wishing he'd swung his sword with more force. He's taking a beating, but he's realizing he needs to commit, to truly try and land a hit. He clutches at his wounds, desperate, thinking if only he'd pushed himself harder, it would have been different. He falls to his knees, surrounded by armored knights, and a sword is about to come crashing down. But wait, he's already resetting, seeing the training ground again, knowing exactly what's about to happen. He's back in the fight, dodging the first attack, and this time, he's going all out, no holding back. He's still getting hit, but he's fighting with a ferocity we haven't seen yet, actually pushing back against them. However, it's not enough. He's overwhelmed and falls again, surrounded by enemies. He's down, defeated, but this dude isn't giving up. He'll reset, learn, and come back swinging. He's falling, plummeting through the darkness, thinking maybe, just maybe, he dodged death this time. But a voice cuts through the darkness, questioning if he truly believes he can escape his fate. The voice booms, demanding he toil, and then fail, and surrender to the inevitable. He closes his eyes, accepting his fate, but a spectral sword descends, glowing with eerie blue light. A glowing lantern hangs from the sword, illuminating a ghostly figure reaching for him, and honestly, it's terrifying. The voice repeats its chilling mantra, toil, fail, and surrender, as darkness closes in. He's trapped, the voice insisting he can never overcome the wall of despair before him. No way is he giving up now, and he's about to prove that voice wrong. He's resetting again, back at the training ground, but this time, something feels different. Our boy is ready to break the cycle, and this time, he's not backing down from the challenge. He's back in the training yard, but this time, a corporal is already there, scolding him for being early. The corporal's complaining about his boots being dirty, but our boy is clearly focused on something else. He spots a bug on the corporal's boot and points it out. A small act of kindness in a harsh world. Suddenly, a weapon flies toward the corporal, and our boy reacts instantly, blocking the attack with his sword. Clang, clang, clang! The swords collide, and he's straight up protecting the very guy who was yelling at him. The corporal is stunned, speechless, and our boy is clearly exhausted from the sudden fight. He's breathing hard, but he's already assessing the situation, trying to figure out who attacked and why. The corporal, still reeling, manages to ask what's going on, completely bewildered by the attack. Our boy explains that someone tried to assassinate him, but the corporal doesn't believe a word. However, the corporal's skepticism doesn't matter. This dude just saved his life, and that's all that counts. The corporal is accusing him of planting the assassination attempt as some kind of twisted joke. He's yelling about being nearly killed, and our boy is just standing there, taking it. But the corporal stops mid-rant, staring at our boy with a strange look. It turns out he's fixated on a bug. The 18th time he's seen that exact bug die today. The corporal squashes it again, and this dude is visibly twitching, like he's losing it. He's staring intensely at the corporal, and honestly, it's a little unsettling. Our boy turns and starts walking away, leaving the corporal speechless and confused. He's clearly got something else on his mind, and the look on his face is intense. He mutters to himself about something happening before the day ends, and it's giving major foreshadowing. This dude is determined to figure things out, and you just know it's gonna be a wild ride. Our boy remembers taking up the sword in his youth, learning from a retired mercenary passing through town. He starts swinging, practicing his swordsmanship, but it's rough, like really rough. He's getting bodied by the mercenary, taking hit after hit, but he's determined to improve. The mercenary stops the training, impressed by this dude's sheer willpower and persistence. He straight up tells our boy that with this level of dedication, he could become a knight. And then, he begins to dream, visualizing himself as a powerful knight, full of glory. But the dream is cut short by a THUMP. Something's happening, and it's interrupting his vision. He's back in the present, clearly shaken, and you can tell this training is bringing up some serious memories. He's replaying the training in his head, and honestly, it feels like more than just a flashback. Our boy is driven, remembering the mercenary's words. He will become a knight, no matter what. He's suddenly jolted back to the battlefield. But it's not the same. It's a memory of a past battle. This dude is reliving a devastating defeat, seeing his comrades fall around him, and it's brutal. He remembers a powerful enemy bearing down on him, surrounded by fiery energy. It's intense. Our boy understands now he's not just training, he's trying to prevent this past tragedy from happening again. Our boy is straight up getting demolished in battle, shield cracked and sword about to fall. Warning flashes on screen. This episode is brutal, full of violence, and not for the faint of heart. He's surrounded by enemies, blades flashing, but our knight is holding his ground with a fierce determination. It's a chaotic free-for-all, swords and axes swinging wildly as he fights for his life in a sea of opponents. This dude is getting absolutely wrecked, armor dented, face bruised, but he keeps swinging that sword. He's taking a serious blow to the chest, a sword piercing his armor. It looks fatal, no way he survives that. But hold up, he's not going down without a fight, eyes blazing with an intensity we haven't seen before. Another sword comes down, slicing through the air, and it's aimed right for him. It's over, right? However, he dodges at the last second, narrowly avoiding a deadly strike, showing off some serious reflexes. He counters blade meeting blade, and the force sends sparks flying. This fight is far from over, bro. He's fighting like a madman, but the enemy is just too fast. A sword slices toward his neck. No, he's trying to block, but the attack connects, and a crimson line appears on his skin. Our boy screams, clutching his wound, and shouts that the enemy is way too powerful. He's losing strength, blood dripping onto the ground, and honestly, it looks really bad. He tries to stand to keep fighting, but his legs buckle. This dude is going down. He hits the ground hard, and we see a glimpse of the enemy standing over him, sword still raised. But wait, he's not giving up. Even wounded, he's desperately trying to reach for his sword. Another blow lands, and this time it's a clean hit, right through his armor. Ouch! He's collapsing, everything fading to red, and whispers no as darkness closes in. And just like that, it's over. He's down. But you know what that means, reset time! He wakes up, and it's a flashback. Apparently he was a mercenary once, no way! He's limping through the forest, clearly beat up from the fight, but he's pushing through it. He sees the fallen monster and gasps, but it's a small village request that brought him here. The villagers are poor, they tell him, offering everything they have as payment. It's kinda sad, honestly. He accepts their offer, saying a knight's duty is to protect the weak, and bro looks determined. He's still limping, the monster lying defeated behind him, but he keeps moving forward. But wait, he's remembering the fight. It was a request from a small village he was passing through. He recalls the battle, the monster's size, and how he just barely managed to win. He's thinking about what it means to be a knight, and it's about more than just strength. He looks up at the trees, a determined look on his face. This dude is ready to keep training. He stumbles upon a mysterious charm, and this dude is immediately suspicious. Good call, honestly. An old man appears, offering the charm and promising it will grant his deepest wish. Sounds sketchy, right? But then we see another guy lying there, impaled, and our boy realizes he's reliving this day again and again. He's questioning if the charm is the cause of the time loop, and it's a pretty solid theory, TB. He takes a step, a single step, and suddenly, it's happening all over again. The knight falls. There's a sword coming down, and the knight is completely helpless, just there. The sword pierces through the knight's armor, and it's brutal. But hey, at least he's getting stronger with each retry. We see the fallen knight's perspective, and it's just a mess of blood and steel, straight up. The old man watches calmly, and something is definitely off with this guy. He's hiding something. The old man's got a sword too, and he's clearly involved, but what's his angle? This is getting good. Our boy is going in, sword raised, straight into a battlefield. It's chaos out there. He finds a fallen soldier, but it's a trap. Another enemy ambushes him from behind. The soldier begs for mercy, but this knight, he doesn't seem to care, no way. We get a close-up of his eyes behind the helmet. They're cold, empty, and kinda terrifying. He grips the sword tighter, and you can feel the intensity building. This dude is a monster. Someone shouts that he's a twisted soldier who thrills in killing. That's a lot. He stabs down, and it's brutal, but honestly, the enemy brought this on himself. Rain is pouring down as he finishes the job. It feels like a metaphor, if we're being real. The knight stands over the body, sword dripping, and it's a seriously unsettling image. He's covered in blood, and it's clear this isn't about honor. This is pure, unadulterated rage. He tells Rem he put a bug in her boot. Talk about messed up, bro. Rem screams, and this dude just stands there, looking totally unbothered. The bug is crawling on her boot, and the old man is losing it. What a reaction! He's yelling about the bug, but our boy just says, enough crying, come, cold as ice. He's leaning down, staring right at Rem, and it's giving off some seriously creepy vibes. Then, he drops the bombshell. He wants her to teach him beast heart. What does that even mean? The old man's still freaking out, and honestly, he looks ridiculous right now. But this knight is focused, staring intensely off into the distance. He's planning something. He's got a determined look on his face, and you just know things are about to get intense. The sun is shining, but it feels ominous, like a calm before a massive storm. Okay, so the old knight is straight up charging at our boy with his weapon drawn. It's intense. He swings, and this dude barely dodges, but gets a nasty cut on his arm. Ouch, that looks painful. But hold up, he's not even flinching, just staring down the old man with a serious glare. No way, he's actually laughing while bleeding. This guy is a whole different level of crazy. Our boy is straight up getting demolished in battle. A total beatdown is happening right now. The warning flashes. This episode has violence, which honestly is an understatement. He's desperately trying to block with his shield, but the enemy is relentless, swinging again and again. But then, no way. He gets completely overwhelmed, a sword piercing through his armor and into him. He's collapsing, clearly dying, but there's this weird energy around him, a golden light starting to pulse. This dude's gripping his sword so tight, knuckles white, even as everything fades to black. And then, BM, he's back, resetting to the beginning of the day, eyes snapping open with a gasp. He's realizing what's happening, that he's reliving the same day, and it's starting to click that every death isn't the end. Now he's determined, eyes focused, bracing for the fight, knowing what's coming and ready to change things. He's stepping into the battle, a new resolve in his stance. This time, our boy is going to survive. He's fighting like a man possessed, dodging and weaving, sword flashing. It's a total whirlwind, but the enemy is relentless, parrying every strike and pushing forward with brutal force. Our boy takes a hit, blood splattering, and it looks bad, but he's gritting through the pain. He's fighting over and over, reliving this battle, each attempt a little better than the last. The enemy mocks him, saying he looks like he's in great pain. Talk about adding insult to injury. But then a strange glow erupts from his eye, a blue light pulsing with power. What is that? He's focusing all his energy, pushing past the limits, determined to break this endless cycle. Another blow lands, another wave of pain, but this dude is refusing to fall. It's insane. He's taking a beating, straight up, but something's different. He's learning with every strike. And honestly, this relentless training, this endless fight, it's actually working. He's getting stronger. He's surrounded, a sea of enemies closing in. But our boy stands firm, sword raised high. He's going down, overwhelmed by the sheer number of attackers. It's looking grim, honestly. A flash of memory, a face he can't quite place, and he's questioning everything in this moment. He hits the ground, the weight of defeat crashing down, surrounded by a field of tall grass. No way, he's staring at his own lifeless body, a sword sticking out of his chest. He's looking up, eyes wide with shock, seeing the enemy knight towering over him. This is bad. This dude's grinning, a cruel, twisted smile, and it's sending shivers down our spines. The knight delivers a chilling line. There is no tomorrow for the dead. Straight up menacing. He's getting stabbed there again. the scene blurring into a chaotic mess of metal and blood. But wait, a new cycle begins, the scene resetting, and he's ready to fight again, even stronger. He's falling, tumbling through the night sky, and something glowing is rushing toward him. It's intense. The glowing object, some kind of ornate disc, is pulling him in, enveloping him in its light and energy. He's drifting through a cosmic vision within the disc, stars swirling all around. It's a straight-up portal. He lands hard, back on the ground, but something's different. He's remembering everything from the resets. A leaf falls, floating down like a signal, and he spots someone watching him from the shadows, creepy. This dude saw the whole thing, witnessed him go down, and now he's blurting it out. I saw it go in. The enemy knight is close, really close, and he's already raising his sword for another attack. But our boy isn't waiting. He's charging, fueled by all his training, determined to break the cycle. He swings, a powerful strike aimed right at the knight, and honestly, it looks like it might actually connect. The knight is stunned, caught off guard, but he's still standing. This fight is far from over, bro. He's thanking the knight for saving him, but it's a total setup. This dude is asking for favors. No way, he wants this knight to do his morning duties as payback. Straight up audacity. Someone's overhearing, and they're rightfully disgusted by this blatant entitlement. How shameless is he? A red-haired guy barges in, calling out to Big Eyes and interrupting the whole scene. The knight is flexing, demanding payment as upfront. This guy is all business, huh? He's only trusting the red-haired guy this time because it's him, which feels kinda important. Another guy is whispering that it's unlike the knight to order people around like that. Something's off. They're accusing him of shifting all his responsibilities onto the knight, and honestly, they have a point. She's saying he has no conscience, but the knight is looking pretty stressed, bro. It's later, and our boy is wondering what's happening. The suspense is killing me. The knight suddenly attacks, moving faster than anyone expects. It's a brutal, lightning-fast strike. He's hit, and this dude is sent flying, crashing through everything in his path. Ouch, that looked painful. He lands hard, and immediately feels the excruciating pain of dying again and again. But he's stuck in a loop, thousands of deaths, and still no victory in sight. It's a total nightmare. He's questioning everything, wondering if he'll ever break free from this endless cycle of pain. Suddenly, a massive armored figure appears radiating power. Who is this mysterious warrior? The knight, who has been observing all this, comments that he's never seen him look so bloodthirsty before. And just like that, the armored figure unleashes a devastating attack, a wave of energy heading straight for our boy. He's bracing for impact, knowing he's about to die, but also knowing he'll be back to try again. However, it seems like he's ready to take on this endless battle, no matter how much it hurts. Talk about resilience. He's realized he's stronger now, way stronger than when he started this whole mess. But settling down, no way. This dude isn't about to stop pushing himself, not after all this. He declares he has to overcome whatever's next, refusing to just accept his fate. Our boy stands firm, sword at the ready, and honestly, that's the energy we love to see. Okay, so we're starting with a warning. This episode is brutal, apparently. Get ready for some violence. This is the story of a knight who just keeps dying. But it's cool, because he resets every time. Our boy is getting absolutely wrecked in battle, straight up overwhelmed by enemies. But then this mysterious, powerful woman shows up, and she's clearly his former trainer. She's got some serious shade for him, saying he fell for someone, and now he's paying the price. And then guess Pilaitar, someone gets absolutely demolished. It's a messy scene. This dude is horrified, clutching at someone, clearly witnessing something awful. The woman is moving in for the kill, and it's happening fast, like a blur of motion. She's attacking with incredible speed, and honestly, this dude had it coming. It looks like she's delivering a final blow, and our boy is completely defenseless. She swings her weapon, and it connects with his. The impact sends sparks flying everywhere. It's a whirlwind of steel as they trade blows, but she's clearly the more skilled fighter. He's getting pushed back, stumbling over debris as she relentlessly attacks. No mercy shown. But he manages to block, though the force of the blow still sends a jolt through his arm. She presses her attack, forcing him to defend with everything he has, barely holding on. He grits his teeth, clearly in pain, but refuses to fall. This dude is determined. She's relentless, her expression cold and focused. And he's starting to look desperate. Another clash, and this time his weapon actually breaks. Oh no, that's bad. He's defenseless now, and she moves in for the final strike, a grim look on her face. However, she hesitates. Something's changed, and she's clearly surprised by what she sees. He screams, launching forward with a desperate attack, but she's already anticipating it. No way, she sidesteps his lunge and brings her sword down on him, a clean, brutal strike. A flash of red fills the screen as the blade connects, and honestly, it's over fast. The camera focuses on the wound, it's bad, straight up devastating, and he's falling. But wait, he's not going down without a fight, somehow managing to swing his weapon. It glances off armor, but he's moving, dodging another attack, and trying to create some space. He slips, nearly falling, but recovers with a burst of speed. This dude's reflexes are getting better. A blue-skinned warrior bursts onto the scene, moving incredibly fast, a whirlwind of blades. She leaps over the fallen, attacking the armored soldiers, and the battlefield is exploding with action. She's a force of nature, slicing through enemies like they're nothing, and our boy is watching in awe. This blue-skinned warrior is analyzing the fight, and straight up calls frogs a species born for battle. What? She explains the only way to kill this monster is with magic or a stab to the heart, but she's unimpressed with this battle. She wonders what a warrior of his level is even doing in such a small fight. It's a valid question, honestly. Our boy realizes he has to fight this thing with everything he has, no holding back. He lunges, sword raised, determined to take this monster down, but it's a desperate move. She blocks his attack with ease, and her red eyes are terrifying. This is getting intense. He slides under her attack, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. His speed is seriously improving. She declares it isn't worth it, but then a massive roar shakes the battlefield. Something's coming. The monster's roar echoes, and she's clearly seen something massive approaching. It's a total game changer. She turns to face the new threat, her expression grim, and our boy is left staring at her back. Talk about a cliffhanger. She's slicing through the monster's minions like butter, but our boy is getting completely steamrolled. Ouch! He's desperately trying to help, but he keeps getting knocked down. It's a rough scene. Tap, tap, tap. She's moving so fast. She's a blur of blades, and honestly, it's beautiful. He tries to get up but gets thrown back, and this dude is straight up seeing stars. She yells that she's done, but then another armored knight drops from the ceiling. Surprise attack? Our boy sees the knight coming for her and instinctively throws himself in the way. Talk about brave. He takes the hit, the sword piercing his side, but he manages to block the full force of the blow. She's furious, yelling at him for interfering, but he's already collapsing. No way. He's fading fast, and she's kneeling beside him, looking genuinely concerned. This is intense. He's gone, but she's clutching his hand, and you just know this resets the day again. The armored knight attacks again, but she intercepts with a whirlwind of strikes. She's a beast. She's deflecting blows left and right, protecting our boy as he struggles to get up. She's got his back. He manages to stand, clutching his side, and throws himself back into the fight, even injured. What a trooper. He swings, aiming for the knight's weak spot, but gets swatted away like a fly. Ouch, that looked painful. She unleashes a flurry of attacks, pushing the knight back, but he's still standing, still fighting. This is intense. The knight's face is revealed, and it's someone familiar. But how is that possible? She's caught off guard, giving the knight an opening, and he goes for a decisive blow. No way. Our boy dives in front of her again, taking the hit himself. He's a total hero, seriously. He's down, but she's holding him tight, her expression a mix of rage and desperation. This is heartbreaking. He fades away, resetting the day once more, but she's staring into the distance. What's she planning now? He's staring into the knight's eyes, and you can see the sheer determination. This dude is not backing down. The enemy banner is revealed, and it's a crest with a sword and a broken seal. Something's seriously up. A knight screams retries, but it's too late. The battle is clearly lost, and everyone is scrambling. Our boy is still focused on the enemy even as chaos erupts around him. He's gonna figure this out. Our boy is recovering from a brutal beating, and it's not looking good. He's seriously messed up. A warning flashes about violence, but honestly, we already knew this story wasn't gonna be sunshine and rainbows. He's waking up, and the first thing he sees is an elf. No way, this is a twist. One of the soldiers asks if she's with their company, but this dude is clearly confused. The elf asks if it's customary in their company to have soldiers half naked in bed. Ouch, savage! The injured soldier tries to apologize, but she's not having it, and honestly, she doesn't need to. Another soldier realizes she must be the new 4th Company commander, which explains the strict vibe. She's giving him a serious stare down, and this dude is clearly regretting his life choices right now. The elf is straight up intimidating, and this soldier is realizing he messed with the wrong person. He thinks she's just a superior officer, but little does he know, she's about to make his life a living hell. The commander's giving our boy a compliment, saying he's doing a fine job with a tough squad, which is weird. She adds she looks forward to seeing what he can do, but the soldier tied up in the background is not buying it. This dude is internally screaming, asking if she just came to say that. And then someone dramatically asks their cape. We get a close-up of her fancy footwear, and honestly, those heels are intimidating enough on their own. She halts him and demands his name, and this dude looks seriously confused. He asks what she means, but she's not having it, straight up demanding to know his name again. Our boy finally answers, "It's Cran, ma'am," and she just raises an eyebrow like she already knew. She's giving him a super intense look, and it's clear she's sizing him up. Another quick shot of the tied-up soldier, looking even more worried. Something's definitely going down. And that's it. This whole interaction is sis, and our boy is walking into something big. Cran's finally alone, and he's flexing, feeling the pain fade and his strength returning, which is awesome. He's stretching out, testing his limbs, and suddenly someone's asking where he's going. A little too quickly. Turns out it's his superior officer, and he's heading to the training grounds, but this commander is not impressed. The commander straight up calls him a fool, questioning why a lowly foot soldier would bother training so hard. Cran's not taking that lying down. He's clenching his fist, and something tells me he's about to talk back. He's stretching his hand out now, and you can see the determination building. This dude is about to make a statement. Cran declares the pain is mostly gone and his strength is returning, but the commander doesn't seem to care. The commander's still giving him grief, and Cran is clearly not backing down. This is getting intense. Cran's face is set, and he's about to respond, but the commander's got a real dismissive look on his face. No way, the commander just turns his back, completely ignoring Cran, and honestly, that's colder than ice. Cran's reflecting on the last battle, realizing the sword training was actually useful. Who knew? He remembers the sheer desperation of that final lunge, giving everything he had to win. But he's questioning it now. What if it had failed? Did he do the right thing risking it all? This dude's seriously replaying the fight, seeing every swing and counter. And it's intense. He imagines failing, dying right then and there, and it's a brutal, bloody vision. Cran's remembering Rem's axis. If his strikes had been as menacing as hers, things would have been different. He's visualizing a different outcome, and it's clear this is eating at him. Our boy is clearly haunted by what could have happened, replaying every moment in his head. He's thinking about the cost of his training, the sacrifices he made. It's heavy stuff. But even with all the doubt, he's standing tall, sword in hand, ready to face whatever comes next. Cran's powering up, giving it everything he's got, and he's totally focused. You can see the effort. He's telling the other knight he's worked hard, and honestly, it's an understatement after all those resets. The other knight is skeptical, straight up asking what Cran's even's doing with that sword. Cran explains he was strengthening his grip, but this guy doesn't get it. He thinks it was just pointless wiggling. Then, Cran moves so fast, he disarms the other knight before he can even blink. The knight is shocked, asking why Cran did that, and Cran just stares him down, unblinking. But the other knight is still standing, asking Cran not to die. What a mood. He's looking at Cran with a weird mix of concern and exasperation, and honestly, it's kind of sweet. Cran's still staring, and the other knight's expression is unreadable, but there's a definite question in his eyes. This dude is seriously questioning Cran's motives, and we're left hanging. What's going on with these two? Cran finally blurts out his dream, to become a knight, but expects the other guy to laugh, which, fair. He admits he hit his talent limit a long time ago, but that hasn't stopped him from striving for it. Our boy is relentless. Cran grips his sword tighter, determined to push past his limitations, even if everyone thinks he's delusional. He's envisioning himself as a knight, bathed in sunlight, and honestly, the image is kinda epic. The other knight stares, completely floored by Cran's declaration. This dude is seriously surprised. Cran's dream is to be a knight, and the other knight is looking at him like he's lost his mind. But Cran doesn't care. He's got that intense focus in his eyes, like he's already a knight, and it's kinda intimidating, not gonna lie. The light flares around Cran, and his determination is radiating off the page. This is a turning point. Cran's fully embracing his dream, and it feels like something is shifting within him, like a new power awakening. He declares he is a knight, and the other knight is staring, stunned, while Cran's eyes blaze with resolve. Cran realizes he forgot to laugh at whatever just happened, but then remembers something important. He straight up declares he has something to do while watching the other night. Things are getting weird. Cran apologizes, but then drops a bomb he figured out his next move while staring at the sky. He turns and walks away, announcing he knows what he needs to do. No way, this is a huge shift? Okay, so the episode opens with someone yelling, "Who's the hero of the battlefield?" Total setup for disaster, right? Huge warning pops up: this episode has violence. Honestly, we already knew that about this series. Someone shouts, "Cypress?" We don't know who Cypress is yet, but they're clearly important to our boy. This dude wakes up again. It's the third time today and he's stuck in a time loop, which is wild. We get a super close-up of his eye. He's clearly determined, but also exhausted from all the dying. He's on high alert, expecting an assassin, but he can't pinpoint where the threat is coming from. Suspense? He knows he'll have to deal with the commander right after taking out the first assassin. Talk about a double threat. Our boy is prepping for battle, getting ready to face whatever comes next, and honestly, he looks ready. He's bracing for a challenge, knowing this fight will be tough, but he's determined to break the loop. He's clearly exhausted, but he's gotta get up and fight again. This dude is straight up relentless. Our boy is totally broken down, shoulders slumped, clearly reeling from something. It's rough. No way. A knight in full armor appears on the battlefield, looking menacing and ready for war. This armored knight is absolutely terrifying, all metal and shadowed face, a serious threat. Someone tries to strike down the knight with the sword, but he deflects it with ease, straight up dominating. The knight retaliates, swinging his weapon and sending soldiers flying. It's a total massacre. He's moving so fast, a whirlwind of steel, and our boy is right in the path of the chaos. For a second, it looks like he's going to get sliced in half, but then, he's airborne, dodging the attack. He's soaring through the air, looking down at the battlefield, taking in the scope of the fight. But he's not safe. The knight is right behind him, closing the distance with incredible speed. Our boy is desperate, but he's got a plan, and honestly, it's a little crazy. He's leaping into the fray, trying to intercept the knight, but gets tackled by a confused soldier. The soldier yells, totally startled, while our boy is pinned. This is not ideal. No way. The knight casually raises his sword, aiming right for our boy, who's completely vulnerable. But the knight isn't attacking him. He's practicing his swings on a cockroach. What is happening? The soldier is furious, calling out the knight for training with bugs. This dude is seriously upset. The knight just dismisses him as a lowly foot soldier. Talk about condescending. Our boy pretends to be grateful for the knight's training, but it's totally sarcasm. He straight up asks the knight if he's being sarcastic, and the knight confirms it with a deadpan expression. The knight's face is priceless. He's so smug and honestly a little bit terrifying. And that's it. He's done playing nice, and the tension is building for the next round. The knight asks if he should come back later, but our boy straight up invites him in. Risky move, bro. He walks the knight into the tent, and it's packed with other soldiers lounging around. Total chaos. Our boy is sizing up the knight, totally suspicious, and wonders what makes him a target for assassination. He's thinking about dying again, and honestly, it's a mood. This dude is already bracing for impact. But he figures if he's gonna die, he might as well try to survive a little longer. Gotta maximize those retries. He stares intensely at the knight, trying to read him, while the knight just looks away. Awkward. The knight's getting undressed right in front of everyone, and our boy can't help but stare. What is happening? He's trying to stay focused, but the knight's ripped physique is a major distraction. Seriously. Our boy is caught off guard, and the knight's close enough to see the blue in his eye. Intense. He's lost in thought, but something tells us this isn't a peaceful moment. The tension is real. Someone demands to know who this dude is, and our boy is totally caught off guard. Seriously, the timing. He tries to play it cool, but the knight interrupts, questioning why he won't answer. Awkward. Our boy admits his conversational skills aren't much better than Rem's, which is a low bar, honestly. He's lost in thought, wondering who he even is, and the knight pushes for answers. It's getting intense. But he can't spill the beans. He just can't say, and the knight is not happy about it. The knight demands to know why he's being so secretive, and then shrugs. This guy is infuriating. Our boy is clearly hiding something, and the knight's starting to suspect it's big. No way this ends well. He's bracing for whatever comes next, and honestly, the knight looks like trouble, big trouble. The knight's staring him down, and our boy is starting to feel really uncomfortable. This is a power move. But he's not backing down. and the knight is definitely starting to wonder what he's dealing with. It's a standoff. Our boy is about to give up. Just straight up surrender. But then someone yells at him not to. The knight, surprisingly, is all like, "Alright then," and starts messing with him. This is getting good. Another dude bursts out, furious, demanding to know why our boy is giving up so easily. Talk about pressure? He unleashes a whole rant about manners, calling our boy crab or cran or whatever. Seriously, what is going on? The knight steps in, looking unimpressed, and the ranting guy flinches. Instant karma! Our boy suddenly reaches out, and it looks like he's about to grab something. This is a power move. He's staring down the other dude, and we're pretty sure he's about to do something totally unexpected. And he does. He just straight up points at him like, "You're next." No way this ends peacefully. The other guy is stunned, and the knight is watching with a smirk. This dude is playing a dangerous game. Our boy is playing it cool, but the knight is clearly amused by the chaos. This is a total mind game. The knight suddenly leans down, staring right into our boy's face. It's super intense. He's inspecting a wound on our boy's cheek, and honestly, it's kinda creepy, but also focused. Our boy tries to pull away, but the knight's grip is surprisingly strong. This dude isn't messing around. The knight's expression softens, and he's looking at our boy with a weird mix of concern and something else. Our boy is facing off against some serious opposition, sword drawn and looking annoyed. Honestly, he's getting ambushed. Someone tries to stab him, but this dude has reflexes for dice. He disarms the attacker, but then another one jumps out of nowhere. It's a full, uncoordinated attack. This dude's opponent is super intense, with a cold stare and a serious air of danger. He's clearly a big deal. He's dodging and weaving, but they're cornering him, and the pressure is mounting. It's a brutal fight. Our boy is getting overwhelmed, taking hits, but he's still standing, still fighting like a maniac. He manages to create some space, pushing back his attackers, but they're relentless. It's a chaotic brawl. He's clearly exhausted, battered and bruised, but he's determined to protect someone. A noble sacrifice. He's taking a serious beating, but he's still trying to fight them off. This is getting intense. But just when it looks like he's about to go down, he resets, back to the beginning of the day, ready to try again. He's laying a trap, telling his opponent to look at the back of his head. What is this dude planning? His enemy looks confused, questioning the weird request, but our boy is already moving into position. No way! He's using the distraction to launch a surprise attack, aiming for the cart behind the barracks. The other guy finally realizes what's happening, spotting the cart and yelling about it being about to fall apart. Perfect timing. Our boy throws the spear, hitting the cart supports and sending everything crashing down. He's demanding to know if his opponent can see the cart, and the other guy confirms it. It's a coordinated move. The other dude points out the location of reinforcements, behind the barracks. And it's a key piece of intel. But this fight is far from over, as the cart collapses, creating a massive distraction and chaos. However, it's all part of the plan, and our boy is ready to capitalize on the opening. This is smart. And straight up, this is a calculated risk. He's turning a potential disaster into a tactical advantage. The cart crashes down, and the other knight is totally stunned. He's asking Saxon if he's a prophet. But the woman with him is now impressed, saying Saxon's suddenly talking big, after hanging around that barbarian. She demands he spill how he knew about the cart, and Saxon just listens closely. What is going on? We get a close-up of her ear, and it sounds like Saxon is picking up on some kind of sound, a tap. It's revealed he's listening to the cart itself, the creaking of the wood, and honestly, this is kinda genius. He explains that once he hears something, he can predict what will happen, so he's basically hearing the future. However, she's still skeptical, demanding to know exactly how he knew. This dude is a mystery, and honestly, the way he's casually dropping this info is wild. He's straight up unfazed. She's clearly not buying it, but Saxon isn't offering any more explanations. He's playing it cool. But this is a game changer. Saxon isn't just lucky, he's got some kind of power, and that's huge. She admits his explanation is more detailed than she expected, saying he usually avoids explaining things. But he straight up says it is troublesome, but better than her constant nagging. Ouch! She's still giving him the side eye, but Saxon just smirks. This dude is so confident. She observes that he doesn't seem to give up on anything easily, and honestly, she's spot on. We cut to a starry night. Saxon is clearly thinking about what she said. He's remembering all his deaths, all the times he's failed, and it's kinda heartbreaking. But he clenches his fist, determined to keep going. Our boy is a machine. He vows to become strong enough to protect everyone, no matter how many times he has to retreat. He remembers the woman's words about not giving up, and a new resolve washes over him. Saxon stares into the night, ready to face whatever tomorrow brings. This is gonna be epic. Saxon is deep in thought, realizing this hooded figure is his second wall, someone he needs to overcome. This mysterious figure is creeping up on Saxon, and bro doesn't even realize it yet. No way. The figure is pulling out a dagger, aiming straight for Saxon's back. This is about to get messy. Saxon finally notices the footsteps, recognizing them as the patrol. But it's too late. He's reacting fast, twisting away from the attack, but the blade still nicks him. Ouch, that had to hurt. Saxon whirls around ready to fight, and the hooded figure just stares back. This is getting intense. The figure attacks again, a flurry of strikes, but Saxon is blocking them all. This dude is seriously skilled. Saxon manages to disarm his opponent, sending the dagger flying and pushes back. He's taking control, but the hooded figure isn't backing down, launching another attack. This fight is far from over. The battle spills into a burning area, and Saxon is determined to push through. He's not giving up. Saxon is leaping towards the tents, trying to get away from the hooded figure. He's moving fast. He's calling out, asking where the figure is, but gets no response. Creepy vibes are strong right now. Saxon narrows his eyes, trying to pinpoint the source of the silence, but it's like the figure vanished. Suddenly the hooded figure attacks again, a swift strike aimed right at Saxon. This is a surprise attack. Saxon barely dodges, but the attack still clips his arm. Ouch, that looks painful, but he's still standing. He demands to know where the figure's voice is, but there's still no sound. This dude is a silent assassin. The hooded figure launches another relentless attack, a whirlwind of strikes. Saxon is getting overwhelmed. Saxon manages to block most of the attacks, but he's clearly on the defensive. He needs to turn this around. The figure connects with a solid hit, sending Saxon reeling back. Whack! That looked brutal. Saxon is down, but he's already preparing to get up and fight again. Our boy never gives up. Saxon gets hit and straight up. It looks bad. He's clutching his side, yelling in pain. He's trying to stem the bleeding with his hands, but it's a mess. This isn't a scratch, bro. No way. The hooded figure just drops to his knees, overwhelmed with grief, shouting Cypress. But this isn't a moment for feels. Saxon is still bleeding out. What's with this sudden emotional turn? Okay, so our boy is in a straight-up life or death fight, dodging a bleed like a pro. A warning flashes on screen. This episode has intense violence, which, honestly, is an understatement. He's trying to block, but the attack is relentless, and this dude is clearly outmatched for now. He gets sliced up bad, letting out a huge gah. It looks super painful, no way he's okay. But just as it looks grim, he somehow manages to roll away from another attack, barely dodging it. We get a full view of the fight. Our boy is on the ground, and his opponent is standing over him. The attacker goes for the finishing blow, but we only see the blade coming down. It's intense. The attacker is screaming, clearly enraged, and about to land a devastating hit. And then we get a close-up of the attacker's face, and bro is straight up terrifying, grinning like a maniac. He's about to get sliced up again, but honestly, this dude had it coming, messing with the wrong people. He tries to block, but the attack is too fast. This dude is getting seriously outplayed. The attacker yells about him being slippery, then launches another attack, and it's brutal. Whoa, a flash of purple energy. Looks like something's deflecting the blow at the last second. The attacker is stunned, but our boy isn't safe, and another enemy is already closing in. He's getting surrounded. It's 2 against 1, and things are looking really bad right now. One enemy goes for a strike, but our boy dodges, spinning around to face the new threat. He's taking a beating, but he's still standing, and there's a fire in his eyes. But wait, another attacker appears, and this one is definitely the biggest and baddest of them all. He's surrounded by enemies, but he yells that he can take them on, and honestly, we kinda believe him. He's got a determined look, ready for the fight. This is where things get real. He's lying wounded, barely conscious, and someone yells that Cran is still alive. No way! A hooded figure rushes in, a blur of motion, and our boy realizes he can't let his guard down. This dude is a highly trained assassin, and he's coming in fast, swinging a weapon. It's intense. The assassin attacks with incredible speed, but our boy manages to react, narrowly dodging the blow. He's still dodging and weaving, barely staying ahead of the relentless attacks. It's a whirlwind of steel. But the assassin isn't letting up, launching another swift attack, and our boy is forced to defend again. He's fighting back, but the assassin is too skilled. It's a desperate struggle for survival. The assassin's weapon flashes. Another attack is coming, and it's aimed right at our boy. He barely manages to deflect the attack, but it sends him reeling. This is getting close. The assassin's cape billows, and we get a glimpse of the blade. It's a terrifying sight, honestly. He's deflecting attacks, but the assassin's blade sees through the air. It's unbelievably fast. The assassin's attack connects, and our boy's shoulder takes a hit. Ouch, that looks painful. He stumbles back, clutching his wound, but the assassin doesn't give him a second to breathe. The assassin's blade swings again, aimed for a killing blow, and our boy barely manages to block it. He's desperately fighting back, but the assassin is relentless, pressing the attack. It's brutal. The assassin lands another strike, and this dude is going down. It's a straight-up beatdown. He's on his knees, defeated, and the assassin delivers the final blow. It's over, right? But wait, he resets. This dude is back at the start of the day, ready to try again. He's reliving the same day, and someone announces the elf commander is here. A new threat? The elf commander is revealed, and honestly, this is a whole new level of trouble for our boy. He's thinking if he doesn't strike first, he's a goner. Talk about a desperate mindset. A beat drops, TMP, and he launches forward, blade drawn, aiming straight for the commander. But the commander is ready, dodging the attack with impossible speed and grace. She counters with a swift strike, and our boy realizes he's completely outmatched. This is bad. He's disarmed, spinning through the air, and shouts he's going to die. No time for dramatics. The commander's blade descends, a flash of steel, and it looks like it's all over for our boy. However, a guard suddenly intervenes. A surprise rescue! What is happening? The attack is deflected, sending sparks flying, and the commander looks annoyed. She doesn't like interruptions. The guard stands between them, sword raised, and demands to know what's going on. A tense standoff. The commander's eyes narrow, sizing up the guard, and this dude is about to face her wrath. The commander swings again, and the guard is sent flying, straight up demolished. Our boy, still airborne, sees the commander raise her blade for another attack. No escape. He braces for impact, but then he feels nothing. He's alive. What? Turns out, someone caught the commander's blade. Another hidden protector appears? This new ally deflects the attack, creating distance between the commander and our boy. The commander's eyes widen in surprise, and she demands to know who this interloper is. The protector reveals himself. It's the head of the Knight Order, and he's not happy. He accuses the commander of attacking a knight, and things are about to get real messy. The commander tries to explain, claiming she was merely testing their strength. Sketchy! But the head knight isn't buying it, and orders her to leave. This dude just saved our boy! The head knight swings his sword, and it connects with the commander. No way, this is intense. The commander goes flying, completely caught off guard by the attack, and lands hard. Another OA cake! The head knight follows up, sending more splintered wood flying toward the commander. She's down, clearly defeated, and honestly, she totally deserved that. Okay, so the episode starts with a warning about violence, which honestly sets the tone perfectly. We're introduced to the Knight-only lives today. Sounds epic, right? It's original story by Seo Pyunji, art by Ian. Our boy wakes up, and it's a beautiful sunrise, but something feels off, like he's already lived this day. He's half naked in bed, flexing a bit, and then he hears someone entering his room. Total mood killer. It's Sir Leon. He's all dressed for action, and bro is clearly judging our boy's state of undress. Our knight tries to play it cool, saying he was trying to be quiet while leaving, but Leon isn't buying it. Leon gives him a seriously skeptical look, like he knows something's up, and it's kinda awkward. But then, Leon reveals he needs our boy to go on a mission, a really dangerous one, no less. This dude is sent to investigate a monster attack, and it's immediately clear this isn't a simple task. He's clearly bracing for something bad to happen, and we know, because of the opening warning, it absolutely will. Leon straight up says he taught our boy how to listen, and he's surprised by how well it stuck. Our knight replies he's been practicing, which is a super vague answer, but kinda cool. Leon thinks it'll come in handy with winter approaching. He's hinting at something, for sure. He grabs the knight's hair and it looks painful, like a serious, no-nonsense hold. Our boy strains against the grip, and the art shows just how much force Leon is using. He's pulling him up, and you can see the desperation on the knight's face. This is intense. This dude is clearly working on his strength, using the branch's resistance. No way he's giving up. But it's brutal. He's sweating, and his feet are getting torn up. This training is hardcore. Leon's face is stone cold. He's pushing our boy to his absolute limit, and it's kinda scary. He's really testing the limits of his body, but honestly, He looks determined to push through it. Leon's already back, and he's greeting our boy with a good morning. But it feels more like a challenge. Our knight is hanging from a tree, looking exhausted, but he's clearly been at it for a while. Leon's impressed with his dedication, commending him for getting up so early to train. It's intense. But just as Leon finishes speaking, he delivers a brutal kick straight into the knight's side. The force sends our boy flying backwards, crashing into the ground with a massive teed. Leon doesn't even flinch. He's stone-faced, and it's clear this is all part of the training. He's giving our boy a serious look, eyes blazing, and it's kinda intimidating, but he's still impressed. Our boy's definitely feeling it, but he's staring right back at Leon, refusing to show weakness. Leon's expression is intense, and you can see the determination in his eyes. He's pushing him hard. This dude is getting a serious upgrade, and honestly, we're here for it. Bring on the pain. Leon wants our boy to be able to handle a kick from a F-rogue. Seriously, a frog. But Leon insists he needs to train harder, saying our knight is still too small. And then the bulge. Leon's muscles are poppy and G. It's kinda unsettling, honestly. Another bulge? This dude is flexing like it's his job, and it's straight up intimidating. Our boy questions if Leon is freakishly big, and honestly, he has a point. He declares he'll train harder, showing serious determination. This is the spirit we like to see. Leon reveals he's going to use the muscle training technique he taught him before, which sounds intense. Suddenly, a hunchy weight is flying towards our knight. No time to react. Leon unleashes a furious attack, sending our boy crashing to the ground with a ash. But our knight isn't backing down. He's getting up, ready to take whatever Leon throws at him. Our knight is down, but he's crawling towards the weapon. He's not giving up, no way. He grabs the sword, but Leon is already there, grabbing it right back in a brutal hold. Leon's lifting the sword, preparing to strike, and our boy looks absolutely terrified. This is bad. The sword comes down, but our knight somehow manages to roll away, narrowly dodging the blow. Leon asks if he's hungry, then swings a Jian. This dude is relentless, straight up. The sword swings in a blur, and Leon's muscles ripple with the force. It's seriously intense. Our knight blocks the attack, but the force sends him flying. He's getting pummeled. Honestly, he's trying to get up, but Leon is right there, grabbing him by the head. No breathing room. Leon's holding him up, and it looks like he's about to deliver another crushing blow. Yikes. But wait, another figure arrives, interrupting the fight, and Leon's attention shifts immediately. Our boy straight up tells Leon senseless violence solves nothing. Talk about bold. Leon's massive bodyguard steps in, looking unimpressed, and another guy with blonde hair just kinda stands there. The bodyguard grabs a towel and starts wiping Leon down. He's seriously treating him like a prized possession. Blonde dude speaks up, offering to do whatever Leon asks, but Leon just wants him to get out of his face. Leon whacks blonde dude with the towel, and honestly, this dude had it coming. Leon is now happy, and he's grabbing blonde dude by the collar. Things are escalating fast. He's yelling at blonde dude to stop fighting over trifling things. What does that even mean? Leon glares at blonde dude. He's got that "I'm about to lose it" look in his eyes. Leon is clearly in charge, and blonde dude seems totally submissive. It's a weird dynamic, honestly. The bodyguard is watching everything unfold, and he looks concerned. Something's definitely up. Leon's grabbing blonde dude and straight up tells him to follow. No explanation, just demands. Blonde dude immediately obeys, and Leon's bodyguard looks super suspicious of this whole situation. They're heading out into the night, and the sky is seriously stormy. This feels ominous, bro. The scene cuts to a wide shot of the castle under the dark, cloudy sky. Something big is about to happen. Our boy is chilling, looking at the bright sky intense. It's a surprisingly peaceful moment for him. He's walking into what looks like a commander's office, and things immediately feel tense, like something's about to go down. Someone is signing a contract, and this dude straight up accuses them of plotting against him. No way. He's laying down the law, demanding to know what's happening with the reconnaissance team, but the commander isn't having it. The commander's all cool and collected, but our boy is clearly stressed, questioning everything. He's getting seriously interrogated, and the commander is pointing out something's off with his emblem. Someone asks if he's gotten on the commander's bad side, which, honestly, looks likely at this point. The commander is examining the emblem closely. It's a huge clue, but what does it mean? But before anyone can figure it out, the commander is suddenly attacked, and things are spiraling fast. Our boy's got a sword drawn, ready to defend the commander. However, this feels like a trap, doesn't it? Our boy is seriously hoping the woman doesn't want him dead, It's a low bar, honestly. But she's already unsheathing a sword and cutting off his restraints, which is not reassuring. Someone with glowing blue eyes is watching. This is getting intense, and we have no clue who that is. A hooded figure is being dragged forward, and our boy is starting to realize something's very, very wrong. A massive, muscular dude is sharpening an axe, and he's surprisingly cheerful about it. He confidently states he'd never try to put an axe in his superior's skull. But the commander looks terrified. The commander is begging this dude to spare his frail squad leader, but it's not going well. Our boy is asking what's going on with these guys, and honestly, same question. A sword swings down, but it's not aimed at him, it's taking out the axe-wielding guy. However, someone just saved their lives, and the scene is chaos, leaving our boy totally confused. So, the commander is sending someone to the tall grass fields, but straight up refuses to send our boy. He's apparently terrible with directions, and the commander doesn't want him getting lost. Rude. But then another guy chimes in, questioning why he isn't being sent instead of Ragna. The commander's getting seriously worked up, yelling about teaching Ragna tricks and spoiling him. What is UP with this guy? Meanwhile, our boy is just sighing, realizing there's no stopping these two from starting a fight. He notes there'll be no one around to break it up, and the commander's already losing it. The commander is furious. He's screaming at the other guy, calling him a sly bastard. This dude is seriously intense, flexing a ton of muscle, and looks like he's about to throw hands. But wait, the commander's got a massive scar on his chest. No way, what happened there? The other guy's looking at the scar, and it's clear he knows something about it, which is super suspicious. Our boy admits he's just filling in for others, knowing his skills are lacking. But then the commander actually does something useful, swinging an axe at someone. The commander's attack lands and the other guy is seriously shocked. You son of a! Another dude jumps in, swinging a sword, but the commander is already moving, dodging the attack. He spins, blade flashing, and straight up slices at the attacker. It's a super fast move. The attacker's caught off guard, and the commander's sword cuts a line across his cheek. Everyone's frozen. It's like time stopped for a second, and the tension is insane. The commander's face is grim, and you can tell he's not messing around at all. But the other fighter isn't backing down, and he's clearly ready to fight back, his eyes narrowed. And with a final "Deduhoch, the fight is on, this is about to get wild." The commander grabs the injured fighter, pulling him up. It's intense and honestly, a little rough. Someone shouts that this squad is a bunch of misfits, but our boy isn't having it. He straight up demands they stop, and the fighter, barely conscious, manages to say enough. Another fighter collapses and someone swears. But the commander's already assessing the situation. The grizzled veteran looks at the fighter, unsure if he's brave or just a complete fool. A woman steps forward, warning him to thank the commander, because he saved his life. The commander's not taking credit though. He says the fighter's head would have been on the ground if not for him. He declares those two are staying put, because they're skilled warriors. Makes sense, right? But then he drops a bomb. He's not crucial in a battle, and there's no need for self-reflection right now. The scene cuts to a starry night sky. This dude is full of surprises and we're left hanging. Our boy stares up at the sky, declaring he just needs to keep improving. Talk about a mood. The reconnaissance team marches through the forest, and Andrew Gardner, the team leader, is focused on training his ears. He snaps at the misfit squad to pay attention, making it clear he's in charge, not the other squad leader. Andrew straight up challenges the other leader, demanding to see what he can do first. This is escalating fast. One of the fighters questions if this guy even dares challenge their superior. But Andrew doesn't flinch. The fighter scoffs and laughs, while Andrew remains stoic, clearly unbothered by the disrespect. We get a close-up of Andrew Gardner, and the text reveals his title: Reconnaissance Team Leader. Andrew's name is emblazoned on the screen. This dude is important, and the story is building to something big. The other fighters are clearly talking trash, calling him the leader of circus freaks. Rude. But Andrew just stands there, completely unfazed, and honestly, he's giving off major I don't care vibes. Andrew snickers, straight up calling this soldier a useless babysitter. Harsh. Now listen up. Andrew orders them to smash enemy heads if they encounter anyone intense. The soldiers yell, "Yes, sir," but someone wonders why he's shouting so loudly, clueless. But Andrew doesn't care about their questions. He's focused on getting stronger. No time for doubt. Our boy is straight up sprinting, dodging these crazy wooden spikes flying at his head. He's moving fast, but it's not enough. Spikes are closing in from every direction. No way! He's deflecting them with his sword, but each block makes a loud squeak, giving away his position. Suddenly, a massive blow lands, sending him flying, and honestly, it looks painful. He remembers Saxon teaching him to see sound, which is helping him anticipate the attacks. But the problem is, he's still getting wrecked, and another attack is coming fast. Another spike whips past, and he barely ducks, realizing he needs to move quicker. He pushes himself harder, sprinting again, but these attacks are relentless. It's insane. He's dodging and weaving, trying to find an opening, but it's like fighting a whirlwind of wood. This dude is pushing his limits, but these spikes just keep coming, and honestly, it's a total mess. He's getting clipped, drawing blood, but Saxon yells at him to lose his head if he falls. Our boy's eyes are focused, determined, and he's bracing for another attack. This is intense. He's taking hits, but he's also learning, and Saxon is observing everything, giving him advice. He tries to run, but it's an ambush, and wooden spikes are coming at him from everywhere. Swish, swish! He's sprinting, trying to escape, but they're too fast, and he's realizing he can't outrun them. He wonders if he should try to survive on his own, but the enemy is closing in fast, no doubt. He's dodging and weaving, but the spikes are relentless, and it's a total whirlwind of wood. He's pushing himself to the limit, trying to find an opening, but honestly, it's a mess. He tries running in different directions, but the enemy anticipates every move. This is rough. This dude is getting overwhelmed, taking damage, and we're left on a cliffhanger. What happens next? No way. He straight up stabs the enemy commander, a brutal clean hit. But it's not over, because suddenly, dozens of crossbow bolts are flying at him. He's deflecting them with his sword, a whirlwind of metal against wood, but there are just so many. The bolts keep coming, and honestly, it's like a storm of arrows. He's getting hit, taking damage, and the enemy is closing in for the kill. This is a nightmare. He's reeling, covered in wounds, but he's still swinging, still fighting, refusing to go down. Another volley of bolts slams into him, and he's splattered with blood. It's intense. He manages to deflect a few more, but the sheer number is overwhelming, and he's starting to fall. He's surrounded, pinned down, and covered in enemy attacks. This dude is getting obliterated. And just like that, he's down, overwhelmed by the enemy forces. But he'll be back. He always is. He's crawling, desperate, trying to escape the onslaught. But someone spotted him. The enemy commander sees him and yells to his men. They're closing in for the final attack. Our boy's gasping, bleeding, and barely moving, but he's still trying to reach safety. He notices the enemy soldiers are wearing colors that blend with the grass. Sneaky. He wonders why they bothered camouflaging to protect a simple field. It's a weird detail. Suddenly, a sword swings down, aimed right at him. This is not good at all. He barely manages to roll away, but the blade still slices across his shoulder. Ouch! Another soldier appears, sword raised, and it looks like our boy is trapped with no escape. He's surrounded, pinned down, and looks completely defeated. It's a brutal situation. But wait, there's a flash of light, and everything goes white, hinting at another reset. He's stabbed straight up, right in the gut, and collapses, gasping out the name Asfin. The word Stieb flashes on the screen as the enemy soldier pulls the blade out, and it's brutal. We see the enemy knight, covered in blood, standing over him. This is a seriously messed up scene. Our boy, bleeding and struggling, weakly asks Asfen what he's hiding, clearly suspecting something. Asfen shouts they'll cross the field to find the enemy reconnaissance team, sounding reckless as usual. Someone points out they've tried this dozens of times, but Asfen doesn't seem to care, stubborn much. Another soldier warns that no one ever makes it out alive once they enter the field, but Asfen ignores him. They all agree Asfen is definitely concealing something, and it's making everyone uneasy. Asfen is looking right at us, determined and intense, and you can tell he's got a plan, a bad one, probably. But seriously, what is Asfen hiding? This dude is about to lead them all into a trap. He's determined to find out what Asfen is up to, even if it means risking everything. No way he's giving up now. But he knows giving up means certain death, so he steels himself, refusing to back down from this fight. The soldiers question Asfen's plan, but he brushes them off, saying he has his reasons. Talk about suspicious. Ankrid snaps back, demanding to know why he should just blindly follow orders, and honestly, good for him. Asfen glares, and Ankrid returns the intensity. This is a serious standoff, and the tension is unreal. Ankrid declares he doesn't give up when facing obstacles. This dude is a total beast, fueled by pure willpower. The other soldiers look shocked, clearly not expecting Ankrid to stand up to Asfen like this. One soldier tries to calm things down, saying they should just let Asfen lead, but Ankrid isn't having it. Encrit is standing firm, and you can tell he's ready to fight for what he believes in. This is awesome. Asfen stares him down, and Encrit meets his gaze, unwavering. It's a battle of wills, and we're on the edge of our seats. Asfen is reeling, completely thrown that Encrit dared question him. What did he just say? Encrit straight up declares he's done taking orders, and then shoves Asfen, like full-on pushes him back. He takes a step forward, getting right in Asfen's face, and Asfen steps back to meet him. The tension is insane. Encrit isn't backing down, and Asfen clearly isn't used to anyone talking to him like this, but our boy isn't flinching. Our boy realizes if they want any chance, they gotta strike first, go on the offensive. No time to talk though, because suddenly swords are spine GNG and this dude is straight up ambushed. He's dodging, weaving, but someone gets a clean stab in. Ouch, that looks painful, seriously. He's trying to block, but the attacks just keep coming, and his armor is taking a beating. This dude goes for a risky move, swinging his sword, but gets cut down before he can finish. Agage, he cries out, getting sliced again, but it's all part of the learning process, right? He's down, sword sticking out of him, but he's already planning his next retry. This guy is determined. He stares down at the blood on his hand, and honestly, it's a little unsettling even for him. But he knows what he needs to do: strike first, survive longer, and get stronger each time. He's got a plan. Use the element of surprise to thin out the enemy ranks. Smart. But someone shouts, blowing his cover. No stealth attack for our boy this time. Sauce! A sword comes flying at him and he barely manages to block it. Seriously close call. He's getting overwhelmed, taking a nasty hit to the shoulder. ACK? That's gotta hurt, bro. He's thinking about Andrew, hoping to draw attention away from himself. A risky move. Someone's coming for Andrew, and his guardian knight is right behind them. This is getting intense. He's banking on this distraction, raising their chances of a successful surprise attack. But is it enough? Eslas, he swings his sword, aiming for a quick takedown, and connects. Finally, a win. However, the enemy keeps coming, and this dude is straight up surrounded. No breathing room. He's dodging and weaving, trying to create an opening, but it's a chaotic free for all. Someone yells for help, and our boy realizes they're surrounded. It's a full-blown ambush. He curses under his breath, trying to figure out just how many enemies are out there. Seriously. Rustling in the grass, they're being flanked. And it's happening fast. No time to react. Spice blades cut through the air as the enemy closes in, and things are about to get messy. He spots his allies, but they're already engaged, swords clashing and shields taking hits. This dude shouts an order to annihilate the enemy. Finally, some leadership. Eslas. A sword swings, narrowly missing him, but another one connects and he's going down. He's hit, but the impact sends him flying, straight into the fray. What a mess. Raw air. The enemy charges, and it's a whirlwind of steel, and honestly, it looks brutal. Silang. Swords meet, shields break, and our boy is fighting for his life. But is it enough? He realizes the tall grass isn't the problem. They were found before because of a beast. A massive, shadowy creature bursts from the grass, moving faster than anything he's seen. The beast lunges for one of his allies, and our boy yells a warning, but it's too late. Gah! The ally gets slashed, and the beast is already wheeling around for another attack. No mercy. The beast's eyes glow with a chilling blue light as it focuses on a new target. It's terrifying. Os. The creature's speed is insane, a blur of fur and claws, cutting through the air. Someone screams "Day, vile beast," and swings a sword, but the creature just deflects it easily. The beast is about to sink its claws into another ally, and it's a desperate situation. But wait, the creature hesitates, sniffing the air. Something's distracting it, thankfully. It turns its attention towards a new scent, giving our boy and his allies a chance to regroup. This dude is diving through the tall grass, dodging attacks, and it's intense. He realizes the enemy found them while chasing this beast. No wonder they were ambushed. But this time, the enemy was distracted by the chase, and they didn't notice our boy's squad. He vows to keep the beast alive. It's the reason they survived the enemy ambush, straight up. All clear, sir, he shouts, panting, but then the beast's claws flash out of nowhere. The beast is seriously fast, and our boy is scrambling to get out of the way, dodging a lethal swipe. He's totally winded, but he's determined to protect the beast. It's a life debt, apparently. The beast lets out a strange cry, and our boy swears he saw it look at him with gratitude. Weird. However, it's clear the beast is injured, and this dude is risking everything to keep it safe. He's covered in mud and blood, but our boy is standing tall, ready for whatever comes next. The Black Panther is giving orders. We move immediately. And then it's a blur of motion, a swish of fur. Our boy takes a hit, but he's already bracing for it, and honestly, it looks painful. A close up on the panther, and you can see it's focused, determined to get them out of here. They're running through the field, but it's a disaster. Soldiers are falling all around them. He tried to save them multiple times, but it's just impossible, and he's clearly frustrated. More swishes as they push forward, dodging attacks, and it's a total chaos of blades and bodies. Someone goes down hard, and it's brutal. This dude is seriously getting wrecked. A grizzled veteran shouts, "This way!" He's seen this all before, and he's taking charge. After repeating this day over and over, he knows exactly where every soldier is. No more surprises. If they keep pressing forward, they'll all die, but he's not backing down? This is insane. They've got a plan. Attack fast and avoid the big fights, all to get past the enemy lines. Someone takes a blow and cries out, but our boy doesn't even flinch. He's seen this a million times. A soldier gets slashed, and it's brutal, but they keep pushing, dodging, and weaving through the chaos. He's risking everything to get them through, and honestly, this dude is a machine right now. Okay, so things are looking rough. They get a warning about violence, and it's immediate. Our boy and his crew are straight up surrounded, but he's trying to act like it's no big deal. He's calling out one of his teammates, Mac, for being a fool, but Mac is not having it. This dude is getting seriously cocky, thinking he's untouchable, honestly. We get a super close up of his face, and you can tell he's about to do something reckless. He's got this smug grin, like he's figured everything out, but it's probably a trap. Mac is still yelling at him, trying to talk some sense into our boy, but it's too late. Suddenly, something swoops in, a blade maybe, and things get real quiet. We see the flash of a weapon, a stubble-ish sound effect, and it's clear someone just got sliced. The scene focuses on the guy who got hit, and honestly, this dude had it coming. Lord Andrew doesn't even need to give the order. His men already know what to do. It's kinda creepy. They're saying there's no moonlight to guide them, but they're trusting this one corporal, which feels risky. But before anyone can question it, this corporal just flies forward, sword drawn, and straight into the enemy barracks. He's slicing through everything, but it looks empty, like there's no one inside. Our boy's crew is totally freaking out, asking what the heck is going on. This dude is just cutting a path through the whole place. It's wild, but also super unsettling. He keeps going, slashing through empty rooms, and it's clear something is seriously wrong. More slicing, more emptiness. It's like a ghost town in there, but with a very angry knight. And then, just as quickly as it started, the corporal is back, breathless and clearly shaken. He reports it's empty, and honestly, that's way more terrifying than a full-on fight. He's running recklessly through the camp, a total madman, and someone's trying to yell halt. But strangely enough, he seems to know this camp, like he's run this route a million times. Considering how far they've come, it's almost as if he knows the layout backwards and forwards, which is weird. Everyone's asking how this is even possible, and honestly, it's giving us chills. He leaps onto a roof, landing like a Parker Pro, and keeps sprinting. This dude is a machine. Suddenly, he stops dead, face contorting like he's seeing a ghost, and it's super unsettling. His expression changes to a creepy smile, and no way, something is seriously wrong with our boy. He's staring into the distance, and it's clear he's remembering something, or someone. This dude is recalling a past life, a past camp, and the implications are huge. However, it's a terrifying realization. He's been here before, and he knows exactly what's coming. He's recalling a brutal ambush. All the Aspen troops came after him, and it was a total bloodbath. He's confronting someone, explaining the Aspen troops were hiding and guarding a specific flag. It was their top priority. Our boy is racing through the battlefield, dodging spears and arrows like it's nothing, but it's clearly a memory. He sees the fallen bodies, and it hits him. He remembers every single death, every single mistake. This dude is furious, face twisted in anger, and it's clear he's piecing something huge together. He realizes someone already knew about the flag. How is that even possible? It's a total mystery. He's reeling, eyes wide with shock. It's like a switch flipped in his brain, and he understands everything. But then, we cut to a shadowy figure, and it's revealed she's the one who assigned him to the reconnaissance team. She's thinking to herself, and honestly, this is getting super suspicious. What is she planning? Everything clicks, and he remembers she knew about the flag all along and set him up for this. Okay, so our boy explains the plan. One team distracts, the other lights the flag on fire. He tells them to leave the diversion to him, and bro looks determined to take on everything. But wait, someone questions if he's been given a secret mission. And honestly, They're totally right to suspect something. He insists it's all about escaping, but his face says otherwise. This dude is hiding something big. We get a close-up of his face, and you can see he's calculating, thinking several steps ahead. Another soldier looks at him with suspicion. Everyone is sensing something isn't right with our boy. He's giving off this intense, focused vibe, and it's clear he's got a whole other agenda going on. But the real kicker, he's remembering that woman setting him up. She knew about the flag all along. No way. She's been manipulating him from the start, and he's finally putting the pieces together. Straight up, this is a total betrayal, and our boy is about to unleash some serious payback. He's got a good feeling about this mission, believing they might actually succeed. Total confidence? But before they can even celebrate, someone shouts intruders, and all hell breaks loose. Swords are swinging, and this dude is straight up diving into the fray, ready to fight. He's blocking attacks with his arm, taking a hit, but he doesn't even flinch. This guy is a tank. Another soldier goes down, and honestly, it's a brutal, quick takedown. No mercy from our boy. He's deflecting blows, moving like a whirlwind, but more enemies keep pouring in. It's a swarm. He's dodging and weaving, but one enemy manages to land a hit, sending him stumbling back. However, he recovers fast, using the momentum to spin and deliver a devastating counterattack. A soldier falls, yelling out, and the fighting is intense. It's a complete melee right now. He's wounded, but still standing, grabbing his sword tighter. This dude is not going down without a fight. He reaches for her hand, and it's metallic. This dude is a robot or something? Our boy is sprinting toward the chaos, dodging flaming debris and a collapsing structure. Total mayhem. He's wielding that crazy hand-claw weapon, and it's glowing red with energy, looking seriously dangerous. Everything explodes in a fiery blast, but he's still moving forward, completely unfazed. This guy is a beast. Our boy is getting absolutely wrecked, sword coming down on him and all. It's brutal, straight up. Hold up, warning screen. Looks like this episode is about to get seriously intense, yikes. He's determined though, this dude. He's gonna push through whatever's in his way, no matter what it takes. But things are looking rough. He's taking a beating, covered in cuts and scrapes. It's a mess. He grits his teeth, fighting through the pain, refusing to fall even when it looks impossible. The title card hits, "The night only lives today." It's a perfect description of this endless loop, honestly. Clang! That sword clash is deafening, sparks flying everywhere as he defends himself. He's blocking, barely, but the force is still sending him reeling, and he's taking damage. But he's not giving up. Our boy is holding on, pushing through the pain with sheer willpower. He's wounded, exhausted, but still fighting. This is gonna be a close one, I can feel it. He's getting absolutely demolished. A brutal attack sends him flying backwards. No way! He's stunned, eyes wide with shock, and someone's closing in fast. It's happening so quickly. A blade descends, aiming right for him, and he barely manages to block. That was close. He's taking a serious beating, covered in cuts and scrapes, but still manages to get back on his feet. The attacker swings again, a powerful blow that sends him crashing down. It's relentless. But he's not done yet. He's struggling to rise, fueled by pure determination. This dude is tough. Another attack lands, and honestly, it looks devastating, sending him spiraling through the air. He hits the ground hard, but there's no time to recover. The fight isn't over, not even close. A final, massive blow connects, and everything goes white. It's over, he's down. But wait, the screen flashes, and we know what that means. He's resetting, ready to try again. He's trying to read his opponent, but straight up can't predict the next attack. It's too fast. A sword clashes against another, and the sound echoes. It's deafening, and our boy is clearly outmatched. He's taking a brutal hit to the chest, armor buckling under the force, but he refuses to fall. This dude is digging deep, enduring the pain, but his opponent is relentless, pressing the attack. Another sword swing, and he barely manages to deflect it. The gap in skill is insane, honestly. He's realizing he has no time to counterattack. His opponent is just too powerful. It's a bad situation. But he's not backing down. He grits his teeth and throws himself back into the fight, determined to survive. Another clash, another impact, and this time the sword finds its mark. He's been cut badly. He's reeling, everything's fading, and another blow is coming. It's over, right? No way! But of course, the screen flashes white. Reset time? Our boy is back at the beginning, ready to level up. He's attempting to block with the back of his hand. Seriously? But the sword still slices through. The blade keeps coming, aiming for a fatal blow, and our boy is bracing for impact. He manages to twist, narrowly avoiding a direct hit, but the sword still finds purchase, ripping across his arm. His opponent's face is a mask of fury, and he's clearly not impressed by this dude's defense. But our boy isn't giving up. He's somehow still standing, though clearly wounded and exhausted. The sword falls, and he's blocking it. With the back of his hand again? It's insane. He's gritting his teeth, eyes narrowed, and pushing back against the attack with everything he has. His opponent is relentless, and the clash of steel echoes around them, deafening and brutal. However, this dude is starting to anticipate the attacks. He's actually learning, adapting. It's wild. He's barely dodging, barely blocking, but he's still in the fight, and honestly, that's all that matters. The fire is spreading, and the whole place is going up in flames. It's a total inferno. Someone just doused everything in oil or something, because the fire explodes around them. Our boy is still fighting, but he's completely engulfed in the blaze. It's looking grim, bro. He swings his sword, trying to clear a path, but the flames are relentless and closing in fast. His opponent is still standing amidst the chaos, looking absolutely terrifying. What a psycho. However, our boy isn't backing down. He's charging straight into the fire, sword raised high. He manages to get close enough to strike, aiming for a finishing blow, but it's a desperate gamble. The opponent deflects the attack and our boy stumbles, nearly falling into the raging flames. But then, a massive wave of energy erupts, pushing back the fire and creating a temporary safe zone. This dude is unleashing some serious power. It's a total game changer, and honestly, it's awesome. Okay, so this dude is staring at the burning wreckage. It's a total nightmare scene of bones and bodies. He's scanning the chaos, but he's not looking at the fire. He's focused on someone, or something else. He shouts at someone, demanding to know if they see what he sees, straight up freaking out. This man, the one our boy is fixated on, he's standing there completely unfazed, a total psycho. Our boy is yelling, demanding to know what this guy is doing, but he's barely coherent. He staggers forward, clearly losing it, and starts ranting about this man being the key to everything. He's getting closer, clutching his chest, and it's clear something is seriously wrong with him. And then he starts to smile, a creepy, unsettling grin. No way this is good. He's grabbing at his own chest, and it looks like he's trying to rip something out. It's brutal. He's pulling out a sword, but it's covered in blood and bits of flesh, and it's horrifying. He's clutching his head, clearly in agony, but manages to whisper, "We will meet again." So ominous. But then a knight charges toward him with a sword, and our boy is bracing for impact, no doubt. He's shielding himself, but it's clear this attack is different. It's not about hurting him, it's something else. However, the knight doesn't strike. He's just standing there, and our boy is totally confused by this. Okay, so this dude is straight up losing his mind because his squad leader hasn't returned yet. There's a warning about violent content, which, honestly, sets the stage perfectly. He's lying around, bored out of his skull, and then an axe comes flying at him. He tries to grab the axe, but it's way too fast, and he gets hit hard. He's down, clearly hurt, and everyone's wondering if he's actually dead. Close up on his face, he's definitely not looking good, clutching that axe. He's casually scratching his head with the axe handle, like it's no big deal. But then he starts rambling about finally meeting someone he actually likes. He admits there's nothing to lose, and it's kinda creepy, not gonna lie. Our boy is clearly unhinged, but hey, at least he's consistent with the boredom. He's having a full-on meltdown, clutching his head and screaming. It's a lot. Close up on his face, and you can see he's genuinely rattled, eyes narrowed and intense. He's cornering another, much bigger dude, and this guy looks unimpressed, to say the least. Our boy is all up in this guy's space, looking super serious and kinda creepy, honestly. We get a glimpse of a scar on the bigger dude's chest. This is getting interesting. The big guy is smirking G and it's a full-on villainous grin. This does not look good. He asks if he feels like killing him, then swings a weapon. Talk about a direct question. The big guy blocks the attack, and they're locked in a fierce struggle. This is intense. He's got the other guy pinned, and that grin is getting wider, straight up menacing. Our boy is losing, getting tossed around like a rag doll, but he's still fighting back. He's sharpening a blade, looking super focused. This dude is getting ready for war. Turns out, they discovered the enemy camp by chance and just set it on fire. Wild. The commander insists they acted on the options they were given, claiming it was pure luck. But our boy isn't buying it. He's staring daggers at the commander, clearly suspicious. He bows deeply, but it feels totally forced, like he's barely holding back his rage. The commander tells him to rest, but she's totally sizing him up. Something's off. She thinks this fire wasn't just a lucky break, and it's not on the same scale as other attacks. She's lost in thought, and our boy is staring intently, wondering just who this woman is. He's looking out the window, and honestly, the tension is THCK. Something big is about to happen. Our boy is questioning who this commander really is, and it's a total cliffhanger. No way! The guys are straight up apologizing to our boy, saying they owe him their lives. Major respect. One of them asks if they'll ever see him again, and our boy gives this super stoic reply about finding each other on the battlefield. He turns to leave, and honestly, his face is unreadable. This dude is playing it cool. He starts walking away, and the group watches him go, clearly impressed by this total badass. They're stepping, then stepping again, a little slow moment. It's a power move, trust me. One of the guys draws his sword, a salute to our boy, while another bows his head in respect. Our boy keeps walking, completely unfazed, like he's used to saving people's lives, so humble. He's totally leaving them behind, disappearing into the distance, but it's a heroic exit, okay? The guys watch him go, and you can tell they're thinking, wow, this guy is on another level. He's just gone, leaving them staring at the empty space, and honestly, this feels like the end of an era. He lost 2 men out there, and our boy is straight up blaming himself. It's heavy. He thinks he could have saved them if he'd been stronger, but honestly, that's the story of his life right now. But he's not dwelling on it. This dude is done just surviving. He's moving on to something bigger. He declares he's chasing the knighthood he's always dreamed of. Talk about a glow up! Our boy vows to live another day, and if he wants to avoid reliving the same day over and over, he needs to get stronger and fast. The stakes are higher than ever. He's staring up at this massive watchtower, and you can tell he's already planning his next move. The camp spreads out before him, a whole world of training and fighting. This is where the real work begins. He's determined to push himself, to become the knight he knows he can be, and honestly, we're here for it. Our boy is radiating intensity, a total focus on his goal. This dude is about to level up big time. Those guys are at it again, and our boy is instantly on high alert. Something's about to go down. No way. A hail of blades is flying at him, and those other knights are caught totally off guard. He deflects every single attack with insane speed, but it's a desperate defense. This is intense. He's pushing back, countering with his own strikes, and honestly, these guys are getting wrecked. One knight tries to get the drop on him, but our boy anticipates the move and lands a brutal blow. Another knight charges, and this dude is sent flying with a single strike. It's a complete beatdown. He's a whirlwind of motion, slicing and dicing, and those knights are just reeling. It's a massacre. But wait, one knight manages to land a hit, and our boy is sent tumbling. Ouch, that looked rough. He's down but not out, and he's staring up at his attacker with a cold, focused gaze. No fear at all. He's never seen that look on their faces before. This is a whole new level of intensity, and it's terrifying. He's staring down the knight who attacked him, and straight up declares they aren't even human. The knight looks shocked, confused. He's clearly not expecting that kind of accusation from our boy. But before anyone can react, a massive, shadowy wing bursts into the frame, descending on them all. It's a full-on attack, and this dude is about to get absolutely crushed. No time to process what's happening? Okay, so things are INTNS. We get a warning this episode has some serious violence, buckle up. Our boy is straight up charging into battle, sword raised, looking for a fight, no hesitation. He's confronting a blonde dude who's looking down on him, and honestly, the tension is THK. The blonde guy calls him corporal, with major disdain, like he's beneath contempt. This dude is all smirks and confidence, clearly thinking he's got this fight in the bag. Our boy is looking focused, eyes locked on his opponent, ready to prove everyone wrong. Finally some action. He lunges forward with his sword, a full-on attack, but the blonde guy is faster than he looks. The blonde guy deflects the attack with ease, showing off his skill, and it's clear our boy is outmatched. But our boy isn't backing down. He's getting ready to swing again, determined to give it his all. The blonde guy's got him cornered, sword at the ready. This is about to go down, and it's not looking good. He's bracing for a brutal fight, admitting this is going to be tough, and he already regrets it. But then, the blonde dude's eyes, something's different, and our boy is picking up on it. The blonde guy is talking about beast heart and tapping his own chest. It's a power or a technique, maybe? Then, straight up, the blonde guy commands him to forget everything, like he's mind controlling him. Our boy is resisting, eyes wide with shock, but the blonde guy is relentless. The blonde guy is laying down the law. If he doesn't give up, he'll just keep falling behind. He's saying he needs to master a newer technique, and honestly, This is getting creepy fast. The blonde dude is asking if he even understands the Valen mercenary style, clearly questioning his skill. Our boy is all, especially that. And you can tell he's furious, finally pushing back against the control. But the blonde guy just stares him down. This isn't over, and things are about to explode. Our boy declares he's starting over, determined to rebuild from scratch, and the blonde dude looks skeptical. The blonde guy questions if he's serious, demanding to know where they even begin. But the blonde guy's starting to freak out, muttering about this dude being no normal man. No way. He's convinced our boy is hiding something, staring intensely and clearly not buying anything. The blonde guy's face is unreadable, but he's definitely processing something. It's intense. He asks if he really means it, and bro, the blonde guy is straight up losing it. Our boy is trying to be reassuring, but the blonde guy is spiraling, demanding to know where to start. The blonde dude is convinced something's off, and honestly, he's not wrong to be suspicious. He's ranting that our boy is no ordinary man, and it's a full-blown meltdown. The blonde guy is losing control, insisting there's something seriously different about him. Our boy says he doesn't mind, claiming he just picked up the sword technique somewhere. Total bluff. The blonde guy starts instructing him on the sword grip. Right hand up, left hand down, like it's second nature. But the blonde guy immediately questions why our boy is gripping the sword so tightly, sensing something is off. Rum. That's the name our boy gives, short and mysterious, and the blonde guy just looks even more confused. The blonde guy is skeptical, demanding our boy get into position, clearly expecting a disaster. Our boy complies, but his expression is intense. He's bracing himself for something, and it's obvious. The blonde guy swings, and it's fast, a blur of steel aimed right at our boy's head. But our boy isn't just standing there. He's deflecting the blow with impossible speed and strength, shocking everyone. The sword clash is deafening, sending sparks flying. It's a brutal exchange, and the blonde guy is reeling. And honestly, the blonde guy's getting tossed around like a rag doll. This is a whole different level of skill. Our boy grunts in pain as the blonde guy slams his arm down. Seriously, what was that for? The blonde guy explains he's trying to prevent our boy from snapping like a brittle branch or pillar. He straight up admits everyone in his squad is awful at explaining things with words, which explains a lot. The blonde guy keeps rambling about analogies, and our boy is internally questioning everything. Is he saying our boy is stiff because he's gripping the sword too hard? That's what this dude thinks. Our boy realizes he needs to be more flexible if he wants to survive this training. It's a crucial lesson. He figures the blonde guy is hinting at that, and starts loosening his grip, understanding the message. And then he swings the sword again, testing out the new, relaxed grip. He's actually moving the sword with way more control now. No way. The blonde guy is still watching intently, and our boy is starting to get the hang of this whole sword thing. He tries to swing again, but the blonde guy deflects it easily. Another clash of steel rings out. The blonde guy points out his center of gravity is all messed up, and his toes are pointing the wrong way. He's also holding the sword way too tight, and the blonde guy warns him he's gonna break his wrist. Our boy is getting a full-on lecture mid-fight. It's kinda hilarious, but also intense. The blonde guy asks if this is some kind of weird dance move, and honestly, it kinda looks like it. He corrects his stance, trying to follow the advice, and, Liang, another sword strike. The blonde guy deflects it again, but this time, our boy feels like he actually connected with the swing. Another clash, and then, T-Cod. The blonde guy drops to the ground, but it's not what we expect. It seems like our boy knocked the blonde guy down. No way is this actually working. But the blonde guy is already back on his feet, ready for more. This training is brutal. Our boy is airborne, clearly getting tossed around, and the blonde guy just sighs, like this is so frustrating. The blonde guy straight up can't believe how hopeless this dude is, saying he doesn't even know sword basics. He thinks maybe he should just give up, but then he starts listing everything our boy is doing wrong. This dude is getting a full breakdown, center of gravity, feet grip. It's a harsh, but necessary, reality check. Okay, so this episode starts with a warning about violence. Things are about to get real fast. Arrows are flying at our boy and his squad, a straight-up hail of death from the trees. Someone yells for the corporal to get down, but it looks like he's already taken a hit. No way! He's questioning if Ragna is behind him, and honestly, that's a very valid concern right now. Suddenly, a weird shadowy figure appears, and everyone's like, what sorcery is this? They hear Rem's voice, but they can't see anyone clearly, which is super creepy and unsettling. Our boy realizes they won't be able to fight like this. Visibility is 0, it's a disaster. But just as he thinks that, a sword stabs toward him, and it's happening so fast. He's getting hit, and it looks beady, but we know this dude reset, so he'll be back. The panel ends right as the sword connects, and you just know he's about to relive this day again. He gasps yes, clenching his weapon. It's clear this hit throws him off balance, bro. Even walking feels impossible for him, and he staggers forward, completely overwhelmed. He's not applying anti-change he learned from Ragna, and is totally losing it right now. Ragna admits he taught our boy a few things, but predicts he'll fall back into old habits. Ragna straight up says he needs to master the techniques before fighting. It's harsh but true. But he knows this dude can't survive without a fight, even if he's not ready. Ragna says I is, and our boy is clearly bracing himself for another round of pain. He looks determined, but also kinda resigned to his fate. This is intense. He's staring into the distance, preparing for whatever's coming next, and it's unsettling. This dude is focused, and ready to face whatever throws itself at him again. Our boy makes a break for it, dodging attacks with incredible speed. He's finally putting Ragna's training to use. Ragna yells for him to come back, but he ignores him, claiming he's figured out a way forward. He's sprinting, dodging, and weaving, looking determined, but Ragna's still skeptical of this sudden confidence. He keeps running, pushing himself, and honestly, it's a little reckless. He's going all in. Ragna shouts again, demanding to know what he's doing, but this dude is laser, focused on his plan. Suddenly, an arrow whizzes past his ear, and it's clear he's walked right into a trap. Another arrow flies, and this one sticks straight into his head. Yikes, that looks painful, even for him. Ragna is shocked, and someone yells Corporal. It's chaos, and our boy is down for the count again. He's getting swarmed, and it's a total ambush, but honestly, we expected this after he ignored Ragna. But even amidst the attack, he's thinking about how to improve. This dude is seriously committed to getting stronger. He's getting absolutely wrecked, but he's shouting about a direct stab to the throat. Seriously intense. This dude declares he's going back to Ragna to learn, and it's clear he's not messing around. No way. He lunges at the attacker, sword raised, yelling "D lunatic," before going in for the kill. Spiel ice! It's a brutal strike, and the attacker goes down, but our boy is sent tumbling backwards. He crashes to the ground, and the sky is suddenly all he can see. A pretty dramatic fall, honestly. He's lying there, looking up at the clouds, and then asks why the other knight fell. So cocky? But he's laying down the truth. Ragna is objectively a terrible teacher, and everything seems obvious to a genius. He finishes the thought. Ragna's explanations are just poor, because everything is obvious from his perspective. And just like that, he's resetting, ready to do it all over again, and bro is not happy about it. He's back in the clearing, ready to take on the attack again, and we know he'll keep pushing until he gets it right. Ragna is straight up lecturing our boy on how to swing a sword. It's a super basic downward motion, but our boy is questioning if Ragna is messing with him, or if he genuinely can't grasp the concept. Ragna tries to demonstrate the swing, but it's not great, and honestly, it looks awkward. He's attempting to show the right way, but ends up nearly taking out our boy with the blade. Our boy declares he'll repeat the motion over and over until he masters it. Dedication levels are off the charts. Suddenly, arrows start flying at them from all directions, and it's a full-on attack. Arrows whiz past, and our boy swings his sword, deflecting them with surprising skill. He's blocking arrow after arrow, the sword ringing with each impact. This dude is getting good! An explosion of sparks erupts as he deflects a final barrage, showing off his newfound sword skills. He's fully focused, sword raised, ready for whatever comes next, and it's a total power move. A blade comes whizzing at our boy, and he's dodging with reflexes we haven't seen before. The sword descends and he's twisting, trying to avoid a fatal blow. It's so close. He manages to evade the strike, but the blade still nicks him, drawing blood. Ouch! The sword steps forward, and this dude barely ducks, narrowly avoiding a headshot. He cries out in pain, but it's quickly drowned out by the sound of more blades scoosing through the air. He's spinning, narrowly dodging another attack. Seriously, his agility is improving with each retry. Ragna is leaping forward, ready to intercept the attacks, but he's clearly struggling. Our boy continues to weave and dodge, showing off some serious flexibility. It's a whirlwind of action. Another blade comes whizzing at him, but he's anticipating it now, and it's a total game changer. He declares this is the 30th time he's lived this day, and he's finally achieved some flexibility. No way! Someone asks where he learned to fight, but our boy is already thinking ahead. Basic swordsmanship, here we come! He's got this confident smirk on his face, like he's already mastered the blade. And honestly, he kinda has. The blonde knight declares blocking is done, but he's still taking a hit. It's a serious clash of steel. Another blade comes flying, and our boy is dodging like a pro, showing off reflexes he didn't have yesterday. Okay, so our boy is getting absolutely wrecked by this blonde swordsman, clearly outmatched in skill. The blonde calls him corporal, a total power move, and honestly, kinda condescending. But hold up, the blonde just offers to teach him proper swordsmanship, like right now. And this dude doesn't even hesitate, straight up saying he'd die 1,000 times to learn from him. The corporal's all in, ready to take the lessons, but the blonde is clearly skeptical. The blonde points out that he shouldn't be able to fight this well. Like, what's his secret? It's revealed that this isn't the first time this has happened. Bro's already been through this countless times. The blonde says our boy already knows the basics, but insists he needs real battle experience. Suddenly, a hail of arrows just erupts from the trees. It's an ambush? But wait, he's already anticipating the attack, dodging and weaving through the onslaught like it's nothing. He's deflecting arrows with his sword, protecting the blonde, and it's honestly kinda badass. He reveals he's lived through this day over 200 times. No wonder he's so prepared. An arrow breaks through the defense and heads straight for him, but he doesn't even flinch. He just stands there, taking the hit, but it's not pain he feels, it's familiarity. The blonde is completely stunned. He's never seen anyone react like that to an arrow. Our boy is bracing for impact, knowing exactly what's about to happen, ready to reset and try again. And honestly, this dude is straight up addicted to getting better, no matter how many times he dies. It's time, bro. He's finally ready to test all his training in a real fight. No more drills. He's locked in, eyes blazing, and straight up determined to see how far he's come. He declares he's memorized the enemy movements, anticipating their attack from the fog. Whoosh! A knight in full armor charges out of nowhere, lance lowered, and it's happenings now. Huh! The knight's attack is surprisingly fast, and our boy looks genuinely shocked. What just happened? Clash! Their weapons meet with a huge impact, sending sparks flying. This is intense. The knight's lance is deflected, but the force sends him reeling backward. It's a brutal exchange. Our boy is dodging and weaving, but the knight keeps coming, relentlessly pressing the attack. He's yanked forward, dodging another blow, but this fight is way harder than he expected. But even though he's surprised, he's already analyzing the knight's style, adapting on the fly. He boasts he can take down enemies without even seeing them. But then Espulite! Something hits him out of nowhere. A lance comes flying through the fog. No way did he anticipate that speed. He's completely caught off guard. Ooh! He gasps, trying to figure out where the attack came from. But it's just pure confusion. The knight swings again, and our boy barely dodges. That was a close one, with a huge espiche! He turns to see who attacked, but there's no one there. Seriously, where did this knight even come from? The knight charges again, and this dude is getting wrecked. He's reeling, trying to keep his footing. Another lance attack, another deflection, but the knight is relentless. This is a full-on assault. Our boy swings his sword, aiming for a hit, but the knight is too fast, blocking with ease. Sealish! The knight connects with a painful blow, AAGH, and the fight is getting seriously chaotic with swords flying everywhere. Arg! He grunts, taking another hit, but he's still swinging. This dude refuses to give up. The knight's giving him a pep talk. Eyes, feet, hands, it's kinda creepy, honestly. He focuses, telling himself to move his feet, and suddenly feels a huge power surge! Everything speeds up, and he's moving faster than he ever has before. It's a total game changer. He's dodging, weaving, and this time, he's actually anticipating the knight's attacks. He goes for a stab, but the knight blocks, steep, and a spray of blood fills the air. The knight's laughing, a wild, unsettling sound, and our boy is starting to feel a little freaked out. He realizes this power is different, like night and day compared to how he used to fight. He's swinging his sword again, faster and more powerfully than ever, a blur of motion. He's fully embracing this newfound strength, pushing himself to the absolute limit. This dude is straight up enjoying the fight, and the knight clearly underestimated him. He's sprinting, pushing harder, demanding more from his body. No way he's slowing down now. He's all in, swinging his sword like a madman, and the knights are coming at him from every side. He shouts for them to bring it on, straight up challenging the entire group. This dude is fearless. Swords clash, he's dodging and weaving, but one knight manages to land a blow. DUH! Ouch, that looked painful. He's surrounded, knights closing in, but one of them steps forward, kinda impressed. What's going on? The knight acknowledges it's impressive he made it this far, but then throws shade, asking if he really thinks he can survive. Our boy is panting exhausted, but he refuses to back down. He's still standing, sword raised. He declares he still has fight left in him, and focuses all his energy into one final push. He's bracing for the attack, sword lowered, ready to meet the onslaught. It's all or nothing. His sword is a blur, a silver streak against the gray, and he's about to unleash everything he's got. He screams at them to fight him like men, then demands they test his strength. This dude is not backing down. But he's clearly wounded, stumbling forward with a grimace, and honestly, it looks brutal. He's spitting up blood, barely keeping himself upright, yet still pushing forward. Our boy is a machine. He's focused on one knight, a wild look in his eye, determined to go all out. No way he's giving up now. Okay, so our knight is trying to master soul focus, a skill that's apparently super hard to pull off. A warning flashes, telling us this episode is gonna get brutal with violence, but honestly, we're kinda used to it by now. This dude is in a straight-up fight, sword clashing against something. It's intense, he's getting pushed back. Someone's sneaking up on him with a dagger, but he's clearly focused on the main fight, totally unaware. No way. A hooded figure is right behind him, dagger raised, about to strike. It's a sneak attack. He gets stabbed, it's a messy, close-up view, and honestly, it looks painful, but he's still fighting. But he's still trying to maintain his soul focus. Even as he's getting attacked from all sides, it's insane. The sword comes down, and it looks like it's about to end him. The speed is unreal, a total blur. He's desperately trying to concentrate, to lock in on that single point. But it's clearly failing, and just like that, the sword connects and everything goes white. Another reset for our boy. But will he learn? Ragna asks if our boy understands, then explains the sword should appear slower if he's doing it right. He tries to focus, but it's not working. Beast Heart's courage is messing with him, apparently. He gets slashed, and it's another reset, but he's convinced it's not just about fear. Ragna demands he focus on his opponent's sword, predicting its path. But this dude is struggling. He's thinking too much about death, but he insists there's gotta be a better way. Suddenly he asks Ragna how he learned soul focus, a legit question, honestly. Ragna's response: I just did it, seriously, that's it. This dude is unhelpful. Ragna claims it's intuitive, just focusing on one point, but our boy isn't buying it. He realizes Ragna won't give a clear answer. This is frustrating even for us. Looks like it's trial and error from here on out, and our boy is gonna need a lot of tries. He decides to hone his skill, but his priority is taking down those enemy flags. Ambitious. I like it. He's planning to minimize friendly casualties while infiltrating enemy lines. A solid strategy, honestly. Something's flying toward them at insane speed. What is that? Everyone's freaking out. He shouts for everyone to get down, and the force of whatever it is sends soldiers flying. It's a massive wave of arrows, straight up raining death, and they're bracing for impact. Shields are raised just in time, but the sheer volume is terrifying. This is intense. He's getting hammered by arrows, but his shield holds, for now, anyway. Another volley of arrows comes rushing in, and this dude is really putting that shield to the test. The arrows keep coming, and it's a brutal onslaught. No way this can last forever. He's getting overwhelmed, but he's still standing, a true testament to his training. He's deflecting arrows like it's nothing. A whirlwind of steel, honestly. But it's still brutal. He's taking a beating, arrows flying everywhere, and he's already repeated this day 300 times. Suddenly, an arrow gets through and stabs him. Ouch, right in the shoulder, but he barely reacts. He spins around, sword flashing, but the attacker is gone. What? Where did he even go? This dude is moving so fast, weaving through the chaos, and he slashes at another enemy. Squash! He's cutting down enemies left and right. A flurry of attacks, but another arrow comes flying in. Stab! He's taking damage, but he's not slowing down, pushing forward through the enemy lines. It's intense. Another enemy tries to ambush him, but our boy anticipates it and delivers a swift counter-attack. Slar! He's fighting like a man possessed, relentlessly cutting through the enemy ranks. This is insane. He's wounded, exhausted, but still fighting. No way he's giving up now, even after 300 tries. The enemy shouts that he's just one man, but our boy isn't listening. He's already moving. They swarm him with spears, but he's deflecting them all. It's a whirlwind of steel, honestly. Stab. One spear gets through, piercing his armor, and he cries out in pain. Ouch, that looked rough. He spins, slashing with his sword, but another spear is already coming. Steeb, and he grunts from the impact. A slas! He retaliates, cutting down an enemy, but more are closing in. This is a straight-up siege. Another spear thrust. Stab. He's taking a beating, but still manages to keep fighting. No way he's falling now. Slash. He swings again, knocking another enemy off their feet. This dude is relentless, I swear. He's covered in wounds, exhausted, but his gaze is unwavering. He's staring right through the chaos. A spear flies toward him, and for a second it looks like he won't make it. But he dodges at the last second. He's still standing, breathing heavily, but ready to keep fighting. Our boy is a machine, honestly. He's locked eyes with the enemy commander, a terrifying grin spreading across his face. This is getting intense. The commander unleashes a flurry of blades, a deadly storm of steel aimed right at our boy. He's dodging and weaving, deflecting the attacks with incredible speed. It's like watching a dance of death. But one blade slips through, slicing across his arm. Ouch, that's gotta sting even for him. He launches forward, a whirlwind of motion, and slams into the commander. It's a full-on assault. The commander's armor cracks and splinters under the force, but he doesn't even flinch. This guy is tough. He's pushing through the pain, relentlessly attacking. This dude is seriously not backing down. However, the commander retaliates with a powerful counterattack, sending him flying backward. He crashes to the ground, but immediately pushes himself up. This is the 10th time he's tried to reach this flag, and honestly, he looks absolutely furious. This fight is personal now, you can feel it. He finally breaks through, whatever it was holding him back, and shouts in triumph, straight up ecstatic. But his celebration is cut short as sweat and tears stream down his face, like this battle is taking a toll. He stares forward, confused, questioning what just happened. What did he break through exactly? And honestly, the commander looks just as shocked. This dude clearly did something unexpected. Okay, so there's a warning about intense violence, and things immediately get chaotic. No surprise there. This mysterious guy corners our boy and demands he spill what's going on, straight up threatening him. The cornered knight asks who he is, and the shadowy figure replies with a seriously creepy promise he'll remember after a stabbing. But before our boy can even react, the dude lunges with a sword. It's a super fast attack, and honestly, it looks brutal. Whoosh! The blade comes down and our knight braces for impact. It's happening so fast, no way he can dodge. He takes the hit, but it's not over. The attack keeps coming, a whirlwind of steel aimed right at him. Our boy's getting tossed around like a rag doll, but he's clearly not going down without a fight, even if it's desperate. He's reeling from the attack, and it looks like he's getting pushed back towards something dangerous. The force of the blows sends him flying, and he's tumbling through the air, completely out of control. He crashes down hard, and it looks like this dude is about to finish the job. It's a rough situation, for sure. He's dodging attacks, but the enemy's sword keeps skidding past. This dude is moving fast. Whoosh! A sword flies through the air, and someone else is getting sliced up in the chaos. Our knight's still fighting, sword raised, but the enemy is relentless, just pushing forward. Skid, another near miss, and this soldier is starting to realize something is seriously different. The soldiers are questioning if this is the same guy they fought before. They're totally confused. He's improved beyond measure, they say, and honestly, it's a massive understatement. The enemy commander looks shocked, wondering if our boy can actually defeat him with one step. Whoosh! He's moving so fast it's a blur, and the enemy is completely caught off guard. The attack lands and it's brutal, but the enemy's still standing. This fight is far from over. Another swoosh, as he prepares to strike again, and this dude is clearly getting desperate. The enemy commander swings, but our boy parries with a technique that looks way too smooth. He's got a solid foundation in the upright blade, and it's letting him deflect the attack. No sweat. With a blend of the gentle blade, he's weaving a defense that's almost impossible to break. He's countering, and the commander is forced back. This dude is turning the tables fast. The commander's attack scrapes against the blade, sending sparks flying, but our boy remains unfazed. He's pushing forward now, relentless, and the commander is starting to sweat. It's a total reversal. The commander tries to regain control, but our boy is already in close, launching another attack. Swoosh! The blade connects, and this time, the commander is definitely going down. It's a clean hit. The commander's stunned, and a booming tiechink echoes as he collapses. No way he's getting up from that. Our boy stands over the fallen commander, victorious, and honestly, he looks pretty epic doing it. He's declaring victory, giving it his all, but immediately realizes he forgot something. Hejuv, a flag. He's swinging his sword, straight up determined, and the enemy is reeling from the attack. The swords clash, and everything around him starts to fade. It's like the world is disappearing. He's gripping the sword tight, because everything is vanishing except for the blades themselves. Our boy is completely focused, lost in the moment, as the battle rages around him. He's pushing forward, relentless, and the swords are the only things visible in this monochrome world. He's fully immersed, and it's honestly kinda beautiful, even with the intense fighting. He's entering a zone, a flow state, and it's clear he's reached a new level of swordsmanship. The enemy is losing and our boy is gaining, but this intense focus, it's a little scary. This dude is a machine, and it looks like nothing can stop him. He's unstoppable. He's swinging again, a whirlwind of steel, but someone intercepts the blow. It's the enemy commander. The swords lock, a massive sealang ringing out, and the force sends shockwaves through everything. Sparks fly as the blades collide, and for a moment, it's just pure energy exploding around them. He's pushing back, refusing to yield, and the commander's face is contorted with effort. Our boy grits his teeth, eyes narrowed, and delivers a swift, brutal attack, a stab straight for the heart. The commander stumbles back, clutching his chest, but this dude isn't giving him time to react. He presses the attack, relentless, forcing the commander to defend desperately, but it's not enough. Another strike lands, and another, a flurry of attacks overwhelming the commander's defenses. The commander is falling, defeated, and our boy stands over him, exhausted but victorious. He's breathing heavily, but he did it. He actually took down the commander? What a fight! He lands a final blow, and it's messy, but the commander finally collapses. Bro is down. The commander coughs, struggling to speak, and reveals his identity: Mitch Hurier, a platoon leader. But wait! Mitch Hurier introduces himself as Encrid, squad leader of the Kingdom of Nerilia's army. No way! A soldier asks if the enemy reached their position, and another reports someone is sneaking around. The soldier explains this sneaky dude is particularly good at it, and Mitch looks displeased, to say the least. Mitch straight up looks furious, and you can tell this isn't good. Something's about to go down. He's clearly not thrilled, and it's obvious Encrid was expecting something different from this mission. The commander's face hardens, and it's clear he's planning something. This dude is calculating. He's definitely plotting, and you can just feel the tension building. This is gonna be intense. Our boy looks completely determined, and it seems like a new challenge has just begun. But what is he planning? Someone questions why our boy is smiling, and it's a genuinely unsettling moment. What's going on? He's crying, but still smiling, and honestly, it's a straight-up creepy combo of emotions. He reveals he's not focused on the fear of death, but that feels ominous, like he's planning something big. This dude is stealing himself, and it's clear he's about to do something completely unexpected. But what? Okay, so this episode starts with a warning about violence. Things are about to get real. Our boy is all geared up, sword in hand, looking like he means business, and he's heading straight for the company commander. He's determined to see the commander, no matter what stands in his way, and he's got that focused look. But things take a turn because someone recalls seeing a sorcerer during a reconnaissance mission. A strange man, apparently. The commander asks if he wished to see him, and our boy straight up confirms it, ready to spill the beans. The commander reveals it's sorcery, which is a big deal, and the soldier confirms the Asfen army spotted the sorcerer. However, the commander's attention is quickly drawn back to our dude. He's sizing him up, and it's intense. This dude is giving off a serious vibe, and the commander is clearly trying to figure out what's going on with him. The commander is giving our boy a long, hard look, and honestly, it's kinda creepy. What's he thinking? And just like that, the commander asks if he wished to see him again, setting the stage for what's coming next. The commander tells him to continue, and our boy lays it all out. He shared everything with her to win the battle. Suddenly, a thick fog rolls in, and soldiers start getting hit with something. It's chaos! Someone yells to get down, shields up, but the attacks are relentless, slamming into those shields. We see a flurry of attacks, arrows or something, raining down, and the soldiers are desperately trying to defend themselves. One soldier gets struck and is sent flying, reaching out for help as he falls. It's brutal. Our boy declares the rest is up to the commanding officers, stepping forward into the fray. He's slicing through the fog, a whirlwind of motion, determined to overcome whatever's coming. A close-up shows his intense gaze, eyes locked on the challenge ahead. This dude is serious. But he's facing something huge. A massive wall of an obstacle that he needs to conquer. And that's it. He's ready to face the wall, and honestly, we're hyped to see how this goes down. Someone recognizes the enemy, Mitch Hurier, and straight up calls him out, declaring it's time to settle things. Our boy is shocked someone knows his name. But he doesn't have time to process it before Mitch comes at him with a sword. He remembers his first encounter with Mitch and vows to finally defeat him today. This is personal. He grips his sword tight, preparing for the fight, and launches forward with incredible speed. The clash is immediate, swords meet, sending sparks flying, and our boy is all business. He's swinging like a madman, a blur of steel, but Mitch is holding his own. This is a serious duel. Our boy lands a blow, sending Mitch stumbling backward, but it's not enough to take him down. Mitch recovers and retaliates, forcing our boy to defend. The fight is relentless and intense. He manages to parry another attack, but Mitch is pushing him back, step by step, gaining ground. Our boy is going all out, but Mitch is a formidable opponent. This dude is straight up a beast. Mitch swings, but our boy braces, meeting the attack head-on with his sword. He's deflecting, parrying, trying to find an opening. It's a whirlwind of blades. No way. Mitch's sword slips past his guard, slicing across his arm. Ouch, that looks rough. He's sent flying backward, crashing into something. This fight is getting seriously intense. Mitch demands to know what's going on, clearly surprised by our boy's skill. But he's not letting up. Our boy launches another attack, a furious rush, but Mitch anticipates it and counters. He's dodging and weaving, a desperate dance, barely avoiding each swing. It's so close. Mitch lands a solid hit, sending him reeling, and bro is clearly hurting. This is bad. He tries to recover, but Mitch's relentless assault keeps him on the defensive. No breathing room. Mitch delivers a final blow, sending our boy tumbling, and the sword goes flying. However, it's not over yet. Mitch presses the attack, sword blurring, but our boy meets it with a surprising defense. Mitch demands to know if he was hiding something, clearly shocked by this sudden skill boost. He grits his teeth, sword scraping against Mitch's, and finally speaks his name, Encrid. Mitch hears his name and promises to remember it. This dude is taking things seriously now. Encrid unleashes a burst of speed, a whirlwind of motion. But Mitch is ready. Swords clash again and again, a furious exchange. But Mitch is clearly pushing back, dominating the fight. Encrid is getting overwhelmed, forced onto the defensive. But he's not giving up, not yet. He's taking a beating, but he's still standing. And that's gotta count for something, right? Mitch lands another blow, a powerful strike. And Encrid goes down, but he's not out. However, even as he falls, he's already prepping for another retry. This dude is a machine. Whoosh. Encrid's sword cuts through the air, a desperate attempt to turn the tables on Mitch. It's all happening so fast. He focuses everything, his gaze locked on Mitch. This dude is channeling all his energy into one swing. Encrid shifts his weight, planting his foot, preparing for a diagonal cut. He's committing to this move. He recalls all his training, every technique he's learned, every repetition he's endured. It's all coming together. Everything is crystal clear for Encrid, every detail of the fight laid bare before his eyes. It's like time slows down. Whoosh! The sword descends, a blur of steel aimed right at Mitch, but can he react in time? Mitch barely manages to block, the force of the blow sending him reeling. Straight up, Encrid is a different fighter now. Our boy is relentless, pressing the attack. He's not giving Mitch a single moment to breathe, no way. However, Mitch is a seasoned warrior. He anticipates Encrid's movements and parries with precision. This is intense. Another clash, another burst of speed. But Encrid isn't backing down. He's determined to win this fight, bro. Encrid unleashes a final, desperate slash. A massive cut aimed right for Mitch's chest. Mitch tries to raise his sword to block, but Encrid's attack is too fast, too powerful. It's brutal. The blade bites deep, slicing through Mitch's armor and flesh. Bro, this is a serious wound. Mitch clutches at the gash, blood flowing freely. But even through the pain, he's already resetting, ready for another go. Okay, so things are intense right off the bat. Our boy is charging into a full-on ambush, no hesitation. He's weaving through attacks, trying to dodge, but he straight up admits he can't avoid everything. One of the enemy knights yells at him, calling him a fool, and then a spear comes flying. This dude gets clipped, and it looks bad, but he's still moving, trying to analyze what just happened. He's reeling, clearly hurt, and the enemy is closing in for another attack, this time with a sword. Our boy barely manages to block, but the force is insane. The sword is actually breaking from the impact. He's getting swarmed, and the enemy is relentless, pushing him further and further back. It's brutal. But wait, he's still analyzing, even while getting pummeled, trying to find a weakness in their formation. And then it happens. One swing, just Oni's swing, completely destroys the enemy's sword. No way! The enemy is shocked, realizing this isn't just some ordinary knight. This dude is packing serious power. He declares he'll die a bunch of times to beat this guy. Sword to sword. Talk about determination. But his real goal is way bigger: to destroy the enemy flag and secure victory, no matter the cost. He's saying a sorcery medium is useless if it takes even a little damage. Then, scutch, a sword slices right through it. Another sword swings, and this dude is dodging like crazy, but it's a near miss. The enemy knight calls him a villainous knave, and honestly, it's kinda accurate. Squash! Another attack and our boy is barely blocking it. The force is insane. He's taking damage, but he's already planning his next move, figuring out his target. He's zeroing in, focusing all his energy, and another sword swings. Fickish, it's a powerful strike. This dude is going all out, pushing his limits, even if it means facing death again and again. He's locked onto the enemy flag bearer and straight up charges, ignoring all other opponents. The enemy commander is ranting about sorcery and failed provisions, but our boy doesn't care. But the commander's words hit different. Apparently, the kingdom is totally corrupt and unsavable. Then, he's going for the flag bearer, a brutal, direct attack, no hesitation whatsoever. The commander tries to intervene, but it's too late. The flagstaff is already splitting apart. Swords clash, sparks fly. It's a furious exchange of blows, total chaos. Si Liang. The sounds of battle echo as our boy fights his way through the enemy ranks. He finally reaches the commander, who's still yelling about a green battalion commander. To think they sent him to the front lines? Seriously. And now, another stab. This time, the commander is the target, and our boy isn't holding back. The fog suddenly lifts, and everyone's stunned. What even was that? Wait, where's the flag? People are freaking out, searching everywhere for it. Someone gets sliced down straight up. The battle's turning chaotic and bloody. Our boy realizes the enemy is totally thrown now that the fog is gone, and he sees his chance. He shouts it's time to turn the tides, and this dude is pumped, ready to lead the charge. Sarg! He's leading the attack, and the troops are roaring, finally gaining momentum. They're smashing through the enemy lines, shields up, swords swinging. It's a full-on assault. Slay them all, he yells, and honestly, the energy is infectious. The troops are unstoppable. This dude is cutting a path through the enemy, no hesitation, a whirlwind of steel. He's a total beast, driving forward, and the enemy is starting to crumble before him. Everyone's wondering who reversed the spell, and eyes immediately land on the squad leader. No way. The squad leader looks suspicious, and people gasp, realizing this dude might be the key. Our boy thinks he's got it figured out. He'll run back to his allies after destroying the flag. But he miscalculates straight up, and his face is all twisted with realization. He takes a step, expecting to find Rem or Ragna, but they're nowhere to be seen. Seriously, the soldiers have vanished, leaving him totally exposed and vulnerable. Scoundrels, the squad leader yells, collapsing into the tall grass. He's been ambushed. And now enemy soldiers are closing in, spears raised and looking hungry. This is bad. One of them grins, revealing their teeth, and it's clear our boy is in deep trouble. He's leaping into the fray, sword swinging, thinking he's got a handle on the situation. But wait, the squad leader realizes something is seriously wrong, and his face is a mix of confusion and dread. Our boy shouts, realizing these aren't the enemies he was expecting. What is even happening? He's utterly baffled, questioning why he's attacking these soldiers, and looking genuinely panicked. Someone calls him Tenacious Serpent, and it's clear this is a title he doesn't want. He's surrounded, and the voice booms, ordering everyone to abandon all hope. Oh no, this is grim. This dude pulls out a massive, jagged blade. It looks like a saw, and it's terrifying. The blade comes down, and it's a close call, but our boy manages to block, barely avoiding disaster. He's desperately trying to defend himself, but the enemy is relentless, and the situation is dire. Another blade swings, and it looks like he's about to get sliced, straight up. This is a mess. He spots something in the grass field. It's the panther, and he's instantly freaked out. No way. The soldiers suddenly yell about a beast, and arrows start flying. Clink. This is getting intense. Everyone's drawing their bows, aiming at whatever is barreling toward them, but it's moving fast. Our boy realizes this isn't a normal animal, and the soldiers are clearly terrified. This beast is huge. Okay, so this episode starts with a hoagie warning about violence, which honestly sets the tone perfectly. A mysterious voice is straight up haunting our boy, asking if he's gotten what he desires, and calling him a knave. Rude. He's on a boat, and the voice is still taunting him, demanding to know what drives him so relentlessly. This dude is clearly troubled, eyes closed, wrestling with something deep inside, but we don't know what yet. The voice keeps pressing him, asking what it is that fuels his ambition, and it's super creepy. Then bam, we're thrown into a full-on battle, swords clashing, chaos everywhere, and a knight is going W. It's brutal, a sword straight through the chest. But remember, our boy resets the day if he dies. More fighting, more chaos, and it's looking grim for the knight. He's getting overwhelmed by enemies. Someone whispers that the wound is severe, and people are questioning where his backup was during the fight. And the episode ends with the ominous title card. The knight only lives today because, well, he's definitely dying a lot. He wakes up confused, clutching something dark and furry. A panther? No way. He blinks and the panther purrs, rubbing against him, and honestly, it's kinda cute. But this isn't a cuddle session. He's realizing the panther was inside his coat the whole time. Suddenly, everyone's around him, checking if he's okay, and it's a total scene. He demands water, straight up thirsty, and a red-haired guy rushes to get him some. He's chugging it down, but it's dripping everywhere, messy, but he needs it. More water gets passed to him, and he's still gulping it down like he's been in the desert. Someone announces the corporal is awake, and everyone starts to disperse, thank goodness. He's still drinking, eyes closed, and honestly, it's a bit unsettling. This dude is clearly changed, like something big happened overnight, and we need answers. Rem, this older guy with epic hair, is staring intently at our boy, and it's kinda creepy, not gonna lie. Rem asks why he's being stared at, and then drops a bomb. Does he want to pet the panther? Our boy is internally panicking, debating whether to lie about knowing the panther, but decides honesty is the best policy. He admits he used to have a connection to someone from the frontier, and Rem seems to pick up on that immediately. He quickly clarifies he just guessed based on what he overheard, trying to downplay any real connection. Rem isn't buying it, staring right through him, and honestly, this dude is sweating bullets. Our boy is clearly flustered, clutching his chest, trying to appear calm but failing miserably. He's thinking hard about his past, trying to remember exactly what Rem might have heard about him. But Rem just keeps staring, and this dude is seriously starting to crack under the pressure. He's questioning everything, realizing how much Rem already knows, and things are about to get intense. Rem suddenly moves to grab the panther, and our boy is instantly on high alert. He needs to protect his buddy. He reaches for the panther's paw, seemingly to examine it, but it's a ruse. He's checking for a hidden weakness. The panther's eyes glow blue, and it's about to unleash a serious attack. This is bad, like, really bad. No way. The panther's claws extend, and it's swinging for Rem, who seems totally unfazed. But Rem is already blocking with his arm, and the force sends him flying backward, crashing into things. Rem is down, and this dude is yelling about 10,000 krona. Apparently, that's the price on the panther's claws. Henry, another reconnaissance member, apparently told him about this lake panther and its crazy value. The panther's eyes are locked on Rem, and it's straight up terrifying. This beast feeds on the energy of the earth, apparently. Rem is petting the panther now. Seriously. This dude is playing with fire, but it seems to be working. The panther is calming down, letting Rem stroke it, and honestly, it's a massive relief. But what's the play here? They achieve complete victory. The siege is over, and the camp is buzzing with activity. Several days pass without another fight, and our boy is training hard, pushing his limits. He's fighting someone, and he manages to force the enemy's blade to slide off his. It's a new technique, but he's not sure he can pull it off again, and his wound is looking pretty nasty. He tries to downplay it, saying he can handle a little movement, but Rem is having none of it. Rem is all over him, wrapping his wound and telling him to rest. This guy is a total helicopter parent. Rem keeps fussing and our boy is clearly annoyed, but he's also kinda touched by the attention. He asks where his sword is, clearly itching for another battle, and Rem just rolls his eyes. He realizes he somehow performed that technique naturally, without any practice. What is going on? Rem explains that facing a beast-heart foe naturally leads to understanding movement. It's all about fundamentals, apparently. But Rem immediately throws cold water on it, saying our boy must have gotten lucky. Rem argues it should take hundreds of battles to master such a technique at his skill level. This dude starts recalling the day he finally completed the technique. It was brutal. He desperately repeated the movements hundreds of times, memorizing it through sheer force of will. He clenches his fist, remembering how he became more powerful through his own efforts. No shortcuts. Despite acknowledging his skills are pitiful, he's proud he didn't rely on anyone else. He stares forward, determined. This is a serious mood shift and we're here for it. Rem is bandaging his arm, still fussing over him. Honestly, the guy needs to breathe. Our boy is clearly focused now, a fire in his eyes. He's ready for whatever comes next. Rem and Ragnar straight up in his face, looking concerned, but our boy is focused. Suddenly, another dude appears looking intense and demands a sparring match. Rem and Ragnar look shocked at this request, clearly not expecting it. Our boy accepts, a determined glint in his eye. He's ready to test his skills. Okay, so our boy is in a full-on battle and things are going sideways festy, soldiers are flying everywhere. He's getting completely overwhelmed, taking hit after hit, but he's still swinging his sword like a madman. This dude lands a blow, and the knight leading the charge is sent reeling, but it doesn't even slow them down. The knight, though, is totally shocked. He can't believe the power this guy is unleashing. It's impossible. Our boy unleashes a massive swing, and the sheer force of it sends enemies flying in a whirlwind. It's a devastating attack, a shockwave ripping through the battlefield, and honestly, it's awesome. The knight tries to block, but the force is too much. His sword shatters, and he's sent hurtling back. Another swing, another explosion of force, and it looks like everyone is getting flattened. No one is safe. He's spinning like a top, a red blur of death, and the remaining soldiers are just getting swept away. The attack ends, and it's total chaos. Enemies are down for the count, and our boy stands victorious, but exhausted. The enemy commander yells for retreat, realizing this battle is a lost cause. It's a total rout. But the knight leading the charge isn't giving up. He's screaming at his men to stop our boy. He's trying to intervene, but our boy is already charging straight through the ranks, unstoppable. This dude is a whirlwind of steel, and the enemy knight gets absolutely flattened by the horse. He's riding right over the enemy line, a one-man army cutting through their formation. It's insane. The remaining soldiers try to stop him, but it's too late. He's already barreling past them. Our boy is gaining serious speed, and it looks like he's about to escape the battlefield completely. However, a glint of steel appears. An enemy knight manages to get a swing in, aiming for a fatal blow. No way! The sword connects, sending a spray of blood, but our boy doesn't even flinch. He's still riding, eyes glowing red with power. This dude is straight up a monster. A seasoned warrior acknowledges our boy's skill, admitting these experts are the real deal. But our boy isn't impressed. He's already planning to reach that level himself, no problem. Another commander notes there were plenty of chances to take out the squire, calling the enemy leadership foolish. A giant warrior comforts a young redhead, bracing him for what's coming. It's a sweet moment. Suddenly a mysterious figure appears, radiating intense energy, and our boy senses something's off. He can feel two different blade styles approaching. One upright, one swift, and it's putting him on edge. The first style is described proper, delicate, drawing enemies in for a clean defeat. Then there's the second, heavy, fierce, driving toward victory through sheer brute force, no finesse. And finally, a third style is revealed, bewitched, subtly controlling the blade and its wielder. Three masters are converging, and our boy is right in the middle. This is about to get wild. He's sensing both the swift and heavy blades at once. It's overloading his senses, but our boy is focused. The gentle blade style focuses on deflection, waiting for an opening. It's a patient, calculated approach. But the heavy blade, it's all about overpowering the enemy, straight up smashing through any defense. He realizes these styles are completely different, yet connected somehow. It's like they come from the same source. Our boy takes a breath, a determined look on his face. He's about to try and understand them both. Ah, he gets it. Even though the styles differ, they're all rooted in the same core principles. He's visualizing how the upright, heavy, swift, and gentle blades intersect. It's a complex web of energy. By understanding this intersection, he believes he can handle the sword like it's alive, breathing. His eyes glow with realization. This dude is unlocking something huge, a whole new level of swordsmanship. He grips his sword tighter, ready to test his new understanding. The battlefield is about to feel his power. He smirks, realizing something. This dude is playing a whole different game now. The madman squad charges forward, and honestly, it's a total power move. A grizzled veteran and a blonde fighter are also moving, determined to support him. Teamwork. They're all pushing forward, but it looks like they're facing serious resistance. Things are heating up. He smirks again, a little more intense this time. He's got a plan, and it's unfolding. The madman squad is roaring into action, and someone shouts to ensure he isn't interrupted. No distractions allowed. The blonde fighter is seriously focused, getting ready for a fight. He's a key player here. He's bracing himself, fully committed to whatever's coming next. This is where it all goes down. But even as they prepare, he declares that having a realization changes nothing. Cold, bro, cold. He stares straight ahead, eyes narrowed, and it's clear. He's ready to fight, no matter the cost. He stands defiant, surrounded by glowing circles. It's like a challenge, revealing how far he has to go. The view is insane, a sheer cliff face stretching up forever. No way this is easy. He's facing this impossible climb, but our boy isn't backing down, not even a little. The madman squad is charging into a swarm of enemies. It's total chaos, but they're holding their own. He's cutting through the enemy lines, a whirlwind of steel, straight up dominating, as usual. He's fighting like a man possessed, but he's also clenching his fist. Something's clearly bothering him. He grips harder, knuckles white. This dude is determined to push through whatever pain he's feeling. He declares he must see the view. It's not just about the fight, it's about reaching the top. He starts scaling the cliff, a desperate climb against impossible odds. It's a brutal ascent. He's hanging on by sheer willpower, hands digging into the rock. This is a fight for survival. He lets out a roar, swinging his sword and cleaving through the enemy. Total domination, but it's getting messy. He's scaling the cliff face, finding tiny handholds. It's a grueling climb, and honestly, terrifying. An enemy commander shouts orders to pursue and annihilate everyone. No mercy from these guys, wow. He's pushing through the pain, determined to reach the summit. This dude is a machine, straight up. This dude straight up asks our boy what he needs with so much money, and it's kinda sus. Our boy reveals he's planning to take the promotion test, which is a big deal. But apparently, everyone thought he wasn't interested in getting promoted. Talk about a surprise! He insists he can't stay at the base grade, and honestly, we love to see the ambition. The other guy seems a little shocked, but accepts it, figuring our boy is finally stepping up. Our boy declares he needs to prepare for the wagers, which sounds risky but also kinda cool. We get a quick info dump that this world has a ranking system for soldiers, boosting morale and stuff. It's zenith, high, middle, low, and base. A clear ladder to climb, and our boy wants to reach the top. He's overlooking a whole bunch of soldiers training, getting ready for something. The promotion test involves sparring with 3 soldiers of a higher rank. No pressure, right? Someone's betting big on our boy taking on the squad leader. It's wild. Apparently, everyone thinks this dude is a total pushover, but someone's putting their money where their mouth is. A former mercenary is stepping up, and he's already trash-talking our boy, saying he'll go easy. The crowd is egging him on, telling him not to stop just because our boy cries. Harsh! We learn this mercenary is seriously skilled, one of the best in the middle ranks, and everyone expects an easy win. But hold up, someone actually bet on our boy. No way, that's insane! Our boy's checking out the coins, and it's a surprisingly hefty sum, proving someone believes in him. He walks toward the arena, thinking this fight won't be dangerous, which is usually when things go wrong. He knows he only has one chance, and he's bracing himself for a major challenge, despite his lack of skill. Our boy is straight up admitting his skills are laughable, but he's determined to give it his all anyway. Our boy is all in, declaring he'll fight like it's his last moment, which, honestly, it kinda is. The mercenary charges, yelling, and it's straight up terrifying. This dude is fast. He remembers a deflection skill from a past life, hoping to use it to create an opening, but it's a long shot. The swords clash, and the force sends the mercenary flying backwards with a massive sea-lang. No way. The sword goes flying through the air, and the mercenary screams about his fingers. The mercenary is down, clutching his hand, and our boy is standing there, shocked at what just happened. He's staring intensely, and you can tell this victory is way more than just luck. Something's changed. The crowd is going wild, and someone just shouted that our boy is a monster. But is he? Our boy is processing what happened, realizing he actually pulled it off, and it's a huge moment. He's got a determined look on his face, like this is just the beginning. And we are HR for it. He's reeling, questioning why the mercenary is so weak. Did he seriously underestimate our boy? But wait, he's immediately wondering if battles always end this quickly, like something's off. A red-haired soldier is freaking out, yelling that the misfit squad leader actually won. This dude is begging everyone to have more faith in their leader. It's a total 180 from earlier. Our boy is focused, declaring a middle-ranking soldier shouldn't be a tough opponent. He's already planning ahead, confident he can handle the next fight, and honestly, we love to see it. He's thinking back to the fight, but this dude is straight up analyzing everything. He's recalling the deflection skill again, realizing he needs to master it for future battles. He's practicing the skill, honing it, and it's clear this win isn't just luck. He's learning fast. Our boy is determined to get stronger, and he's already anticipating the next challenge. Bring it on! The mercenary shouts that he'll fight our boy, and straight up tries to distract him by waving his spear around. Our boy analyzes the move, immediately spotting the distraction attempt. This dude is seriously thinking ahead. The mercenary suddenly swings his spear, but our boy is already anticipating it, deflecting with insane speed. The spear flies off course, and our boy is left wondering what the heck just happened. Was that a trick? The mercenary doesn't hesitate, following up with a lightning-fast attack using the handle of his spear. No way! Our boy barely manages to block, but the force sends him stumbling back. That was close! He's wondering if this is another trick, if the mercenary will keep attacking with the handle. It's a relentless assault. The mercenary roars, unleashing another furious strike with the spear handle. This guy is determined. But our boy isn't backing down. He's focused, analyzing the attack, and preparing his counter. He's thinking fast, realizing the mercenary is predictable, and he's about to turn the tables. He sends the mercenary flying with a powerful strike. Oof, that looked like it hurt. And just like that, our boy wins as again. The crowd is stunned, honestly. People are murmuring, clearly shocked that someone so new could beat a seasoned mercenary. He declares 2 wins aren't a fluke, and you know what? He's absolutely right. Everyone's whispering, asking who's brave or foolish enough to face him next. The crowd is getting bigger, but some are already admitting it would be humiliating to lose. A lieutenant scoffs, saying they were insulting him moments ago, but now they fear him. Someone points out the lieutenant was the biggest insulter, but he denies ever looking down on our boy. He reveals he's been training relentlessly since his last defeat. This dude is serious. He challenges our boy to a rematch, but everyone freezes. What is happening? This dude and his friend just plop down on a bench, looking all serious and brooding. But wait, the lieutenant is straight up launching himself at our boy. No warning, just bam! No way, he's got him in a chokehold, and our boy looks genuinely surprised, like, huh? Who? And honestly, this dude had it coming. A third mercenary jumps in, and it's a full-on brawl. Ankrid, the squad leader, challenges our boy to a spar, straight up wants to test his skills. The older knight accepts, grinning, and everyone around them starts murmuring. They know this isn't a friendly match. Ankrid's hand tightens into a fist, and you can tell he's not messing around. This dude is serious. The entire training ground is packed with soldiers watching as the 2 fighters prepare. Tension is building fast. More soldiers fill the stands, the murmuring grows louder. Everyone is clearly skeptical about this fight. We get a look at another knight, looking concerned, while a hulking figure stands nearby, arms crossed. Our boy's face is unreadable, like he's calculating everything, but he seems calm, which is weird. Suddenly, he draws his sword, the blade gleaming, and declares he's ready to face a strong rival. He admits he's curious what will happen against someone this skilled, but he's not intimidated. No way! But as he says this, his eyes glow, and you can tell he's about to unleash everything he's learned through all those resets. Ankrid's men start yelling encouragement, telling our boy not to let Ankrid intimidate him. They're hyped. They demand he show Ankrid what he's capable of, shouting for the real heroes to make their presence known. Ankrid's got a fire in his eyes now. He's ready to go all out. It's about to get intense. And then, our boy moves, a blur of steel, launching a lightning-fast attack at Ankrid. Ankrid barely manages to block the initial strike, but the force of it sends him staggering back. He's clearly surprised. Our boy is straight up faster and stronger than he expected. No way! The crowd is going wild, soldiers cheering and raising their fists, completely blown away by this turn of events. Ankrid recovers and prepares to counter, his own sword flashing, but our boy isn't slowing down for a second. He keeps attacking relentlessly, pushing Ankrid back with each swing, and the older knight is starting to struggle. Our boy declares it is high time, and unleashes another devastating blow. This dude is about to show everyone what he's made of. Ankrid's attack comes at our boy, but he dodges with insane focus and minimal movement. It's smooth. Ankrid is genuinely surprised, admitting our boy has surprised him. With that skill, wow. He swings again, a powerful arc, but our boy meets the blow head on, swords locking in a clash. The force of the impact sends Ankrid reeling, stumbling back. This dude is getting pushed around. Our boy doesn't let up, pressing the attack, and Ankrid struggles to keep up with the relentless onslaught. He declares this is where Ankrid falls and launches a final, devastating strike. No holding back. Ankrid tries to defend, but our boy's speed is too much. The sword slices through his guard. The blade connects, and Ankrid goes flying, sent crashing through the air. It's brutal, honestly. He slams into the ground, defeated, while our boy stands victorious. A clean sweep. No way! The crowd erupts, completely stunned by what they've just witnessed. This dude just took down a legend. Encred tries to get up, but our boy doesn't give him the chance, swinging his sword down again. He aims for a finishing blow, and Encred desperately raises his blade to defend. It's a risky move. But the swords clash and our boy's blade shatters Encred's. No way, he broke it? Encred is stunned, staring at the broken pieces, while our boy presses his attack. Relentless? He sweeps his leg, tripping Encred, who goes down hard and honestly. This dude had it coming. Our boy stands over him, sword pointed down, ready to end it, but Encred spits blood and glares up. He's furious, declaring our boy will regret this. But bro is seriously outmatched at this point. Our boy doesn't respond to the threats, simply bringing his sword down. It's over for Encred. He delivers the final strike, and Encred collapses, defeated, finally succumbing to the loss. Our boy stands alone, breathing heavily, victorious but clearly shaken by the brutal fight. Wow. Our boy is suddenly grabbed from behind, completely blindsided. What even is happening? He gets whacked hard, sent flying backward, and straight up. It looks painful. This huge, armored dude crashes down, yelling "Oof," and it's clear our boy just took him by surprise. The armored guy is airborne with a sword aimed down at our boy. This is not good. Our boy barely dodges the blade, but the attack still tears his clothes. So close. He tries to counter, landing a punch, but it barely phases the armored opponent. This dude is tanky. The armored knight swings again, and our boy is forced to block. The force is insane. But the sword breaks through, cutting into his arm, and ouch, that looks serious. The armored knight stares down with a grim expression, and honestly, he's terrifying. Our boy grits his teeth, injured but determined. He's not going down without a fight. The armored knight yells enough, and stops the other knight from finishing our boy off. Wait, what? He demands to know if the attacker would kill his own ally, and it's clear this dude is in charge. Our boy looks stunned, clearly not expecting a save, and honestly, we're right there with him. Another knight steps forward, sword raised, but the armored guy just sighs. This is getting messy. The armored knight throws back his head, looking defeated, and it's a total mood. He's exhausted. He's stripped down to the waist, showing off some serious muscle, and a few other knights gather around. One of the knights says they were saved by fortune, and we're wondering if that's true or just luck. The armored knight turns back to our boy, furious, and asks why he is such a bloodlust. Ouch, harsh. Our boy stammers out a response, but it's cut short, and honestly, we need to know what he's saying. But the armored knight doesn't even let him finish. This dude is straight up intimidating. The armored knight, Frontier Garrison Platoon Leader Torres, apparently, takes a step forward, and it's like the world slows down. He's moving fast, bro, and he's grabbing our boy, pulling him to safety before anyone can react. Torres assesses our boy, and he's got a serious look, like he's trying to figure out what this dude is even doing here. He's all smiles now, though, and honestly, it's a little unsettling after all that intensity. Okay, so this episode starts with a warning. Things are about to get violent, apparently. Our boy is having a nightmare, straight up reliving the battle, and he's furious about it. He wakes up shivering, already plotting revenge with his axe, but then the corporal yells for a heated stone. Everyone thinks the corporal's become a total slacker since the fight, just laying around all day. This dude tries to get the corporal up, asking him to train, but he's clearly out of it. The corporal finally agrees to trains after his duty, but the other guy is not having it. He grabs him. Things escalate quickly, with one guy threatening to kill the other. It's intense. The corporal is begging him to let go, but this dude is ripped and not backing down. The corporal finally breaks free, promising to train when he returns from duty. But someone is still yelling about the stone, and our boy just walks off, ignoring everyone. The market is bustling, everyone hawking goods and going about their day. It's pretty lively. Our boy overhears chatter about hot bread, but then realizes soldiers are patrolling, keeping the peace. He's greeted by Jack and Bo, two guys from his reconnaissance team, and they're on duty today. Bo points out that they're on duty with him, and our boy immediately recognizes the names. Something's clicking. Jack and Bo were on the recon team, but their names feel familiar, like he's met them before. But how? They mention working with the famed Curse Cleaver, and our boy is like, oh, this is an honor, but he's clearly suspicious. The group starts walking, and Bo casually drops that he heard about our boy's high rank, and wants a spar later. Our boy accepts the challenge, but Bo's smile is kinda creepy, if we're being honest. Suddenly, a gust of wind whips through, and a huge awning comes crashing down. No way, it's all happening so fast, and now our boy has to react, but to what? Our boy wonders why people are pushing him, insisting he's not blocking the wind. It's a weird start. He hears someone yelling about wares and starts walking, but immediately stumbles and limps. Ouch! He tries to keep walking, but straight up collapses, and someone rushes to help, asking if he's okay. Before anyone can react, a sword swings down aimed right at our boy. No way, this is happening so fast! He manages to raise his arm to block, but the blade still cuts through, and he's left clutching his wounded forearm. His eyes glow blue with that familiar power, and he's clearly enraged. This dude is not messing around. The attacker's face is obscured, but you can tell they're shocked he even managed to block the strike. Our boy is injured, but he's not backing down. He's ready for a rematch, and honestly, we're here for it. The attacker swings again, and our boy dodges, but he's clearly struggling, and the wound is slowing him down. He grits his teeth, determined to fight, and the scene flashes back to the start of the day. Here we go again. He coughs up blood, eyes blazing, and tries to grab at his attacker, but it's a struggle. 3 cloaked figures surround him, and one of them scolds him for drinking so early. Seriously. But someone points out that people are hustling, hiding something from view, and our boy senses something's off. A hooded figure emerges from the crowd, and they ask if he's been targeted. This is getting intense. We get a glimpse of a sinister grin under another hood, and someone declares the suitors never give up. Our boy realizes the attacker must be a half-elf assassin sent from Asvan, seeking revenge for his sorcery interference. He clutches his arm, remembering the attack, and starts strategizing. This dude is focused. Suddenly, a blade flies through the air and impales the attacker, splattering blood everywhere. Whoa, what just happened? The scene cuts to black, and honestly, this is a cliffhanger of epic proportions. The mission is complete, and they're heading back, but Lawton seems off. He's totally hiding something. Someone reveals the reconnaissance team took a beating, claiming it was from a curse, but our boy isn't buying it. He overhears Jack and Bo talking about the injured soldiers, and straight up accuses them of collaborating with Asfen. Suddenly, someone shoves our boy and he staggers forward. What the heck is going on? He collapses, and we get a close-up of his face. He's clearly been poisoned or something. No way! They're attacking 4-1, and someone gets knocked to the ground with a resounding thud. A guard looks up, confused, but things escalate quickly. This is a full-blown ambush? Another guard gasps in shock, and it's clear this dude didn't see it coming at all. However, someone is already moving to help, and hopefully, our boy can pull through this. But it looks like the situation is spiraling out of control, and honestly, this is a mess. Our boy's getting pummeled, but he's pushing through. He wants to start the day strong, no matter what. He's demanding they tell him what's going on, but someone yells at him to get a heated stone on his way back. This dude straight up throws a bucket of water at someone. Talk about a cold awakening. Someone's getting wrecked, muscles bulging, and honestly, it looks like a brutal fight. Another guy is getting absolutely demolished, and this ambush is escalating fast. He's taking a beating, but he's still trying to figure out what's happening. This is intense. Someone yells, "Audine!" And it's clear things are spiraling out of control, but our boy isn't backing down. Another splash of water, and now someone else is getting roughed up. This is a chaotic mess. This dude's ripped and taking a beating, but he's still standing. What a tank. Someone's looking down, smirking, and it's clear they're enjoying this. Talk about a villainous vibe. Someone explains empty-handed training is essential in this freezing weather, and it'll let him handle anything. Our boy doesn't hesitate. He straight up demands they teach him, no questions asked. He's so intense, so determined, and honestly, it's kinda intimidating. He's laying it all on the line, begging for this training, and it's clear he's serious about getting stronger. Okay, so this episode starts with a warning. It's gonna be brutal, folks. Our boy is straight up facing some serious violence. The half-elf assassin is a menace, stabbing people up close then throwing knives from afar, a real combo threat. But our knight, he's figuring out the assassin's pattern, realizing it's actually pretty predictable, which is good because his hands are trembling, and he's clearly getting wrecked. Like seriously, he's feeling every hit. Some dude yells dead, and accuses him of threatening his brother. But honestly, our knight is just trying to survive. He's falling apart, straight up telling them he's dying. It's not a good look, but can you blame him? They think he's doing torture endurance training, which is a misunderstanding, to say the least. Another dude bursts in, ready to help with flexibility training, and it looks like our knight is about to get stretched. This corporal insists he needs to help with flexibility training, but it's looking more like torture. No way, this is okay. And the best part, the corporal's about to start, but he's talking smack, like this is a good thing for our boy. He's desperately trying to block the throwing knives, but they're slicing right through his armor. This dude realizes these aren't normal knives. They're way sharper and faster than anything he's seen before. A knife scratches his arm, and he's immediately like, wait a minute. He spots the strange symbol on the blade. It's a whistle dagger, and that name sends chills down his spine. He asks if that's what this throwing knife is called, and a woman confirms it. Apparently, they're infamous. She explains the name comes from the whistling sound they make as they fly, and honestly, that's terrifying. She warns him if you meet someone skilled with these, you're dead before you even realize it. No pressure, right? We get a close-up of the red-haired guy, and he's looking right at our boy with a serious expression. Then a shot of the other knight, looking up at him, and he's clearly starting to piece things together. This dude is realizing something's seriously wrong, and the tension is building. This is gonna be good. Our boy is getting jumped. This blonde dude straight up grabs him out of nowhere. He tries to fight back, landing a solid hit, but the blonde guy doesn't even flinch. Whoosh! The blonde guy sends him flying with a powerful swing. Ouch, that looked rough. The blonde guy is closing in fast, looking seriously angry. Our boy is in trouble now. He grabs for a sword, but it's too late. The blonde guy's got him pinned. This dude pulls a knife, and our boy realizes he's about to get stabbed. No time to react. The knife comes down in a flash, and our boy manages to twist away, but it still cuts him. He's bleeding, but he's fighting back, trying to disarm the guy. This is a brutal brawl. Another swing, another cut. This blonde dude is relentless, and our boy is getting overwhelmed. He manages to create some distance, but the blonde guy is still coming. This fight is far from over. Our boy is choking the blonde dude out, but he's still getting sliced up. This is intense. Someone nearby is yelling about murder as they witness the fight. Total chaos erupts. The hooded figure is just casually stepping over fallen bodies, straight up sacrificing his own allies. Everyone is shocked he'd betray his team, questioning if he even understands camaraderie. What a jerk. The hooded figure approaches our boy, looking pleased, and says he's impressed with the effort. Creepy. Our boy, still reeling, realizes the blonde is a relentless hunter. This dude never gives up on his prey. The hooded figure gives a menacing smile. No way, this is a good sign. He's impressed with our boy, but this feels less like praise and more like anticipation. Our boy is seriously hurt, but he's determined to keep fighting. He's not going down without a struggle. The hooded figure's grin widens. He's enjoying this way too much, and it's terrifying. The hooded figure presses down on our boy, and honestly, it looks brutal. Someone shouts that this is real, that they underestimated him. Clearly, everyone's realizing the danger. Blight, the hooded figure straight up smashes the blonde dude, and it's messy. Blood sprays everywhere as the hooded figure finishes the job. No holding back at all. Our boy's bleeding, but he's still glaring at the hooded figure, a creepy smile forming on his face. Suddenly a voice booms, saying they see him enjoying himself. This is getting seriously unsettling. The hooded figure tosses a lantern into the water with a SPLAZH, then tells our boy to laugh while he can. He continues, saying for every bit of joy our boy feels, he will despair just as much. Talk about a threat. The lantern hangs in the darkness, illuminating nothing but dread. This dude is a master of psychological warfare. Our boy lies there, wounded and silent, but what's he thinking? It's a total cliffhanger. Okay, so our boy demands to know about the whistle dagger from this Saxon guy. He's not messing around. Saxon is totally thrown, like, what the? But then he tries to play it cool, offering to beat around the bush instead. Our boy isn't falling for it. He presses Saxon, demanding details, and honestly, good for him. Saxon explains the dagger is made of thin, stacked blades. It's a seriously intricate weapon, no doubt. And here's the kicker, it makes a unique whistling sound when thrown, earning it the nickname, the dagger that is only heard. The art shows the dagger itself, and it looks deadly, super thin, almost invisible. This is bad news. Saxon says you can't see it coming, which means dodging is impossible. Our boy is like, challenge accepted. Saxon straight up tells him he can't see it, but our boy insists he could, if he really wanted to. Saxon looks skeptical, but then our boy is like, absolutely, and Saxon's expression changes. He's intrigued. Saxon stares intensely, and you can tell he's starting to realize just how serious our boy is. This is gonna be good. Saxon is losing it, questioning how our boy even hears the dagger being thrown. It's a valid point, honestly. He argues there's no point in seeing a dagger as after it's already in flight, but our boy is like, nah, I'm about the preemptive strike. Our boy insists he wants to see the 5-hand movements, the tell. He's not interested in reacting to what's already happened. Saxon realizes our boy believes the dagger's destination is already decided, and it's unsettling how right he is. Okay, so our boy is getting ambushed by a bunch of suitors. They're seriously relentless, stepping up to challenge him. One of the suitors looks straight up terrified as he sees who's coming for him, like he knows what's about to happen. This dude confidently asks how they know about the suitors, flashing a creepy smile. He's definitely hiding something. He casually says they'll meet again, which is ominous as heck, and honestly, a little bit cocky. But our boy isn't scared. He declares those daggers won't even scratch him. Talk about a power move. He's moving fast, trying to get away from the ambush as quickly as possible. But it's a trap. And bam, the suitors strike, stabbing at him with their weapons. It's a total free for all. One of the suitors gets a stab right in the chest, letting out a painful yell as he falls back. Our boy is dodging and weaving, fighting back, but it's a desperate struggle against overwhelming odds. He's clearly getting overwhelmed, but you know what that means. Another reset, another chance to get stronger. He's declaring he's not just some dreamer anymore, straight up leveling up his mindset. But a hooded figure appears and honestly, it's giving major villain vibes. Our boy's launching forward, sword swinging. It's a super fast attack. He's making a move to grab something, determined to take what he wants through his own strength. The sword swings again, and this dude is moving like a blur. It's intense. Whoosh, the blade flies, and it looks like it's heading right for the hooded figure. He stabs, and the hooded figure reacts, but is it too late? Another swing, another flash of the blade. This fight is relentless. The hooded figure warns him something is coming, but our boy doesn't have time to react. No way. The sword is coming straight for him. This could be it. Another reset incoming. He throws the blade, and it actually connects, but the hooded figure anticipates it, twisting to avoid the worst. No, the figure is injured, yelling out, but still manages to react, seemingly unfazed by the attack. Another blade flies, this time aimed at our boy, and it's moving fast. He barely has time to brace. He tries to dodge, but the weapon finds its mark, stabbing him right in the shoulder. Ouch! He stumbles, falling to the ground, but he's already analyzing the fight, realizing the figure can adjust their throws. Coughing up blood, he clutches the wound, but he's not down yet. This dude is determined to get these weapons. The hooded figure attacks again, splattering blood across our boy's face. It's brutal, but he's still fighting back. He's reeling, but his eyes are locked on the weapons, declaring them incredible and saying he wants them. He's reaching for the weapons, ignoring the pain, and honestly, it's a power move. He grabs the weapons, and the hooded figure is clearly shocked. This is going to be good. He swings his sword, and it's a clean slice, but the hooded figure is faster, dodging with impossible speed. Someone yells at the corporal, questioning what he's doing, but he's completely focused on the fight. Our boy's blade connects with the figure's arm, and it actually cuts through. No way, this is intense. The figure is sent flying, but he's grinning. Is this dude enjoying the fight, or is something else going on? He's wrapping a strange rope around his hand, preparing for something big, and honestly, it looks dangerous. The figure's arm gets sliced clean off, and it's brutal, but our boy doesn't even flinch. Cold-blooded. The other fighter is furious, glaring at him, but our boy just stands there, totally unfazed by the carnage. He's standing with another fighter, but they're both looking at a calendar. Today is the 8th today, which is kinda creepy. Someone in a dark cloak is rushing towards them, moving so fast it creates a wind vortex. Here we go again. The cloaked figure is blown away by the wind, and it's a full-on explosion of force. This is getting wild. He's leaping toward the cloaked figure, sword raised, and it's the 9th day of this crazy loop. The hooded figure blocks the attack, and it's a clash of steel. This is getting intense, but he's unfazed. He shouts at the figure, calling him a fool, and honestly, the confidence is kinda scary. The figure's blade sweeps forward, a whirlwind of silver, but our boy barely dodges. That was close. He's on the rooftop now, looking down and realizes why the hooded figure was up there. It's a setup. The figure attacks again, and this time, he lands a hit. It's a clean stab, and our boy goes down. But, as always, it's not over. He's already resetting, preparing for another run, and he's determined. He's back at the start, seeing the cloaked figure approach, and it's clear he needs a new strategy. He's moving faster, anticipating the attack, and he's ready to fight. This time, he won't fall for the same trick. The figure lunges, sword flashing, and our boy deflects with precision. No way, this is a total reversal. He's falling, straight up plummeting from the rooftop, But this dude is surprisingly calm. Close up on his eyes. They're a crazy red, and he's totally focused, analyzing everything. Cut to another guy, looking seriously worried, and it's clear he's watching the whole thing unfold. Our boy leans forward, and declares he's had enough. The confidence is unreal. He casually throws a knife, and the other guy is shocked. Like, how did he even learn to do that? The answer: he learned it by watching the other guy throw knives. This dude is a straight-up copycat? Everyone is stunned, thinking he picked this up just by observing. Is he a genius or what? He's now asking if the other guy knows the blade conductor technique, and it's a total power move. The other guy stares back, and honestly, his expression is a little intimidating. Another close-up, and this time it's the other guy. He's definitely not messing around, and the tension is building. The other guy explains the knife technique was originally too hard to control, so he modified it into the whistle dagger. He reveals the technique has a long history, but our boy is stunned. He's never heard of it. Can that be right? But hold up. The other guy says our boy's stance is perfect for throwing these whistle daggers. No way. And it clicks. Our boy has been subconsciously mimicking the technique, learning just by watching. This dude is a prodigy. Our boy is seriously focused, sword drawn, clearly ready for a fight. But he's getting ambushed. This hooded figure just shows up, demanding to know who our knight is, like he wasn't the one creeping up. Whoa, this dude is fast, throwing knives straight at the knight's arm. A nasty cut. Another knife flies, and it's a direct hit, slicing right through his armor. No way. But our knight isn't going down without a fight. He's grinning like he anticipated this all along. He's got a whole arsenal strapped to his belt, and he's not afraid to use it. That's for sure. The title card drops, letting us know this is the Knight Only Lives Today, and it's a wild ride. The hooded figure is boasting about having 2 knives, then mocks our knight for only having 1. Our knight just laughs it off, telling him he's crazy to joke around at a time like this. This dude straight up thinks he's untouchable, and honestly, I'm here for the chaos. Our knight declares they'll have to wait until the very end to see who wins. Total confidence? He's analyzing the hooded figure's movements, planning to dodge those incoming daggers. This dude is serious. He's got a proactive eye, determined to defeat his opponent, and it's honestly kinda intimidating. The hooded figure launches forward, and our knight's eyes widen, realizing there are TWO daggers coming at him. One dagger flies, and our knight swiftly deflects it, but another is speeding toward him. It's so fast! He dodges the second dagger, but it still manages to graze his cheek, leaving a cut. Ouch, that looked painful. The hooded figure is sent flying backwards, surprised by our knight's speed. But he's already recovering. Our knight pushes forward, attacking with a flurry of strikes. This fight is escalating quickly. The hooded figure attempts to block, but our knight's attacks are relentless, forcing him to retreat. The hooded figure crashes into something, and our knight keeps the pressure on. This dude is getting wrecked. The hooded figure's grin widens as he launches another attack. This dude is seriously enjoying this. Our knight's reflexes are insane, dodging the blade with a quick step, but it still nicks his arm. He tries to counter, slashing with his sword, but the hooded figure deflects it with ease. This guy is good. The hooded figure mocks him, calling him treacherous, and launches another rapid assault. Talk about a smack talker. Our knight spins, blocking the attack, and manages a counter hit, forcing the hooded figure back. Touche! The hooded figure's face contorts in pain as he stumbles, but he's not down yet. He's still fighting? He tries to regain his footing, but our knight is relentless, pressing the attack with a furious combo. The hooded figure's sword clashes against our knight's, creating sparks. This is an intense duel. Our knight deflects another strike, then quickly disarms his opponent. No way, he just took his sword. He stands victorious, sword at the ready, while the hooded figure looks stunned. Our boy just dominated. Whoa, the hooded figure is moving fast, like, seriously blurring with speed. He's analyzing our knight's stance, thinking it's unusual, and questioning what kind of attack is coming. Our knight launches forward, but the hooded figure is already anticipating another move. He's ready. The hooded figure attempts to block, but our knight's speed is overwhelming, forcing him to scramble. He's thinking he needs to learn a new attack, but our boy isn't giving him time to breathe. Our knight just keeps pressing the attack, relentless and focused, ignoring the hooded figure's desperation. He declares he'll overcome this, no matter what. Talk about determination. This dude is a machine. A quick glimpse of our knight's focused face. He's locked in, eyes narrowed and ready for anything. The hooded figure is reeling, his cloak flying, and he's clearly struggling to keep up. It's over for him. Our knight is closing in for the final blow, sword raised high. This is gonna be epic. He declares this is the end and unleashes a final, devastating blow. It looks like a finishing move. Seek, the sword connects, and honestly, this dude had it coming after all that talk. Our knight's eyes widen, his expression shifting to something feral, as he follows through with the attack. The hooded figure is completely overwhelmed, reeling back from the force of the strike. It's brutal. He gasps for air, stumbling backwards, clearly in shock from the sheer power of that attack. Light, a sickening sound echoes as the blade finds its mark and things get seriously messy. The hooded figure collapses, defeated, and our knight stands over him, breathing heavily. He lays down a deadline, 10 days, giving someone a chance to fix things or else. Our knight turns, a determined look on his face, and starts walking away. He's not messing around. A close-up reveals a hint of exhaustion in his eyes, but mostly pure, unwavering resolve. He's standing over the fallen assassin, sword still raised, but his expression is unsettling, like he's enjoying this way too much. He straight up says, "What thrilling bliss. Bro is a little too into this whole killing thing, honestly." We get a closer look at the fallen assassin, sprawled out and looking defeated. It's not a pretty sight. Our knight turns, face stoic, and someone calls out, asking if he was nearly assassinated. Talk about bad timing. They ask if he left the patrol area knowingly, but he claims it was all just a coincidence. Yeah, right. A full shot reveals the extent of his gear. He's loaded with blades and still looking kinda intense. A super close-up on his eye, it's cold, calculating, and honestly, a little scary. The scene cuts to someone else, looking worried. They're clearly concerned about our knight. They're discussing the situation, wondering if the assassin was sent by someone powerful. It's getting serious. Our knight is back, looking as unbothered as ever. This dude is a machine, I swear. Okay, so someone asks our knight why he's suddenly chasing a thieves guild, and honestly, it's a valid question. Turns out they're after the Gilpin Guild, and the guys are wondering if someone finally spilled the beans on them. This dude straight up says they didn't get any intel, but they're going after the guild right now. No hesitation. He tells Saxon to wait at the inn while he scouts out the Gilpin Guild's location, making him the lead on this mission. And the kicker, he's going to find them, by any means necessary, which is kinda terrifying, honestly. He's giving off serious vibes, like this isn't just a mission, but a personal vendetta. Things are about to get intense. Saxon confirms he understands the order, and bro looks super determined, which is a little unsettling. We get a close-up of Saxon, and his expression is all business. This isn't a request, it's a command. Our knight is laser-focused, and you can see the resolve in his eyes, but also a hint of darkness. The snow is falling, the air is cold, and this dude is about to go full-on vigilante mode. No way this ends well. Everyone's eating, but our knight is questioning if the Gilpin Guild is actually innocent, which is a big if. He straight up says he'll wipe them out if they're guilty, and it's kinda terrifying how quickly he jumps to that conclusion. He asks Lisa for a moment, then whispers something to Saxon, and Saxon looks concerned. Saxon is taking a long time to report back, and the others are starting to get antsy, which is fair. They're saying starting a search with no leads is no easy task, but honestly, this dude doesn't seem to care. He's starting to feel bad about sending Saxon on this mission, but only starting to, which is something. He wonders if he gave Saxon an irresponsible order, and honestly, the answer is probably yes. But then, he's suddenly running through the snowy village, looking determined, and kinda unhinged. He's barreling through the snow, cape flapping, and you can see the intensity in his eyes. This is happening fast. Close up of his face, and bro is serious. Like, this isn't a mission anymore, it's a full-blown obsession. He's found out where the Gilpin Guild is hiding, and his expression is intensy, like he's about to unleash chaos. Back inside, Craze is explaining Lisa's backstory. Her dad's a cobbler and she dreams of owning an inn, which is cute. But some random guy is being creepy, saying all beautiful women are future clients, and honestly, this dude had it coming. Suddenly, the floorboards creak, and our boy is already sprinting towards the sound, leaving everyone behind. He bursts into a room, and it's empty except for a lone figure, looking shocked he's there. He throws a piece of bread at the guy like, "Here, eat," but the other man refuses, looking defiant. Our knight doesn't have time for games though. He's telling this guy they're leaving Esh now, no questions asked. The other man is clearly annoyed, but our boy is all business, practically dragging him out of there. Close up on our knight's face, and you can tell he's not messing around. He's determined to get answers. He's got a serious look on his face, and honestly, something tells us this isn't going to be a friendly conversation. He's insisting they need to be cautious, but the guy he rescued is already complaining about the cold. Our knight is fed up. He says they've been cautious enough, and immediately starts moving forward. He takes the first step into the snow, and the rest of the group follows right behind him. The rescued man is not thrilled about being outside, whining about preferring the inn. Suddenly, a hooded figure appears, drawing a blade, and things are about to get real intense. The assassin lunges, but our knight is faster, shifting into action with incredible speed. He's already striking, blade meeting blade in a flurry of motion. This is insane! The fight is chaotic and brutal, a whirlwind of snow and steel as they clash. Our knight manages to disarm the attacker, sending his weapon flying into the snow. He's got the assassin pinned, demanding to know who sent him. No way this is random. Whoa, the assassin just swings, and our knight takes a direct hit, straight to the face. He's down, but the assassin isn't stopping, raising his axe for another swing. Brutal. But wait, someone else jumps in, intercepting the blow and saving our boy. A new ally! The rescuer is seriously hurt though, and our knight is demanding answers, asking if they're connected. The injured man confirms it. They're from Gilpin, and these guys were the guards protecting their hideout. They're heading to the hideout, and the wounded man points the way. But the door is locked solid. The knight's brother steps up, saying he'll handle it. Apparently, he's a master of forceful entry. And honestly, this dude doesn't knock, he just straight up destroys the door with a single blow. He's making a statement, flexing his arm. This is a warning to whoever's inside. Talk about intimidation. This dude is ready for whatever's behind that door. This dude is immediately launching into action, just bursting through the door. No time for pleasantries. He's stepping inside, completely ignoring the broken door, and the guys inside look seriously surprised. One of the men asks if that's the squad leader, but the brother is already making it clear. Talk comes later. Our knight's brother declares force comes first, and honestly, we're here for it. He's taking assertive steps, clearly sending a message. This isn't a negotiation. But the injured man is worried. Apparently, the assassination they tried to pull off failed. He's admitting they were supposed to take someone out, and it's a bad look for everyone involved. The brother doesn't care about reports, though. He's focused on finding whoever sent them. The injured man is spilling the beans, saying Gilpin sent them, and they were guarding a hideout. Now they're heading straight for that hideout, and our knight's brother is not messing around. The brother is dismissing the idea of reinforcements, straight up not worried about a few extra guys. But his confidence is immediately tested. A sword is coming down on him, and it's fast. He's dodging, narrowly avoiding the blade, and now it's a flurry of attacks from all sides. Our boy's brother is holding his own, deflecting blows, but there's a lot of them. This is intense. Okay, so this dude is facing off against a whole army, and he's laying down the law. This is his final offer. He demands they cross the line, straight up daring them to challenge him. It's a bold move. Our boy is all confidence, sword gleaming, ready to fight. He looks so intense right now. But a bunch of other knights are gathering behind him, looking kinda worried, like they know something he doesn't. He's thinking maybe he's going overboard, asking if they just want him to look heroic. The irony is real. Then, everything goes silent and Duom flashes across the screen. It's not a good sign, trust me. The other knights are surrounding him, and honestly, it's looking like a trap, a total setup. One of them straight up yells, "I surrender!" But it's way too late. Something's about to go down. And it does. A sword plunges toward another knight, and it's chaos, a full-blown ambush. No way. This dude thought he was the hero, but he walked right into a disaster, and it's all happening so fast. No way. One of the knights attacks, and it's a total bloodbath, a chaotic free for all. A sword slices through the air, aimed right at our boy, and he barely manages to react. He dodges, but the blade still catches him, a quick, brutal strike. Ouch, that's gotta hurt. He falls, and it's a tiachud, straight up echoing through the room, confirming the worst. The other knights are stunned, and one of them is shouting curses, clearly shaken up. But some of them are also admiring him. Seriously, they think he's heroic, even while he's down. One knight is even saying how dashing he looks. Talk about awkward timing, bro. Another one just mutters not bad, as if this is some kind of competition. And honestly, this dude just died, so the praise feels off. He's clearly resetting again, preparing for another round, ready to relive this whole mess. The remaining enemies straight up surrender, begging for their lives. It's a total reversal. They're pleading for mercy, but but one of our boy's allies wants to kill them all, no hesitation. But wait, these guys aren't just criminals, some are caring for sick mothers, seriously? The ally argues that doesn't excuse their crimes, and demands they be executed anyway. One of the kneeling men offers himself as sacrifice, begging them to spare the others. Wow, intense. Our boy looks surprised, clearly not expecting that level of desperation, and asks what's going on. Someone recognizes the man as Gilpin, the true leader of the guild. Plot twist. They ask if he was the one in charge all along, and it seems like the ally was totally clueless. No, he was just a pawn, and Gilpin was the real mastermind, pulling the strings from the shadows. This dude's about to uncover a whole new level of conspiracy, and honestly, we're here for it. Our boy is furious, realizing this Gilpin is even more vile than the other guild members. Gilpin tries to bargain, offering up the guild's treasure if they spare him. Total desperation move. But the ally isn't having it, screaming at Gilpin and getting ready to finish him off. Gilpin pleads for his life, begging them to just kill him and spare the others. Wow, intense. The ally is about to strike, but someone yells at him, accusing him of being heartless. The ally snaps back, saying he never realized our boy was such a merciless devil. The tension is real. Our boy is shocked, trying to figure out what's going on, and demands an explanation. Gilpin reveals the location of the guild's hidden safe, claiming it holds many treasures. However, it looks like our boy isn't interested in treasure. He's focused on something else entirely. This dude is about to make a major decision, and honestly, we have no idea what's coming next. Our boy kicks open the safe, scattering coins everywhere, straight up ignoring the gold. He tells his ally they don't need the key, and orders him to collect something instead. This dude finds some thermal leather, and is immediately obsessed with how toasty it is. Priorities. He's rummaging through the safe, and pulls out a really well-made cuirass. Quality stuff, apparently. The ally corporal is impressed by the cuirass, but our boy has a bigger plan brewing. He asks if they should take over the guild, and the ally looks extremely enthusiastic. The ally is grinning like a maniac, and honestly, it's a little unsettling. Our boy clarifies that he's a thief who doesn't kill, a surprisingly noble goal for a guild takeover. He's establishing his rules, and it's clear this isn't just about treasure, it's about control. But bro is still a thief, and he's about to turn this guild upside down. We're so ready. Our boy lays out his plan. Another guild in a month, but he'll be the figurehead, not really in charge. The ally is shocked, realizing our boy has been planning this whole time. This dude is several steps ahead. He wonders if the plan formed during their meal, and honestly, it sounds about right. Plotting over food is peak villainy. Our boy straight up accuses the ally of leaking info to the waitress, and the entire guild showed up because of it. He offers a monthly payment of krona if the ally plays along. Bribes are definitely part of this scheme. But it's not just about the money. He's after valuable information, and he makes it clear he doesn't care about krona itself. The ally surprisingly agrees. He's in, and it's a little unsettling how quickly he folded. Our boy declares they'll be sending the worst guild members to prison until they overhaul everything. And just like that, the deal is sealed. No way this is going to end well for anyone involved. However, it looks like this dude is already making big moves. The guild takeover is officially underway. Okay, so the old monk is spilling tea. Their leader was on Asven's payroll all along. Asven sends a Froggle FRO every spring and fall to check up on them, and things are about to change. But this young guild member is losing it, convinced Asven is a deranged beast who'll destroy them all. No need to panic, buddy. Our boy is already stepping in. This is gonna be good. Our boy is getting absolutely wrecked, calling himself pathetic after a tough fight. He admits he's trained like crazy with his sword, but realizes he has no clue how to fight without it. This dude discovers a major weakness. He's useless in unarmed combat, and it hits him hard. He's down on his knees, sword dropped, and straight up declares unarmed combat is his new enemy. But then, a ridiculously buff guy appears, and honestly, the size of this dude is insane. The muscle-bound opponent wins up for a punch, and our boy is bracing for impact. Boom! A massive explosion erupts as the punch connects, sending shockwaves everywhere. The force of the blow sends debris flying, and it looks brutal. No way he's surviving that. However, this dude is still standing, albeit battered and bruised, and he's pentangy for air. He's clearly exhausted, but determined, and it's clear he's ready to keep fighting, even after that hit. Someone is ripping out trees and the buff guy is losing it, but our boy claims he's figured out a training method. He calls it the isolation technique, and explains it involves extreme training and pain, apparently. The old man looks horrified, But this dude is already strapping massive stone weights to our boy. Our boy is immediately collapsing under the weight, but the buff guy just yells at him to get up. He's struggling so hard he's dropping gear, and honestly, it looks like this training is killing him. He's screaming he's dying, but the buff guy just says the key is to tear his muscles apart. The buff guy insists the more he tears his muscles apart, the stronger he'll become. This training is brutal, and it's clear our boy is pushing himself way beyond his limits. He's seriously suffering, but he's determined to endure this insane workout. This dude is straight up breaking his body, and the buff guy is just smiling. What is happening? The buff guy is straight up applying pressure to our boy's pressure points, and it looks painful. He's lecturing our boy, saying he'll regret not starting martial arts sooner and unlocking his body's potential. Our boy is grimacing, but he cuts the guy off, declaring he has no time for regrets, a total mood. He explains he's stuck reliving the first day if he doesn't push himself, and we get a full HBK of utter chaos. It's a glimpse of the disaster that keeps resetting him, but our boy is focused on the parson T. He tells the buff guy to skip the pep talk and just teach him, and honestly, we love the attitude. The buff guy is smirking, impressed. He says he's never seen our boy hold back, and that's a huge compliment. He's clearly impressed with our boy's determination, and it's a little unnerving, Engil. The buff guy is smirking again, and it's a bit creepy, but it means the training is about to begin. But seriously, this dude is a Makachayan. He's already back to enduring the torture with a determined glare. Okay, so the buff guy is laying down the law. Today our boy will crawl into the barracks, no questions asked. But wait, there's a purple panther watching this whole thing unfold, and it's giving our boy a pep talk. No way? The buff guy is piling heavy sacks onto the panther, and it looks like they're about to start some serial use training. Our boy is struggling under the weight, and the panther is pushing him forward. This is brutal, but he's not giving up. He's completely exhausted, sweat is pouring down, but he's determined to make it, and the panther is right there with him. He finally collapses, but the buff guy is already asking if people are bullying him at the base. What? The buff guy explains he hates seeing our boy getting beat up, and that he's just come from training, so this is payback. However, the buff guy is clearly testing our boy, pushing him to his absolute limit, and it's intense. Our boy is struggling to stand, but he's refusing to be coddled, and the panther seems super proud. And just like that, he's being dragged into the barracks. It's rough, but he made it, and the buff guy is watching. The buff guy demands a name for the panther, and honestly, it's a weird request. He suggests Stuve because she's warm, and the panther STR8H2P hisses at him. That's a no from her. The buff guy gets called out for his insensitive name suggestion, and it's rightfully abusive, according to the panther. He flops onto his bed, claiming he'll give it more time, but it's clear he's stalling. The panther jumps onto the bed and starts kneading on his chest. This is getting cozy. Our boy is completely out, eyes closed, and the panther is curled up right beside him. Close up on his peaceful face. He's finally asleep, and it's actually kind of sweet. But then, a glimpse of the panther's fur, and it's a whole mood. And finally, a shot of the starry night sky. It's a peaceful ending to a chaotic day. Purple flowers bloom under the stars. This dude's getting a lot of rest, but what's next? He wakes up confused amidst a field of glowing petals. What is going on? He's standing now, looking up at this massive, glowing structure, and he's totally bewildered. He asks if this is a dream, and it's a legit question because this place is unreal. Apparently, the boatman isn't around, and this place isn't for sulky guys. Ouch, harsh. Suddenly, a huge gust of wind whips through the petals. It's kind of beautiful, but also ominous. He looks up, and we get a close-up of his face. He's clearly processing something major. Another close-up, but this time it's his closed eyes. He's drifting off again, no way. He's falling and falling and falling. This dude is stuck in a loop. He lands back in the field of petals, and it's like nothing ever happened. He's waking up again, and honestly, this endless cycle is stressing me out. He's back, staring intensely with those piercing blue eyes. Something's definitely different about our boy. He whispers a name, Esther, and it's clear this isn't just a random loop anymore. There's a purpose now. We get a glimpse of another person, a woman with long dark hair, also looking haunted. Who is she? He says Esther again, almost pleading, and honestly, this is getting super emotional and mysterious. Okay, so our boy is in a straight-up brawl, and it's intense. Buildings are shaking from the force of the attacks. He's facing off against a monster, some kind of beast man, and this dude is hooey, like seriously massive. Our knight launches himself forward, attempting a surprise attack. He's aiming right for the beast's chest. He connects with the blow, sending the beast staggering back, but it barely seems to faze it, honestly. The monster retaliates with a swift counterattack, a lightning-fast strike aimed directly at our boy's face. He's dodging, weaving, trying to get out of the way, but the beast is relentless, pushing forward with another attack. Our knight tries to leap back, but the beast's claw catches his shoulder, ripping through his armor. Ouch! He's falling, tumbling through the air, and the beast is coming in for the finishing blow. It's not looking good! But wait, he's not going down without a fight. He manages to roll, narrowly avoiding the fatal strike. However, the beast brings its foot down with unbelievable force, slamming our boy into the ground. And it's game over. Okay, so the old master is laying down some serious wisdom. Strength and spacing are key, but agility is everything. He's demonstrating, cracking his knuckles and showing off some insane arm strength. But it's all about speed. Our boy is still slow as a tortoise, but the master says his body has definitely changed after all that training. He's getting fired up, straight up calling out his brother for giving up. This dude is not backing down. A month flies by, and the snow is starting to melt, hinting at spring. Things are changing fast, and no breaks. Our boy trains every single day, pushing himself to the absolute limit, no matter what. He's moving at lightning speed, a blur of motion, training in the snow. This dude is getting fast, seriously fast. Someone calls his attack splendid, and another says this is a real fight. Finally, some recognition. The master is grinning, clearly impressed with his progress. He's actually enjoying this fight. No way! He's unleashing a flurry of attacks, and the master is taking it all, looking completely thrilled. This is gonna be epic. The master lays down the law. Memorize the moves, repeat them until you're blue in the face. No excuses. Our boy is shocked, gasping at the sheer volume of work ahead, but he nods, accepting the challenge. He's pushing himself, training non-stop, and admits the sparring is good, but he needs real battles. He's visualizing the battlefield, clutching his swords, and honestly, we're getting major hero vibes. Then bam, he launches into action, a lightning-fast strike. This dude is seriously quick now. He's going all out, swinging his sword with incredible force, but the master deflects it easily. The master counters with a brutal kick aimed right at our boy's face. Ouch, that looks painful. Our boy is sent flying, crashing to the ground, but he's already getting up, determined to keep fighting. He's bracing for another attack, and the master comes at him again. This is a relentless training session. But our boy is ready, deflecting the blow with his sword. This dude is actually holding his own. Someone's yelling at them to spar outside. Apparently, they're kicking up too much dust inside. Suddenly, a huge panther purrs and swishes its tail. What is even happening right now? The panther's barreling toward the red-haired guy, and he's desperately trying to shield himself with a blanket. This dude is getting groped by someone, and he's questioning if they're hardworking or just greedy. Seriously. Someone's knocking at the door, interrupting the chaos, and the guy inside looks totally confused. A stern woman with incredible braids is standing there, looking down at someone. She's radiating authority. She's dismissing talk of snow and straight up delivering a new mission to this dude. He's to take on a request through the soldier mercenary program. Sounds intense, right? She repeats the mission order, making it crystal clear. This is no joke. He's looking determined, ready for whatever comes next, and honestly, we're here for it. She's laying down the law. Soldiers are cheaper and better than mercenaries, and everyone wants them. This dude thinks this is the perfect chance to show off his skills, and he's clearly itching for a fight. Ugh, his shift is finally over, but he's bored out of his mind and needs some action. Seriously. Someone's gossiping. They think the elf commander and our boy are spending way too much time together. They've heard about the sparring match, and now everyone's convinced they're secretly dating. Keek. No way. The commander tells him to bring one of his squad, but she's making it clear she's joining them. He questions why she's coming on a mercenary mission, and honestly, good question. She just stares at him, and then asks if he doesn't want to. What is she implying? She's got that look in her eye, and it's clear this mission is about more than just work. But she's not having it. She's ready to prove herself, and our boy looks stunned. The commander asks if he'll do it with her, and bro is totally flustered. No way he expected that. Someone overhears and immediately starts spreading rumors. This is getting juicy. Whispers fly about the commander and our boy always looking at each other funny, and apparently, they were coupled as before he joined the army. But the gossip doesn't stop there. They're saying the two of them already have a child together. Seriously. Another soldier leans in to share more secrets, and it's clear this whole thing is about to explode. He tries to brush off the rumors, pretending he doesn't care, but his face says otherwise. The commander is staring him down, and you can practically feel the tension. This is awkward. He's clearly caught off guard, and honestly, this dude is about to be interrogated. He tries to play it cool, saying he always thought they looked good together, but his face is giving him away. The commander's face is unreadable, and it's clear this conversation is far from over. Oh no! The commander's losing it, convinced she's about to give birth. Like Rajijti, no way, this is a calm moment. But our boy tries to deny it, saying it's not true, but the commander isn't buying it for a second. She points out how convenient it is that he's her companion and swordsmanship mentor. Ouch! That's a burn. This dude is so flustered, and honestly, he's digging himself deeper with every word. Okay, so our boy and his crew arrive in this medieval town, looking for the next candidate for something important. But it's immediately clear something's off. The maid hasn't spoken a word since they arrived. Super weird. They're planning to just hole up at an inn and wait for the other candidate. And honestly, it feels kinda sus. The team agrees they'll act as silent guards, refusing to get involved in whatever's going on, which is a choice. Then bam, this massive dude straight up attacks our boy, catching him completely off guard. This dude thinks he can just take someone down with brute force, but our boy is analyzing his moves, smart. He's realizing being able to read a fight is a skill in itself, and he's determined to observe and learn. He's down, but he's not out, and he's already plotting how to turn this beatdown into a learning experience. No way, this is a warning, apparently, but our boy is already deep in thought, figuring out this opponent. He's gonna watch, analyze, and come back stronger. Because that's just what this dude does. Okay, so the mysterious curly-haired dude challenges our boy to a sound locating game. It's kinda weird, but he accepts. The game is simple pinpoint sounds around town, but it's way harder than it seems, apparently. They start with a grocer, then a blacksmith, but our boy is slow. This dude is roasting him already. However, the curly-haired guy reveals the game isn't just for fun, it's serious training for their senses. Suddenly, another voice cuts in. An elf wants to join their little game, and things are about to get interesting. The elf casually points out elves have way better senses than humans, which is a humble brag, honestly. The team decides to head upstairs, leaving the elf to wait, and it feels like they're walking into a trap. But before they can even reach a room, the elf slides in, showing off just how fast she is. Smooth move. She drops a bombshell. Elves' senses are way more developed than humans, hinting she's about to show them up. And that's where it ends. Talk about a cliffhanger. I need to know what happens next. Okay, so our boy hears someone breathing with their mouth covered outside the window. Super creepy, right? He's frozen, can't even get a word out, while the other guy spots someone quietly holding their breath. They pinpoint the hidden figure under the table, but this whole situation is giving off major bad vibes. Suddenly, someone reaches for the curly-haired dude, and it's a straight-up surprise attack. The attacker grabs him, and it looks like they're aiming for his neck. No time to react. But wait, our boy and the elf move in fast, deflecting the attack. What a save! A massive brawl erupts with swords clashing and bodies flying. It's total chaos. The elf shouts surprise attack as she jumps into the fray, and honestly, she's a beast. Our boy is thinking exactly what we are. This is a total mess, but he's ready for it. And the elf is a whirlwind of motion, slashing and kicking. She's taking names, bro. Someone tries to stab our boy, but his bodyguard leaps in to take the hit. Total pro move. He yells in pain, and for a second, it looks like he's really hurt, but he pushes through it. The bodyguard shouts that protecting the client is their priority. Honestly, dedication goals. Our boy draws his sword and jumps into the fight, landing on the wooden structure above the attackers. The bodyguard finishes off another enemy with a swift strike. This dude is a whirlwind. Another attacker comes at the bodyguard, but he deflects it, spinning into another attack. Someone yells, asking just how skilled these protectors are. Seriously, they're on another level. The bodyguard keeps slicing and dicing, moving with insane speed and precision. Our boy realizes they're outnumbered and starts wondering if they can even win this fight. But then, the bodyguard takes out another enemy, proving they're more than capable. What a beast. The squad members are way better than their leader, but shockingly, they trust him with everything. The silver-haired leader stares down at the battle, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. What is he planning? An assassin lunges at our boy, sword raised, but the leader intercepts with blinding speed, a solid save. He's so fast, the assassin doesn't even see it coming. However, another attacker immediately jumps in. Step. Another assassin goes for our boy, but the leader whirls around, taking the hit himself. Ouch! Our boy is stunned. He's faced assassins before, but this feels different, and the trust his squad has is wild. He parries a strike, declaring this is as far as they'll go. This dude is not backing down, no way. Another assassin makes a move, but the leader is already there, deflecting the blow with ease. The leader continues to fight, moving with unbelievable skill, slicing through enemies like butter. He effortlessly dispatches another attacker, and honestly, he's making it look way too easy. Auden says our boy is still too slow, but he feels something changing. A power-up, maybe? He moves and it's like a blur. An enemy goes flying with a solid hit. He's declaring his movements are on another level, and honestly, he's not wrong. Thud! Another enemy drops. This dude is a whirlwind of steel and fury right now. Spush! He's slicing and dicing, dodging attacks with impossible speed. It's a beautiful dance of death. Glory to Asvan, someone yells as he cuts down another foe. This squad is seriously hyped. He's taking hits, but barely flinching, and someone's getting seriously hurt. Saying my lady, someone cries out. Looks like they're protecting a VIP. Things are getting intense. He realizes he's too close for a whistle dagger, but that doesn't stop him from trying. It's a risky move. He admits he can't hit his opponent at his current skill level, but he's still pushing forward. What a pro. Okay, so this enemy leader is teleporting, closing the distance instantly, and it's something our boy has seen before. But he knows he can't replicate it exactly yet. He's still learning to master that kind of speed. He braces himself, preparing for a massive impact. This is going to be a brutal clash, no doubt. And straight up, it is brutal. A huge shockwave explodes outward, and things are about to get real. Okay, so our boy is finally in a real fight after ages of training, and it's intense right off the bat. He's sizing up his opponent, thinking this could be a challenge, and honestly, the guy looks pretty skilled. The fight explodes, swords clashing, and this dude is moving fast, really fast, dodging every attack. He braces himself, preparing to counter, knowing this won't be easy, but determined to hold his ground. Now he's thinking about which skill to use, weighing his options, trying to predict his opponent's next move. But it's a whirlwind of steel, and he's focused, eyes locked on his enemy, ready to unleash whatever it takes. The opponent swings again, a blur of motion, and for a second it looks like our boy is actually going to block it. He's dodging, weaving, trying to create an opening, but this opponent is relentless, pushing the attack. Another swing, another near miss, and seriously, this fight is fast-paced and full of energy right now. And just when you think he's got it figured out, the opponent attacks again, closing in for the kill. He's dodging a relentless barrage of attacks, but this opponent is seriously skilled, no way around it. The enemy's sword comes down in a furious sweep, and our boy barely manages to duck under the blade. Another swing and another, but he's anticipating everything, deflecting each strike with insane precision. He's countering now, a quick slash of his own, but the opponent blocks, the force sending sparks flying. The swords clash again, a whirlwind of steel, and honestly, it's a beautiful, brutal dance. He's pushing forward, going on the offensive, trying to overwhelm the opponent with speed and power. But the opponent isn't backing down, meeting every attack with a solid defense, turning the tables. The enemy disarms him, sending his sword flying, and for a second, it looks like our boy is in real trouble. He's caught off guard, completely vulnerable, and the opponent's blade is aimed right at his throat. But the opponent hesitates, lowering his sword and saying he envies our boy's technique. What a twist! The opponent lunges, but our boy's eyes flash with power, a blue glow erupting from within him. He anticipates the attack, calculating the trajectory. This dude is straight up reading his enemy's moves. He moves, a blur of motion, dodging the incoming blade and positioning himself for a counterattack. This must be, he thinks, and the blue glow intensifies as he prepares to unleash something big. He's moving faster than ever, a whirlwind of steel, aiming to strike a decisive blow. It's a risky maneuver. His sword cuts through the air with incredible speed, but the opponent deflects, barely managing to block. He keeps pressing the attack, pushing his opponent back with relentless strikes, no sign of slowing down. The opponent stumbles, caught off guard by the sheer force of the onslaught. And it looks like he might fall, but he recovers, twisting his body to avoid a fatal blow, and the fight is far from over. He's still on the offensive, but the opponent is bracing, ready to meet his attack. This is intense. He's locked in a brutal duel, dodging attacks and moving with incredible speed. It's a whirlwind of blades. Our boy takes a hit, a painful slice across his arm, and he grits his teeth through the pain. He's reeling, but he doesn't back down, pushing forward despite the wound. This dude is relentless. The opponent goes down, screaming in pain, but our boy isn't celebrating. He's clearly still assessing the fight. He wonders if he needs more training from Ragna or Sachsen, questioning his current skill level. He delivers a final, decisive blow, and the opponent falls. It's a clean, powerful strike. "Retreat!" yells someone, and the remaining enemies start to scatter. They're clearly spooked by our boy. Sachsen arrives, impressed by the spectacle, and straight up compliments his fighting style. A woman points out the fleeing enemies, but our boy is already making a decision. He's not chasing them. He explains their mission isn't about wiping out every criminal, a surprising but solid point. Someone thinks our boy won't go beyond guarding the client. Big mistake, honestly. A corporal praises the work, and Saxon steps forward, asking if he's all right. Everyone's concerned. He brushes it off, saying it's nothing. But the corporal's lover is not having it. She's straight up flustered. She asks if he's only worried about his client, and then drops a bomb. She thought they were something more. Our boy is clearly caught off guard, asking himself why this is happening right now. Total chaos. She demands to know if he saw her heart as just a plaything, and her tone is icy. Ouch. He asks for her name, trying to steer the conversation, and she reluctantly reveals she's Encred, his lady. He's still processing, trying to figure out how to respond to this confession. This is getting messy. She claims she won't sleep tonight thinking about him, and honestly, it's a lot to unpack. He stares, unreadable, and you can tell this situation is far from over. Things are about to explode. He offers to pay for the wound, being a total gentleman, but Encred shuts that down immediately. She doesn't need his money. He insists it was just his duty, staying professional, but Encred just stares at him, clearly not buying it. The scene cuts to the base, and they've already transported the captured attackers and requested reinforcements. Smart move. Someone asks who those assassins even were, and our boy is deep in thought, looking super intense. He realizes their skill level suggests this wasn't about money. It was something far more complicated. No way. He suspects the other potential successor is behind this, and honestly, that makes a ton of sense. Suddenly, a floorboard creaks behind Encred, and she whips around, catching someone off guard. Talk about tension! Encred confronts the person, saying they're up early, and we see it's a shadowy figure. What's going on? Encred studies the figure, and it's clear she's suspicious. Something feels off with this whole situation. Our boy is analyzing everything, and he's definitely piecing together a dangerous conspiracy. This is getting good. Encred straight up asks him to work for her. She's laying it all out on the table. She stares him down, those eyes are intense, and you can tell she's used to getting what she wants. Her gaze is piercing, and honestly it's a little creepy. She's definitely sizing him up. Our boy is totally caught off guard, but he's trying to play it cool, assessing the situation. Okay, so Leonos Rochfried, head of the Merchants Guild, is straight up dead. They're having his funeral, a big one. This whole story is about our boy, but it looks like we're flashing back to a time before his death. Someone attempts to assassinate a nobleman, but it fails. Major props to the guards for intervening. But it gets weirder. A mysterious figure calmly announces the assassination attempt failed, which is unsettling. A man seemingly unaffected brushes it off, saying they'll handle everything. Super suspicious, right? Another nobleman looks on, clearly worried, while the mysterious figure just stands there, radiating bad vibes. They're riding in a carriage, and honestly, the tension is THCK, you can cut it with a knife. The man in the carriage reassures the worried nobleman, promising to take care of the situation. And just when you think things are calming down, the whole carriage jolts forward with a CLOP sound. This dude is clearly plotting something, and I have a feeling it's not good for anyone involved. The man in the carriage promises rewards when he becomes guild head. Total foreshadowing, right? Suddenly, the carriage slams into something, and everyone is thrown around. What is happening? People spill out of the carriage, looking up at something. It's a full-on ambush. A woman with fairy red hair steps forward, looking seriously unimpressed with the chaos. Our boy is right beside her, and he's staring intensely at someone off-panel. Who is he looking at? He narrows his eyes, and it's clear he's sizing up a threat. This dude means business. Someone declares that one is incredibly strong, and everyone seems to agree. We get a closer look at the strong guy, and he's got a serious, imposing vibe going on. Our boy is still watching him, assessing the situation. He's definitely planning something. The strong guy turns his gaze to our boy, and the tension is Ian-san? This is gonna be a fight. Our boy thinks he brought the right person along for the mission, Saxon, but he's really wishing he'd brought Rem instead. Someone shouts about a goal in the city, and then a massive, furry beast bursts onto the scene. No way! The guy with the axe is about to go full on monster mode, but our boy is confident Saxon can handle it. He calls out to the red-haired woman, demanding her attention. She's totally ignoring him though. She finally turns, and it's clear she's not impressed with anyone around her, especially the gawking onlookers. The red-haired woman steps forward, and everyone is suddenly backing away. She's radiating power. A guy tries to get in her way, but she slaps him across the face with S-Mac, and honestly, he deserved it. She's straight up terrifying, and the onlookers are definitely realizing they messed with the wrong person. The woman's cape has some intricate detailing, and it's clear she's not someone to be trifled with. She gives a serious glare, and one dude looks genuinely scared. This situation is escalating quickly. The red-haired woman accuses someone of losing their mind, but he fires back, saying she's the crazy one. He shouts about attacking someone protected by border guard soldiers and threatens to throw them in prison. Our boy is trying to play it cool, but the woman's intense glare is kind of freaking him out. Suddenly, another dude starts coughing uncontrollably. Looks like whatever's going on is affecting him too. The coughing guy desperately claims he wasn't the one who attacked, but nobody's buying it. The woman delivers a brutal truth bomb. She doesn't share a drop of blood with her father. She continues, revealing that the man she's addressing is his true son. Ouch, talk about a family drama! She's clearly done with everyone around her, and this dude is starting to look seriously worried. She's laying it all out there. She's not afraid to cut ties with anyone, even family. The true son is reeling from the revelation, clearly not expecting her to say something so cold. He doesn't even bother wasting breath on these people, straight up dismissing them all. Someone thinks the late guildmaster was soft-hearted for even considering giving this dude a chance. She accuses him of only wanting to claim succession because of his bloodline. Ouch, that's cold. The guy tries to deny it, but she grabs his chin, and things are about to get messy. She demands he tell her why he's here, and honestly, the tension is insane. He's about to snap, but before he can react, she's already squeezing his face. No way? He tries to fight back, but she's surprisingly strong, and our boy is clearly getting angry. His eyes glow, and he's ready to unleash. This dude is not playing around anymore. He moves in fast, but she's ready, and they're locked in a brutal struggle. This fight is about to explode, and honestly, I'm here for the chaos. Our boy is moving fast, sword flashing, a blur of steel against a bunch of attackers. He slices through them with incredible speed, and honestly, it's a little terrifying. Everyone's shocked, wondering just how fast he actually is. Faster than Rem's axe even. He's calling them all to come, and his single eye is glowing with power. This is serious. The other fighters rush him, but it's like they're moving in slow motion. He's too quick. He's cutting down opponents left and right, and they're falling like dominoes. It's a massacre. One guy tries to get a hit in, but our boy dodges and disarms him in one smooth motion. The crowd is completely terrified, and for good reason. This dude is a whirlwind of death. He keeps slicing and dicing, moving so fast it's hard to follow. It's a total bloodbath. He finishes the fight with a final, decisive strike, leaving everyone shaken and speechless. Okay, so this massive, terrifying figure steps forward, and it's all downhill from there. He's grinning like a maniac, and it's super unsettling, like straight-up villain energy. This dude's taking a slow, deliberate step, and it feels like the whole world is holding its breath. But wait, he's not just stepping. He's crushing everything beneath his foot with insane force. We're jumping into the story with Leona offering Carmen's stiletto as a reward. Our boy is about to get a history lesson. Leona, seemingly out of her mind, offers a priceless stiletto as a reward for a simple task. No way? Someone points out the stiletto's value, and the guy offering it is straight up shocked at the reaction. Saxon questions if they even know how valuable this weapon is, and honestly, it sounds like they don't. This dude, who's a master weaponsmith, is giving off serious vibes with that intense stare. He drops a bomb. Carmen was a former slave-turned-assassin, driven by revenge, and her weapons are legendary. And the stiletto Leona offered, it's the fourth most valuable weapon Carmen ever made. Talk about a big deal. Apparently, people risk their lives just to get their hands on Carmen's creations, which explains the tension. Everyone is getting held for 2 days under the Frontier Garrison's custody, so things are about to get real. Someone thinks they'll hear news soon, but the weaponsmith is absolutely livid about something. The weaponsmith explodes, saying this is outrageous, and a blonde guy looks seriously worried. We get a close-up of our boy. He's deep in thought. Those blue eyes are intense, bro. Another close-up, and seriously, this dude is analyzing everything. He's not letting anything slide. The weaponsmith, with his long hair and intense gaze, is giving off major I know something vibes. He's turning his head, and the hair swishes. It's a dramatic moment, I'm telling you. The weaponsmith is looking down at someone, and the blonde guy is clearly distressed. They're saying things can't end like this, and they absolutely can't afford to become targets. He's saying they need to be careful, and honestly, the tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Someone is lying on a bed, clearly hurt, and this situation is quickly spiraling out of control. He's promising investors big rewards if they pick him as the next leader, needing at least half their votes. But bro is immediately yanked into a brutal training session, tied up and getting tossed around. This dude is straight up pummeling himself against the ground. He's pushing so hard it's insane. Platoon leader Torres walks up, telling him to take it easy, but our boy is relentless. No way he's stopping. Torres is looking at him, a little impressed, and this dude is clearly pushing past his limits. He's thinking about how a genius learns things quickly, but he needs a whole year to grasp the same skills. Torres is witnessing all of this, and honestly, it's a bit unsettling how much effort our boy is putting in. He's exhausted, completely spent, but he refuses to stop. This is next level dedication, seriously. Torres asks if he's okay, but our boy just keeps training, and it's clear he's not about to give up. However, Torres is now genuinely concerned. He's never seen anyone insist on such punishing training. He's decided he's building his own fortress, one brick at a time, and honestly, it's kinda inspiring. He's hauling bricks like a machine, pushing through the pain, but the others think he's lost it. They're calling him a freak, saying they're the lazy ones, and it's a little harsh and Gil. Torres walks up, looking unimpressed, and points out he's already strong enough. What's the point? But our boy reveals he only tied himself to Torres because he didn't know about his strength before. He's staring intensely, determined to get stronger, and it's a little creepy, not gonna lie. Torres looks away, then back again, and he's clearly starting to understand what drives this dude. Someone shouts "nice one," and our boy cracks a small smile. He's actually enjoying this torture. He's starting to see progress, a flicker of hope, and for the first time, things feel possible. And honestly, this dedication is kinda terrifying but also respect. Torres is showing off, dodging attacks with ease, and the crowd is going wild for him. Someone calls out the points, and Torres is straight up bragging about his skill. Total show off. But someone calls him out, saying he fell on his face 4 times, and the mood shifts instantly. Another guy yells at Torres to let him take the next round, but he's clearly exhausted. A veteran steps forward, demanding Torres take a break, but our boy just wants to keep going. Someone else challenges Torres, but he dodges the attack. No way, that was a clean hit. The crowd is shocked he dodged it, and they're yelling for him to finish the job. Torres launches himself forward with a massive HL, and it looks like he's really going all out. He's moving so fast it's a blur, and the sound of WSH makes it even more intense. Torres is a whirlwind of motion, pushing himself to the absolute limit. This dude is a beast. Someone yells for Torres to show them the move again, and he's clearly hyped to oblige. Torres launches into action, but a challenger jumps in to intercept. Talk about bold. This other fighter is all confidence, demanding Torres show him what he's got, but our boy isn't having it. Torres smirks, saying this is a fun new game, and honestly, that's a little unsettling. He shows a willingness to fight, even though everyone knows he's stronger. This dude is relentless. The crowd is buzzing, saying he's no ordinary man, and they're completely right about that. Torres throws a crazy fast punch, and the other fighter gets absolutely slammed. No chance of dodging that. The challenger goes flying, but tries to recover, yelling at someone to help him out. Torres is already moving in for another attack, and the challenger is straight up getting tossed around. This dude is getting thrown again and again, but Torres just keeps coming. It's brutal, but impressive. Torres delivers another lightning-fast blow, and the challenger is sent reeling. No way he's seeing that coming. The guy is stunned, questioning what just hit him, but Torres doesn't give him a second to think. Torres follows up with a flurry of attacks, and the challenger is getting absolutely demolished. It's relentless. He's completely overwhelmed, yelling out in confusion, but Torres is just a blur of motion, pressing the attack. Okay, so our knight is falling, like, straight up plummeting, with a whole army chasing him, and it's intense. This dude is reliving the same day over and over, and it's triggered by death, which is a lot of death. He's gripping a staff, looking focused, and honestly, he's starting to remember this battlefield, like really remember it. He feels this overwhelming tension building, realizing it's not just a fight, it's a memory flooding back. It hits him this feels exactly like being back on the battlefield, and he's seeing everything with perfect clarity. He's mid-air, sword drawn, facing a wall of enemies, and it's a total flashback to a brutal war. Sword swings, a blur of motion. This dude is moving fast, cutting through the enemy lines like it's nothing. He's locked in, eyes glowing, and for a second, it's like he's not just fighting, but reliving a past life. He declares he sees everything clearly, and the glow of his sword is radiating some serious power. But this isn't just about skill, it's like every death is unlocking some crazy hidden potential within him. He anticipates a next strike, bracing for the worst, but the enemy's attack is lightning fast. Our boy thinks he can deflect the blade and counterattack, but it's a risky move. No way, the sword goes right through him, and it's brutal, a sickening slice. He's dying eyes wide, realizing just how much faster his opponent truly is. Another enemy appears, looming over the fallen knight. This is looking grim, bro. The enemy sneers, revealing his title, the Swift Blade, and it's clear why. But hold up, the enemy's monologue is cut short as a shadowy figure intervenes. This dude slams into the Swift Blade, knocking him back, and it's a total save. The savior looks furious, demanding to know what the Swift Blade is doing, and the tension is real. However, the savior is just as intense, radiating power, and our boy is completely floored. He thought he had a handle on things, but he's totally wrong. This path is endless. The wall ahead looms, impossibly high, and it's a stark reminder of the challenge ahead. But our boy isn't backing down. He's got a determined look and a solid grip on his weapon. The savior flashes a sinister grin, and it's unsettling. What's his angle, seriously? He's got a cold, calculating gaze, and it's clear he's planning something big. He shouts again, and straight up throws our boy back into the fight. No breaks for this dude. The savior calls his attitude superb, but it's a creepy compliment, honestly. Suddenly a huge Islan echoes as something massive crashes down. He's sent flying, crashing into barrels, and he's clearly exhausted, panting for air. But he's already getting back up. This dude refuses to stay down, even when it hurts. The savior unleashes a massive attack, sending our boy flying. It's a straight-up beat down. He's tumbling through the air, realizing a stronger opponent means despair, and it hits hard. The savior boasts about the skill gap, but our boy isn't broken yet. He's furious and determined. He struggles to his feet, clenching his weapon, ready to keep fighting even though he's clearly outmatched. The savior assesses him, questioning how his spirit hasn't broken, and it's kinda creepy, TB. He declares he'll need to teach our boy something at his level first. A thinly veiled threat. The savior then says he's going to sleep, but the gasps from the onlookers show they're shocked. He attacks again, a quick strike the corporal doesn't react to in time, and it's brutal. He says our boy can spar till he dies, but he won't overcome this gap. Harsh words, bro. The savior stares intensely, seemingly sizing up our boy, and we know this isn't over. He's staring off into the distance, muttering about making something his own. This dude is obsessed. We cut to a wide shot of a fortress nestled in the mountains, and it's huge. That's what he wants. Suddenly, men rush in, announcing they've captured the mercenaries who escaped earlier, and it's a win. A commander praises Kreese for his work, but our boy brushes it off. So humble, honestly. The savior is back, and he's assessing the captured mercenaries, looking down on them with contempt. He's questioning why they even bothered to run, but it's clear he doesn't care about their struggles. The savior then turns his attention back to our boy, and the intensity is unreal. This is a power move. He starts talking about talent and potential, saying only the strong deserve success, and it's kinda messed up. However, our boy interrupts, demanding to know what the savior is planning, and he's not backing down. The savior smirks, admitting he wants to break our boy. Straight up villainous, this guy. Our boy hears Affin, and immediately recognizes the name. It's a guild, and a big one. Someone gets clocked with a THUMP, and it's a blonde guy getting absolutely wrecked. The savior is getting pummeled, face all messed up, but he's still spitting out orders. What a beast. He calls out Asfen again, and it's clear this guild is involved in something shady. A commander explains they just received a letter and money from this Affin guild, promising more to come. The blonde guy is freaking out, questioning what's going on, but the commander thinks the frontier garrison is handling it. The savior is sizing up the commander, and honestly, he looks way too pleased about all this. He accuses the commander of being relieved, and bro, he's not wrong. This is suspicious. The commander denies it, but the savior straight up calls him out for hoping a pudgy dunce was behind it. The commander admits he was, and our boy is left staring. This situation just got a whole lot messier. Our boy demands answers, and the savior explains he's been investigating Asfen for a while now. They're rushing toward the capital in a carriage, surrounded by guards. It's a full-on convoy. But wait, a shadowy figure is tailing them, clutching a blade and looking seriously menacing. This dude is radiating bad vibes, and honestly, he looks like trouble is about to go to WN. Our boy is getting absolutely wrecked in a duel, panting like crazy and clearly outmatched. His opponent stops the fight and lays down some harsh truth. He's trying hard, but just doesn't have the talent. The seasoned knight tells him to drop his sword, offering advice, but our dude is now tearing it. He's determined to prove himself, claiming he's gotten this far because he ignored his lack of talent. This dude straight up flashes a grin, and you know trouble is brewing. He's not backing down, no way. He's always ignored his shortcomings, and now he's ready to push past them, even if it kills him. The knight looks on, a little concerned, as our boy charges forward, sword raised, refusing to surrender. And then, boom, the knight disarms him with a single, swift move, sending the sword flying. The knight walks away, leaving our boy defeated, but honestly, this dude isn't giving up yet. The title card hits, the knight only lives today, and you just to know he's gonna reset and try again. The corporal demands he needs our boy for something, but he's getting a serious earful about spending time with that wildcat first. Our boy insists there's something he needs to practice, and the corporal is not happy about it. The corporal is losing it, straight up yelling about being the only one needed, but our boy just stares him down. He declares what's needed to master the swift blade, and the training begins. Immediately with a sealang, the corporal attacks, and our boy is already calculating the most efficient line of attack, his eyes glowing with focus. The fight is intense, swords clashing, but our boy is moving like a completely different person. He's actually holding his own. He's deflecting attacks, weaving between blows, and his movements are getting faster and smoother with every swing. The corporal is surprised, clearly not expecting this level of skill, and our boy is pushing forward, relentless. However, he's still getting pushed back, but he's adapting, learning, and improving with every clash. He's focused, determined, and honestly, this dude is starting to look like a real knight. The corporal attacks with a blinding speed, but our boy anticipates it, and deflects the blow. He's moving so fast, the blade looks like it's blurring, and the corporal is visibly shocked. Our boy lands a hit, drawing blood, and the corporal is like, who? Totally caught off guard. He realizes he cut the corporal, and straight up declares he's faster now, no doubt about it. The narration hits us with the breakdown repetition of fundamentals, relaxed flexibility, and powerful muscles. Everything has finally come together, and our boy is transformed. A true, focused fighter. We get a close-up of the corporal, looking genuinely stunned and probably a little scared. Our boy is radiating confidence, his eyes glowing with newfound power, and this dude means business. He's saying he did it, and honestly, he absolutely did. The final panel shows the corporal's shocked face, and it's clear this training has changed everything. He's caught off guard by the corporal's sudden burst of speed, questioning what's happening. The corporal's axes move like whips, and our boy barely manages to react. It's a full-on assault. He deflects the first axe, but another one is already coming. This dude is seriously fast. He blocks again, but the force sends him stumbling, and the corporal presses the attack relentlessly. He's taking a beating, but he's fighting back, managing to land a blow. It's a desperate struggle. The corporal's enraged, but our boy isn't backing down, countering with a fierce swing of his sword. He manages to disarm one of the axes, sending it flying, but the corporal just keeps coming. No mercy. Our boy's exhausted and taking damage, but he's still swinging, trying to find an opening. He finally breaks through, landing a solid hit, but the corporal barely flinches. This guy is tough. The narration hits us the corporal's axes were already like whips. But now they're as fast as lightning. He's swinging his sword like a madman, and the corporal just casually blocks every strike. It's brutal. The corporal stops the fight, declaring our boy won't need any more training, and honestly, it's a little sus. Our boy asks if that's it, but the corporal's reply is super vague. For now. What does that even mean? Someone overhears and mutters that Rem calls him Wildcat, which explains a lot, actually. Suddenly, the corporal moves, and it's unbelievably fast. He's straight up blurring. He attacks, and our boy barely has time to react before getting sliced across the chest. Ouch! It's a deep cut, blood is everywhere, and he's sent flying. This is a serious injury, no doubt. The corporal's sword keeps coming, and it looks like our boy is about to get completely bisected. But wait, he's deflecting the final blow with a desperate move, narrowly avoiding total annihilation. He's still alive, but barely. This dude just survived a near-fatal attack, and it's intense. The corporal drops a bombshell. If you can't track the enemy with your senses, you react to their bloodthirst. He explains this bloodthirst sense is called the sixth gate, an instinctual ability beyond the five senses. The corporal offers to teach it to our boy, as thanks for the stiletto. Seems a little too easy, right? An endless sea of learning awaits, and the corporal launches into training with a swift sword draw. He's demonstrating the sixth gate, and the corporal's movements are blurring. This is insane! He starts by explaining directional awareness and kinesthetic movement, then dives into predator intuition. He shows our boy a deer being hunted. It's a bit graphic, but gets the point across. The corporal stresses that the sixth gate isn't about seeing or hearing, but feeling the hunt. He's explaining how a predator anticipates prey, and it's straight-up mind-blowing stuff. The sixth gate belongs to the realm of instinct, and our boy is determined to master it. Let's go! The corporal tells our boy it'll be difficult to master the sixth gate at first. But if he trains constantly while focusing on sensing bloodthirst, the sixth gate will open for him. They're moving now, and the corporal's leading the way through the forest. It's a serious training montage. Night falls and the scene cuts to the roof of a building. Something big is about to happen. Okay, so our boy is getting assigned a super weird job, inspecting a cobbler's basement. Can you believe it? He's questioning why they can't just send patrol officers for something so simple, but his superior insists it's necessary. Turns out the cobbler claims there are undead monsters living in the basement, which is a bit much, honestly. Our dude is skeptical, thinking it's probably just rats, and he needs to sharpen his skills anyway, so he takes the case. He's told this job is unwanted, no one else will take it, and the cobbler is a bit of a mess because his wife disappeared recently. They tell him to just check in on the cobbler and offer some kind words, but this dude is straight up ignoring that advice. He tries to brush it off, but his boss cuts him off, assigning him the job anyway. This dude is getting stuck with the spooky basement. He's getting a briefing about the cobbler and his situation, learning the guy is probably on edge due to his wife's disappearance. Our boy is already dismissing the whole thing, figuring it's a waste of time, but he's heading to the basement anyway. He's grabbing the investigation order, looking totally unimpressed. This is going to be a long day, I can feel it. The cobbler finds a hole in the floor and is losing it, yelling about what he's discovered underneath his shop. Our boy arrives downstairs and sees a massive hole, straight up an underground tunnel in the middle of the city. No way. They both cautiously descend into the tunnel, and our dude realizes this isn't some natural cave, it's totally man-made. This tunnel is enormous, and they're moving deeper with the torch. It's getting seriously creepy down there. The cobbler is freaking out, saying there might be monsters, and our boy is starting to look a little concerned, too. He's gripping that torch tight, and you can tell he's realizing this isn't just a simple inspection anymore. They continue walking, the tunnel stretching out before them, and the cobbler is right behind him. This is intense. Step by step they venture deeper, but something feels off. The air is thick and heavy. Our boy's eyes widen, and he's on high alert, sensing danger lurking in the darkness. This dude is ready for a fight. He's clutching the torch, bracing for whatever's coming, because this tunnel is about to get real. He's declaring there are 6 paths ahead, like some kind of spooky riddle, and things are getting intense. This place is a maze, apparently, and the cobbler is losing it. He swears he hears undead moving around. Our boy insists he'll go first, telling the cobbler to wait. He's trying to be the hero, but it's super dangerous. He's taking one careful step after another, torch held high, but this tunnel is messing with my nerves. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts, and the cobbler is yanked away. What the heck just happened? A massive, shadowy figure is revealed, and it's straight up terrifying. This isn't a monster, it's a disaster. The force of the blast sends everything flying, and our boy is getting slammed into the wall. Ouch! He's trying to protect the cobbler, but that power is overwhelming. It's a total whirlwind of energy. The whole tunnel is collapsing around them, and this dude is getting tossed around like a rag doll. No way! Everything's going white, and it looks like our boy is about to get crushed. But will he reset again? He feels an intense heat and burns up instantly. No time to react, this dude goes down fast. But before he can even process what's happening, he resets, finding himself back in bed with his cat. The cobbler is babbling about what they were saying yesterday, about getting some real battle experience. Suddenly, the cobbler yells "Aro!" and our boy realizes this whole thing is a magic trap. A shadowy figure appears, radiating power, and declares it's lucky our boy is about to die in a fight with a mage. The mage continues, saying if our boy lives, he'll face a fate worse than death. Talk about ominous? Our boy's eyes flash, and he's clearly piecing things together, realizing this is serious. He tries to warn the cobbler, but it's too late. The mage unleashes a massive blast of energy. The tunnel is collapsing, the cobbler is flying, and our boy is desperately trying to shield him. Everything goes white, and it looks like he's about to get crushed. But will the reset happen again? He's offering to take any job, saying if you can't see anything wrong, just give him the work. He's handing over a scroll, but then he realizes he needs assistance from his superiors. This is different from anything he's faced before. Our boy decides to talk to the elf commander first, before that impatient cobbler gets involved. Suddenly, someone attacks, and the cobbler curses as he's sent flying. Total chaos erupts. He's dodging and weaving, moving so fast it creates a sonic boom. This dude is a whirlwind. He slams into the attacker, sending them both crashing. But a woman screams in the background. He crashes into the woman, protecting her from the attacker, and honestly, it's a heroic move. He's trying to save everyone, but it's a brutal fight. This dude is going all out. But the attacker is powerful, and things are looking grim. Will he reset again, or is this it? Everything goes white, and it looks like he's about to get crushed. But will the reset happen again? He's sprinting full speed, trying to reach the tunnel before it completely collapses. It's a mad dash. But the tunnel gives way, and he plummets into the darkness, everything going black around him. No way. He's falling, and it looks like there's no bottom to this hole. He's desperately trying to slow his descent, but it's like falling into a void. This isn't good. Suddenly, a blue light envelops him, and he's rocketing forward with insane speed. What is happening? He bursts through the tunnel wall, leaving a massive crater behind, and the cobbler is totally shocked. The cobbler yells "Estiop!" trying to get him to turn around, but our boy is committed to this sprint. He's moving so fast, he's a blur, and the cobbler can only stare in disbelief. It's a whirlwind of motion. Then, a massive surge of energy explodes around him, sending him flying forward even faster. Whoa! He's engulfed in blue light, disappearing into the distance, and honestly, that was epic. He's screaming as he pushes through the barrier, unleashing a massive explosion of blue energy. It's intense. The force of the blast is unreal. It's like a shockwave ripping through everything. And Broham is right. Everything is pure blue chaos, a swirling vortex of power, and he's right in the center of it. He's completely engulfed, disappearing into the light, and honestly, this is a whole new level of power. Our boy is walking through town, totally focused on the mission ahead, and it's a tough one. He knows success hinges on finding the traps. These creatures are all about bloodthirst, apparently. This dude is determined to not rush things, taking his time to feel for that telltale bloodthirst on every path. He's moving carefully, scanning for danger, but it's like he's entering completely uncharted territory. Silence falls as he enters a dark cave, and bro immediately realizes he's never been here before. Weird. He can't sense anything, which is even more unsettling, and starts to wonder if this is even the right way. He continues forward, cautiously placing each step, completely focused on finding any sign of those tracks. But things get seriously quiet, and it's clear something is off, like he's walked into a dead zone. He's totally on edge, questioning his direction, and honestly, it's giving us bad vibes. He's taking another step, but the lack of any sign of life is super creepy, and we're on the edge of our seats. He remembers a blade flying at him here, and his foot hovers, like he's expecting another attack. Suddenly, a whoosh of air rushes past, and he realizes it wasn't bloodthirst he felt. It's something else entirely, and a massive blade slices through the air, narrowly missing him. Everything goes silent, and he's left reeling, completely confused by what just happened. He's thinking this wasn't bloodthirst, and his eyes narrow, studying the cave walls. Subordinate bursts in, telling him he warned him not to come down here, but our boy is defiant. He declares he'll take the path he's never taken before, and we can tell he's getting serious. He's determined to go until he feels that bloodthirst again. This dude is a menace. His foot hovers again, testing the path, and honestly, it's giving us chills. He's stepping forward, ready for whatever's next, and we're bracing for impact. The old man pleads with our boy to stay away from the cave. It's riddled with traps, no joke. He's desperate, revealing his wife and daughter are missing, and begs for help finding them. The man describes his wife Freckles' brown hair and a very specific ring, a key clue. Our boy nods, accepting the task, and straight up promises he'll find her, period. He's back in the cave, sitting and petting a cat, but something feels off, like he's waiting. Suddenly, a subordinate appears, scolding him for boot polishing instead of training. This dude is so over it, but he sees something. A figure in the distance, and yells, "This way." He's sprinting, pushing himself to the limit, and we're on the edge of our seats wondering what's up. He skids to a halt, catching his breath, but the scene is empty. What is happening? However, it's a trick. A woman with brown hair and freckles is standing right behind him. He's back in bed questioning if he even slept. It's the same day AJ in no way. He's thinking maybe if he just stays put, time will actually move forward. But bro, good luck with that. Our boy heads out, torch in hand, stepping into the darkness. He's determined to break this loop. He's outside, staring at the village, realizing the day is repeating, and it's seriously messing with his head. He focuses on the missing woman, remembering the ring, and his promise to find her is rock solid. But wait, he's spotting something in the distance. A shadowy figure lurking near the forest, and things are about to get real. This dude is sprinting, fueled by frustration and a burning desire to change things, and we're here for it. He scans the area, finding nothing, but it's a setup. The woman with brown hair is right behind him, and she looks off. He turns, eyes blazing, staring right at her, and honestly, the intensity is off the charts. Her eyes glow with an eerie purple light, and it's clear this isn't the woman he's looking for. This is something else entirely. He blinks, and straight up wakes up to a cat on his face. What is even happening? He's totally confused, but then some older knight bursts in, rambling about battle experience. Our boy is ignoring him, focused on the fact he's reliving the same day. AGIN, it's a nightmare. He heads out, torch lit, determined to break the cycle and find the missing woman. He's tracking the shadowy figure, moving through the dark forest, and things are getting intense. He finds the woman, but her eyes glow purple. This isn't a rescue, it's a trap. She attacks fast and furious, and our boy barely manages to dodge the first blow. He's fighting back, but she's clearly stronger, and this battle is a serious struggle. He's getting pushed back, forced to retreat, and honestly, this fight is brutal. He stumbles, his boot landing heavily, realizing he's completely outmatched. This is bad. He's retreating, boots pounding, trying to create distance between himself and the woman. It's a desperate scramble. He tosses the torch, hoping to illuminate the area, but she's already moving, a blur in the darkness. He's running, counting to 50, trying to gauge the time before the reset, but it's not working. He pushes to 60 faster now, desperate to outrun his fate, but the shadows seem to close in. She's gaining on him, a swift movement, and he's forced to dodge another attack. This is relentless. No way. A ghostly hand shoots out, grabbing his arm, and he's yanked forward with incredible force. Multiple ghostly hands appear, wrapping around him like vines. He's completely ensnared, straight up trapped. He struggles, trying to break free, but the grip is too strong, and he's pulled into the darkness. He slams into something hard, the impact sending a shockwave through him. Ouch, that's gotta hurt. She delivers a final blow, and our boy goes down. Another death, another reset, but he'll be back. He's reeling, face contorted in pain, barely conscious after that brutal attack. This is rough, man. He's desperately trying to lift his head, to get a look at his attacker, but it's a struggle, honestly. No way. The woman is descending, looming over him with glowing red eyes, and she looks absolutely terrifying. She's unleashing some kind of energy, a chaotic blast that's distorting everything around them. This is about to get wild. Okay, so our boy is facing a horde of ghouls, and it's looking rough, straight up terrifying actually. He takes a hit, gets a nasty scratch, but thankfully he's prepared for this. Ghoul claws are poisonous. He's thanking whoever or whatever is keeping him alive, saying this pain is a perfect reward, which is kinda dark. These ghouls are no joke, usually needing multiple soldiers to take one down, but our guy is here to change that. He remembers the ghoul's nails carry deadly poison, so he's gotta be careful, but honestly, he's already covered in scratches. He swings his sword, and it's a clean slice through the ghoul, taking down one of the monsters with ease. Another ghoul lunges, but our boy anticipates the attack and delivers a swift counter slash. This dude is getting good. He's a whirlwind of steel, deflecting attacks and cutting down ghouls left and right. It's a full-on massacre. Ghoul after ghoul falls, but they just keep coming, and he's taking damage, though he doesn't even flinch. He's a relentless machine, slashing and hacking, making short work of the ghouls. No way they can stand against him now. He's slicing through the last goal, but the fight isn't over. More enemies swarm from the shadows. He's exhausted, breathing hard, but declares this is nothing compared to his endless training. Suddenly, a powerful figure emerges, and he realizes this isn't just about goals anymore. The figure swings, and our boy barely dodges, getting sliced across the arm. Ouch, that looks bad. He's sent flying, crashing into some debris, and straight up feels the impact of that hit. He's on the ground, struggling to get up, but he's already assessing the situation. This is a new level. Despite the pain, he's impressed by his opponent, admitting it's an excellent performance. The enemy and his crew are furious, demanding to know who this brat thinks he is. Our boy is battered and bruised, but he's grinning. He's finally facing a real challenge. He knows he'll die, but he's ready to reset and become even stronger. This dude is addicted to the grind. He's analyzing the creatures, realizing they aren't just wolves. They're a messed up mix of beasts, and that's terrifying. The monsters lunge, and our boy prepares to fight, but things are moving fast. He's overwhelmed, dodging claws and teeth, but a monster grabs his arm and rips it clean off. He plummets from the building, a gruesome arc against the night sky. But he's already thinking about the next retreat. He lands near a cobbler's shop, and a mysterious black cat watches him, tapping its paw. This is weird, even for him. Someone is observing him, thinking he's acting strangely tonight, and questioning why he'd even come here. This dude is reckless, and they know it, worried he'll get himself killed. Again, but can't let it happen. They leap into action, trying to intercept him, but he's already charging headfirst into danger. He's moving like a blur, a streak of crimson against the dark buildings. But it's clear this isn't over. However, he's not alone. The black cat is right there with him, a silent, shadowy companion in the night. He smells spells. Something's definitely brewing in this abandoned cave, and it's not tea. A woman and the black cat are right behind him, and she looks seriously concerned about what's coming. He swings his sword, but it's a brutal hit. He straight up slices through a monster, and it's messy. The monster collapses, but our boy is panting, exhausted, and realizing this fight is far from over. He's checking on the cat, but it's not moving. No way. Did he actually hurt it? He hears breathing deeper in the cave, and it's shallow. Something is definitely alive down there. He takes a step forward, and it's clear this cave was dug by something, and it's probably huge. A mysterious man appears, watching him. He's got that intense stare that says, "I know everything." The man is questioning what our boy is doing here, clearly thinking he's lost his mind. But our boy just stares back, determined to uncover whatever secrets this cave is hiding. He's seen tons of bodies, but this one hits different, bro. The dying man begs for death, and our boy is clearly shaken. It's a total mood shift. He demands to know who this man is, and the guy sputters out a plea, "Tell someone about the ring." The man describes a woman with freckles and brown hair, and our boy's eyes narrow. Something clicks. He's remembering something, flashes of a woman, and it's clear this ring means a lot. So all that noise outside wasn't monsters, it was just ingredients being delivered. What? And then the black cat flaps its wings. No way, this is getting wilder by the second. The cat lands, and our boy is strangely happy. This dude is a puzzle wrapped in a riddle. He doesn't know how the cat got in, but he's glad it did, and that's all that matters. But something's up. This whole scene feels off, and I have a bad feeling about it. This dude asks if the hooded figure did this to Wes all the bodies, and it's straight up terrifying. The figure says everything outside was a failure, but Vamilo, whoever that is different. We get a close-up of Vamilo, chained up and looking not good. This is getting intense. The figure promises to make our boy a thing of beauty, and then the mage. What is happening? Everything goes black and the figure yells, "Run!" Like Numdo. Seriously, run! The hooded figure declares he's going to kill our boy, and honestly, that's a mood. But then, our boy's eye glows red, and he's unleashing some serious power. It's a total transformation. He's fully powered up, and it looks like things are about to go down, bro. The hooded figure is completely unfazed, though. This fight is gonna be epic. Our boy's ready for war, and I'm officially on the edge of my seat. Our boy swings his sword, and it meets the hooded figure's attack in a massive clash. It's insane. The impact creates a shockwave, sending everything flying, but the hooded figure doesn't even flinch. However, the hooded figure's attack shatters our boy's weapon and sends him reeling. Ouch, that's gotta hurt. But our boy isn't down for long, and he's already gathering energy for another attack. This dude is relentless. Okay, so our boy is in a straight-up brutal fight, sword swinging and everything getting messy. He's facing off against this powerful enemy, and it looks like a serious clash is happening right now. But the enemy lands a massive blow, sending our dude flying through the air. It's not looking good. He's tumbling, trying to regain control, but this attack is clearly overwhelming him. This dude is getting absolutely wrecked, and he's bracing for the worst impact. He hits the ground hard, sword clattering away, and he's clearly exhausted, panting for air. He looks at the broken blade, thinking it's just the sword that's damaged, honestly. However, he quickly realizes the impact was enough to shatter his entire body. No way. And just like that, he's back to square one, resetting to the start of the day again. Here we go again. Time for our boy to learn from his mistakes and get stronger. He takes a step forward, then another, sword drawn, heading straight for the fallen mage. But as he gets closer, he sees the mage isn't actually breathing. It's too late. He stares at the mage's lifeless form, completely stunned. Her breathing has stopped. He lowers his sword, realizing he was too late to save her, and honestly, it's heartbreaking. He looks up, and a shadowy figure is already approaching, sword raised for another attack. Our boy steps back, clearly frustrated, but then he hears a voice echoing in the cave. The voice calls the mage a foolish mage, claiming she lost because she didn't use her creations. He looks around for the source of the voice, stepping over the mage's body. It's creepy AF. The cave is filled with hanging, decaying objects. It's a seriously unsettling scene. But the voice continues, saying she wasted her power, and it's clear this dude is about to have a rematch. A purple cat casually strolls toward massive, shadowy hands. It's seriously unbothered. The cat declares it would have been complete with one last procedure, but now it's all hers. The cat's paws start to glow, and she's straight up flexing her newfound power. No way. Cut to a beautiful vista of mountains and a sunny sky. It's a total mood shift. We see a fortified village, and honestly, it looks like a pretty solid base of operations. Inside, someone's peering through a crack in a door. Definitely shady stuff going on. A commander says news of what happened would cause chaos, and bro is now wrong. Another guy insists keeping it between them, but the commander is clearly skeptical. He claims the citizens' welfare comes first, ma'am. Sounds like a good dude, honestly. Close up on the commander's face. He's definitely plotting something, and it's intense. Our boy is shocked to learn thieves, not monsters, were behind everything. That's a twist. He declares everything is resolved, and now all he wants is for his wife to return safely. But a mysterious man overhears and offers to help bring her back, promising to do his best. The man's face is all smiles, but something feels seriously off about him. Major red flags. He's clutching a bulging sack, and whatever's inside looks unsettling, to say the least. Close-up reveals it's a collection of ears. No way! This dude is straight up collecting ears? The man continues smiling, and honestly, it's terrifying. This is getting creepy fast. He turns toward the mountains, and the scene shifts to a sweeping view of the landscape. He's standing on a cliff edge, sword in hand, and it looks like he's about to make a serious decision. Our boy is determined to rescue his wife, even if it means facing unimaginable danger. Let's go! He's lost in thought, wondering if telling the truth would have been better. Heavy stuff. He vows to become a knight, deciding he'll just have to try and make it happen somehow. Suddenly, massive, multi-headed wolf-like beasts appear. Talk about a surprise attack. The beasts charge, and the soldiers scramble to form a defensive line. It's chaos! Woof. The monsters are relentless, and the soldiers are already taking hits. One beast goes for a soldier, but our boy intercepts with a swift strike. Nice save! Whack and yelp. He manages to wound one, but there are still so many. The beasts keep coming, and the soldiers yell for everyone to maintain formation. They're trying their best. The commander shouts for them to stay calm, but the beasts are clearly not listening. It's a full-on battle, and our boy is right in the thick of it, determined to protect everyone. He immediately accepts a job hunting monsters. Smart move, this dude needs the cash. Stab. He takes down one beast super fast, but another one's already yelping and charging at him. Grr. Another beast lunges and our boy barely dodges. That was close. He keeps fighting, dodging and weaving, but the beasts are relentless and gaining ground. A mysterious figure appears, looking down on the battle. Who is this guy, seriously? He tells the knight he doesn't look satisfied, and then offers to help with that. Uh-oh? The figure reveals himself, and he's a total beast with crazy hair and dual axes. Intimidating. Swoosh. He swings an axe, and one of the monsters goes flying with a yow. No mercy. The figure's going wild, axes blurring, monsters screaming. It's a whirlwind of carnage. Yay ho! He's absolutely loving this, and the fight is about to get even more intense. Someone shouts at our boy, calling him curse cleaver and demanding he do something. Talk about pressure! Another soldier yells for him to handle the situation, and honestly, the desperation is real. But before anyone can react, our boy bursts forward, sword drawn, moving faster than we've ever seen. Swoosh! He's a blur, slicing through the battlefield. This dude is straight up a whirlwind of steel. Okay, so our knight is in a straight up life or death situation, sword drawn and ready to go. He's blocking a massive attack with his blade, but it's clearly pushing him back. This is intense. But wait, a giant harpy descends from the sky, screeching like it owns the place. He declares there will be no more deaths, which is a bold claim considering the circumstances, honestly. This dude is flying straight into the fray, dodging the harpy's attack with some serious skill. He's gaining altitude, sword flashing, and the harpy is coming for him. It's a mid-air duel. The harpy lets out an ear-splitting cry, and it's messing with our knight's head, no way. He's taking a hit, but he's pushing through, determined to end this fight, and it looks brutal. The harpy is going down, but it's still fighting back, and our knight is reeling from the attack. He manages to land a blow and the harpy cries out, but this fight is far from over, bro. He's dodging and weaving, slicing through the harpy's feathers, but it's a full-on aerial brawl. The harpy's still fighting, wings bloodied, but our knight is landing blow after blow. It's brutal. Someone shouts about him killing the most harpies, and honestly, that's just facts at this point. He's plummeting down with the harpy, a whirlwind of feathers and fury, and it's about to get messy. The harpy crashes, and our boy lands right on top, sword ready, but another harpy is already attacking. He deflects the new attack, but the impact sends him flying, straight into more harpies. No brother for this dude. This knight is straight up a harpy, killing machine, slicing through them with insane speed and precision. But wait, a whole flock descends, and even our boy is getting overwhelmed. It's a swarm. He's fighting like a man possessed, but there are just too many, and he's starting to stumble. He's down, surrounded, and it looks grim. However, he's already resetting, ready to do it all again. Rem shouts he's not here to play games, then launches into a full-speed attack on the harpy. Straight up relentless, he's slicing and dicing, a blur of motion, and the harpy is going WN. No way it can handle this. The harpy crashes, but this dude doesn't even pause. He's already charging towards more harpies. What a beast. The onlookers are shocked. Rem's always been good, but now, even the curse cleaver is impressed. Seriously. He's swinging his sword with insane force, creating a wind blast. Whoosh, whack, it's a total whirlwind. And down she goes, another harpy eliminated. But this fight is far from over. The swarm keeps coming. He slams into the ground, but recovers instantly, already swinging again. This dude doesn't know the meaning of tired. Another slash, another harpy bites the dust, but someone notices he's been training hard, and they're not wrong. He's a whirlwind of steel, cutting through harpies left and right. It's an absolute slaughter. This dude is straight up a monster, and the harpies are starting to realize they messed with the wrong knight. Rem's crew arrives, asking if they can help, but our boy straight up says they aren't needed. He knows they just slow him down, and he's got a point. This is a one-man show. Suddenly, a massive harpy dives from the sky, fast as anything, and it's heading right for Rem. Rem reacts instantly, swinging his sword with all his might. Clang, a solid hit! But the force of the blow sends Rem flying backwards, his sword ripped from his grasp. He crashes into the ground swordless, and the harpy is already turning for another attack. Oh no! The harpy swoops again, claws extended, and Rem shouts in desperation, "My sword!" Another whoosh of wind as Rem tries to defend, but he's completely exposed without a weapon. The harpy screeches, "Scree!" and prepares to finish him off. It's looking really bad for Rem. But wait, he's already resetting, bro, ready to learn from his mistakes and take on the harpies again. Rem's already moving, dodging the harpy's claws and bringing his fist up for a counter. A brutal, bloody strike. The harpy screeches, taking the punch, but it doesn't even slow it down as it barrels toward Rem again. He's scrambling for his sword, but it's too far. This harpy is relentless and closing in fast. The harpy's talons rake across Rem's armor, tearing through it. Ouch, that looks painful, but he's still fighting. Rem grits his teeth, bringing his sword up just in time to block another attack, sparks flying everywhere. He manages to stab the harpy, a solid hit, but the creature is huge. It barely seems to register. The harpy's claws connect, ripping through Rem's shoulder, and he's sent tumbling backwards. No way! He's desperately trying to regain control, but the harpy's coming in for the kill, a final, devastating swoop. Rem swings his sword one last time, a desperate attempt to defend, but it's not enough. It's over. But of course, our boy resets, starting the day all over. He's learning fast, and this time will be different. Wait a minute. The knight sees the harpies actually running away from Rem, which is seriously throwing him for a loop. He's baffled, asking if these harpies are even human, because they just got scared off by this dude. What? Rem's cutting through the harpies like butter, and it's brutal. He's a whirlwind of steel and fury. But things take a dark turn, because these aren't the harpies they fought before. They're different, and Rem realizes something is wrong. We see a flashback of the fallen soldiers, and the knight learns they all died trying to protect Rem. Heavy stuff. The knight delivers the devastating news they all died trying to save him, and Rem just stares, completely stunned. Rem's face is a mask of determination, and he declares he's not just fighting for himself anymore. He says it with such conviction he exists to save others. Straight up, this dude is a hero. Rem steels himself, and the panel focuses on his intense gaze. He's ready to take on whatever comes next. He's fully locked in, and you can tell he's a force to be reckoned with. This is a new Rem, and he's coming for everything. The reinforcements tell Rem they called him in for the harpies, and now they want him to leave. Seriously. But Rem isn't backing down. He's still got unfinished business, and declares he's not done yet. He shouts brace, and grips his sword, preparing for another wave of harpies. This dude is all in. Rem's stance is incredible, sword gleaming, ready to fight. No way these harpies know what's coming. Our boy is facing off against Auden, and he remembers something Auden said about close quarters combat. Auden explains speed is king up close, and then, no joke, he's Muvinch, straight up a blur. He's launching a lightning-fast attack, and our boy is bracing for impact, anticipating the hit. Auden's using his weight to power the attack, leveraging every ounce of strength he's got. But our boy isn't just standing there. He's countering, meeting Auden's force with his own. The clash is intense, a whirlwind of motion, and honestly, it looks like our boy is holding his own. However, Auden's relentless, keeping up the pressure with another powerful strike. The force sends our boy flying, but he's using the momentum, trying to turn the tables. He's attempting a counter-attack, but Auden's already anticipating it, ready to meet him head-on. Our boy declares victory, and Auden is not impressed, to say the least. He's rambling about proposing, and honestly, it's a weird flex. Auden thinks human proposals are barbaric. Okay, a little harsh, dude. But our boy isn't hearing it. He's already resetting for another go round. He's analyzing the fight, realizing he needs to exploit Auden's weakness. Auden attacks again, and our boy actually anticipates it this time. He dodges, using Auden's momentum against him. It's a textbook maneuver. He throws a counter, catching Auden completely off guard, and it lands. Auden's down, but our boy is already assessing the situation, focused as ever. He's figured it out, find the opening, and use your strength, simple, effective. Auden's all smug, saying there was nothing he could do. Talk about a cold response. He's patting our boy on the back, but it's clear he's still looking down on him. Honestly. Our boy's ready to fight again, sword drawn, but Auden's already sizing him up like he's an insect. Auden demands forgiveness, but our boy just stares him down, totally unblinking. Auden insists he had no choice, but our boy doesn't seem to be buying it for a second. He's mounting his horse, and it's a long step up. This dude is seriously tall. He looks down at our boy with that condescending smirk, but our boy is unfazed, I swear. Auden's riding off, leaving a trail of dust, and our boy is already bracing for an all-out war. The army is massing, preparing for battle. It's about to get real. The text screams N.A.L. Otmar, and we're right there with our boy, ready to see it go down. Marcus is approaching, and everyone's watching him take each step. It's intense. He's got this imposing presence, and the guys are starting to realize this isn't good. The soldiers are whispering, calling him the warmonger, and it's clear they're scared. Someone finally speaks up, saying Marcus is a proven strategist unlike their last commander. They admit he's got tons of experience, but they're worried about facing Asfen. No easy fight. But Marcus isn't worried about Asfen. He's focused on something else entirely, it seems. He's looking at the rest of the soldiers, and straight up says they're just filler for the front lines. This dude is ruthless, no doubt about it, and the others are starting to get a bad feeling. Someone calls out his name, Marcus. But it's like he doesn't even register it. He's got this determined look on his face, and it's clear he's already planning his next move. Everyone's talking about the independent platoon leader. They call him Cursa Cleaver, which is a seriously intimidating nickname. Someone admits they've never seen anyone rise through the ranks so fast, and they're wondering if it's skill or just luck. Marcus demands proof. wanting to see if this new guy is actually useful. Talk about a cold welcome. The squad receives a mission to scout the Fen-Hanel River, and it's a direct order from the battalion commander. Turns out, the company commander was already warning them about this area. It's apparently super dangerous. They're heading towards Crossguard, and someone points out a new member joining the independent platoon. Henry. Henry looks troubled, and honestly, the whole scene is giving off Major Doom vibes. The soldiers are discussing the mission, and it's clear they're worried about what awaits them at the river. Marcus is giving the orders, and his intensity is seriously unnerving everyone around him. Someone tries to warn the platoon leader, says it's a direct order, but he's already decided to go. A soldier declares he's coming too, and the platoon leader orders the entire group to stay put under the new squad leader. The reaction from the troops is intense, bro. They look absolutely terrified of the new orders. Marcus starts barking orders, and honestly, it's a power play. He's making a statement. Henry steps forward, and the soldiers are straight up losing it, clearly seeing him as a threat. The tension is building. Henry's got this crazy look in his eyes, and he's grinning like a maniac. He's practically drooling, brandishing an axe, and the soldiers are completely frozen in fear. Someone finally asks what this insect is doing in their company, but it's a rhetorical question, really. Henry tells them to tremble, and the panel literally says Tyriamble in huge letters. It's over the top! Our boy Henry is radiating pure menace, and it's clear this is going to be a wild ride. Henry, straight up losing it, yells at anyone with a problem to come at him. It's a total challenge. He declares he volunteered for this nightmare to serve under Encred, and he isn't backing down now, no way. Marcus assesses Henry, calls him a feisty insect, and then clocks him right in the face with his saw. Marcus is laying down the law, but Henry is clearly not intimidated, and honestly, this dude is a beast. Okay, so our boy is facing off against this older knight, and he's got a serious smirk on his face. The younger knight is totally focused, sword raised, but the older guy is playing mind games. It's intense. This dude says he likes hearing his opponents resolve, which is unsettling, to say the least. The older knight swings, and it's fast, a blur of steel, but our boy is ready to block. Sword meets sword, and sparks are fell ing. This clash is straight up epic, the force of it is crazy. They're trading blows now, a whirlwind of steel, and honestly, the speed of this fight is insane. The older knight pushes forward, forcing our boy to retreat, but he's not backing down. He's holding his ground. Another clash, another shower of sparks, and the older knight is starting to look a little surprised. He's pushing back now. Our boy is matching the older knight's strength. No way, this is the same guy from before. The older knight is reeling from the impact, looking shocked, but our boy is already moving in for another strike. The older knight gets blasted back, but it isn't a sword. It's a straight-up punch, and he's stunned. Our boy is unleashing a flurry of attacks, a whirlwind of fists, and the older knight can barely defend. He's down, completely overwhelmed, and our boy's not letting up. It's brutal, but effective. The older knight tries to ask what's happening, if this is even a punch, but gets cut off. Our boy isn't responding, he's just relentless, and a mysterious blade suddenly appears in his hand. He's moving so fast, it's just a blur, and the blade flashes. It's a completely new level of speed. The older knight is frozen, staring in disbelief, trying to figure out where this blade even came from. And then, slash, the blade connects, sending a spray of sparks and leaving the older knight reeling. Our boy is standing over him now, the blade dripping, and the older knight is totally defeated. The older knight is asking where that blade came from, but honestly, he should have seen this coming. The older knight accuses our boy of fighting dirty, but he's seriously confused why anyone would think this is a fair fight. This dude thinks he's so high and mighty, but our boy just smirks and says he's a strange one. An old man steps in, offering to teach our boy how to properly snap his wrist for throwing. It's a weird training session. The older knight tries to show off his technique, but it's awful, and the old man is unimpressed, to say the least. Someone points out the men are supposed to be crossing the river, and the older knight looks totally lost. The knight stares off into the distance, completely spacing out. He's clearly not focused on the task at hand. They all pile into a tiny boat, and it immediately starts listing to one side. This is a disaster waiting to happen. The boat wobbles violently, and the older knight goes flying off with a tea tree, straight into the water. Spielice! Another knight falls in, and it's chaos as the boat capsizes. This is going from bad to worse. Our boy is left standing on the wreckage, watching everyone scramble, and honestly, he looks pretty unbothered. Our boy is not having it. He straight up tells the older knight he doesn't want to smell like a pig on this mission. He sniffs dramatically, clearly judging the older knight's hygiene, and things escalate quickly. No way. Our boy just rips off his own shirt and shoves the older knight into the water. Splash! He throws the older knight again, and honestly, this dude is getting wrecked. The older knight is furious, yelling about being a greedy bastard, but our boy just flexes. He says he's always up for a fight, and it's clear he's enjoying this way too much. Suddenly, a woman arrives, saying she came looking for them. She's been tracking them for a while. Our boy jolts, surprised she's here, and realizes he didn't sense her approach at all. She's standing there, looking intense, and it's clear she's a force to be reckoned with. He wonders when she arrived, but the bigger question is, what does she want with them? The woman accuses our boy of staring, but he's quick to defend himself. It's all about the abs, apparently. No way, the ripped dude fin on all surfaces, sending a wave crashing over everyone. Our boy is totally caught off guard, eyes wide as the water hits him, and he's clearly shocked. The woman is furious, yelling at him for being so bold, but he's just distracted. This dude introduces himself as Finn, the reconnaissance platoon leader, and things are about to get serious. Finn jumps toward our boy, trying to grab him, but he's surprisingly agile and dodges the attack. He's quick to retaliate, grabbing Finn's arm, and it looks like a struggle is brewing. Finn says he needs to work on those muscles, and straight up touches our boy's abs. This is getting awkward. The woman is still yelling, but honestly, everyone's focused on the muscle flexing. But things are about to change. Finn's face hardens, and it's clear he's not messing around anymore. Okay, so there's spy cat intel but hasn't reported in, super sus, right? Turns out they're going STRIGHTNTO enemy territory to find cat. No hesitation at all. The area around Crossguard is crawling with monsters, but as Finn doesn't bother patrolling it. Easy. They've got 3 options to infiltrate a tunnel, climbing the walls, or disguising themselves as merchants. First up, the tunnel. It's used for black market trade, so guards ignore it, which is convenient. Next, they can climb the city walls at night, risky but doable apparently. And finally, they can just pretend to be merchants, classic disguise maneuver. The commander explains Cat might be late, so his platoon will wait at the Rendezvous point. It's just the 3 of them going to cross guard. He lays out their options, and each one comes with its own challenges, but he leaves the choice up to our boy. But our boy is clearly annoyed. She's talking about all this danger so matter of factly, it's wild. He's processing everything, and honestly, he looks like he's about to make a decision, whatever it is. They're sneaking into the city, but this dude is questioning why they're doing it in broad daylight. The leader explains they're counting on security being lax, figuring no one expects a daytime infiltration. Our boy isn't buying it, straight up saying security could still be around the tunnel. But the leader insists it's a calculated risk. The leader brags about handsome men being smarter, and honestly, he's already positioning himself as the group's punching bag. Rangers go first, moving ahead to scout the route. They're lightly equipped and need to be quiet. She's moving, and her steps are nearly silent, which is a good thing considering their plan. She's really stepping lightly, making sure not to make a sound while she moves forward. Her steps are nearly silent, and the other guy is watching her with a serious expression. Her steps are nearly silent. She's a pro at this, and it's a relief to see. She's seriously quiet, and our boy is clearly impressed with her stealth skills. They're walking right into an ambush. Someone yells gotcha, ya rats, and all hell breaks loose. It's a straight-up trap. Crossbows are firing and swords are drawn, and it's total chaos. The leader shouts it's an ambush? Retreat! But it's already too late. They're surrounded. One of the attackers barks. There is no escape, as they close in on the retreating group, and things look grim. Another attacker yells kill them? This dude is clearly not messing around and is ready for a fight. The girl tries to break through the enemy lines, desperately trying to create an opening for them to escape. A sword swings down, and DHOA it connects with someone, sending a spray of red everywhere. Another crossbow fires, and this dude barely dodges, narrowly avoiding a deadly shot. She's fighting like crazy, but they're totally overwhelmed. It's a brutal, desperate scramble for survival. Seriously, this is a total bloodbath. Our boy is gonna have to retray this one again. Tors and Finn are getting wrecked. They're clearly outmatched taking on this many enemies at once. Someone manages to land a blow on Finn, and he's sent flying backwards. It looks brutal, bro. Tors is getting absolutely swarmed with enemies closing in fast, but he's still fighting like a maniac. A blade flashes and another enemy goes down, but Torres is taking damage. Red is spraying everywhere. Someone tries to stab Finn while he's down, but he rolls just in time. No way, that was a clean dodge. Torres is getting stabbed again, and he's clearly struggling. This is bad, really bad. He tries to block with his sword, but it just clinks off the attacker's weapon. It's not holding up. Another enemy swings at Torres, and he barely manages to deflect it, but the force still sends him reeling. Finn's back on his feet, swinging his weapon wildly and honestly. This dude is a whirlwind of fury. Torres takes another hit, straight to the chest, and he's clutching at the wound. This isn't looking good. Torres realizes he's facing a serious uphill battle. This wall of enemies is insane. But our boy isn't backing down. He's shouting that he won't go down without a fight. And it's kinda inspiring. He swings his sword, and it connects with an enemy. A clean slice, but more just keep coming. Torres is pushing forward, carving a path, but he's getting swarmed, and the enemies are relentless. Someone tries to stab him, and it's a close call. He barely deflects the blow, but takes a hit to the arm. Another enemy goes down, but then another and another. It's a brutal, chaotic free-for-all. An enemy manages to get a clear shot, and stab, straight through the chest, and it looks absolutely devastating. Torres is reeling, clutching his wound, but he's still swinging. This dude has unbelievable stamina. He goes for another strike, but an enemy intercepts and bomb. A sword to the face, and it's messy. An enemy yells for reinforcements to surround him, and honestly, it's looking grim, bro, really grim. Torres is getting absolutely hammered, but he manages to block a final blow. It's a brutal clash. He's wounded, clearly struggling, but he's still fighting with everything he's got. No way he's giving up. But he's surrounded, completely overwhelmed, and the enemy is closing in for the kill. Torres collapses, taking a serious hit, and it looks like this might be it, the end of the line. However, he's not down for long, and he's scrambling to his feet, determined to keep fighting. He's dragging himself away, trying to escape the onslaught, but they're anticipating his every move. He's backed against a cliff, literally cornered, and the enemy commander is giving the order to finish him. But then, a voice cuts through the chaos. Someone's realized they were set up, that this was an ambush. Torres is stunned. They knew he was coming. This whole fight was a trap, and it's a total shock. He's sitting there, wounded and defeated, realizing the depth of the betrayal, and honestly, it's a low blow. Torres suggests they climb the city wall instead of facing the enemy head-on. A pretty smart move, honestly. The commander explains he saw firsthand what's waiting for them, so it's not just a gut feeling. It's intel. He agrees to wait until night to climb, but warns it'll take a lot of time and planning. No shortcuts here. Torres asks if he can join, wanting to be part of the operation, and the commander seems hesitant. The commander gives a little smirk. He's realizing Torres is the type who likes to spar during the day. Torres admits he's not good with a sword, which is understatement of the year. Let's be real. The commander's grinning now, clearly amused, and we're getting a strong vibe this is going to be interesting. Torres lays out his plan. He'll distract the enemy while the commander slips away. It's a risky move. The commander asks if he's serious, but Torres is straight up determined to make this work. No backing down. He offers to do the distraction, but the commander insists, and it's clear this dude is about to be bait. Torres explains that if the enemy expects them, there's likely a fight waiting on any route they take. He insists it's a good idea to see how his comrades fight, and honestly, it's also training for him. Torres tells Enkard to go ahead, flicking a dismissive hand. This dude is really volunteering as bait. Enkard takes off, but it's clear Torres is playing a dangerous game, and we're about to see it unfold. Our boy emerges from the mage's cave, and he's got a plan involving these glowing blue orbs. He's hoping to trade these magic artifacts for enough money to replace his broken sword, which, let's be real, is in rough shape. He finds a merchant and shows off the orbs, instantly getting the guy hyped up about the potential profit. This dude asks for the best sword money can buy, but the merchant points out he could literally get anything with this much cash. Our boy straight up says a weapon is life for a soldier, and he won't settle for anything less than a new blade. But he immediately realizes he can't just abandon his sword. No way is he walking around defenseless. He tosses the sword into the distance with a whoosh, trying to ditch the weight, but it's heavier than it looks. He faceplants into the dirt, proving that sword is a serious commitment, and honestly, it's kinda hilarious. Another knight sighs, telling us he warned our boy to leave that longsword behind, but did he listen? The knight explains even without all his other gear, that sword alone is going to completely wear him out. He grips the cliff face, muscles bulging as he starts to climb. This dude is seriously pushing himself. He's hauling himself up, determined to reach the top, and a voiceover drops that muscles grow when pushed to their limits. He finally makes it over the edge, collapsing onto the ground. But he's already back on his feet. He brushes himself off, declaring he's overcome countless obstacles before, and this won't stop him. He digs his feet into the dirt, bracing against the terrain, and the impact sends a thud through the scene. He's moving again, climbing higher, and a voiceover insists this won't be enough to stop him. We get a close-up of his determined face, sweat dripping down his brow. Our boy is focused. He plants his foot firmly, continuing his ascent, and honestly, he's starting to look unstoppable. He's climbing, climbing, climbing. This is a serious test of endurance, and he's giving it everything. He keeps pushing forward, completely ignoring the pain, and bro is straight up a climbing machine. The silver-haired knight scans the landscape, convinced something's off. He's not buying this quiet. He insists this isn't rage in the other knight's eyes, but something else. It's creepy, honestly. Suddenly, a howl echoes through the night, and the others spot a pack of lycanthropes. No way, it's a full moon. More howls erupt, and the lycanthropes begin to close in, snapping and snarling. This is getting intense. The red-haired knight shouts they need to be ready for a fight, and immediately takes a defensive stance. The silver-haired knight scans the area, spotting more of the creatures emerging from the darkness. They're surrounded. Our boy is definitely in a bad spot, but he's got to be prepared to fight these lycanthropes, right? The lycanthropes are closing in fast, and honestly, this is about to get messy. The knights brace for impact. They're about to face a pack of lycanthropes in the middle of nowhere. The red-haired knight readies her blade, preparing for the onslaught. This dude is not messing around. The silver-haired knight yells now, and lunges, while another knight moves to intercept. It's a coordinated attack. The red-haired knight tries to shield herself, but she's caught off guard and gets knocked back. The dark-haired knight is on her in an instant, pinning her down. This is bad, really bad. She struggles, desperate to escape, but he's too strong, and she's getting overwhelmed. The silver-haired knight is charging forward, but the dark-haired knight glances up, totally unfazed. He's got a chilling look in his eyes, and honestly, it's like he wanted this to happen. Our boy raises the torch, the flame blazing. He's stepping into the fray, and it's a risky move. He steps and steps and steps, carefully navigating the treacherous terrain. It's a slow, tense climb. The knights gasp, realizing the full extent of the cliff's edge. One wrong step, and it's over. He declares it's easier on nights like these, but is that a promise or a threat? We'll find out. They're planning to sneak into the slums past the wall, hoping no one recognizes them. But the red-haired knight still has her sword, and our boy points out she needs to ditch it. It's too risky. She insists the weight is good training, and this dude is straight up determined to carry it. He's scaling the wall, and honestly, it looks way harder than that mountain he climbed before. He's almost over, and the silver-haired knight thinks this is the safest route. Famous last words, right? But as they climb, the dark-haired knight starts taking out the supports. No way, he's sabotaging them. The structure creaks and groans, and it's clear this safe road is about to become a death trap. He's saying this is all part of the plan, but it's looking less like a plan and more like a trap. The dark-haired knight is totally unfazed, like he knew this would happen all along. Creepy. Our boy realizes there's an ambush waiting on the wall, and things are about to get seriously chaotic. He wonders how they'll be stopped this time, totally confident. Famous last words, seriously? But the dark-haired knight straight up CLApes, and everyone freezes? What is happening? She's looming over them, and it's clear she's about to unleash something nasty. She promises to help them sleep, then snaps her fingers, and vines erupt EVRBUHR. The vines are wrapping around everything, and the red-haired knight yells, "It's a mage!" Uh-oh. This dude tries to fight back, but the mage sends a vine whipping toward his face. She's soaring through the air, controlling these massive, twisting vines. It's a full-on assault. The vines keep coming, and the silver-haired knight is desperately trying to help our boy escape. But it's no use. The vines are too fast, too strong, and they're completely surrounded. They're trapped, and honestly, this looks like a really bad situation for our boy and his crew. The mage whips a vine at the red-haired knight, and it connects with a sickening crunch. No way! She sends another vine crashing down, and the silver-haired knight tries to shield someone, but it's too late. The vines are exploding with thorns, and she's just watching it all happen, totally unbothered. However, she's clearly targeting our boy next, and this dude is about to get seriously wrecked. Okay, so this powerful ghost is straight up telling our boy he's insignificant, like an insect against a massive wall. But our dude? He's using this weird curse of repeating days to get stronger, which is kinda genius, honestly. He thanks the ghost for the humility check, and says it's exactly the wall he needed to push himself. This dude is seriously embracing the challenge, like bring on the impossible walls, he's ready. The ghost throws down the gauntlet, wondering if our boy will still feel that way after facing the third wall. We get a super intense close-up of the ghost smirking. This isn't a friendly challenge, it's a threat. Now they're planning to sneak into the city disguised as merchants, which feels like a risky move. His companion has a bad feeling about the tunnel, and you know that means trouble is brewing. But our boy brushes it off, saying it's fine, and they just need to blend in with the regular merchant line. They ask when the merchants actually enter the city, and the answer is tomorrow morning. The pressure is on. They're making a deal with some shady merchants, but our boy's companion is immediately suspicious, and rightfully so. The merchants agree to bring out the goods, and honestly, it sounds like a terrible idea. No way, the goods are a ton of preserved meat and booze. This is a disaster waiting to happen. One of the guys is freaking out, asking if they're serious about letting their guard down now, but she's totally unfazed. She casually explains they'll get tunnel vision if they stay tense, then starts pouring a drink. What is apyunengi? The other guy is staring at her, shoulders tight, clearly not buying this whole relax and have a drink vibe. Suddenly, he remembers all the times he's pushed himself relentlessly, thinking it was the only way forward. But she's right, he realizes, he did get tunnel vision, and it's been holding him back. He admits he's been pushing himself too hard, and it's a huge moment of realization for this dude. Our boy is finally starting to understand the importance of balance, which is a game changer for sure. He decides to take a step back and gather his thoughts, realizing desperation isn't the answer. Our boy wants to live more fully in the moment, and he starts sliding his sword out of its sheath. He's got a newfound determination, and it's clear he's ready to change his approach to everything. But then he notices a cut on his arm, a reminder of the battles he's already fought. He glances at his companion, and this dude looks seriously skeptical of the whole situation. Our boy raises his sword, a steely gaze fixed on something off-panel. He's about to take charge. He grips the sword tighter, muscles flexing, and straight up looks like he's ready for anything. His companion is still wary, but our boy seems totally focused and determined now. He's bracing for impact, getting ready to defend himself and his friends. However, he's not preparing for a fight. He's just posing dramatically with his sword. He's sharing what he learned. Something about the city wall the other night, and it's he-ge. He's saying the wall will change, and honestly, that's a super ominous warning. But before anyone can react, something is de-signed toward them at insane speed. No way, it's a massive beast, claws out and ready to tear things up. The red moon is shining down, and everything feels wrong, like this is a bad omen. This dude is leaping into action, sword raised, trying to protect everyone. He swings, but the beast is too fast, dodging the attack with ease. It's a close call. Our boy's companion is straight up terrified, eyes wide with shock. The beast lunges again, and this time it's aiming right for our boy. However, he's ready, deflecting the attack with a powerful swing, sparks flying everywhere. That cry, it's sending chills down everyone's spine, and the ground starts shaking like crazy. No time to think. They're running for their lives as a monster's shape bursts through the tunnel. The beast is gaining on them, a blur of fur and claws, and the soldiers are scrambling to escape the flames. Our boy yells ramen, trying to get everyone to safety, but this thing is fast, way faster than they anticipated. The beast is tearing through the area, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. It's absolute chaos. Someone shouts that it takes 10 soldiers to take down one of these lycanthropes, and honestly, that sounds bad. The grizzled veteran is looking grim, realizing they're in over their heads, and this dude is not happy. The beast is coming right for them, but our boy is already moving, sword raised and ready to fight. He's dodging and weaving, trying to get a clear shot, but the lycanthrope is a whirlwind of muscle and fury. The beast lunges, and it looks like it's about to land a devastating blow. This is not good, people. No one sensed anything off about the beast, but this dude realizes it's connected to the mage's power. The veteran wonders if this is the mage's doing, and honestly, it's looking more and more likely. Check out those rings. The mage is flexing with some serious bling. The lycanthropes lunge, and it's a full-on chaotic attack, but our boy isn't backing down. He declares he won't rely on desperation alone, and then things get intense. He unleashes some kind of energy, a blinding light, and straight up vows not to just take this lying down. Our boy swings his sword, a flash of blue, and connects with the beast. Goo! He's dodging irregular attacks coming from every direction. This is a relentless assault. He manages to dodge another swipe, but it's a close call. Ayorsh! The beast keeps coming, and our boy keeps fighting, but these attacks are seriously unpredictable. He realizes focusing on one point would actually hurt his vision. No way, this beast is fast? The lycanthrope lets out a terrifying growl, showing off a mouthful of razor-sharp teeth, and it's genuinely scary. It lunges at our boy, jaws open wide, but he meets the attack head-on with a shining blade. Talk about guts! Clang, sword meets claw in a shower of sparks, and this dude is seriously testing his limits right now. Okay, so things are bad. Our boy is facing two massive, snarling beasts. They look straight up terrifying. A whole squad of armored soldiers shows up, thinking they're here to save the day, but honestly, they're about to be lunch. This woman, she's powerful, tries to shield them, but a massive attack is already heading their way. He's had enough, bro. He declares he's making his own path no matter what it takes. Our dude is running for his life, dodging debris and narrowly avoiding getting crushed. It's intense. He's thinking ahead, figuring out how to handle being surrounded, but he realizes he's got nothing to work with. He's completely empty-handed, but he's confident he can take on anyone from the Grey Dog Company one-on-one. However, being swarmed in this tight space is a whole different story. He's really in a bind. He's determined to avoid getting cornered, and he's got a plan involving the sixth gate. If he can use the sixth gate, he can find where the enemy is hiding, and then blank, he disappears. He's scanning for any trace of power, but the sixth gate is coming up empty. Nothing at all. Suddenly, the enemy soldiers are on him, crossbows aimed and ready to fire, and it's total chaos. One of them goes for a stab, but our boy is fast, dodging the attack with insane reflexes. However, another soldier manages to land a hit, straight through the shoulder. And this dude is Dabaduan. A mysterious woman appears, questioning if someone cast a spell in the tunnel. She's definitely suspicious. She demands to know if magic was used, and her eyes are glowing yellow. She's not messing around. But before anyone can answer, a massive force slams into them all, sending everyone flying. It's a wild, sweeping attack and our boy is completely knocked off his feet, tumbling through the dirt. The woman manages to brace herself, but she looks seriously rattled. This power is way beyond anything she expected. This whole situation is escalating quickly, and honestly, our boy is starting to think they're all in way over their heads. He's trying to force open some kind of power within himself, but it just won't come out, bro. Someone gets slammed to the ground, and our boy is yelling at them for being terrible with their hands. But things are getting serious. They can't use the sixth gate, not with these tenacious suitors around. He's all fired up though, clenching his fists and declaring they won't lose, which is pretty bold. Then, a monstrous roar echoes, and a massive, furry creature lunges at them with teeth bared. The beast attacks and our boy barely manages to deflect it with his sword. This is insane. More of these lycanthropes appear, surrounding them, and they are seriously outnumbered. No way. He knows they're in a tight spot, and vows to make up for their lack of numbers somehow. He's not backing down. This dude is getting ready to fight, eyes blazing with determination, and honestly, it's a little scary. Our boy is seriously focused, and you can tell he's ready to give it everything he's got. He swings his sword, aiming to slice through the lycanthrope, but it's faster than he thought. The blade connects a slotch, but he realizes he miscalculated and is now dangerously close. Oh no, he's cut one of the lycanthropes, and blood is flying everywhere, but he's immediately realizing he rushed it. He's dodging and weaving through attacks, trying to create some space, but these beasts are relentless. This dude is getting slammed around, and honestly, it looks painful. He's taking a beating. He manages to leap back, narrowly avoiding another attack, and tries to regain his footing. But another lycanthrope is right on top of him, claws extended, and it's a full-on brawl now. He's fighting tooth and nail, but the lycanthropes are swarming him. It's a total free-for-all. He's trying to break free, swinging his sword wildly, but he's surrounded and getting overwhelmed. A blade comes down toward him, and he's thinking do HY, as everything goes red. He's chomped on by the lycanthrope. No way, and it's brutal honestly. But wait, it's not over. He's falling, plummeting into complete darkness. He lands on something soft, and a glowing lantern appears, guiding his way. A mysterious voice asks if he's tired of repeating the same day, and it's super creepy. The voice challenges him to overcome the walls, or be stuck in this loop forever. He's back on the cliff, sword in hand, and declares he's relived this day enough times. Our boy realizes all 3 walls are actually the same. Clever twist. He's staring intensely, a confident smirk forming. This dude is ready to change things. He's looking toward the sunrise, a hopeful expression on his face. It's a new dawn. The sun is rising, casting a warm glow, and he's finally breaking the cycle, it seems. Encred is shocked. He can't believe our boy is suddenly so much stronger. Encred tries to block with his sword, but this dude straight up shatters it with one punch. He's reeling, completely stunned, and our boy presses the attack, relentlessly. Encred demands to know how he could get this powerful overnight, but it's clear he's losing. Our boy reveals he's lived this day 79 times, and he's determined to break through. He's focused, determined, and honestly, the intensity in his eyes is kinda scary. He declares he's surmounting this wall today, no matter what it takes, and you gotta respect the confidence. He's bracing himself, gathering all his strength, and it looks like he's about to try something HGE. He throws everything he has into another strike. This is it, the moment of truth. Our boy is exhausted but standing, finally breaking through the wall. He actually did it. He's casually explaining he's going to hang something. A weird, hairy chunk. On his wrist, no way! Finn notices the inside of our boy's boots are lined with fabric, and he explains he added it to silence his steps. This dude is seriously meticulous, prepping his boots to sneak around, but honestly, it's kinda creepy. Encred nods, giving the okay. He trusts our boy to handle whatever's next, and that's a little unsettling. Okay, so our boy is getting a message about Captain Roger, a seriously dangerous enemy, and it's urgent. Someone's running towards him through a dark tunnel, and things are about to go down fast. This dude is focused, eyes locked on the incoming threat, clearly ready to face whatever's coming. He learns from Resha that Roger is the enemy captain's name, but it sounds like Captain Roger isn't pulling his weight. Our boy realizes the darkness is perfect cover, no one will recognize him or his gear, which is smart. He shouts about the city being overrun by monsters, and someone questions if Captain Roger even cares about his job. He explains the name Roger is a deliberate tactic to make everyone think he's one of their soldiers. He gets close enough to an enemy, and they're about to realize he's not who they think he is. But something interrupts. Sash, he's attacked and it looks brutal, a ton of blood spraying everywhere. But he's not out yet, and honestly, this dude is straight up a master of deception and timing. The soldiers immediately shout intruder, and start trying to take our boy down. It's chaos. Someone yells fire at will, and grabs for their weapon, but our boy is already moving fast. He yanks the soldier forward, using him as a shield while another soldier tries to squeeze off a shot. Don't shoot, someone cries, but it's too late. The soldiers are already staggering back from the attack. Our boy grabs another soldier, demanding they don't shoot, and straight up asks if this is the best they can do. He's yelling at them, calling them soldiers of Asfen, and questioning if they can even handle one enemy. A silver-haired guy appears, grabbing a soldier by the head and scolding the troops for being useless. The silver-haired man is wondering what our boy is doing, thinking he's deliberately taunting the soldiers. He's worried about more enemies being nearby, but also calls their crossbows about as useful as their brains. Harsh. Our boy says he needs to sense if anyone else is around, but it turns out the soldiers' boots are stuck in tar. Hilarious. Encred, this dude, is getting absolutely wrecked. He's covered in blood and looks totally stunned. The soldiers are completely losing it, shouting about their captain being worthless. It's a total mess. Arg, the confusion is real. They're leaning in, questioning what they're even supposed to do right now. Siraisk, one of the soldiers' arms gets broken, and it sounds absolutely brutal. No way. Slice, another soldier goes down, a clean cut through his armor. It's happening so fast. Someone shouts, Ankrid, you're a genius. Apparently our boy's plan is actually working. But things take a turn, because someone yells there's something behind them, and everyone freaks out. Where? They scream, spinning around. It's a total panic, and honestly, the tension is insane. Whatever's back there is moving fast, and the soldiers are clearly terrified, straight up frozen. They can't even see what's coming, and the look on their faces is pure dread. This is not good. The sun rises, and Ankrid yells some motivational stuff, but it's immediately interrupted by screams. Roger, one soldier shouts, then another gasps, and it's clear things are going south fast. Someone's getting stabbed, and it looks brutal. Ankrid's really going to work here. Curse it all, a soldier yells as a sword swings towards him, and honestly he kinda deserves it. Teach a C. A soldier gets skewered, it's messy, but Encrid doesn't even flinch. Kill him, they scream, and a whole bunch of crossbows are aimed right at Encrid. No escape. Encrid moves like a blur, dodging the attacks, but he's clearly outnumbered. This is intense. He's assessing the situation, saying this is just stalling, but he'll make it work. Our boy's confident. Another soldier goes down, and Encrid is covered in blood. It's a whirlwind of chaos. He's slicing through them all, and honestly, this dude is a straight-up fighting machine. Encrid's dodging attacks like a pro, but a soldier manages to land a hit, and it's brutal, straight up. To the exit. Someone yells, and they're making a break for it. But it's looking grim, bro. Suddenly, a massive force arrives. Grey Dog's main army led by Roger himself. No way! Boom, explosions rock the area, and the soldiers are thrown around like ragdolls. It's total chaos. Someone shouts they have a message from Ressa, but Encrid's face drops. He's clearly shocked. How does he know about Ressa? Someone asks, and then yells, "Run!" They're panicking hard. Roger freezes, staring intently. And you can tell he's not messing around. He knows about Ressa, the sorceress. But how? This just got seriously complicated. Encrid's trying to get everyone out of there, but it's a mad dash. It's a total disaster. Our boy is totally rattled. Ressa being brought up is a major curveball, and things are spiraling. Encrid's absolutely furious, yelling damn it. He's clearly losing it over whatever just happened. He screams get them, and launches into action slashing at soldiers. It's a full-on assault. The ground starts to rumble as a massive battle erupts, and it's pure chaos, seriously intense. Encrid's pushing forward, but someone is grabbing his arm. He's trying to break free, no doubt. They're running for their lives, dodging attacks, but these soldiers are relentless. They won't quit. Someone asks if they're still being followed, and another panics, questioning how they'll escape. They debate heading to the river or cliff, but Encrid cuts them off, shouting to the campsite. Someone protests, asking what? Why, but Encrid insists there's no time to argue. This is urgent. He's ordering them forward, and then, Spice! Someone gets hit, and it's brutal, bro. This dude is down, and honestly, Encrid's desperate gamble might be their only hope. The sun's setting, and Encrid straight up says it's almost time to call in reinforcements. Things are about to get real. He draws his sword, bracing for a fight, but the soldiers are already attacking. It's a surprise ambush. Encrid kicks a spear aside, saving one of his men, but another soldier is going down hard. No way this is going to be easy. Our boy is fighting like a madman, but it's a desperate situation. He needs those reinforcements ASP. Our boy is straight up facing a massive werewolf, sword drawn, looking totally determined. He's dodging attacks left and right, weaving through the beast's swipes. It's intense. He manages to land a hit, but the werewolf barely flinches, and things are looking grim. Someone is worried sick, saying he has a plan, but they're seriously doubting it'll work. Another teammate goes down, and someone else begs them to turn back, but no one's listening. The werewolf lets out a terrifying howl, and it's clear this fight is going south fast. The scene shifts, and we see someone injured, being held by another. It's a heartbreaking moment. They're desperately trying to save him, but it's a chaotic mess of battle and desperation. Someone shouts they HE to save him, even with everything falling apart around them. The red moon looms overhead, setting the stage for what's coming next. This is gonna be huge. Someone is rubbing their temples, totally baffled. How is this dude dodging everything? A blade swishes past his face, but our boy is anticipating every single attack. It's insane! Even though everyone else is fighting, he senses enemies closing in, drawn to his bloodlust. He's moving so fast, slicing through opponents before they even react. It's a whirlwind of steel. He's expanding his senses, focusing on everything around him, even what he can't see. No way! Split-second decisions are key, and this dude is making them flawlessly, reading every opponent. A massive werewolf lunges, but he anticipates it, protecting his teammates. It's a close call. The slightest mistake could be fatal, and the tension is absolutely killing me right now. He's locked in, eyes focused, ready to face whatever comes next. This is intense. Another blade fishes through the air, and he barely dodges it. Straight up incredible reflexes. Someone yells for the Grey Dogs to get into formation. But it's a trap. They're elite soldiers. They want to keep things chaotic, because their plan depends on it. But our boy has other ideas. He recalls something from a previous time loop, a weakness he accidentally discovered. No way! Suddenly, a soldier swings, but this dude anticipates it and blocks with insane speed. The soldier mocks him, calling himself Roger the Ever-Helmed, and honestly, he's asking for it. Another soldier shouts, questioning if he can even touch Roger. Talk about confidence. They brag Roger never takes his helmet off, but our boy is already charging, blade raised high. He's moving in for the kill, but then stops, asking why. Something's clearly off here. He's questioning the situation, and bro, we're on the edge of our seats right now. Another soldier attacks, and this dude deflects, but he's clearly distracted by what he's realized. The helmet flies off Roger, clunking and rolling, and everyone sees it's a smooth, bald head underneath. His teammates are shocked, realizing why the captain never takes his helmet off. It's a secret! The helmet slides across the ground, and our boy is straight up mortified, trying to grab it back. He finally gets the helmet and slams it on, but the damage is done. Everyone knows his secret now. Another soldier yells at Roger, but our boy fires back, saying being bald is nothing to be ashamed of. But the soldier isn't hearing it, and mocks the captain for sending his hair to an early grave. Ouch! Roger is furious, yelling at the guy, and honestly, this dude had it coming. He's absolutely losing it, screaming at the soldier, but his men are clearly disturbed by his outburst. The scene cuts to a close-up of Roger's enraged face. This is about to get messy. And just when you think it can't get more intense, the soldier keeps pushing, challenging Roger. Roger snaps, swinging his sword at the soldier, and it's a full-on furious attack. He's yelling about how he's a knight, demanding respect, and honestly, it's kinda intimidating. But the soldier isn't backing down, and he challenges Roger to a duel right then and there. Roger accepts, saying he'd like to see the guy try. Total confidence here. Swords clash, and the force sends Roger flying backwards. No way, that was a strong hit! He crashes into some crates, but straight up bounces back up, unfazed and ready for more. The soldier attacks again, swinging wildly, but Roger deflects every blow with ease. Roger counters, pushing forward with a powerful strike, and the soldier barely manages to block it. He's gaining the upper hand, pressing the attack, and the soldier is clearly starting to struggle. Another clash, and this time Roger's sword breaks through, sending sparks flying. This is intense? Roger's sword meets the soldier's, and the force of the blow is insane. It's a total clash. He's pushing through, relentlessly attacking, and the soldier is desperately trying to defend. Roger's blade cuts through the soldier's armor, but it's not enough to take him down. This guy is tough. He's going for the finishing blow, swinging his sword with everything he's got, and it's a clean hit. The soldier's helmet goes flying, and he collapses, but Roger isn't letting up, keeping the pressure on. He delivers a final, decisive strike, and the soldier is completely defeated. No way, that was brutal. Roger stands over the fallen soldier, declaring it's time for him to be reunited with his hair. Cold! Suddenly, other soldiers rush in, surrounding Roger. Oh no, he's outnumbered now. They're yelling at him, accusing him of killing their comrade, and things are about to get messy again. Roger just stares them down, looking totally unfazed. This dude is either fearless or reckless. Roger swings again, aiming for the lead soldier, but another one intercepts with a shield. Talk about bad timing. Whack! The sword slams into the shield, and our boy is immediately swarmed by the other soldiers. This is getting hectic. They're all over him, blades clashing, and it's a total free for all. He's outnumbered and taking hits. Clang! Another soldier attacks, but Roger manages to deflect it, showing he's still got some fight left in him. He's not going down easy. Okay, so our boy is straight up throwing keys at someone, like a full-on key barrage, and it's actually working? Everyone's shocked because apparently this dude used to be a ranger or something. No one knew. He's dodging and weaving through attacks like it's nothing, and people are seriously questioning his backstory. They're all baffled. How is he so skilled with these kinds of maneuvers? It makes zero sense. He's moving so fast, a blur of motion, and honestly, it's kinda intimidating even for the onlookers. But here's the thing, he can't use his full power because of the sorceress, which is super annoying. However, he does know where she'll be, because he's lived this day a bunch of times. Time loop shenanigans. She's standing in the same spot every single time, predictable as heck, and he's formulating a plan. He starts moving again, quickly, and it looks like he's going to intercept her. It's a risky play. He's launching into action, and things are about to go down. This dude's got a plan, and it's gonna be epic. He shouts he's going first, and the redhead is totally shocked. What is this dude planning? No way. He's launching himself forward with insane speed, a blur of motion and a swoosh sound effect. He's aiming for the sorceress, but she's surrounded by a swirling purple energy that's about to expand. The purple energy explodes outward, and she's caught in it. It's a massive wave of power. She's getting swept up, but she's fighting back, trying to control the energy with a scream. But our boy isn't stopping. He's leaping through the chaos, clearly intending to reach her. He whips out his sword, a blur of steel, and it's heading right for the swirling purple energy. Whoosh! The sword cuts through the energy, creating a shockwave and a massive slash sound. And honestly, it looks like he actually made a dent in her power. This is huge! Another whoosh as the sword connects, and this time, he's right in front of the sorceress. It's a direct hit. The sorceress is reeling, claiming her babies are moving. Whatever that means. Suddenly, thick vine-like tendrils shoot out, aiming straight for our boy. The other knight shouts, accusing her of poor training. Talk about adding insult to injury. This dude doesn't even flinch, a confident smirk spreading across his face. He's ready. Whoosh! The sorceress is sent flying backward with incredible force, but she's still fighting it. Pow! The vines are relentless, slamming into him with explosive force, but he's deflecting them. Clang! He's parrying the thick, spirit-like vines with his sword, a desperate struggle unfolding. Clang! Another block, and he's pushing forward, relentlessly attacking despite the onslaught. He yells to parry the vines, and honestly, he's straight up dominating this fight. The vines are being pushed back, and he's gaining ground. This is a total reversal of fortune. He's slicing through the vines, demanding they cut the thinner, whip-like ones. This dude is giving orders to plant life. Slash! He's cutting them down like wheat, a whirlwind of steel against the sorceress's attack. Clash! He's locked in close combat, deflecting another blow. The force is sending shockwaves. But wait, others are noticing. They're questioning how he's holding his own against a sorceress. Someone shouts to help her, ordering a sprint to aid Lady Resha. Talk about loyalty. A squad of armored knights charges forward, yelling to cover her. It's a full-on rescue mission. No way. They're opening fire with crossbows, aiming to stop the reinforcements from reaching Encred. More enemies appear, and the knights are ordering everyone to get them. It's chaos! However, the scene cuts back to the fight, and it looks like the sorceress is taking a serious beating. And honestly, this entire battle is escalating quickly. Our boy is straight up surrounded. The sorceress yells that he doesn't stand a chance, but our boy is already piecing things together. He realizes sorcerers are just humans. They bleed like anyone else, and he's figured out how to beat them. He needs an opening, and he thinks he is just the thing. Whatever it is, he's got a plan brewing. Suddenly, a flurry of attacks comes at him, blades flying through the air. It's a full-on assault. He dodges and weaves, narrowly avoiding the deadly projectiles, and honestly, his reflexes are insane. But the attacks keep coming, and he's forced to parry with his sword, deflecting the strikes with precision. He cuts through the incoming blades, and the sorceress is visibly shocked. This dude is relentless. Slash! He lands a hit, and the sorceress stumbles back. This is a major turning point in the fight. Our boy is relentless, pressing the attack, and the sorceress is clearly on the defensive now. It's a total reversal. He's closing in, and she's desperately trying to create distance. But it looks like our boy is about to land the final blow. He goes for the finishing blow, but the sorceress is ready. She counters with a blast of energy. No way, she's slicing right through his arm, and it looks seriously painful, bro. She shouts in pain as he lands another hit, and honestly, this fight is brutal. Our boy's reeling, but he's got a trick up his sleeve. His hidden knife technique. He explains he's using the technique, and then asks about the magic artifacts she left behind. He's holding a chunk of the blue crystal, and is straight up planning to use it somehow. Someone questions what he's going to do with the crystals, but he's confident he'll find a use. He's examining the glowing crystal closely. This dude is always thinking several steps ahead. He's got a determined look on his face, and it's clear he's formulating a plan. The crystal radiates an intense blue light in his hand. This is going to be good. He's channeling the crystal's energy, and it's overloading him. It looks like he's about to explode. The crystal unleashes a massive blast of power, and it's completely enveloping him, bro. However, instead of being destroyed, he's absorbing the energy, becoming stronger with each passing second. He's glowing with incredible power now, and straight up declares he's achieved a breakthrough. This is insane. Things are ANTMS? Our boy and Finn are getting rocked on this tiny boat, straight up dodging something huge. They're thrown into the water, but it looks like they managed to stay afloat, thankfully. Torres is looking at Finn with a serious expression, sparks flying around him. Something's definitely up. Torres is losing it, demanding to know why Finn is so weak after all their practice spars, but Finn's focused on something else. The boat bumps against something in the water, rocking wildly, and honestly, it's super unsettling. You can see the water rushing under the boat. It's starting to look like they're heading for trouble. Finn suddenly says let's do it, and the look on his face is intense, to say the least. Finn is desperately trying to get Torres to listen. He needs to speak with the madman platoon, but why? Torres looks confused and asks as they turn towards what Finn is seeing. No way. There are soldiers on the shore, and it looks like they're about to get a whole lot of trouble. Wait, hold up. The guildmaster recognizes someone on the shore and totally loses it? Turns out Lord Kreese is in danger, and this dude is screaming about it to the madman platoon. Everyone's losing their minds. They're saying the frog is here, and it's a Heiji deal. Torres is giving this intense stare, like he's piecing something together, and it's kinda creepy. The guildmaster spills everything. Their leader was on Asven's payroll, and Asven sends a frog every spring and fall. What is UP with this frog? This dude is recalling how they took over Gilpin Guild, and it's all connected to Asven's weird frog deliveries. Torres realizes it now. The frog is hairy, and honestly, the timing is perfect. 3 days ago, the guildmaster was counting a ton of money, and it's clear where it came from. So the guildmaster was getting paid off, but this dude Finn is ready to face whatever comes next. But straight up, the frog is here, and it looks like Torres is finally understanding the whole situation. The guildmaster orders his men to check out the innkeeper's suspicions, and bro straight up tells them to handle it if it's a spy. Turns out the Gilpin Guild has been acting as a nighttime watch, keeping the peace in the back alleys. Pretty slick. This whole operation is improving the guild's reputation and making collecting tribute way easier, which is smart. Now, the town residents are the guildmaster's eyes and ears, giving him access to quality intel. Major power move. He's planning to completely control the back alleys, but he thinks it'll take a year. He is so wrong. Our boy confidently declares they'll achieve total control in just half a year. Talk about ambition? However, a huge dude bursts in, interrupting their plan, and things are about to get real. The guildmaster's confident speech is cut short. This interruption is bad news. This dude's face is a perfect mix of shock and realization. Something's definitely off. And straight up, the door is splintering. Whatever's on the other side is about to cause chaos. The guildmaster tries to attack Finn, but our boy casually swats his hand away. No effort at all. Finn's speed is insane. He's already circling around, landing a brutal smack to the guildmaster's jaw. The guildmaster goes flying, smashing through tables and sending debris everywhere. It's a disaster. Torres tries to intervene, but Finn intercepts, delivering a devastating kick right to his chest. Torres is sent hurtling backwards, and honestly, this dude had it coming for betraying everyone. A cloaked figure suddenly appears, radiating power. This is a new player, and things just got serious. The cloaked figure's eyes glow red as he surveys the scene, clearly unimpressed with the chaos. Finn's face is determined. He's sizing up this new opponent, ready for another fight. Bring it on. The cloaked figure lets out a chilling yell of a frog. What does that even mean? He unleashes a massive burst of energy, sending everyone reeling. This is about to be a full-scale brawl. Someone thinks Finn didn't kill the guildmaster. They believe there's still time to talk, which is optimistic. The guildmaster gulps, clearly realizing he messed with the wrong person, but Finn just smiles. Finn offers to lead someone this way, and a seriously imposing figure emerges. Talk about a power move. This new guy is radiating confidence, scoffing and asking if they even know who he is. Finn brushes off the question, saying it doesn't matter right now, and honestly, that's a bold strategy. The cloaked figure's face contorts, and he's about to unleash something huge. Everyone needs to brace themselves. It's a full-on explosion of energy, and Finn's reaction is pure shock. No way, that felt good. The blast sends the cloaked figure flying, but Finn's still standing, though clearly rattled by the attack. And just like that, the cloaked figure is obliterated, leaving Finn reeling and questioning what just happened. Finn's still grinning after taking a hit to the chin. Seriously, this dude has a jaw of steel? The blue-skinned guy is unimpressed with Finn's resilience, demanding to know where the old guildmaster is. But the answer is brutal. The former guildmaster is straight up dead, killed by a border guard soldier named Ragna. Finn's shocked, but quickly recovers, seemingly unfazed by the news. This guy is ice cold. The blue-skinned guy presses Finn for details, but our boy just smirks, saying it's best to get answers after a beating. Finn claims he'd have answered questions anyway, but the blue guy doesn't buy it, and honestly, neither do we. The blue-skinned guy's impressed Finn can still smile after a punch, and asks again about the former guildmaster. Finn repeats that Ragna, a border guard soldier, is the one who did it. Simple as that. The blue-skinned guy's face is intense, and Finn looks genuinely surprised by his reaction. Something's off. The blue guy stares down at Finn, clearly calculating something, and this whole situation is about to explode. The blue guy, totally losing it, demands Baldy, bring him Ragnar right now. Talk about a power move. Meanwhile, a dude on the floor is pleading for help, but Finn just tells Gilpin to fetch the Zariel, Guildmaster, no sweat. Finn's gripping Gilpin's arm, practically squeezing the life out of him, and honestly, it's kinda terrifying. We get a close-up of Baldy, looking absolutely panicked. This dude knows he's in deep trouble. Okay, so the scene opens with some kind of construction going on, a bit chaotic, but whatever. We quickly learn this is all happening because of our boy, the Knight. He's apparently the mastermind. This dude is straight up demolishing everything. And then he bites into an apple with a crunch. No way, he's just chilling, feet up on the table like a king, while everyone else is working. Someone asks where the madman platoon is, and our boy wishes he could bring them himself. But he gets more apples, and honestly, the blue guy looks pretty pleased with the snack. This accursed frog won't even sleep, says the red-haired dude, and we're starting to suspect something's up. He's waiting for one of the madmen to show up, and plans to eliminate them immediately. He takes a step, an half-step at that, looking determined, but is he walking into a trap? He's ready to deal with them as soon as they arrive. And honestly, it's about time. Our boy draws his sword, and it's a clean slice through the air. He's serious this time. The red-haired dude bursts through the wreckage, yelling about how our boy is the weakest one. No way, he's straight up spitting as he screams, and honestly, this dude had it coming. But before anyone can react, the blue guy launches forward with incredible speed. He's aiming for our boy, but the red-haired dude jumps in to take the hit instead. Talk about a sacrifice. The blue guy sends the red-haired dude flying, and everything around them is completely demolished. Our boy sees his chance and leaps into action, swinging his sword with everything he's got. He's moving so fast, it's a blur, but the blue guy is ready. He's blocking with his arms. However, the impact sends the blue guy reeling, and our boy keeps pressing the attack. The blue guy is forced back, and this dude is clearly surprised by our boy's power. The blue guy is fast, launching another attack while our boy is still recovering. Whoa! Our boy barely manages to roll out of the way, but the sword still slices through his armor. He's scrambling back to his feet, but the blue guy is already on him again, and it's intense. This dude swings a massive sweeping attack, and our boy barely dodges, but it's close. No way! The blue guy's attack sends a shockwave, and our boy is blown backward through the air. He's skidding across the floor, trying to regain control, but the blue guy doesn't give him a chance. The blue guy's coming in for the final blow, and our boy looks completely overwhelmed. This is bad. But wait, he manages to twist around at the last second, barely avoiding a fatal hit. He's sliding away, the blue guy's attack whistling past, and it's a total blur of motion. The blue guy's face is terrifying, cold, calculating, and honestly super creepy. The blue guy's sword connects, and it's a deafening clang. But our boy doesn't even flinch. Someone in the crowd is freaking out, asking if that's really their captain. And then they notice something weird. Apparently, the captain is bracing against a frog. Seriously, this is getting wild. Another clang as the blue guy's sword strikes again, but our boy is deflecting with insane speed. He's saying it's foolish to just block a frog's attacks. What does that even mean? But it's clearly a warning. The blue guy's hands are a blur, unleashing a flurry of attacks, and our boy is dodging like a pro. He's trying to use some gentle blade style to deflect the blows, which sounds fancy but looks exhausting. Another clang as sparks fly, and it's just a relentless barrage of attacks. This is intense. He's deflecting, twisting, moving. It's a beautiful dance of blades, but it can't last forever. Our boy is pushing his limits, trying to hold out, but the blue guy is relentless. It's a showdown. Our boy realizes the captain's weakness. Frogs have one major flaw, apparently, and decides to go for the heart. He's aiming to stab the captain's heart in one swift move, ensuring he can't regenerate, which is a bold strategy. This dude launches forward with his sword, a blur of motion, and the captain barely reacts. It's seriously fast. Bam! The sword connects, sending the captain flying backwards through the room. That was a direct hit. The captain crashes through debris, tumbling end over end, and everyone is shocked, especially the red-haired guy. The red-haired guy is losing it, yelling "Captain," and freaking out about what just happened. No way. Snake! But the captain isn't down for long, launching a counterattack with a series of brutal strikes. The captain's face is hidden by a mask, but you can feel the intensity through those glowing red eyes. Super intimidating. The captain is pissed. He can't believe our boy actually hurt him, and straight up doesn't understand how. He's ranting about how this dude should have hit his limits already, questioning how he's surpassing them. But before the captain can finish his monologue, our boy is already charging forward with his sword. He's moving fast, surprisingly fast, and the captain seems caught off guard. It's a total reversal. Our boy shouts that he can take a Franz kick, whatever that means, but he's clearly bracing for impact. The captain declares this spot will be his grave, then unleashes a lightning, fast strike with his own blade. Mosh! The captain's sword is coming down, and our boy is barely managing to raise his own in defense. He's deflecting, but it's a struggle. The captain's power is seriously overwhelming, and this is getting tense. However, our boy isn't backing down, he's pushing back, determined to meet the attack head-on. The swords clash again, sending sparks flying, and it looks like this fight is far from over. Bring on the action. No way. The captain is aiming for our boy's heart again. Straight up relentless. He's deflecting the blow, but it's a struggle. This dude is seriously pushing his limits. But our boy isn't giving an inch. He's meeting the attack head-on with all his strength. The swords clash, sending sparks flying, and honestly, it looks like our boy is gaining the upper hand. Okay, so our boy and Craze are walking through town, and everyone seems to have vanished. It's super eerie. He wonders why no one came to help, but honestly, this whole situation is a little sus. Craze is shocked, but our boy is just as surprised, which is weirdly reassuring. They're thankful the frog, some powerful beast, left them alone, but he's already questioning why it bailed. He's thinking the frog could have killed them both instantly, but it didn't, and that's a huge red flag. He asks Esther if she did something, and the panther straight up growls, like, this is getting intense. Apparently, our boy can now talk to panthers, which is a skill he definitely didn't have yesterday. The panther's been gone a while, and Craze is losing it, demanding to know where it went. Craze is hurt, and our boy rushes over, but it's kind of brushed aside. Something bigger is happening. They don't need him to fight, but they do need him on the battlefield. What is going on? Wait, is that the elf commander? Everyone's stunned. They thought he was a goner? The battle erupts, and this dude is straight up mowing down enemies like it's nothing. The elf commander is a whirlwind of steel. It's 1, 2, 3 slices before anyone can react. He's cutting through soldiers so fast, it's a blur of blades and blood, seriously intense. He declares he's met his kill quota for the day, but before he can even breathe, someone yells about reinforcements. But he doesn't even care. He's already moving on, like this is a casual Tuesday for him. People are whispering. Apparently, he went missing during the last battle, and everyone assumed he was dead. No way! This elf commander is a total legend. Coming back from the brink like that is insane. He's just a machine on the battlefield, and honestly, it's a little terrifying. Our boy is a beast. But the question is, where has he been all this time? Someone grabs the elf commander's head. It's a plop. And everyone loses it, realizing it's their enemy's commander. The commander yells it's the enemy commander's head, and the soldier holding it is instantly jolted back. Everyone is freaking out. Apparently, this dude is a giant, and the commander just took his head off. But the commander isn't done. He grabs another soldier, calling him brother, and promising to teach him manners. He straight up snaps this soldier's arm like a twig. No hesitation, just brutal efficiency. The commander keeps moving, cutting down enemies left and right with a massive swing. Aha! The remaining soldiers are backing up, stunned. They can't believe he just snapped a guy's arm. Someone asks why they're backing off, since he's supposed to be their ally. But it's clear they're terrified. A soldier swings at the commander, but can't even land a hit. What is going on with this guy? He's asking why he can't hit him, but it's obvious. This dude is untouchable. The commander's offering a deal, 1 hit, or just hit him instead, like he's begging for a fight. He swings his sword, and it's a blur. Seriously, it's like the air itself is getting sliced. But the enemy commander just stands there, totally unfazed, looking down on him with a smirk. The commander's starting to lay out his plan. Getting the animals to the battlefield was the easy part. No way! They're looking at a map, strategizing, and honestly, it feels like we're watching a masterclass in war. Someone's getting filled in for the platoon leader, but it's not going smoothly. A soldier is questioning the order. This dude is heated. He's yelling about how the commander sent the platoon leader on a mission first, and then, bam, The commander just decks him, sending him flying with a single punch. Another soldier tries to intervene, but the commander throws him too like it's nothing. No way. This commander is absolutely ruthless and everyone is terrified of him. I mean, who wouldn't be? The commander lays down the law. 3 kills a day, and not a single thing more. He's sizing up the battlefield, planning everything, and it's honestly terrifying how calm he is. The strategist is moving pieces on a map, figuring out how these smaller battles will affect the main fight. Someone asks if the Asfen soldiers are still trying to bait them into duels, and the commander is not amused. They started resorting to childish tactics after losing last time, but now they're sending their best fighters. However, the commander points out their soldiers haven't won a single duel against these guys. Our boy is straight up terrifying. He's a ruthless commander, and everyone knows it. The strategist wants to know if the result of these battles will determine how the main force plays out. The commander is so intense, he's not asking for permission, he's stating a fact. This dude is a straight up monster. The way he's looking at the map, no joke. The commander wants to use the Madman platoon for this mission, but his advisor is worried it's too much. He thinks asking them for more could drive them away, and honestly, that's a fair point. The commander calls them lawless beasts, but admits they're too valuable to lose, which is a mood. His advisor asks if there's a way to control them, and the commander just says very well sir, so ominous. The advisor is off to fetch the platoon leader, and you just know things are about to get wild. We cut to Asven's camp, and they're cursing. Apparently, this commander is known for tricks. But they've gotten intel about a young strategist who just joined Asven, and the commander is instantly suspicious. He's convinced this new strategist is behind everything, and honestly, he's probably right. The sun is setting over Asven's camp, and the whole scene just feels tense. This is where our boy is playing 4D chess, and I can't wait to see what happens next. Andrew Gardner strides forward, declaring he's the oldest son and future redeemer of House Gardner. Talk about a power move, he continues, revealing he's the current team leader of the Madman platoon, and he's taking control while the commander's away. But someone is worried about his eye. They think he shouldn't spar with Rem right now, and honestly, good call. This dude is stepping up, claiming responsibility for the platoon, but it feels like doom is right around the corner. Our boy realizes why they rushed him to the front lines, thinking he's finally figured things out. This whole series is called The Night Only Lives Today, by the way, in case you were wondering. He says they need him to get these animals under control, but honestly, he's not thrilled. He straight up says he'll only listen when he feels like it, defying his superiors. Talk about a rebel. But the problem is, nobody listens to him either, which makes things super messy. Someone's asking if he's gotten any stronger, and this dude looks genuinely annoyed. Then bam, a quick brutal strike. No way, did he just get hit? This dude's getting tossed around like a rag doll, and it's kinda rough to watch, not gonna lie. We see a close-up of the attacker, and he's definitely not messing around. Another hit lands, and it looks like our boy is taking a serious beating, but he's still alive for now. Everyone's losing it, trying to hold our boy back, but he's pushing through. They want to start with warm-ups. Someone suggests isolation exercises, which sounds intense, and then things immediately escalate. No way, they're grabbing him and trying to force him into some kind of training, but it's getting way too physical. Someone yells no cutting, and finally another guy steps in, demanding everyone calm down. Our boy declares he'll take them all on, one by one. Talk about confidence, even while getting roughed up. They're telling him to rest, saying he's hurt, but this dude is stubborn, insisting he can still move his arm. Someone starts bandaging him up, and he's just standing there, letting them, even though he's clearly in pain. He says he can still swing his sword, and the scene shifts to a flashback of him training in the dark. He's practicing his swings, and petals are falling around him. It's kinda beautiful, but also a little creepy. He realizes he's gotten stronger after fighting that frog, and honestly, that's a weird flex, but okay. He's clenching his fist, determined, saying he still has a long way to go to become a knight. But even though the peak feels distant, he's come a long way already. Our boy isn't giving up. He vows to show everyone what he's capable of, and you can feel the intensity building. Someone warns him he'll make things worse if he isn't careful, but honestly, he's not listening. A stern-looking guy smirks, and it's clear he's not impressed with our boy's confidence. The scene cuts to a wide shot. They're standing near what looks like a destroyed training area. He's stepping forward, right toward the wreckage, and you just know something's about to happen. Our boy's stepping over debris, and it's a powerful image. He's walking through the aftermath of his failures. He's totally focused, ignoring the danger, and ready to push himself even harder. This dude is straight up fearless, and I'm here for it. Bring on the challenge. The older knight sizes him up, muttering about how much he's improved. But our boy isn't impressed. He launches forward with his sword, and the older knight actually looks surprised by the speed. The older knight tries to block, but the blade slips past. It's a clean hit to the chest. He falls back stunned, while our boy doesn't hesitate to follow up with another swing. The older knight barely manages to deflect it, but the force sends him tumbling. This dude is relentless, pressing the attack with a flurry of strikes, no opening for breath. The older knight is getting overwhelmed, and it's clear he underestimated our boy's growth. He's analyzing the fight, realizing something has seriously changed about our boy's skill. He notes there's no hesitation in his attacks, pure confidence, and it's terrifying. Our boy continues his relentless assault, and honestly, this is a total power move. The older knight is losing it, demanding to know how our boy got so strong in just 1 week. He lands a hit, and the older knight goes down. But the other guys are not happy about it. They're yelling at him to finish the fight, telling the older knight to get up already. The older knight is simmering with rage, saying they're testing his patience, which fair enough. Our boy feels their stares, like everyone's got a dagger aimed at his back, but he can't stop now. He's pushing through the pressure, knowing he has to keep fighting. It's intense. He launches another attack, and the older knight barely deflects it, sending sparks flying. The other knights are watching, and it's clear they're starting to realize just how different this fight is. Our boy is all in, and honestly, he's a whirlwind of power right now. This dude is a force of nature, and the older knight is clearly struggling to keep up. It's amazing. Our boy is getting patched up, but he downplays the fight, says it was just a frog, no big deal. The other knights are not buying it. They demand to know what really happened out there. He explains the frog actually came as to the guild, and the captain got hurt fighting it. It's a cover story. One knight straight up accuses him of lying, questioning if those bandages are from a measly frog fight. Another knight asks if the mission went smoothly, but our boy is clearly holding something back. He reveals they ran into a serious threat. The Grey Dog Company, lycanthropes, and a sorceress are waiting for them. The knight listening is visibly shaken, trembling at the news. This is serious. He admits he threw everything he had at the fight, but can't understand why he's still falling behind the captain. Our boy says he just got lucky and survived, but honestly he's being way too modest. He's hiding something, and we all know it. This dude is playing a whole other game. Our boy is laid up, but he's already thinking about the next fight. He wants to push his squad harder. He's frustrated he held back during sparring, and is itching for a real battle, no restraints. The captain's awake, and straight up tells our boy he doesn't want to see him lose to a frog again. But it's clear the captain isn't just worried about frogs. He wants this dude to reach his full potential. Okay, so our boy Venzins is back at it again. He's leaping off a cliff, straight up. He lands, a little rough, but Auden's training means muscle strength isn't an issue for this dude. However, starting over again is still a pain, even with all the practice. He's trying to draw his sword, but his arm is clearly messed up. This isn't looking good. His platoon leader yells at him for not being on the battlefield, thinking he's injured, but Venzins is playing it cool. He claims his platoon is guarding the base, which is a lie, honestly. Another soldier arrives, noticing Venzins' busted arm, and immediately calls out the sword's condition. This guy tries to take the sword, saying Venzins won't even be able to hold it properly. Before Venzins can react, the soldier is already swinging, a fast attack coming in hot. And it looks like Venzins is about to get sliced. This dude used to pick fights with him all the time. The soldier shouts, "Jenny," and Venzins recognizes the name. "It's the herb store worker." Venzins blurts out Jenny, and the other soldier asks who's that. Total confusion. Venzins explains Jenny works at the herb store, but the other soldier is clearly skeptical. The soldier doesn't believe him and looks genuinely confused. This is awkward, honestly. Suddenly, Venzins shoves the soldier with the sword, catching him totally off guard. He sends the soldier flying backwards with a fume. This dude is not messing around. The soldier with the sword is stunned, and Venzins yells, "Freeze!" Straight up aggressive. Venzins is ranting about Jenny liking him, but the feeling not being mutual. Ouch, rejection. He's telling some hooded figure all this, but it's probably not the best time for a confession. And honestly, Venzins is clearly replaying the past in his head, trying to figure things out. Venzins admits he went to the herb store often because Jenny's remedies actually worked. Smart move, bro. He claims Jenny started to like him, but it's a total one-sided crush, apparently. Our boy is straight up confessing he was way more interested in her herbs than anything else. Ouch, brutal honesty. He's comparing himself to another soldier, saying he felt small next to him. Major insecurity alert. Venzins is convinced Jenny never gave him the time of day, and honestly, sounds about right. The other soldier overhears and just blurts out, I hate you. Talk about a hostile reaction. Venzins is completely unfazed, but the soldier is giving him the side eye. Mood swings galore. He calls this dude almost as crazy as his other acquaintances. No way, that's a low bar. Venzins is lost in thought, and honestly, he's clearly obsessing over this whole situation. He's got this intense look on his face. This dude is definitely plotting something. Venzins notices Esther looks extra tired, and immediately accuses her of overtraining despite her injury. Talk about insensitive. Esther snaps back, saying it's all his fault for pushing her so hard, and honestly, she's got a point. She reveals she exhausted her magic trying to relieve his fatigue. This dude is a total energy vampire. Esther's completely drained and can't use magic for a while, but Venzins doesn't seem to care much. He just casually states things are going to be quiet while they're in the rear. Smooth transition, bro. Cut to a huge army camp, and it looks like they're setting up near a river. Definitely a strategic location. Soldiers start stepping into the water, and it's shallow enough they can wade across. Seems simple enough. But then someone falls right in. No way, that must be freezing. The soldiers continue marching, ignoring the unfortunate soul in the water. Cold-blooded much. And honestly, this whole scene feels like a bad omen for our boy. Something's definitely brewing. Someone launches an arrow at Venzins, straight up out of nowhere. And he barely ducks in time. Venzins whips around, and it's clear he's furious, yelling at someone to protect the supplies. Another soldier shouts about the enemy, but Venzins is already charging forward. This dude doesn't mess around. He's barreling through the chaos with his panther, and they're moving fast, a blur of fur and fury. A soldier yells at Venzins, questioning why he's risking himself. But honestly, Venzins doesn't seem to care. Venzins grabs the injured soldier, pulling him to safety. Our boy's got a heroic streak, apparently. He scans the battlefield, eyes narrowed, and spots someone. It's a familiar face, and he says, "So we meet again." Venzins is clearly remembering something from a previous life. This is getting intense. He's seeing flashbacks, a mysterious figure, a burning building. But what does it all mean? Venzins is locked on his enemy, and it's obvious this isn't just about a battle, it's personal. Venzins is wading through the battlefield, sword drawn, absolutely soaked, but he's focused, determined. He's cutting down enemies left and right, a whirlwind of steel, but something's clearly eating at him. He spots the man who attacked him in a past life, the one responsible for the fire, and its own. Venzins remembers the man's name, and it's a huge moment, like a piece of his past is finally clicking into place. He's charging at the man, dodging attacks, and honestly, it's a brutal, relentless assault. Venzins takes a hit, but shrugs it off. This dude's a tank, seriously, and keeps pressing the attack. He leaps into the air, sword raised high, and brings it down on his enemy. A clean, decisive strike. Venzins lands, panting, and declares that the heavens answered his prayers. A little dramatic, but we love it. The man, now defeated, looks up at Venzins and acknowledges he remembers his name. It's a tense standoff. No way, the man is grinning, and it's a creepy, unsettling grin, hinting at a much bigger game. Kraze straight up grabs the spear, shielding Esther with his body. This dude is a hero. Someone yells for Kraze to get Esther to safety, and it's all happening so fast, bro. Venzins dives, blocking a sword aimed right at Esther. He's a whirlwind of action, honestly, but the red-haired guy is still struggling, and Venzins is risking it all to protect them both. Our boy is seriously regretting something. He wishes his wrist hadn't gotten injured in the first place. He's convinced if he were stronger, he could have shown everyone just how powerful he'd become. But things go south fast. We're talking a full-on blood splatter, no way around it. The scene cuts to a chaotic battlefield, and it's clear this dude is diving right into the thick of it. He's cutting down enemies left and right, but another soldier is sneaking up behind him with a sword. Our knight manages to spin around, parrying the attack, but then a whole swarm of enemies descends on him. He's fighting like a madman, swinging his sword, but there are just too many, and they overwhelm him. He goes down, but honestly, this dude had it coming, overextending himself like that. We get a shot of the battlefield, a full-blown camp, and it's clear this is a massive, ongoing war. And then he wakes up again, his wrist bandaged, ready to relive the day and try it all over. He's determined to change things, but it's clear he feels completely helpless right now. He's bandaged up and hears a cheery, "Good morning, Captain." Talk about a mood swing. Our boy tries to assess the situation, but he realizes he's utterly alone, no one can help him. He charges into battle, swinging his sword like a maniac, but it's a desperate, reckless move. He's cut down by a flurry of attacks, sent flying through the air. It's brutal, honestly. He crashes to the ground, and it's not a graceful landing, let me tell you. He's lying there, bleeding out, and some random soldier has the nerve to yell at him for being weak. Another soldier is shouting about how everyone died trying to save him. The guilt trip is real. Blood drips from his wound, and it's a grim reminder that this cycle keeps repeating. This dude is straight up blaming himself, convinced he's the reason everyone fell. Talk about a heavy burden. He's gasping for air, clearly exhausted, and starts muttering about all of you. It's creepy, honestly. A soldier questions why he's training with his injured left hand, but our boy just stares blankly ahead. The soldier thinks he's sick, but he's about to drop a bombshell. This dude is losing it. He flashes a chilling smile, and it's a total 180 from the despair we just saw, major mood shift. He's rambling about all of you, again, and the soldier looks completely lost. What is going on? The soldier tries to brush it off, saying it's not his fault, but our boy isn't buying it. He tells him not to lose hope, claiming there are women who don't care about looks. A little awkward, th. Our boy just stares, and it's clear the pep talk isn't landing. He's got bigger problems. He's lost in his own head, replaying the battle over and over. This cycle is clearly breaking him. He's stuck, determined to fix things, but utterly alone, and the weight of it all is crushing him. He's confronting someone named Mitch Hurier, and straight up calls him out. Knowing something's off with this guy. Suddenly, a signal flares and soldiers yell, "Enemy sighted." The base is under attack? No way! Chaos erupts as soldiers scramble, swords drawn, and this dude is already charging into the fray. He's fighting like a madman, deflecting attacks, but Mitch Hurier is apparently a serious threat, a veteran, apparently. They say Mitch was already above Special Forces level, but he's gotten even more dangerous since the last time they met. Swords clash, sparks fly, and this dude is going head to head with Mitch. It's intense. Mitch is relentless, pressing the attack, and our boy is barely holding on. This is a brutal fight. He's taking a beating, but still manages to land a blow, though Mitch barely flinches. This guy is tough. Another clash, another shower of sparks, and it's clear this isn't just a fight. It's a statement. This dude is pushing himself to the absolute limit, but Mitch is just toying with him. It's terrifying. Mitch moves with insane speed, and our boy barely dodges but takes a nasty cut across the face. Mitch is talking trash, saying he'd have trouble taking him on with both hands. Talk about condescending. He leaps forward, sword raised, aiming for a decisive blow, but Mitch anticipates it and deflects. He's pushing forward, relentless, slicing through the air, but Mitch isn't even breaking a sweat. It's scary. Another strike comes, this time aimed low, and our boy barely manages to jump clear. It's a close one. He realizes Mitch's precision is overwhelming. Like the guy can read his every move, no joke. Mitch attacks again, and our boy blocks, but the force sends him flying backward, crashing into the dirt. He tries to regain his footing, sword at the ready, but Mitch is already upon him, sword descending. The blade connects, and it's a brutal hit. Blood splatters everywhere, and he goes down hard. He hits the ground with a thud, another death in the books. But will this retry be any different? Someone asks about his hand, and our boy just mutters about an injury. He's clearly hiding something. He's panting, clutching his mangled hand, but refuses to give details. This is getting intense. Mitch scoffs, calling it terrible luck, and straight up says he wanted to defeat him with everything he had. No way. Mitch lunges, sword flashing, and stabs him right through the shoulder. It's brutal. He crumples, falling to the ground, and Mitch stands over him, sword still dripping. It's over. But hold up, this dude isn't giving up. He's already thinking about what he'll do next. No matter how much better Mitch gets, he declares he's only going to train with his left hand. A bold move. He struggles to grip his sword with his left hand, but he's determined. This is some serious willpower. He's back on his feet, sword raised, and ready to go again. This dude is a machine. He's embracing the pain, ready to push past his limits, and honestly, we love to see it. He's reviewing everything he's learned. Diagonal slashes, thrusts, downward strikes. It's a total flashback. He remembers the village instructor's lessons from when he was a child, and it's clear he's pulling from deep experience. Then he recalls Ragnar's heavy blade training and straight up declares he won't be caught lacking knowledge. He's embracing all the sword styles, and this dude is ready to put everything he's learned to the test. Okay, so our boy is straight up awakening some kind of sword sense in his left hand. It's been dormant or something. He's declaring he's gonna master using that hand, which is cool and all, but kinda weird considering. He decides the best way to train his left hand, by eating with it. Seriously, this dude starts with breakfast. He's trying to use his left hand to lift the bowl, and it's a struggle. It's messy, but he's determined. Someone's questioning his methods like, dude, is this really necessary? But he's already committed to the bit. He vows to use his left hand for everything, eating, getting dressed, training. It's a full commitment. He's practicing with a sword, and it's looking rough. He's swinging, but it's wobbly and unsteady. He's pushing himself, panting, sweat flying, clearly giving it his all, but it's still a hot mess. But he's not giving up. He keeps swinging, trying to get the hang of it. Even though it's exhausting. He's still practicing, pushing through the pain. Our boy is committed to getting this left hand on point, no matter what. Ankrid's laying down some serious wisdom. The key to this technique is all in the wrist, apparently. Whoa, the blade just flies out of nowhere, slicing through the air with insane speed. It connects, and a sword gets cleanly bisected. That's a clean cut, no doubt. Our boy's impressed, noting how good Ankrid is with his left hand, but he's not letting on just yet. Ankrid declares he wants to spar, and our boy's like, bet. He's ready to test his skills. Ankrid moves fast, a blur of motion, and our boy barely reacts, dodging the attack. He counters with his own blade, but Ankrid is already assessing him, noting his skill with the left hand. Ankrid's impressed, complimenting his left-handed technique. High praise coming from a master? He's revealing that he's been practicing this technique for 50 days straight, trying to perfect it. Tora's trick should definitely help him. This dude is all in on mastering that left hand. Okay, the sparring match is gone. Our boy's eyes narrow, he's fully locked in now. He's moving, a flash of steel, but Ankrid is already anticipating the attack, deflecting it with ease. Whoa, he's swinging again, faster this time, trying to break through Ankrid's defense. It's intense. Ankrid's blade meets his, sparks flying, and our boy realizes he's up against a true master. He's dodging and weaving, narrowly avoiding Ankrid's relentless assault. This dude's reflexes are insane. But Ankrid's pushing harder, forcing him to retreat. It's a full, unoffensive barrage. Our boy tries to counter, but Ankrid's skill is just too much, deflecting every single blow. He's using everything he learned, pushing his left hand to the limit. It's a desperate struggle. Ankrid's blade comes down, and he barely manages to block, but the force sends him stumbling back. However, he's not backing down. Our boy is determined to keep fighting, even if he's getting wrecked. He launches a furious attack, raising his sword for a desperate strike. It's all or nothing. Ankrid deflects the blow with a resounding clang, and our boy is thrown off balance, reeling back. Ankrid presses his advantage, slashing forward, and our boy barely manages to block. It's a brutal exchange. He's forced to his knees, taking the full force of the attack, but he doesn't give up, fighting through the pain. He stabs forward, finally breaking through Ankrid's guard, drawing blood. No way, he actually landed a hit! Ankrid is stunned, but only for a moment, and our boy's already pushing himself to his absolute limit. He's breathing heavily, exhausted, but Ankrid asks what he's thinking about so hard. The pressure is intense. Our boy declares he'll fight even harder when he's back on the battlefield. This dude is a machine. He realizes Ankrid has stopped calling his technique a dead sword, a huge sign of respect. But he's still analyzing, pushing forward. Our boy is determined to become stronger, no matter the cost. Ankrid straight up tells him Jenny might notice him if he fights harder. The ultimate motivation. But the other knight explodes, yelling it's not skill, it's just his face. This dude is delusional. He vows to beat Ankrid this time, and Ankrid just scoffs. This is getting good. Ankrid thinks about talent, realizing it's more than just raw power. It's complicated. He explains talent is controlling your body, and then bam, starts moving at insane speed. Our boy is completely caught off guard, gasping as Ankrid disappears in a blur. Ankrid's back, and he's landing blows. This is a relentless assault, and our boy is taking a beating. He's trying to anticipate Ankrid's attacks, but it's impossible. This dude is too fast. Ankrid's relentless, and our boy is getting tossed around like a rag doll. It's brutal. He's down, completely exhausted, but Ankrid doesn't even seem winded. This is a whole new level. Ankrid's sword is closing in, and our boy instinctively grabs for it. No time to think. He's dodging, rolling, desperately trying to escape the attack, but Ankrid's relentless. Our boy is reeling, completely overwhelmed, but he's gritting his teeth and refusing to give up. But Ankrid's attack keeps coming, pushing him back. It's a brutal, one-sided fight. He's trying to get a grip on the sword, to turn the tables, but Ankrid is just too strong. Ankrid is slicing through the air, and our boy realizes something crazy. He's actually matching him. For the first time in 30 years, he's using his left hand with the same skill as his right. No way! He feels a surge of power, a taste of true talent after endless training. This is huge. He explains he spent 100 days honing his left hand to match his right, straight up dedicated. And honestly, it's a massive accomplishment for this dude, finally reaping the rewards of his work. The battle's a whirlwind of steel, and Ankrid leads a charge of armored knights. It's intense. Our boy is holding his own, actually matching Ankrid's skill, but he's still taking a beating. He's exhausted, pushed to his absolute limit, yet he declares he will surmount this challenge. This dude is refusing to fall, fueled by all that training, and honestly, it's inspiring to watch. Okay, so our boy is determined to beat Mitch and just finish the day. Sounds simple enough, right? He's charging at Mitch with his sword, all speed and fury, but Mitch is already swinging back. This is gonna be messy. Whoosh. Our boy barely dodges, but Mitch's blade connects, slicing through his shoulder. Ouch, that looks brutal. Mitch is going down though. Our boy lands a counterattack, and it's straight up devastating, sending him reeling. But Mitch isn't giving up. He's clenching his teeth, fighting through the pain, and trying to get back up. This dude is tough. He's trying to strike again, but our boy anticipates it, blocks, and delivers a final, crushing blow. It's over, right? No way. Mitch unleashes some hidden technique, the art of the Valen mercenary style. It's all flashy and distorted. The attack is wild, unpredictable, and completely catches our boy off guard. He's getting hammered by it. Our boy is barely holding on, trying to withstand the onslaught, but it's too much. He's getting pushed back and back. The street brawl continues, and honestly, the knight only lives today and apparently keeps reliving it. Our boy unleashes a flurry of attacks, but Mitch counters with a furious barrage. This is a straight-up clash of titans. Mitch screams about honorless knaves as he parries, but our boy's relentless. He's not giving Mitch a breather. He's trying to close the distance, get in close for a scuffle, but Mitch is surprisingly agile, dodging every blow. Then, bam, Mitch lands a solid hit, sending our boy flying. Ouch, that looked painful, but he's already getting up. Our boy is relentless, though, pushing forward despite the damage. He's determined to win this fight, no matter the cost. He lunges, swinging his sword, and lands a blow. Mitch goes down hard, but bro, this isn't over yet. Mitch is down, but not out. He's still trying to fight, even if it means biting our boy. Seriously. Our boy responds in kind, slamming Mitch with everything he's got. It's brutal, but he's clearly taking charge. The impact sends dust and debris flying everywhere. This is a full-on brawl, and it's getting intense. Another slam, and Mitch is completely down for the count. Finally, our boy has won, or has he? Our boy delivers a final, devastating blow, and Mitch finally collapses. It's brutal, but effective. He shouts about making victory yours by any means necessary. A pretty intense battle cry, honestly. He's suddenly grabbed from behind, and it's a total shock. No way, not again. This dude gets lifted into the air, and it's clear he's facing someone even stronger than Mitch. The attacker yells about the spirit of the street brawl, which is a little on the nose, if we're being real. We get a close-up of the attacker, and his eyes are glowing red. This is getting seriously spooky. Our boy tries to break free, but the grip is too strong. He's completely helpless. He's thrown to the ground, and it's a rough landing, but he's already pushing himself up. The attacker comes crashing down on top of him, and it looks like our boy is taking another beating. But wait, he's still fighting back. This dude never gives up, even when completely overwhelmed. He's demanding the attacker take up his sword and give him a real fight. Our boy is not backing down. The attacker is enraged, yelling about being dead serious, and his eyes glow with terrifying intensity. He swings, and it's a lightning-fast strike, but our boy manages to roll away just in time. However, the attacker isn't letting up, relentlessly chasing after him with another powerful swing. Our boy barely deflects the blow, and the force sends sparks flying. This is a clash of titans. He's getting pushed back, but still manages to retaliate with a counterattack, blade meeting blade. The attacker is relentless, pushing our boy to his absolute limit. It's brutal, but he's holding his ground. He grits his teeth, declaring he's dead serious, and you can see the determination burning in his eyes. Another swing comes down, and this dude barely manages to block, the impact sending a shockwave through him. But he's not broken. He's pushing through the pain, ready to fight even harder, and honestly, we love to see it. He's deflecting attacks, but the attacker's relentless. A blade slices across our boy's wrist. No way another slice lands, this time across his shoulder. It's brutal and fast. He's screaming in pain, but still manages to keep fighting, refusing to fall down. The attacker goes for another strike, and this dude barely dodges. It's a close call. Our boy's reeling, declaring both his wrist and shoulder are injured. He's seriously hurt, but he's not giving up. He's pushing through the pain, ready to face whatever comes next. The attacker swings again, and our boy deflects it, sending a shower of sparks flying. He's trying to gain some distance, but the attacker is right on his tail, pressing the attack. Another slice connects, and honestly, this is getting intense. He's taking a beating. The attacker lands another blow, and this dude is straight up covered in blood, but he's still standing. The attacker lunges, sword raised, and our boy grits his teeth, bracing for impact. It's all happening so fast. No way. The sword slices down, and he tries to parry, but it's deflected right into his arm. He's screaming as the blade digs in, and honestly, this is brutal. The attacker isn't letting up at all. The attacker twists the sword, and our boy is going down, but he's still fighting, trying to hold on. He manages to get a grip on the blade, stopping it from going further, but it's a desperate struggle. With a final push, he shoves the attacker back, but he's bleeding everywhere, seriously wounded. The attacker recovers quickly, swinging again, and our boy barely manages to dodge, but it's not enough. The sword connects, slicing through his shoulder. He's taking a beating, but he's still standing, somehow. He's falling, weapon flying from his grip, and it looks like this might be it. No way! But as he falls, he's already resetting, preparing to relive this fight again. This dude is relentless. He's crashing down, sword clattering around him. It's a total mess, honestly. But as he hits the ground, our boy is already back at the start, resetting for another try. He's shouting curses at his attacker, rage fueling him. This time, he's not holding back. This dude is locking eyes with his opponent, radiating pure intensity. He's ready for round 2. Okay, so things are intense. A warning flashes, signaling this episode has some serious violence. The camp is bustling, but our boy realizes the intruders almost succeeded in their mission, which is bad news. Luckily, reinforcements arrive, archers sent by the main troops, and they're patching up our dude after a fight. He's seriously wounded, but they're saying if it weren't for those archers, they'd be done for. Talk about a close call. Suddenly, a soldier steps into the tent, and it's immediately clear things are about to go south fast. No way. This soldier is straight up attacking him in his own tent, wielding a sword while he's recovering. The sword plunges down, and honestly, it looks brutal. This dude is getting stabbed while basically helpless. The blade sinks in, and you can feel the impact. It's a messy, painful looking wound, no doubt about it. The soldier pulls the sword out with a slice, and our boy is left reeling, clearly in agony. The soldier reveals the sword belonged to the enemy he fought, and it looks like a pretty nice sword. Talk about cold. Someone identifies the sword as being made from iron ore from Demph, a really famous and expensive place. Venzins asks if our boy plans to head to the front lines, but he gets shut down immediately. He explains he can't leave his platoon alone, which is a solid reason, honestly. Another soldier steps up, and this dude is switching swords, but someone questions if that's even smart. An older soldier interjects, saying it's best to stick with what you know, even if the new sword is better. Our boy grabs the new sword, and he looks kinda unsure about the whole thing, not gonna lie. But then he asks if he can just use both swords at once. This dude is wild. He's strapping that second sword to his hip, and it looks precarious, to say the least. And just like that, he's got 2 swords, ready to go. It's a bit extra, but we're here for it. He's ready for battle, and honestly, he looks like a total badass even with the bandages. Our boy starts marching with the army, one step at a time, looking totally determined. He's breathing heavily, clearly pushing himself. This training is no joke. But he's distracted, admitting he never thought he'd develop feelings for someone from the continent. He reveals he's been secretly restructuring his muscles using a beast heart technique. No way! This dude's grinning like a maniac, saying it's time to completely change his physique. He's adjusting his posture, planning to reshape his entire body. It's a full transformation. He worries it'll be too much for his platoon leader if he does it all at once. so he's taking it slow. He's taking it step by step, literally, and straight up bumps into someone while doing it. He's leaning back, exhausted, but still pushing forward. This dude is a machine. And he's finally starting to transform, body changing right before our eyes. It's intense. The platoon leader stops him, saying there's still room for growth. Talk about a backhanded compliment. But the platoon leader isn't done. He's straight up launching an attack on our boy. Our boy casually deflects the attack with one hand while yawning. This dude is unbothered. Another soldier tries to strike, yelling about cutting through him, but our boy just steps aside. The platoon leader is furious, vowing to make him eat, sleep, and breathe with his sword. He's not stopping there, planning to make even the tips of his sword move like part of his body. No way! Someone else is watching, and they're clearly annoyed, muttering about fixing our boy's walk. He's focused on perfecting his form, but he's stumbling around like a newborn giraffe. However, he's completely reshaping his body, and it's starting to show. This transformation is wild. And just when you thought it couldn't get crazier, he's pushing himself to the absolute limit. Our boy is seriously questioning if he should even teach this other guy. He looks so conflicted. But his brother intervenes, saying they have a different path to follow, and straight up yanks him back. This dude isn't backing down, though, firing back that he's just as capable as his brother. Things escalate quickly, with the brother challenging him to a fight. It's about to pop off. Someone yells that they can't let the platoon leader turn out like those other guys. The pressure is on. Our boy declares he'll make sure that doesn't happen, looking incredibly determined. She's riding a white horse, leading the troops, a total power move, honestly. Suddenly, someone shouts a stop and raises their hand, interrupting the march. The troops start stepping forward, and honestly, it's a bit intimidating. She's looking directly at someone, still commanding them to halt. The tension is unreal. Someone is screaming for a one-on-one fight, but the enemy is totally ignoring him. It's a power play. A commander points out they're using this tactic to break their soldiers' morale, which is already low. She explains the men have lost confidence, and if they ignore the challenge, everyone will think they lost on purpose. Someone questions if the enemy will even send out a commanding officer, but another soldier shuts that down immediately. The commander snickers, saying she can't fight in their territory, and our boy suggests giving the madman a shot. He thinks bringing their platoon leader back will make them more obedient. Smart move, honestly. But then, bam, a soldier straight up punches the commander in the face. No way? The commander's getting absolutely wrecked by this other soldier. The commander is struggling, but still manages to deliver a pretty solid kick. This dude is relentless though, and continues to pummel the commander. It's brutal. Okay, so this massive barbarian just shoves a soldier and he's like, sounds like a worthy distraction. He takes a step forward, and it's all slow motion as he prepares to absolutely crush someone. Bro is stomping on the enemy soldiers. It's a full-on massacre, and they're just falling everywhere. The barbarian is laughing hysterically while he's doing it, and honestly, it's terrifying. It's been days since our boy arrived at the front lines ready to prove himself. Finally. But apparently Atsven's been slacking, only doing small missions and avoiding real combat, which is kinda sus. This dude is straight up exhausted, pushing through training, panting like crazy, but determined to get stronger. He's running, seriously running, trying to keep up with his captain, who's already up in it before dawn. The captain asks about his recovery, and our boy says the elven salve is working wonders. Thank goodness for magical healing. But then the captain proposes a couple of sparring rounds, and you can tell this dude is already bracing for pain. He's getting absolutely wrecked, taking a serious hit to the shoulder. But he's still standing. No way he's giving up now. Our boy is panting and reeling, clearly feeling it, but he's holding his ground. This is where the real training begins. The captain's relentless, unleashing a flurry of attacks, and this dude is barely dodging. It's intense. However, he manages to deflect the final blow, showing the captain he's not messing around. This fight is far from over. He gets launched back by a massive blow, boom, but our boy isn't down for long. The captain sighs, pointing out our boy's still banged up, covered in bruises and needs to heal. However, this dude is stubborn. As long as he can move, he's ready to go all out. He's pushing himself, and the captain just stares, silently assessing his determination. Then, a strange glow starts emanating from our boy. Something's definitely happening. The captain asks what's wrong, and our boy's eyes widen, noticing the energy flowing through him. It's a full body glow up, and the captain is about to witness something incredible. The captain moves fast, a whirlwind of motion, and our boy is bracing for another round. He's ready to fight, even injured, and the captain's attack is coming right at him. Whoa, the air is rushing, and it looks like our boy is about to unleash some serious power. This dude is getting blasted with divine power, and it's straight up overwhelming him. He realizes it's divine power, and his eyes are wide with shock. No way! The energy is surging through him, and it's like a whirlwind of golden light. It's intense! He's absorbing all this power, and his body is visibly changing, muscles bulging, everything. The captain tries to interrupt, but our boy declares he won't share this power with anyone. Yet, he's unleashing it now, a massive burst of energy, and the captain is caught in the blast. The power is exploding outwards, and it's like a shockwave ripping through everything. Whoa! He's completely transformed, and it's a full-body glow-up. This dude is a different beast now. The captain is reeling, but our boy is standing firm, radiating power. The tables have turned. He's radiating golden light, and this dude is seriously intimidating. The fight just got real. He's healing the wounded soldier, and the captain declares the river's mist is a blessing from the heavens. Weird flex, but okay. The captain explains divine power belongs to the priesthood, but our boy is absorbing it all, and it's seriously messing with his head. It's a miracle of healing, they say, but the captain points out Auden never uses his power, and this is a first. The captain's shocked. He's never seen anyone accept divine power like this, and it's a total game changer. He's overwhelmed, clutching his head, and the captain starts to apologize. Wait, what's happening? He's begging for forgiveness, but it's not for what we think. This dude is straight up realizing his past mistakes. He's remembering the people he hurt, the lies he told, and it's a heavy moment. Talk about a flashback. He's confessing everything, and honestly, this dude is finally facing his demons. He's thanking Auden for the power, and the captain's speechless. This is a total 180 from earlier. Our boy's all smiles now, and he's promising to make amends. This dude is a new man, seriously. He reveals the Inquisitors will come for him if they find out he's using divine power. Talk about a catch! Turns out he left the order with tons of restrictions, and they bound his power so he couldn't use it. But he couldn't just stand by and watch, even if it meant enduring a pain like a dagger to the heart. Bro is a hero. He's praying to the Lord, but gets no reply. Rough, but he's determined to keep going. After meeting the captain, he believes the captain's word dwells within him. This dude is seriously inspired. He decides to follow where his heart leads, and honestly, we're here for it. Suddenly, the captain's meal goes flying. Something's definitely up. He's clutching his chest, and the wound is closing up in the blink of an eye. No way! He can't show anyone the healing, because he needs to keep Auden's secret. This just got complicated. It's not fully healed, but the wound is closing fast, and he's determined to protect Auden's power. He's asking when they'll actually fight. But the other commander points out both sides are just sizing each other up. Apparently, their battalion, led by Commander Marcus, is supposed to block the enemy's flanking route. The main force is stationed at Green Pearl, and he's pointing it all out on a map. Strategy time! He remembers the last war and how both sides broke the rules by deploying forbidden fighters. Things are tense. He thinks they should have been stationed at Green Pearl instead, but the other commander isn't worried at all. This dude is confident things are about to change, and honestly, we feel that energy. Then a leaf gets blown by a massive gust of wind. Something's definitely coming, and just like that, it's a signal. The battle is on. But the commander thinks they're just getting a warning, and doesn't seem concerned. Our boy is looking at the map, and it's clear something big is about to go down. Someone spots the enemy forces and shouts a warning. It's happening. The battle is officially underway. He's scanning the horizon, and it's a ton of enemy flags, stretching as far as the eye can see. The enemy is closing in fast, and our boy is realizing this isn't a simple scouting mission. It's a full-scale invasion. He yells that they're the enemy, but the commander still seems way too calm for this situation. Okay, so the enemy soldiers are totally whispering about Encred, the madman platoon leader. Apparently, he's got a reputation. They're saying this dude's tongue is like the devil's, which honestly sounds kinda terrifying and awesome at the same time. Encred just strolls into view with his platoon, and the murmurs get louder. Everyone's clearly intimidated by him. A hulking soldier steps forward, looking straight up menacing, like he's about to cause some serious trouble. Encred calmly tells him to show the enemy how fearless he is. Total boss energy, right? He's giving orders, and the platoon starts moving, their steps echoing as they advance toward the enemy lines. And then, out of nowhere, Encred just casually asks if they're ready to die, which is a wild thing to say before a battle. But it works. The enemy soldiers are visibly shaken, clearly not expecting that level of confidence. Encred keeps pushing, demanding to know if they'll fight or flee, and it's working to demoralize them. He's a master manipulator, bro, straight up using words as weapons, and it's a beautiful sight. One of the soldiers warns Encred about archers, but our boy just steps forward like he doesn't even care. Another soldier starts mocking Encred, calling him a bag of bones. Talk about a bad move. Encred's eyes narrow and flash blue, and you can tell this dude is about to unleash some serious intensity. He turns to his captain and claims he hasn't thought of what to say to the enemy. Total misdirection. The captain assures him he'll think of something, but it's clear Encred already has a plan brewing. The captain praises Encred's silver tongue, and he grins, clearly enjoying the power he wields. A confused enemy soldier demands to know what Encred's deal is, and the question hangs in the air. Encred drops a bombshell. He asks if they traded their heads for a goals, which is unsettling. The enemy soldier laughs, but it's a nervous, forced sound. Encred is getting inside his head. He's got that maniacal grin, and it's clear whatever Encred's planning, it's gonna be wild. Encred casually drops that he's considering becoming a goal. Total mind games, and everyone is shocked. The enemy captain, though, is furious and straight up attacks Encred, yelling about filthy curs. But Encred anticipates the attack, effortlessly dodging and disarming the captain with a swift move. He sends the captain flying, and another soldier tries to intervene, but Encred is too quick. Encred slams the second soldier into the captain. Ouch, that's gotta hurt, and then starts laughing maniacally. He reveals he's been observing the enemy and knows they're desperate, even claiming he knew one wouldn't live to see another dawn. Encred says he wouldn't even be surprised if this guy died a virgin. No way, he's just brutal. The soldiers are terrified and confused, questioning what Encred even is, and honestly, they should be. He taunts them, saying it's unthinkable where he comes from, and then his expression turns chilling. Encred's eyes glow, and it's clear this fight is about to get way more intense. Prepare for chaos! This dude is straight up taunting the enemy, demanding they draw their swords. Talk about confidence. The enemy captain flies at Encred, but our boy parries with ease and starts laying into him. Encred boasts about his taunting working and declares he's about to show off his skill difference. He swings his axe with incredible speed. Swish! And the enemy soldiers are starting to realize they messed up. Up close, that axe blade is terrifyingly sharp. This isn't a fight, it's a slaughter. The rest of Encred's crew arrives, looking ready for a fight, but he's already handling things. One of the guys points out Encred's injured, but he just waves it off. This dude doesn't feel pain. However, another member of the crew is thinking about a secret they need to hide, and it's kinda sus. Encred gives a cold stare, and it's clear he knows something is up with his team. Someone yells go kill him, and honestly, it's about time someone made a decision. Encred's crew member confesses he's a virgin, and gets immediately humiliated. Rough start to the day, bro. The captain loses it, grabbing the guy by the collar and prepping to lay down some serious hurt. But Encred intervenes, swinging his sword and sending the captain flying with one clean slice. No way! He shouts at the captain, demanding to know who called him ghoul head. This dude is furious. Another soldier steps up, scared but defiant, asking what's wrong. Encred just tells him to be quiet. Encred raises his sword, promising to rip the apology right out of the soldier's mouth. Talk about a threat. He swings again, and the blade is coming down fast. This is about to get messy. The sword slices through the air with a swoosh, and it looks like the soldier isn't dodging. And with a final twitch, the scene cuts to white. This fight is escalating quickly. Encred is straight up dominating, and honestly, this crew is starting to look seriously terrified. Encred sizes up Andrew, thinking this kid is nothing special, but he sees grit, and that surprises him. Someone swings a hammer at Andrew, and Encred's crew braces for impact. It's a brutal opening strike. The hammer connects, sending the soldier reeling, but Andrew blocks with a surprisingly strong defense. This dude is getting pummeled, but he's staying on his feet. He's taking a beating, but refusing to fall. Encred's eyes glow purple, and he's clearly not impressed. He's about to unleash something serious. He steps in front of Andrew, declaring this kid's got spirit, but it won't be enough. Encred swings his sword, and it's a lightning-fast attack. Andrew's about to face real power. The blade slams into Andrew, and he lets out a massive yell. It's a devastating blow, no doubt. Andrew's face is a mask of pain, and the soldier looks horrified. This is straight up brutal. The scene cuts to white, and honestly, we're left wondering if Andrew can even recover from that. Nasem. Andrew takes a massive hit, but he's not going down without a fight. This dude is resilient. He grits his teeth and declares his name. I am Andy Abu Dinar. Talk about a power move. No matter what he's faced, Andrew refuses to break. He's determined to push through, even in the tall grass. Our boy is getting back up, ready for round 2. He's not backing down, and honestly, it's awesome. Our boy is sneaking around the enemy camp at night, taking careful steps. He's on a mission. He's moving fast, trying to stay hidden, but the ground is rough underfoot. This dude is getting closer, face all grim and determined, clearly focused on what's ahead. He enters a tent and finds a war council happening. They're planning their next move, talking strategy. Someone in a creepy mask is giving orders, and honestly, it's giving major villain vibes. The council is discussing reinforcements, revealing enemy troops are positioned nearby, hidden in the forest. They're saying the frontier garrison and Tortoise heavy infantry are advancing, but Lord Avnayer's strategy is different. The masked figure outlines a plan, and it's clear they're anticipating a fight. Things are about to go down. We get a glimpse of the hidden troops, shrouded in darkness, ready to strike when the time is right. The council seems confident, but something feels off. It's like they're walking into a trap. No way this ends well. The masked commander lays it all out. Knights are proof of their power, but strength isn't limited to knights. But the other commander drops a bomb. They don't need knights, and Asfen will win no matter what. He assures the men victory is coming, and honestly, his confidence is a little unsettling. Suddenly, a strange object arcs through the sky, spinning end over end. What is that thing? It lands right in front of a red-haired soldier who snatches it up, and it's been 2 days since the last battle. He thinks it's quiet now, a calm before the storm. But our boy knows better than to trust a lull. Asfen has 2 options: retreat or unleash a full-on asymmetrical assault. This is getting intense. The battalion commander is prepping for sorcery, just in case, and honestly, that's smart planning. This dude is getting ready for war, and you can feel the tension building with every panel. No way this is going to be easy, but our boy is ready to face whatever comes next. Asfen is straight up staring at his soldiers, wondering why they're so chill when war is raging. He questions how they can be so relaxed. Doesn't anyone else feel the pressure? Asfen scans the battlefield, taking in the scene, and spots the company commander approaching. The commander is surprised to see Asfen here, demanding to know what brings him to the front lines. Asfen calmly asks if it's so strange to check on his soldiers during wartime, but the commander isn't buying it. The commander explains enough time has passed that Asfen shouldn't be surprised to see them holding strong. A blonde soldier looks on, clearly disturbed by the tension between these two. Asfen's intense stare continues, and it's obvious this isn't a friendly visit. The commander is completely unfazed, staring right back at Asfen. Bro, the atmosphere is thick. You can cut it with a knife, and something big is about to go down. Asfen calls out Ragna, saying he went easy on him last time because of the injury. Ragna straight up denies it, claiming he had no intention of holding back at all. Ragna's eyes narrow and he's radiating danger. This dude is not messing around. He draws his sword in a flash, and honestly, it looks terrifyingly graceful. Ragna attacks and the speed is insane. It's a blur of steel and power. Asfen barely blocks, the impact sending sparks flying, but he's clearly holding his own. Someone in the crowd comments on Ragna's precise swordsmanship, calling it beautiful. Asfen scoffs, admitting Ragna's technique is refined, but his own is raw and unpolished. He's determined to surpass Ragna, and you can see the fire in his eyes. He won't be outdone. Asfen launches another attack, pushing forward with everything he's got, but Ragna is ready. Ragna moves with unbelievable speed, his sword a silver streak. Asfen barely manages to deflect it. He's absorbing everything Ragna throws at him, and it's like he's anticipating every single move. Asfen realizes this isn't just skill, it's a unique style, something he's never seen before. He's calling it the Valley Mercenary style, and it's all about redirecting force and finding the opening. Ragna's sword cuts through the air, and Asfen feels a graze. It's close, but he's taking damage. Asfen keeps swinging, trying to find a weakness, but Ragna's defense is airtight, a perfect wall. This dude is relentless, pushing forward, but Ragna just effortlessly guides his blade away. Asfen is starting to understand. Ragna isn't just blocking, he's leading the attacks where he wants. He tries to change his angle to break free, but Ragna anticipates it, and the sword swings again. No way, Ragna's attack is overwhelming. Asfen is on the defensive, completely outmatched right now. Asfen's pushing himself so hard, but Ragna's speed is just on another level. It's like he's toying with him. Ragna swings, and Asven actually deflects it. For a second, it looks like he might have the upper hand. No way. Ragna immediately follows up with a second sword, and Asven barely reacts before getting cut. Asven is stunned, realizing Ragna wasn't just fast, but he's fighting with two swords. This dude didn't see that coming. Ragna's eyes are glowing red, and it's kinda terrifying. He's unleashing some serious power right now. He swings again, and Asven's completely overwhelmed, barely able to raise his sword to defend himself. Ragna's blade is coming down, and Asven's bracing for impact. This is it, he's about to get sliced up. But Ragna doesn't finish the attack, he actually stops just inches from Asven's neck. What is going on? Ragna's looking down at Asven, and you can see the internal conflict on his face. He's not enjoying this at all. He's asking Asven if he's going to run, and honestly, it's a straight-up challenge. Ragna wants a real fight. Ragna swings his sword with unbelievable force, sending Asven flying backwards through the air. Asven crashes to the ground, spitting out a tooth. He's seriously hurt, but still trying to get up. Ragna's blade cuts a massive line through the grass, and the wind from the swing is insane. It's like a shockwave. But Ragna doesn't finish him off. He's holding back and demanding Asven actually fight back. Our boy is getting shoved around by this mercenary captain. Apparently he's messing up training again. He's a wandering nobody with laughable skills, but these mercenaries took him in, which is kinda sweet. The captain yells at him, but it's clear they all care about this dude. Even if they have sharp tongues. Suddenly a monster attacks. A huge shadowy beast comes crashing down on them. Arg. He gets hit and it looks bad, but he's used to this, right? Death is just a reset for our boy. He's thinking about the mercenaries, remembering how they accepted him. But everyone except one guy. The captain is down, and it's all happening so fast, but this dude is determined to protect them. He swings his sword, attempting to defend, but the monster's attack is overwhelming and wham. He gets sliced, and it looks brutal, but no way is this the end. He's just gonna wake up and try again. He's down, but the look in his eyes says it all. He's ready to get stronger, one death at a time. The monster screams "do HY," straight up devastated by our boy's resilience. Apparently, the captain gets slashed, blood flying, and it's a total mess. This is bad, really bad. Someone yells "Captain" as another mercenary goes down, stabbed right in the gut. Another mercenary tries to grab the captain, but he's already falling, and it's looking grim. Enki's getting tossed around like a rag doll, and everyone's screaming his name. Total chaos. They're trying to retreat, but it's too late. The monster is relentless and keeps attacking. Another stab wound, this time on a mercenary trying to shield Enki, but he's going down too. The captain is barely holding on, and someone declares this monster is the strongest one yet. He's cradling the captain, and you can feel the desperation. This dude is broken up about it. But honestly, even with everyone falling apart, our boy is already gearing up for another reset. He's leaving, telling them he's got a better offer. And honestly, good for him, this mercenary life is rough. But he's straight up listing reasons why he's ditching, saying it's best to cut ties with the past, and it's kinda cold. He adds that it made him gag. Bro, what even happened here? This backstory is wild. He's ranting about how pathetic these mercenaries are, acting like they care about each other. And it's a choice. Someone grabs his arm, trying to stop him, but our boy yanks away like, "Now I'm out!" And then, boom, he's unleashing some serious energy, a blue glow erupting around him. It's intense. He's moving so fast, it's just a blur, and the mercenaries are left reeling, totally stunned. He slams into the monster, knocking it back, and it's a full-on power display. This dude is different now. He's standing over the wounded captain, and it's clear he doesn't care. No hesitation, no remorse. But the captain's reaching for him, and you can tell he's trying to say something, but it's too late. He steps on the captain, but it's not what it looks like. He's trying to get away. He tells the captain to go, saying it's better this way, and honestly, it's brutal. But he keeps going, adding that the captain could never do anything, and it's pure trash talk. He's patting the captain on the head, and calls him a sucker. No way. He's ranting about how he was weak, that his life was preserved by the captain's mercy. It's a total spiral. But he's saying devoting his life to revenge would have been exactly what the captain wanted. Which, fair point. He's listing all the reasons he's better off, cutting ties with everything, and it's honestly kinda sad. He's standing over the captain now, and straight up admits he doesn't care what happens to him. The captain reaches out, trying to say something, but our boy just steps away, cold as ice. He's declaring he was weak, and it's clear this reset is about him finally taking control. He's walking away, declaring he's done with everything, but he suddenly feels a presence behind him. He whirls around and it's Encred, that creepy, shadowy dude, and he's not happy, to say the least. Encred asks if he should kill him this time, and honestly, the threat is dripping off the page. But our boy doesn't flinch. He's ready, drawing his sword against the monstrous figure. The dark energy around Encred explodes, and this dude is straight up unleashing everything he's got. He meets the attack head on, his sword glowing with power. It's a clash of wills, no doubt. A jolt of energy courses through him, and he's clearly absorbing some of Encred's power. He's getting a vision, a flashback, of a massive, shadowy figure with glowing blades. He's bracing himself, preparing for another onslaught, and the energy is building like crazy. And then, Michoch, a massive wave of power erupts and he's surging forward, sword raised. He's collapsed back onto the bed, totally drained, and Encred, in panther form, is literally on top of him. Encred gently pats him, and our boy mutters about how little he is. It's a moment. But the mood shifts instantly as Encred absorbs all his fatigue, and the flashback intensifies. He's reliving a past failure, a rear camp overrun, and it's clear he's determined not to repeat it. He vows he won't make the same mistake twice, and Encred's eyes lock onto his with newfound resolve. Suddenly, a horn blares, a call to battle, and a commander shouts orders from outside. The commander demands to know what's going on, and our boy, still recovering, is hauled to his feet. The commander announces they're going to battle, and honestly, the energy is insane. Encred is right there, glaring with purpose, and you can tell this isn't just a fight, it's personal. Our boy is ready, and this time, he's not backing down. He's going to change his fate. They're rushing forward, heading straight for the battle, and the landscape is epic. The commander's yelling orders, and our boy is taking it all in, finally looking like a knight. This dude is focused, eyes locked on the task, and he's radiating serious determination. He's got a plan, a steely gaze, and honestly, he looks like he's about to dominate. Our boy is marching, and he's feeling it. The steady rhythm of his steps gets him hyped up. He's reminiscing about his first time on the battlefield, and it's clear this dude is a veteran. This step, this feeling, it all comes flooding back, even before he unlocked Beast Heart. But he did learn it, and he's putting those lessons to work now, swinging with serious power. He's moving fast, a blur of motion, and honestly, the force behind that swing is insane. He's pushing through, relentless, and that impact, it sends a shockwave through everything. Straight up, the force of the blow is massive. You can see it rippling through his opponent. However, he's not just relying on strength, he's remembering those early days, perfecting his technique. He's determined, focused, and that look in his eyes says he's ready for anything. And then impact, a huge human piece sound as everything connects, and it's brutal, no way around it. Someone yells for a retreat, but it's too late. They're getting overrun, straight up surrounded. Panic sets in as soldiers scream for help, and this dude is realizing they're in deep trouble. A sword whistles through the air, and our boy barely manages to deflect it with his own blade. He's knocked back, stumbling, and another enemy comes at him, but he's already bracing for impact. The force of the blow sends him flying, and honestly, it looks brutal. He's ragdolling through the air. He crashes into other soldiers, creating a domino effect of bodies hitting the ground. Total chaos. Another enemy swings, and our boy barely manages to roll away, narrowly avoiding a fatal hit. He's back on his feet, but he's getting hammered. Blow after blow keeps coming, and it's relentless. Another THUMP as he's sent flying again, and it's clear this dude is taking a beating. A final massive Dewey HOH as something, or someone, slams into him, and it's lights out, bro. He's down, but not out. Our boy is trying to push himself up, even though everything hurts. The ground cracks and splinters, under the force of the battle, and it's like an earthquake is happening. He manages to skid back a few feet, but it's barely enough to avoid another crushing blow. Close call. This massive warrior is relentless, muscles bulging as he charges forward again, no mercy. Our boy's blood vessels are expanding, muscles changing. He's pushing his body to the absolute limit. His heart is pounding like a drum, straight up vibrating with the strain of the fight. But he's not backing down, even as the enemy's attack lands, and it's a brutal impact. He's sent flying once more, crashing through more soldiers. It's a total disaster for them. Another's KD as he tries to regain control, desperately trying to avoid another hit. However, it's no use. The warrior's fist connects, and everything goes black again, bro. He unleashes a colossal heart attack, and it's absolutely devastating. A massive force slams into the enemy. The warrior is sent flying backwards with a slam, cracking the ground beneath him. No way! Our boy doesn't even pause, pushing forward with another furious assault, muscles bulging with power. He's a whirlwind of motion, fists connecting with brutal force. It's a full-on offensive! The enemy is reeling, but he's still standing, eyes glowing red with rage. This is getting intense. Another do-hoh of air as the warrior swings, but our boy dodges, narrowly avoiding the blow. He counters with a lightning-fast attack, sending the warrior stumbling. This dude is relentless. The fight is a blur of motion, a chaotic dance of destruction. It's all happening so fast. He's pushing past his limits, but the enemy is still a formidable opponent. It's a brutal clash. Another do-hoh as he attacks, but the warrior somehow deflects it. Straight up unbelievable. He gets clipped by the axe and lets out a surprised yell. This dude didn't see that coming. The warrior's face contorts in rage as he screams, completely losing it. A massive OSH sound effect explodes as the warrior launches another attack. It's relentless. Our boy goes into overdrive, gray energy erupting around him. He's pulling out all the stops. He shouts, "You will pull my forearm?" Straight up disrespecting this guy's size. The warrior's axe swings down with a duachos, but our boy is already moving. He ducks under the blow, landing a powerful counterattack. A solid hit to the gut. A resounding teachit echoes as the warrior stumbles back, clearly shaken. Ouch, that had to hurt. The warrior swings the axe again, a whirlwind of steel, but our boy is ready to meet it head-on. He's deflecting the attack with insane speed, a fierce determination burning in his eyes. No way he's backing down. He swings again, but the warrior blocks with his axe. A silang echoes as they lock up. The warrior's axe connects, sending a spray of blood. Our boy gets rocked, but he's not going down. He grits his teeth, clearly hurt, and yells, "RGH!" This dude is pushing through the pain. The warrior screams "Polyixisegius" and swings wildly, but our boy is already dodging. He launches forward, a blur of motion, aiming for the warrior's exposed side. A risky move. A do-hoh sound effect blasts as a throwing star streaks toward the warrior. It's a surprise attack. The warrior is stunned, but he recovers quickly. He's not as easy to take down as it looks. He tries to block, but the star slips past. It's a glancing blow, but it draws blood. The warrior roars in anger and swings his axe again. It's a full-on, desperate assault. Our boy is getting overwhelmed, but he's still fighting. He's got to find an opening fast. Our boy catches a quick glance of approaching soldiers. They're moving fast, a whole formation. He's right in the path of the advancing army, and this dude looks seriously determined to fight. The soldiers charge, shields up and spears ready. It's a full-on assault, and honestly overwhelming. But then, a massive figure bursts onto the scene, gray hair flying. A powerful ally arrives just in time. Our boy is straight up charging into battle, sword swinging, and looks super determined. He's shouting something about a forgotten gift and calling this enemy a piss born, which wow, harsh. Swords clash, clang, and it looks like he connects, but the enemy is way stronger than he thought. The enemy's eyes are glowing red, and he's got this intense stare, which is never a good sign. Our boy is down, but he's thinking about revenge for his friends, so he's not giving up yet. He grips his sword tight even though it's broken, and is clearly preparing to go again. No hesitation. The enemy closes in, but our boy is defiant, asking if this is revenge. It's a tense moment. The title card hits. The knight only lives today, reminding us he gets another shot at this. They're facing off again, and honestly, this dude is about to learn a whole lot more. Everyone's sprinting towards the captain, yelling about another fight. Seriously, this dude can't catch a break. One soldier shouts the captain's a dead man, but then steps forward anyway. Talk about a death wish. The enemy soldiers are saying they couldn't beat the captain even if they all jumped him at once, which is kinda true. Swords are swinging, blades flashing, and the captain is straight up mowing through the enemy like they're nothing. They're analyzing his skills, saying he's honed them on the battlefield and fights purely for the thrill of killing. Intense. One enemy boasts he's been promised nobility by Asfan if he wins this fight, so he's got extra motivation. He swings his sword, claiming our boy won't even be able to touch him. Huge talk, considering what just happened. But the captain deflects the blow, and declares he'll be so far out of reach the enemy won't land a single hit. And honestly, the captain's expression is pure confidence. This dude knows he's in control. He's not just strong but totally unhinged. This fight is about to get seriously messy. He's mid-swing shouting a curse, but the enemy captain is already anticipating it. Seriously, this guy is good. The captain's blade meets the attack, and he's straight up furious, declaring he's always hated those arrogant eyes. No way. He's not just deflecting, he's charging through the attack with insane speed and power. Swords clash, but this dude is analyzing the captain's weapon, noting it's a strange, flexible blade. He realizes it must be the legendary Odd Blade of the East. Talk about a rare weapon. The captain's blade keeps coming, twisting and turning, and it's making this weird, ringing sound. He's trying to block, but the captain's attack is overwhelming. It's like fighting a whirlwind of steel. The captain delivers a final, brutal blow, and now he's looming over the downed enemy, looking absolutely menacing. And honestly, the captain's words are ice cold. He's saying it's not like the enemy could ever do anything. The captain's sword is a blur, slicing through the air. It's so fast, no one can predict where it'll land. He's screaming at the captain, promising to kill him this time, but it feels empty, like a threat he's made a million times. The sword is moving so quickly it's creating these crazy sonic booms. The air itself is being ripped apart. Our boy is bracing for the attack, but this blade is completely unpredictable, twisting and turning like a snake. The sword connects. A ringing TWN echoes, and it's straight up slicing through the captain's armor. Someone yells "Captain," and for a second, it looks like the captain is actually going down. But no way, he somehow manages to stay standing, though he's clearly injured, and his eyes are glowing red. The captain's face is intense, radiating pure power, and it's seriously intimidating. He's staring down his opponent, and honestly, this dude is about to unleash some serious pain. This captain is totally unhinged. He's not just fighting, he's enjoying it, and that's terrifying. The captain's sword swings again, and this time it connects. Right through the enemy's shoulder. He's reeling, blood spraying everywhere, but he's still trying to fight, swinging wildly at the captain. The captain barely dodges, then delivers a brutal kick to the guy's face, straight up shattering his teeth. Our boy is still trying to block, but the captain's attacks are just too much. He's getting overwhelmed. He's yelling about how far he'll go, how deadly his blade has become, but the captain isn't listening. The captain calmly replies that there's only so much this dude can do if he chooses the wrong path. And then, bam, the captain's sword comes down again, slicing right through his enemy's chest. Blood explodes, soaking everything, and it looks like this fight is finally over. The captain stands over his fallen opponent, face contorted in rage, and honestly, it's terrifying. But the captain knows. This dude was always going to end up this way, no matter what. The captain straight up tells his opponent he isn't worth the effort of defeating. Talk about a smackdown! But our boy isn't backing down. He's drawing his sword, and it's radiating with power. He's moving fast, a blur of steel, and slices toward the captain. It's a full-on attack. The captain deflects the blow, but it's clear this dude's skills have seriously improved since last time. He declares he's no longer the helpless bystander, and he's going to protect his comrades. Finally, the captain's sword is coming down, and he shouts that his enemy is no longer a threat. He finishes the job, and the captain's opponent collapses. This fight is brutal, no way around it. Our boy sighs in relief, clearly exhausted, but he's standing tall, a true knight, honestly. He says he doesn't expect thanks from the dead, but hopes it honors those who fought beside him. The captain looks down at the fallen foe, a grim expression on his face. This dude means business. Footprints mark the ground, and the captain is swiftly taking down enemy after enemy. He's a whirlwind. He's slicing and dicing through the opponents, and declares they're doing really well. Like, seriously good. The captain locks eyes with our boy, a steely glint in his gaze, and then delivers a chilling line. He says, "Now, if you don't mind," and it's clear the captain's about to unleash something massive. No way. Okay, so things are getting wildy. Someone just shouts that the Nerillians have giants too. The ground starts shaking, and it's not an earthquake, it's something Hajia approaching. Bro, this giant is absolutely massive, towering over everyone and looking straight up terrifying with those glowing red eyes. The soldiers are trying to fight, but their spears are snapping like twigs against this thing's armor. We get a close-up of the giant's face, and honestly, it's not a pretty sight, super intimidating. One soldier questions what's happening, but it's quickly drowned out by the chaos and the sound of battle. Everyone's panicking, running for their lives as the giant keeps coming, and it's a total mess. A soldier tries to rally the troops, yelling for those with unbroken spears to attack, but it feels kinda hopeless. The giant's stomping forward, and it's clear our boy is in serious danger. This is not good. But wait, the giant's getting closer and closer, and our boy is about to be squashed. No way, they're yelling kill him, and charging our boy with spears. It's a full-on ambush. He's counting the incoming attacks, 2, 3, and it looks like he's bracing for impact, which is brave. But he's not just bracing, he's moving, dodging those spears with insane speed, seriously impressive reflexes. This dude is weaving through the attacks like a ghost. It's a whirlwind of motion, and near misses. And then, boom, he unleashes some kind of energy blast, sending soldiers flying through the air. The impact is heat, sending bodies tumbling and weapons scattering everywhere. Total chaos erupts. But it doesn't stop there. He's spinning, delivering a devastating series of blows. It's a whirlwind of destruction. He's unleashing a flurry of attacks, and the soldiers are just getting ragdolled, straight up demolished. This dude's sword is covered in blood. It's a brutal scene, and honestly, it's a little terrifying. He's a one-man army, cutting through the enemy lines like butter, and leaving a trail of red in his wake. He's swinging that blood-soaked club with a maniacal laugh, seriously unhinged right now. The soldiers are running, screaming for him to be killed, but they're clearly outmatched. He's moving so fast, a blur of motion, and delivers a massive uppercut that sends a soldier flying. Another soldier tries to attack, but our boy just sidesteps and knocks him out cold with a brutal hit. Pill. He connects with another soldier, and the force of the blow sends shockwaves rippling through the air. He's leaping forward, delivering a devastating kick to another soldier's face, and the guy goes down hard. The remaining soldiers are scrambling, trying to avoid his attacks, but it's no use. He's relentless, continuing his assault with a terrifying grin, leaving a trail of destruction behind him. He's swinging that club again, and it's clear this fight is going to get even messier. He's looking down at the chaos, and honestly, this dude is straight up enjoying himself. Leaves are flying everywhere as a huge gust of wind whips through the forest. It's kinda ominous. A ridiculously tall elf appears, draped in a cape, and honestly, he looks super intimidating. He declares they are elves, and their tradition is to live hidden deep within the woods. Classic fantasy stuff. One of the elves takes a step forward, and this dude's got some serious armor detail on his arm. We get a close-up of the tall elf, and he's giving off a seriously intense vibe with that stare. Another close-up, this time of his face, showing off the intricate braids in his long, white hair. More close-ups of the elf, showing off the details of his armor and the purple trim. This guy is fancy. The elf warns them that if they run, he won't come after them, but that feels like a total threat. An elf draws a sword, and there's a metallic clink as the blade is revealed. Things are about to get real. Seriously, that's a warning and a threat all rolled into one, and our boy is definitely in danger now. The tall elf challenges Nadal, asking which weapon is stronger, his leaf sword or the elf's needle sword. He raises his needle sword, and it's seriously menacing like a tiny deadly spear. Nadal throws the leaf, and it's zipping towards the elf at insane speed. No way, this is just a leaf. The needle sword meets the leaf, and there's a massive clinch as they collide in mid-air. Everything goes blurry as the leaf and sword create a whirlwind of energy, cutting through the air. The elf swings his sword with incredible force, but Nadal is already moving, dodging the attack. Nadal retaliates with a swift counterattack, his blade flashing towards the elf's neck. It's super close. The elf barely blocks, and a line of blood appears on his face. This dude is actually getting hurt. Nadal presses his attack, unleashing a flurry of strikes, and the elf is forced to defend desperately. Nadal finishes with a final, powerful slash, and the elf stumbles back, clearly overwhelmed. The elf declares no elvish weapon is inferior to another, but it's all about the skill of the wielder. Deep. The elf attacks, swinging his needle sword, and Nadal barely manages to block with his leaf blade. It's a whirlwind. Nadal's arm gets cut, and he's clearly feeling it, but he grits his teeth and keeps fighting, refusing to fall. He's dodging, weaving, and countering, going blow for blow with the elf. This dude is seriously impressive. Nadal lands a hit, drawing blood, and the elf stumbles back, surprised by the force of the attack. The elf recovers and attacks again, but Nadal anticipates it and deflects the blow with a powerful clinch. Nadal's blade is still going, relentlessly pushing the elf back, and he's starting to look desperate. The elf tries to regain control, clenching his fist, but Nadal doesn't give him an inch. It's intense. Nadal pushes forward with another strike. It's a beautiful, brutal dance of blades. The elf falls, yelling in pain, but honestly, this dude had it coming. He underestimated Nadal. Nadal shouts for everyone to attack, and straight up, it's chaos erupting all around him. He's a whirlwind of steel, slicing through enemies. It's a total bloodbath, but our boy is focused. Enemies fall left and right with sickening SPLates. It's brutal, but Nadal doesn't slow down for a second. Another SPLate as Nadal cuts down another foe, proving he's a force to be reckoned with in this war. Okay, so the episode starts with a warning about violence. Things are about to get rough. Apparently, Lord Avnayar's cavalry is charging, and the sound of hooves is deafening as they race toward the giants. One of the commanders realizes Avnayar's strategy isn't flawed, but they seriously underestimated the giant's strength. He's fixated on one soldier in particular. This dude apparently caused problems in the last battle too. The commander remembers losing Mitch Hirier because of this same soldier, and he's not happy about it at all. The soldier rides forward, straight into the path of the giants, and the commander is losing it. But wait, the giants aren't the only threat. Another one charges out of nowhere and slams into a horse. No way. The horse and rider are completely obliterated in a spray of blood and debris. It's brutal. Another giant swings its weapon, and the commander is caught in the blast. This is bad, really bad. He's sent flying, screaming, and honestly, this dude had it coming for underestimating the giants. Someone shouts that the Grey Dog Company leader is here, and it's all chaos. A soldier begs the commander to spare him, but it's the frontier garrison charging in. Things are escalating fast. The frontier garrison barrels forward, and it's a full-blown rumble as they clash with the giants. Something huge flies through the air. It's moving so fast, it's a blur. Swords clash with the deafening Celian, and sparks fly everywhere. It's intense. The commander gets slammed, yelling air gauge. This is brutal, straight up. Another soldier attacks, but the frontier garrison commander blocks with ease and delivers a counter blow. The soldier cries out, but the commander is focused. He's seriously intimidating. The commander reveals they always measured up to the Grey Dog Company in skill, which is a serious flex. Our boy is down, but not out. He's already planning his next move, you know it. The commander gets absolutely wrecked. Stabbed right through and splattered with blood. It's rough! He's shouting about too many men falling with Hirier, realizing the situation is spiraling out of control. The commander desperately cries out that they won't be able to stop the frontier garrison. It's looking grim. A soldier on horseback screams curses as they try to rally, but the enemy is already closing in. Another soldier goes down in a flurry of blades. Ship! It's a total bloodbath out there. The commander is still reeling, barely conscious, and someone's getting trampled by horses. Our boy is down, but he's still trying to fight, yelling as he's swept away in the chaos. He's sent flying through the air, completely helpless. This is not good at all. Someone shouts Ricards as soldiers scramble to escape, but it's probably too late. The frontier garrison is relentless, pushing forward despite the losses. They're a force to be reckoned with. The commander straight up tells his men to let the enemy go. They're just rabid dogs now, uncontrolled and dangerous. He says their victory against Afen was huge, but it's only the beginning of the real fight, which is a super ominous vibe. The army is setting up camp, tents going up, but there's no celebration, no banquet, no drinks, just grim determination. Some soldiers are actually happy they don't have to help with camp, because of their contribution to the battle. Talk about a mood. A buff dude is hyped about not having to work, and honestly, good for him, he earned a break. They're planning to wait near crossguard to keep the pressure on his fen. This dude is not letting up. Another soldier is brooding, thinking about the lack of celebration, and it's clear this victory feels hollow. He's worried, saying there were too many casualties, and it feels like they're walking into a trap. He's not wrong. Our boy sees the fallen soldiers and realizes this isn't over. It's just the calm before another storm. This dude is seriously concerned, and you can feel the tension building. Something big is about to go down. This arrogant knight is yelling at the wounded soldiers, telling them to stop bragging. Talk about a bad look. A woman with fairy red hair steps in, completely unimpressed with his outburst. She's not having it. She shuts him down with one word and OUH, and suddenly the whole camp goes silent, stunned. The captain looks over, clearly not surprised by the woman's authority. He knows she means business. Another soldier admits he's never felt a presence like hers before, and honestly, same, she's intimidating. This dude is losing it, rambling about how the battlefield echoed with the madman, and it gave him pleasure. What? The captain tries to tell him to stop teasing, but the madman insists he'll teach him how to yell like that. Oh boy. The captain turns away, looking conflicted, while the madman casually brushes straw off his shoulder. He's clearly disturbed by the madman's energy, but also intrigued. This is getting weird. The captain is staring off into space, and this whole situation is just escalating into something else. The captain is totally lost in thought, and his comrade asks what's up. It's Henry's dream of marrying the flower shop widow. The captain laughs it off, but then reveals Henry's dream won't come true while he's fighting battles. His friend asks if he misses home, but the captain straight up says he can't leave while others are risking their lives. He remembers Henry's skills. This dude was a beast at hunting, and that's how they survived so much. Henry guided them through the tall grass fields, keeping them safe. He was seriously clutch. Flashback, we see them running through the tall grass, dodging danger, and it's intense. The captain remembers how Henry protected them, but then he snaps back to the present. This is getting emotional. He realizes Henry is risking everything for them, and it hits him hard. Our boy is a true hero. The captain vows to protect Henry's dream, even if it means putting himself in danger. No way he'll let him down. He's determined to make sure Henry can go home and marry the widow, and honestly, good for him. The captain draws his sword with a swift motion, and it's clear he's ready for anything. Someone calls out Captain, as he steps forward, determined to face whatever's ahead. He declares he wields his sword because he has a dream. Bro is serious about protecting what matters. This dude isn't fighting for glory, he's fighting for a future, and that's straight up inspiring. Our boy is getting wrecked. Someone's clearly got him in a chokehold, and it looks rough. No way. He gets a message that the battalion commander wants to see him like no. The commander is staring him down, and bro looks seriously unimpressed. This is not a friendly visit. This dude just came back from a super dangerous infiltration mission, and he survived, which is already a big deal. But it gets worse. He played a decisive role in the last battle, so the commander is thinking of recruiting him. He and another soldier start walking, and honestly, it feels like they're heading straight into trouble. They're walking through a field, and everything feels off, like something's about to go down. Our boy keeps stepping forward, each step feeling more ominous than the last. The tension is building. He's walking past a table with a skull on it. Seriously creepy. This is not a good sign. Another step, and we're left hanging. Something is definitely about to ambush him. You just know it. The commander offers him a cup, then straight up apologizes for summoning him so abruptly. He explains our boy must be exhausted from helping with the base relocation. Smooth move, sir. But this dude doesn't miss a beat, replying that his platoon is doing fine thanks to the commander's generosity. The commander laughs, calling him skilled even in flattery. Is this a test, or is he just being nice? He continues, saying our boy has clearly distinguished himself in service. This is getting intense. Our boy is thinking, is he offering me a promotion right here, in front of my superior? Major power move. The commander says, judging by how composed he is, he assumes he expected this offer. And our boy just says, yes, confidently accepting the potential promotion, like it's nothing. However, the commander is definitely sizing him up, and there's something calculating behind that smile. This whole scene is giving me the creeps. Something is off, and I don't trust this commander one bit. Our boy politely declines the commander's offer, keeping his composure. Total pro move. The commander reveals other company commanders already tried to recruit him. This dude is in demand. He's thinking about his dream, though, to become a knight, and honestly, that's all he wants. But then everything goes white, and our boy is suddenly waking up. No way, another reset. The commander is standing there, looking down at him, asking if this is all just a dream. He's remembering his goal, repeating to himself that he's going to become a knight. Determination levels are rising. The sunlight is blinding, and the commander's face is partially obscured. What's going on here? The commander's expression is unreadable, and our boy is still stuck in this time loop. This is frustrating. He's clearly reliving the same moment, and it's starting to feel like a trap. Something is seriously wrong. This dude is stuck, and the commander is watching him like a hawk. I have a bad feeling about this. The commander is laying down some serious truth. Only people with dreams can really shine, and he used to be one of them. He reveals he trained relentlessly hoping to become a sword for the royal family. Ambitious, right? But then he drops a bomb. Someone who's given up on their dreams will only drag down someone as determined as our boy. He's straight up saying he's not worthy of mentoring him. Talk about a harsh reality check. The commander turns away, dismissing him, and our boy is left reeling. This is brutal. He bows his head, defeated, but then someone asks if he thinks our boy will become a knight. The commander's response is cold. He doubts it. But the woman questioning him doesn't seem convinced. Our boy is walking away, and honestly, it's a good thing he's not letting this get him down. The woman is clearly questioning the commander's judgment. She sees something in him that he doesn't. She asks him if he thinks our boy will become a knight, and the commander just scoffs. This dude is a hater. The commander respects Enkred's dream and vows to support him. Major props to that. He declares he'll forge a new path for himself, and it's inspiring to see him take charge. But he's also revealing a past where the nobility held all the power. Things are changing fast. He admits he was nobility, but that power has been stripped away. Talk about a fall from grace. This dude is getting emotional, clutching a letter and remembering his former life. It's a heavy moment. He's determined to revisit his forgotten dream, and we're here for that comeback story. A caravan is rolling into view, and honestly, it looks like they're headed for trouble. The wheels clunk over the rough terrain. This journey is going to be a bumpy one. And there they go, a long line of wagons heading toward the mountains. What's the goal? The sun's setting behind the peaks, and it's a gorgeous but ominous sight. Something's brewing. They got a break from the hard work, but this dude is straight up bored. Can you believe it? Enkred is laying out a training regimen, and it's intense. Like no rest for the wicked intense. The muscle-bound trainer is so hyped, flexing like a boss. This guy lives for this. But more importantly, he's asking if the captain has been practicing his swordsmanship. Priorities? Someone points out the captain is training on an F-mat in the middle of nowhere. Where did he even get that? This dude is getting lectured on balance while trying to wield two swords. Ouch, harsh critique. Someone is hiding behind a tree, listening in, suspicious to say the least. The trainer explains that chaos will sharpen their skills. Makes sense, right? The captain wonders if being talked at from a distance is part of the training. He's overthinking it. And honestly, this whole scene is wild, training mats and lurking shadows all at once. Someone is laying into the captain, demanding he hasn't forgotten the madman platoon. Talk about pressure. The captain's looking pretty relaxed while sharpening his sword, but this guy is intense here, and clearly remembers. He reveals the madman platoon is known as the Colossal Heart, a name that sounds both terrifying and oddly heroic. But the trainer's face shifts into a creepy grin, and it's clear this isn't just a memory. It's a threat. Okay, so this dude is straight up terrifying, giving off major villain vibes with that creepy grin. He's mentoring our boy, teaching him about harnessing the power of a colossal heart when things get dangerous. But it's not just about raw strength, apparently. Focus and senses are key to unlocking this hidden potential. We get a quick flash of another guy, looking pretty intense with those wrapped hands, like he's ready to throw down. The story reveals this mentor has been learning from two other trainees, a pillow hugger and a wildcat, which is hilarious. And the math head is seriously bulking up, getting stronger with every training session, no cap. The mentor explains that humans have incredible strength reserves in moments of danger. It's all about tapping into it. He's saying the colossal heart is just a way to access that power whenever needed, which is kinda wild. But the mentor stresses that our boy needs to sharpen his senses and focus, or all that strength won't matter. Now, it seems like everything is coming together. Our boy is learning, training, and getting ready for whatever's next. Our boy is getting instructions. Make his heart burst, whatever that means, and it sounds intense. Whoa, we get a crazy close-up of a heart THMPIMG, like it's about to explode. Seriously dramatic. The thumping intensifies, and it's not just a visual. We feel it, bro. It's all consuming. He's receiving the rhythm, the raw energy through their hands. This is getting wild. Our boy realizes this is why his mentor wanted him to heighten his senses. It's a transfer of power. He's starting to understand the connection, but his mentor warns him not to push it too far. No way. The mentor doesn't want him to accidentally blow a gasket and, die from heart failure. We get a close-up of the mentor's face, and he looks super serious about this, no joke. Our boy is starting to get it, and you can see the determination building in his eyes. But it's clear this power comes with a risk, and he needs to be careful. The stakes are high. This dude is straight up getting roasted by his squad. They think he's faking a growth spurt. But they've seen this before, apparently, and are calling him out for trying to manipulate them. He's denying it, claiming he's genuinely trying his best, and honestly, it's kinda sad. They accuse him of trying to make their captain favor him, and it's getting heated. Our boy is losing it, insisting he doesn't want to make anyone's heart race, which is a choice of words. He's trying to explain himself, but it's coming off super awkward, and they're not buying it. The squad is relentless, pointing out his pattern of quick gains followed by sudden stops. He's getting desperate, insisting it's not his fault if their captain is interested. However, he's really digging himself a hole, and it's clear they think he's a total creep. And now the squad leader is practically yelling at him to stop trying so hard. Like, seriously? The squad is livid, yelling at him to stop, and someone even tries to physically restrain our boy. He's fighting back, insisting he is trying, and it's a full-on brawl now. No way! Someone yells at them to quiet down, because people are trying to sleep, but they just keep going. This dude is getting thrown around like a rag doll, but he keeps screaming for them to do it. He's practically begging, face contorted in effort, and honestly, it's a little terrifying. He crashes into a tent and someone asks about the captain, but no one seems to care right now. Another guy casually insults his technique, saying the captain isn't interested in worthless stuff. Our boy is getting straight up roasted, called a carcass sniffer. Ouch, brutal. But wait, he's back to training, ignoring everyone, determined to push through. This is intense. He's clearly not listening to anyone, and he's focused on proving himself, come hell or high water. Someone calls him a stinking barbarian. Harsh, but he's trying to explain his special colossal heart technique. He says it's a unique beast heart variation, and he usually teaches it through sorcery, showing how the heart moves. Apparently, students use their senses to make their own hearts move, but this dude just can't seem to get it. He's tried over and over, but no one's ever managed to learn it on the first try. They usually get killed. He flops back onto his bed, admitting he needs to be more patient with this latest student, but still. He thinks the captain is serious about learning, so he should give it time, but if he can't do it, he'll give up. He's clearly frustrated, admitting the student is proving to be a real challenge, and it's showing. However, he believes the captain is serious about learning, so he's willing to wait it out. He's starting to sound defeated, and honestly, this dude is about to throw in the towel. He's seriously considering giving up if the captain can't pick it up, which is a bad sign, bro. He's exhausted, collapsing after the training, but it's clear he's pushing himself way too hard. He stumbles out into the night, still panting, and straight up ignores the pain. He's dripping wet, clearly been through a lot, and looks completely spent. This is rough. He checks his bandaged arm, assessing the damage, and it's wrapped TIGHT. The captain and another knight are waiting, and the captain is huge. No way, this is good. The captain tells him it's enough for today, but our boy is not hearing it. He's determined to keep going, insisting he still has a long way to go. This dude is relentless. The captain grabs him, trying to stop him, but he's not giving in easily. The captain demands he try again, and honestly, we're starting to feel bad for the guy. He's getting pushed way past his limit, but the captain is convinced he can do it. The captain commends his enthusiasm, but honestly, it's kinda terrifying how much this dude wants to fight. The captain's eyes narrow, and he's clearly assessing something. He's not impressed, that's for sure. He's sizing up our boy with a cold stare, and it's obvious this isn't about training anymore, it's a test. The captain's expression is intense, and he's straight up daring him to keep pushing. This is escalating quickly. Our boy is straight up trying to master this insane, colossal heart technique, something he's apparently done a bunch of times. He's getting used to the method, which honestly sounds terrifying and probably involves a lot of pain. But here's the thing, the night keeps resetting. He's stuck reliving the same day over and over again. He's kneeling in camp, feeling the pulse of something called REM. It's stimulating his heart, but he can't do it himself. His heart is pounding, and he's clearly pushing himself to the limit, struggling to control whatever's happening inside him. He collapses, exhausted, and for a second, you think he's out, but no way, he's just taking a breather. He admits he needs help, saying it just can't be done alone, and honestly, good on him for recognizing that. Then this other dude shows up, a serious, intense fighter, and offers assistance, looking completely determined. This fighter is clearly powerful, and it's a total power move, stepping in to help our boy unlock this colossal heart. But wait, look at his eye. He's serious, focused, and something tells me this isn't just about helping. There's more to this. He's recalling how he needed a different training method than his platoon, something that really fits him. This dude decided to focus solely on honing his ability to fight a worthy rival, not fearing death itself. He's asking himself what method he even needs to learn this colossal heart technique, bro. He wonders where the colossal heart even begins, and it's clearly a really intense internal process. But then, this other fighter yells at him, calling him a barbarian lunatic. Talk about a rude awakening. The fighter is unleashing a furious attack, swinging his sword with everything he's got. Our boy's deflecting the blows, but this is a serious fight. The speed and power are insane. He's dodging and weaving, trying to find an opening, but this fighter isn't letting up for a second. The fighter's blade connects, and it's a direct hit to our boy's chest. Ouch, that looks brutal. But the impact sends a surge of red energy through him, and it's like the colossal heart is actually activating. Someone's screaming "Captain" as our boy takes a hit, but it's clear this is all part of the plan. He's questioning the fighter's methods, straight up asking if this is the best way to go about things. This ghostly figure is ranting about dying with your heart exploding repeatedly. Dark stuff, man. But here's the thing, the colossal heart only unlocks when things get dangerous, which makes sense. It's easier to activate this power in moments of crisis, letting him harness it whenever he needs to. He's focused, eyes blazing, and ready to push forward no matter the cost. This dude is intense. The ghost is losing it, calling him mad and questioning if he understands the pain of death. The ghost is yelling about all the deaths he's endured, but our boy doesn't even flinch. He steps forward into the darkness, declaring he'll take a single step forward, no matter what. Splash! He's fully committed, activating something huge. This is getting wild, you guys. The fighter clasps hands with our boy, declaring today is not the day. A weird flex, honestly. But our boy, he's staring off into space, completely lost in thought as the sun shines down. It's the 27th day, and this dude admits he still can't control his heart. Things are getting intense. He straight up tells the fighter to stimulate his heart harder. No way, this is a bold request. The fighter is shocked, asking if he's asking to be killed, but our boy just confirms it. The fighter's face contorts in a grimace, and he looks like he's about to actually do it. This dude is serious, bro. He wants the fighter to push him to the absolute limit. The fighter's face is a mess, but he's clearly accepting the challenge, bracing himself. Our boy stares straight ahead, completely unflinching. This is some next-level determination. However, the fighter's expression is unreadable, and it's clear this isn't going to be easy. He's adamant. He's not going to murder his superior officer, even if he could. But the fighter is not having it, straight up questioning why our boy suddenly cares about nobles. The fighter threatens to rip out his tongue if he keeps spilling secrets, and our boy is confused. He wonders why the fighter's reaction suddenly changed, and his face is intense. Something's off. Night falls, and he's kneeling in the dark, admitting even a self-made prison keeps repeating. He clutches his chest, feeling the relentless thumping. It's driving him crazy. He doesn't mind the extra training, but Rem's refusal to follow his command throws him. He's frustrated, his gaze sharp as he tries to understand why Rem won't obey. He declares he'll repeat the day until he figures it out, no matter how many times it takes. It's the 30th day, and he's ready to start all over again, determined to break the cycle. Our boy insists he's fine, that he can take whatever's coming, but his face says otherwise. The fighter just wants him to do it, whatever it is, and our boy's getting seriously annoyed. He's trying to reason with Rem, but Rem's barely acknowledging him, just staring off to the side. Rem's expression is intense, a cold smirk playing on his lips. This is unsettling, to say the least. The fighter orders Rem to just trust him, straight up commanding it, and Rem finally looks at him. Rem's eyes widen, shock and something else. Is that fear flashing across his face? The fighter's hand shoots out and lands with a thud on Rem's shoulder, catching him off guard. Rem reels back, clutching his shoulder, and our boy is frozen, totally stunned by what just happened. Another thump echoes and Rem gasps, uttering a broken Rem. Something's seriously wrong. This dude just straight up attacked Rem, and honestly, our boy looks like he's about to lose it. This dude is seriously questioning why they're all stuck in this messed up squad. Apparently, they're a bunch of rebels. He explains they were all put together because none of them could follow orders, and honestly, it makes total sense. Our boy realizes Rem's been hiding something, and Rem's face just falls. Something's definitely up with him. Rem straight up confesses he's been keeping secrets, and our boy is reeling. No way this is going to end well. Our boy is experimenting with this colossal heart technique, pushing his body way beyond its limits. He expects some minor aftereffects, but straight up, he's not prepared for what's coming next. We cut to a training camp, and it seems he's finally mastered colossal heart, which is awesome. But immediately after, he can't move a single muscle, asking if this level of pain is normal. Someone explains he pushed his muscles to their absolute limit for the first time, which ouch. They try to reassure him it's just muscle ache, but honestly, you can see he's in serious pain. He lets out a huge air gah, Because this isn't just aching, it's straight up unbearable torture. Colossal Heart is explained as an amazing technique for insane strength, but it's a double-edged sword. Using it recklessly takes a huge toll on the body, and this is a good reminder of that fact. It's a good reminder, but also our boy is clearly suffering, and it's kinda hilarious. He's reflecting on true knights, realizing they embody the athleticism of frogs and the keenness of elves. But our boy admits he's nowhere near that level yet, and this realization clearly hits him hard. He collapses, and his comrade rushes over, yelling for him to stay in bed and rest. This dude offers to help him relax, and it looks intense, like a full body hug situation. He's squeezing him so hard. It looks like our boy can barely breathe, and it's a little awkward. However, the squeeze is apparently some kind of recovery method, focusing on muscle repair. He's mumbling about blood, sweat, and tears, straight up embracing the pain for growth. A close-up shows his face contorted, but there's a determined glint in his eye, and it's kinda intimidating. And honestly, this dude is pushing himself to the absolute limit, no matter the cost. He's clearly hurting, but he's determined to become the knight he envisions. This is serious dedication. This dude is getting absolutely moorcade, squeezed so hard he's practically begging for it. He grits his teeth, eyes glowing, and somehow manages to endure the insane pressure. It's kinda terrifying. His mentor explains this is Walrafian acupressure, a technique to work out muscle knots, and it sounds brutal. Another technique is coming, and our boy is already bracing himself, knowing it's gonna hurt like heck. He vows to endure it, even if he starts seeing visions of a river. What does that even mean? He's trembling so much, it's a full body shake, but he's determined to push through the pain. Someone yells at the mentor, accusing him of trying to kill our boy, and honestly, it's a valid concern. The mentor insists it's for the best, and this technique will come in handy someday. A bold claim, if you ask me. He's straight up crushing him, but our boy is refusing to give in, which is pretty inspiring, Engil. And just like that, the pressure eases. He survived another round of intense training, and that's what matters. Our boy is ordered to rest and recover, but he's already going stir crazy. This dude cannot sit still. He claims he needs to work on his weapon maintenance, but the captain straight up yells at him to listen. He tries to offer to maintain the captain's weapons instead, hoping to get some practice in. Smooth move, bro. The captain immediately hands over his sword, and our boy grabs it, all fired up. This is happening, but the captain snatches the sword back with a swish, and our boy looks completely shocked. No way! The captain is furious, and our boy is flustered, but he still tries to explain himself. He just wants to improve. The captain lays down the law: no training, no weapon maintenance. Apparently do nothing means nothing. Our boy is clearly frustrated, but he accepts the order. He's gotta learn to trust the process, I guess. He reaches for the sword again, but the captain is too quick, snatching it away before he can touch it. And honestly, this whole scene is a power move. The captain is definitely in charge, and our boy knows it. Okay, so our boy is trying to haggle over the price of weapon maintenance. 18 is his offer. But the merchant refuses to budge, claiming the swords fall under luxury goods. Seriously. He keeps pushing, lowering the price to 17, but the merchant is still unimpressed. The merchant explains he's charging so much because our boy is rocking 2 swords, not just one. Our boy is confused. He thought he mentioned using double swords earlier, but apparently no one heard him. He throws the swords onto a bed, clearly annoyed, and the merchant just stares. And then the captain walks in, looking less than thrilled with the scene. The captain lays down some serious truth: even the best swordsmen don't bother with double swords. However, he points out it's incredibly difficult to wield 2 swords one-handed without insane strength. He finishes with the fact that using both hands to swing is the only way to truly control them. Ouch. Our boy is spiraling. He doesn't get why everyone's so against him using 2 swords. The captain's brother straight up throws him across the room, and it's a total shock. The brother demands to know why our boy is so fixated on dual wielding, and it's intense. He denies having anything to do with it, playing innocent, but the captain isn't buying it. The captain points out the brother's refusal to acknowledge the issue. Stubborn as a bull, apparently. Our boy is like, hold up, this isn't about being stubborn, and asks again about the swords. He wants to know why the captain cares so much about him using 2 swords. It's a legit question. And the answer, he just enjoys it. Seriously, that's it. Our boy stares, and you can see he's processing this bizarre confession. He's clearly thinking, and it's building to something. Using 2 swords is clearly more than just a preference. Everyone around the campfire is singing about the night of peace. It's a super hopeful ballad. But our boy is totally fixated on the sword at the campfire, and it's unsettling everyone. He's staring intently at the blade, and honestly, it's giving off major creepy vibes. His eye is glowing, and he's clearly remembering something. This dude is unlocking a hidden past. Okay, so the story starts with this intense training montage. Our boy is getting put through the ringer. His instructor lays down the law to dodge attacks. You gotta see them coming, which seems obvious, right? But this isn't your average training, bro. It's all about pushing reaction time to the absolute limit. The instructor's method. He's gonna start chucking rocks at our dude and expects him to reads what's written on them while dodging. This dude's got ice in his veins, straight up staring down the incoming rocks without flinching. First rock comes flying in. Buecho Ocean, honestly, he doesn't even move, just focuses. He's trying to decipher the writing on the rock, but he's clearly confused, like, what is even happening? Another rock is launched, and this time, he actually manages to read something. He's yelling what's inscribed on the rock, and it's all happening so fast, it's kinda impressive. But still, rocks are flying, and our boy is trying to become a dodging machine, one inscription at a time. Which away, the instructor doesn't mess around, straight up cracking our boy's ribs with a single blow. He's giving a thumbs up. This dude is terrifyingly calm after nearly breaking someone in half. Our boy is on the ground, clearly in pain, but he's asking if the instructor is serious. Suddenly, the instructor starts tossing things, and our boy's trying to dodge while already hurt. He's getting hit, tumbling around, but still desperately trying to read what's being thrown at him. No way, he's getting pelted with what looks like pebbles, and he's getting angry. He's convinced the instructor is intentionally throwing them when he's not looking, which, honestly, is probably true. Another instructor walks in, and he's questioning what's going on. There's no mercy in this training. Our boy is completely wiped out, flat on his back, but the training continues. This is brutal. The scene cuts to a wide shot of the camp. It's a massive operation, and our boy is just one small part. Whoa, our boy spots someone lurking in the bushes, glowing eyes and all, and immediately knows it's the enemy. The enemy is launching something, a huge rock, and our boy is dodging like his life depends on it, which, let's be real, it does. He's managing to avoid the worst of it, but the enemy's eyes are glowing brighter, and it's seriously unsettling. Another rock flies, and this time it connects, Teachy, straight to our boy's chest, sending him flying. He crashes into the ground, but somehow manages to scramble up and shout about the enemy's location. The other instructors finally react, drawing their weapons and turning towards the threat, but it's happening fast. Our boy is desperately pointing, trying to warn everyone, but they're already engaged. It's a full-on fight. One instructor is getting swarmed, another is blocking an attack, and it's pure chaos out there. The enemy is surprisingly strong, taking on multiple opponents at once, and honestly, it's kinda terrifying. But our boy isn't giving up. He's trying to help, even while injured, and that's what counts, right? Our boy is asking if the message said bar, and it's kinda weird question right now. This other dude straight up brags about writing on 40 rocks, and our boy finally reads it. Impressive, huh? The rock writing guy's trying to be sarcastic, but our boy calls him out on it. Love the sass. No way, this guy is sprinting full speed towards the enemy. A surprise attack is brewing. He's yelling about where everyone is, clearly panicking, and the situation is escalating fast. This other dude is launching himself forward, and honestly, it's a little terrifying. Everyone's asking what's gotten into our boy, but he seems to have completely lost it. Apparently, he tried sparring with the squad leader, but it wasn't enough to satisfy him. This dude is intense. Someone is begging for this rock writing guy to come at them, and it's a terrible idea. Someone's telling the rock writing guy they need to move, but it's probably too late. Things are about to get messy. Everyone's confused. They expected a fight, but the enemy just shot arrows and ran. What is up with that? Someone asks what happened, and it's chaos as soldiers start falling. This isn't going well at all. They're ordering the frontier garrison to catch the archer, but it's too late. People are already down. This dude is looking at the fallen soldiers and he's seriously pissed. He's about to lose it. He demands to know what's going on, but the other guy points to the arrow, like it holds all the answers. The arrow is way longer than normal, and the feathers are different. Something's seriously off here. And then it hits them. These aren't just any arrows, they're special falcon fingernails. Our boy is staring, realizing the danger, and it's a grim look on his face. This is bad news, bro. He's finally connecting the dots, the arrows, the ambush, everything. This dude is thinking fast. but it looks like he's realizing just how dangerous the Falcon clan truly is. This is escalating quickly. He's racking his brain, trying to remember the archer's name, but it's not coming to him. The other soldier suggests he has a terrible memory, but our boy suddenly remembers a battle. He recalls a skilled archer taking down so many soldiers, and then flashes back to saving someone. It hits him. He saved a soldier named Vel from an arrow in that battle, and it's a huge realization. But then, the scene cuts to Vel, now a menacing figure, and things get seriously creepy. He sees Vel's distinctive fingernails. They're the Falcon clan's signature weapon, and it's terrifying. The flashback shows Vel getting shot, then our boy diving in front to save him. It's a pivotal moment. Now it's clear, the Falcon clan is involved, and this whole ambush was personal. Our boy is putting it all together, realizing he unknowingly saved a future enemy, and it's intense. He's staring at the archer, now knowing who he is, and it's a face-off for the ages. Vel casually walks up, and straight up suggests the captain needs to get more used to wielding those double swords. He's laying on the captain, asking if there's a way to actually do that, like practice with the swords or something. But Vel is getting way too close for comfort, and the other guy is looking seriously suspicious. He asks if there's a way to do it, but Vel's intense stare is giving off major villain vibes. This is unsettling. Okay, so our boy is stepping forward, looking all determined and broody, like he's got a plan. The red-haired guy suddenly blurts out he has an idea, which is kinda sus, honestly. He proposes they tell the higher-ups about their situation, but the others are immediately skeptical. They're worried about traps, thinking it's a setup, and straight up refuse to risk it. Fair enough. The commander is frustrated, admitting they've got no good ideas and are just stuck in a bad spot. However, he sighs and says he's experienced in military command, so maybe he can figure something out. Just then, a woman arrives, apologizing for being late, and everyone turns to see what she has to say. The commander and others are clearly annoyed, but they're about to hear what she's got to offer. She's about to lay down a plan, and honestly, they desperately need something, anything, to work. But they're all feeling pretty hopeless right now, like not a single useful idea has surfaced. She explains she offered tactical input and requested temporary command. No one knew this woman was a strategist. Everyone stares at a map as she begins to explain the operation, and honestly, they look relieved. The commander asks what this operation is, and she starts to lay it all out. She explains the plan, and it sounds risky, but everyone seems to be cautiously optimistic. The commander gives the order to march, and the troops are fired up. This is happening. But wait, the plan isn't what it seems. They're not going after the main force, but falcon hunting. Our boy is confused, and the red-haired guy calls him out, asking why he thought they were doing something else. This dude is already complaining about the mission, and the landscape looks pretty harsh. Tough times ahead. He's stepping forward, clearly not thrilled, and this whole situation is starting to feel like a trap. However, our boy seems to be thinking it through. Maybe, just maybe, this crazy falcon hunt has a point. He explains they're gonna harass the enemy rear camp, forcing the falcon to come after them. It's a bait tactic. The red-haired soldier is panting, struggling to keep up, while our boy seems to be processing the plan. She reveals the madman platoon will act as a guerrilla unit, constantly attacking and retreating to draw the falcon out. The red-haired guy asks if they actually expect the falcon to fall for it, and honestly, he sounds skeptical. The commander straight up calls him a simpleton, saying he wouldn't understand this genius plan. He's furious, demanding to know what the commander just called him. Things are getting heated fast. The commander's face is close to the red-haired soldier, and this dude looks like he's about to explode. Our boy is trying to defuse the situation, but it's a powder keg and everyone is tense. The commander insists it's the best tactic, despite how crazy it sounds, and the team is starting to move. However, the red-haired soldier is still fuming. This mission is a disaster waiting to happen, bro. Finn asks if they still have a long way to go, but the red-haired soldier spots something. It's a sign of the enemy. She thinks it's just become visible, and our boy lays out the plan: attack and retreat fast. He explains they need a seasoned ranger to find safe paths, and that's where she comes in. The red-haired soldier demands why Finn permanently changed platoons, saying he could have joined temporarily. Finn brushes it off with groan. Up matters. Okay, mysterious. This dude is hiding something. She's not buying it, and Finn just makes things weirder, claiming his position got awkward. He hints at some drama with the previous commander, and the red-haired soldier is so confused right now. Finn's explanation is a mess, and the red-haired soldier is clearly done with this conversation. The commander's face appears, and he's not pleased. This situation is about to escalate. No way. He states they'll have to endure it, and honestly, that sounds threatening. The commander slaps Finn again. This dude is getting wrecked, and the captain is not happy. The captain tries to explain he's not engaged, but the commander just won't listen. Straight up. They're scoping out the enemy camp from a ridge, and it's Hee-Ju-E, tense as far as the eye can see. The red-haired soldier warns everyone to stay low, explaining they'll fall back if things go south. But then, someone shouts about fresh blood and starts charging into the camp. Talk about reckless. This dude is fell-whymed through the air, and the captain is yelling that anyone who cuts in front of him will die. He crashes into the enemy camp and it's total chaos. No way. The blonde soldier is watching the captain, assessing if his stance is stable. Weird flex, but okay. The captain's already moving, and the blonde soldier seems impressed, but honestly, it's about to get messy. The captain is moving fast, dodging attacks and slicing through enemies. This dude is a whirlwind. A soldier shouts for help, and another asks if the captain is even his friend. Things are getting confusing. Someone yells, "Over here," but it's a trap. A Huji soldier is charging with a massive club. The soldier swings, and the captain tries to block, but the force sends him flying. No way. He crashes into other soldiers, and it's a total mess. Everyone's down, and it's brutal. The captain's out cold, and the soldier is about to finish him off. But then, a mysterious figure ceases the attack with a blinding swing of their own. The club connects with the attacker's weapon, and the force sends shockwaves everywhere, straight up. The attacker lands a devastating blow to the captain's attacker, and blood splatters. It's intense. The captain groans in pain, but the soldier who attacked him is Do-Wn, and our boy is saved, for now. The captain scrambles to his feet, trying to regain his balance, but a massive foot comes upside down. No way. The foot connects, and it's a full-on stump, sending the captain spiraling again. The blonde soldier is sprinting forward, trying to help, but it's too late. The captain is completely flattened. But wait, a huge shockwave erupts, blasting everything around it. This dude is unleashing some serious power. Our boy is straight up Bokinji it through the woods, completely winded. He's panting like crazy. This whole squad is pushing hard, but one of the guys is already struggling, asking how Kreese and the captain are keeping up. He's gasping for air, saying they've been running at this pace the whole time, and he feels like he's gonna collapse. He expects the madman to be falling apart, but Kreese is surprisingly holding strong. Way stronger than expected. Same goes for the captain, who seems totally unfazed by the intense run, leaving everyone shocked. This dude remembers when he first met the captain, and he definitely wasn't this powerful back then. He's seriously wondering how the captain grew so much stronger, completely stunned by the change. And honestly, he's so exhausted he's practically passed out, gasping for breath as he tries to keep up. He's still trying to catch his breath, but it's clear they're all impressed by the captain's endurance. No way, he's completely wiped, still trying to figure out how the captain got so strong so fast. The captain is recalling when he first met Lord Andrew as his friend's son, and it's a super humble beginning. When House Gardner fell and his father died, the captain became Andrew's mentor and assistant, which is wild. He always saw Andrew as a kid, but now things are changing. The captain's starting to see a man. Looking at Andrew's shoulders, the captain feels something coming, like a shift in power or destiny. It's intense. Suddenly, this dude Rem is rushing forward, and the captain straight up calls him out, saying he figured out Rem's move. He explains it's the colossal heart, whatever that is. Sounds like a seriously powerful technique, honestly. The captain's like, I already knew, which is kinda arrogant but also really cool, and Rem is clearly surprised. The captain says Rem didn't even need to ask, because he's already got it figured out. This dude is so confident. He's setting up what's next, saying now, as for actually doing it, which is a huge tease. And honestly, this whole exchange is building up to something massive. The captain's about to show off. Everyone halts as the captain spots something. A flat area between cliffs, and it's their only way through. He points out a massive encampment down there, complete with tents, barrels, and a whole lot of soldiers. It's the perfect spot for an ambush, and our boy immediately recognizes it. This is bad news. The captain's thinking it's a trap, but he figures they want them to realize it, which is a mind game. He explains they're trying to force them down a specific path, cornering them for a kill. Classic villain move. Meanwhile, Rem is yawning and looking totally bored, but the captain's already a step ahead. He's predicting Falcon Claw will show up soon. Sounds like a dangerous enemy, honestly. The captain asks if they should play along with the enemy's game, but then straight up decides against it. He's all about destroying them instead. This dude is ruthless, I love it. If the trap fails, he worries Falcon might show up quicker, but he's ready to face whatever comes next. The captain shouts "let's go" and launches forward. This is the signal, and the Grey Dog Company moves out. They're rushing down the cliffside, dodging a whoosh of arrows, and it's straight up chaos. The captain explains this is Grey Dog's last chance to prove themselves. They were demoted, but can redeem themselves now. Their orders are to help hunt down the Narration guerrilla unit, who are causing trouble in their rear camp. He's laying it all out. Grey Dog Company was once Afen's best, excellent marksmen, but now they're just assistants. The captain grits his teeth, admitting it's humiliating, but he's determined to turn things around for his company. He declares they'll make the Grey Dog Company rise again. This dude is all about morale, I love it. Suddenly, someone shouts they're here, and the enemy appears, rushing towards them. No time to breathe. It is the Narration guerrilla unit, and the captain's shocked, yelling how could they fall for such an obvious trap? He wonders why they'd walk right into it, but honestly, this whole situation feels way too easy. The captain straight up accuses our boy of being part of the guerrilla unit. No way, that's a wild claim. He demands to know if our boy knows the leader, but our boy is confused and asks why he's being questioned. Another soldier chimes in, saying he feels like he's seen him before. Things are getting tense fast. The captain scoffs, declaring they're all going to die anyway, super ominous and honestly rude. Our boy leaps forward, attacking the captain, but the captain is ready and meets him head on. He's disarming the captain with incredible speed, and declares the Grey Dog Company will be the foundation for something new. The captain is sent flying, crashing into his own men. Ouch, that's gotta hurt, but our boy doesn't slow down. He's moving like a whirlwind, taking down soldier after soldier, and the captain is screaming in disbelief. This dude is a fighting machine, and the captain realizes this isn't just some random knight. It's a total power move. Our boy finishes the job, leaving the captain completely defeated, and honestly, it's a bit terrifying. Swords clash and sparks fly as our boy locks blades with the captain. This fight is intense. The captain's shocked, realizing our boy wields the same sword as Mitch, and demands to know who he is. Our boy recognizes the name, declaring this guy must be the leader of the Grey Dog Company. He yells for the captain to die, swinging his sword with deadly intent. No mercy from this dude. The captain tries to block, but our boy's attack is too strong, sending him flying backwards. Our boy doesn't give him a chance to recover, pressing the attack and continuing to overwhelm the captain. He remembers being unable to even dash approach. This guy in the past, always forced to run, but things are different now. Our boy is determined to test how far he's come, seeing the captain as the perfect opponent. He continues his relentless assault, driving the captain back with each swing. It's a total beatdown. The captain's getting demolished, and honestly, he totally had it coming after all that trash talk. He's absolutely demolishing the captain, and straight up declares they're about to crush his lot. The captain swings his bat, sending pieces of weapon flying. It's a brutal counterattack. But our boy isn't fazed. He's already got a plan, and a whole squad backing him up. We get our first look at the crew, a huge warrior, a woman with a bow, and a couple of younger fighters. The Grey Dogs are charging, yelling for metal heads to come at them. These guys are serious about a fight. This dude, the one with the red hair, is absolutely hyped, straight up demanding to chop something up, and we believe him. He's swinging that massive axe, looking completely unhinged, and honestly, it's kinda terrifying. The enemy lines are breaking, but they're not backing down. They're swinging swords and bracing for impact. The Grey Dogs shout for their men to show everyone what they're capable of, and then, swoosh, they're moving fast. Our boy is calling out to fight to the very end, looking determined as he prepares for the clash. He's landing a brutal blow, but the enemy is blocking with a shield, a fierce struggle unfolding. But the momentum shifts, and this dude is countering, promising to send his opponent to their maker. He's unleashing another swing, a massive arc of the axe coming down on his enemy, and it looks devastating. This dude is a whirlwind of fury, swinging that axe like it's an extension of himself, and no one is safe. No way! This dude just blocked a massive club with his arm, and doesn't even have a scratch. Another enemy charges, swinging a club, but our boy isn't flinching. He's ready to counter. The red-haired guy's already eyeing the fallen enemy, thinking this one might be useful to him too. Creepy. Here comes another swing, but our boy is dodging with insane speed, leaving a wind trail behind him. He's leaping forward, going for a brutal kick, and connecting hard with the enemy's head. Clang! But the enemy's still standing, and our boy is already slashing with his sword, sending a spray of sparks. He's cutting through the enemy's weapon like it's butter, and the guy goes down, yelling, "Curse you!" This dude is relentless, straight up mowing through the enemy lines with a furious attack. He's slicing and swinging, leaving a trail of fallen foes in his wake. No one can stop him. However, the enemies are still coming, and our boy is already bracing for the next wave of attacks. One of the enemies swings, yelling "DI," but our boy sidesteps with insane reflexes. Too bad the guy missed. He's instantly countering, sword flashing, but the enemy blocks with his own weapon. "Seal-ash!" The enemy shouts a threat, promising to chop him to pieces, but our boy just laughs it off. "Cheeky!" The enemy charges again, swinging wildly, and lets out a primal scream, "Ah!" Our boy is deflecting the attack, and honestly, this dude's swing speed is kinda slow. He disarms the enemy in one swift move, slicing right through the weapon. Slash! The enemy's head rolls, and it's brutal, but our boy doesn't even flinch. Cold-blooded. He taunts the fallen enemy, telling him to tell his god he's sending friends. What a savage! Another enemy tries to intervene, saying God isn't interested in people like him. Talk about shade! But the other enemy interrupts, demanding they stop fighting. Finally, someone with some sense. Whoa, things are getting messy. They're straight up in fighting now, and it's a bloodbath. Blood is spraying everywhere as the battle intensifies. It's a total free for all. Our boy is a whirlwind of steel, cutting down anyone who gets in his way. No mercy. He's got a crazy look in his eyes, like a predator hunting its prey. Seriously intense. But another soldier shouts at him, saying there's no need to kill everyone. Someone's got a conscience. Suddenly, a hidden enemy launches an attack from the trees, a sneaky ambush. Our boy's eyes glow red as he anticipates the attack. He's got reflexes of a god. He deflects the blade with a single swing, sending a shockwave through the air. Spos. The force of the blow sends enemies flying. This dude is seriously overpowered, and honestly, this whole scene is just a display of pure, unadulterated power. Someone asks if Falcon Claw is here, and another soldier explains the difference between a sniper and a hunter. It's all about getting up close. This dude boasts about how much more fun hunting is, especially rabbits. Seriously, what is he even on? The gray-haired enemy grins, saying he'll repay a gift, with an arrow already flying toward our boy. Talk about cold. Whoa, arrows are flying everywhere and our boy is dodging like a pro. He's a blur of motion. But things take a turn when the gray-haired enemy sends him fell geek off a cliff. No way! Everyone's freaking out, questioning if it's okay for him to just run off like that. They're so clueless. Another soldier tells the captain they need to leave. Finally, someone with a brain. The captain orders them to pursue, and straight up steps off the cliff after our boy. More soldiers follow, leaping down the cliffside. It's a full-on chase scene. Someone shouts that Rem suddenly bolted, but honestly, he's probably just trying to survive. They've lost sight of everyone, and Falcon Claw asks what they should do. Tension is building, but just as things get dire, the hooded figure appears, looking super intense. He declares they're going after them, and bro looks like he means business. Our boy and the redhead are scrambling down the cliff, while the hooded figure effortlessly descends. The soldiers continue their descent, but it's looking rough. This cliff is no joke. Rem is now on the ground, clearly having taken a beating. This dude is in trouble. However, our boy and the redhead are right behind him, and this is where things get wild. They're setting a trap. Rem and the redhead plan to be bait to distract Falcon Claw. Claw might spot them, but they're betting it won't be easy for him to actually shoot them. Things go south fast as Falcon Claw grabs the redhead and starts squeezing. It's seriously intense. The redhead yells, and Falcon Claw just says so cozy. This dude is straight up terrifying. Okay, so things are intense. Our boy is bathed in light, looking all determined and epic. The story tells us we're right after the Madman platoon's Falcon hunt, setting the stage for chaos. He's moving fast, like seriously blurring through tall grass, and it's all super dramatic with the wind effects. Oh, whoosh! He's booking it, making a mad dash across the fields, and it's clear something just went down. As tip, this dude plants his foot, bracing himself as he runs, and it's a total power move. Another blue chosich, but this time it's a burst of pink energy following right behind him. No way, he's still running, but the energy is closing in, and honestly, it looks like he's in serious trouble. The energy surrounds him, and it's clear this isn't just some random attack. It's targeted and powerful. He's pushing himself, but the energy is relentless, creating this crazy visual effect of streaks and speed. He's giving it his all, but it looks like he's about to get overwhelmed. This is gonna be a reset, isn't it? He takes a huge hit, sent flying backwards with a massive sea-lang. That energy blast packed a punch. He's tumbling through the air, totally ragdolled, and honestly, it's not looking good for our boy. The main forces are now clashing, but he's too busy falling to worry about that right now. A teammate asks if they should watch the battle, but this dude has other plans. He declares victory takes priority, straight up ignoring the fight. Ambitious, but risky. He's assessing the situation, clearly thinking through his next move, and it's intense. He's got a determined look, like he's ready to take on whatever comes next. This is a focused crease. He says he'd love to watch the battle, but he's got his own agenda, and it's mysterious. He asks if they want to watch him, and that's a power move if I've ever seen one. He's all business now, focused on victory, and you just know he's about to do something crazy. Word gets around that battalion commander Marcus is almost here, and everyone's bracing for his arrival. One of the generals demands they send reinforcements to defend the city, refusing to let them fall. But a commoner points out Crossguard has its own army, and they should focus on the main battle. Talk about bold. The general absolutely loses it, yelling at the commoner for daring to speak up. Wow, that escalated quickly. Lord Avneyer steps in, sighing and saying the nobles won't listen to reason anyway. This is frustrating. He orders everyone to return to the capital, clearly realizing this battle is lost, and honestly, good call. Someone asks where the enemy troops are, and gets a chilling reply: they're already over the hill. Oh. He's about to go into another loop, but this time, it feels different, like he's actually learned something. Our boy Kreese has a plan: pretend to attack Crossguard to lure out reinforcements. It's a risky move. The ground shakes as a cavalry charge begins, hooves pounding and dust flying everywhere. From his vantage point, Lord of Nair surveys the battlefield, expecting reinforcements to arrive any minute. He shouts that their scattered troops stand no chance against the Knights. Straight up confidence from this guy. But the enemy doesn't hesitate, charging forward with spears raised and a terrifying roar. This is about to get messy. A soldier screams as a spear pierces his armor, but Avneyer is already moving, deflecting another attack with his sword. Avneyer is a whirlwind of steel, cutting down enemies left and right, but they just keep coming. No way this is easy. He declares this operation a major exploit for their battalion, even amidst the chaos and bloodshed. This dude is fearless. Avneyer's all about victory, focused and determined, and honestly, he's a beast out there. He's confident they can win this battle, and you can tell he means business. This is going to be epic. Asven takes a huge hit, but they offer Narilia an armistice, the entire tallgrass fields for peace. Narilia accepts, and the gates begin to open, but something feels off, like a trap is being sprung. The gates sear and splinter as Asven's troops flood through. It's a full-on invasion, not a truce. The soldiers pour in, overwhelming Narilia's forces. This is straight-up betrayal, no mercy. Avneyer and his battalion are right in the thick of it, leading the charge against the invaders. He's a total powerhouse, cutting down enemies left and right, but they just keep coming. It's a swarm. Avneyer rallies his men, shouting that they'll win even against these odds. This dude is a natural leader. Piddles are falling everywhere, adding to the chaos, but Avneyer's eyes are locked on victory. He stands defiant against the enemy onslaught, a beacon of hope for Narilia. What a badass. From his vantage point, we see the full scale of Asven's invasion. They've completely overrun the fields. Avneyer's getting wrecked, but he's also analyzing everything. Apparently, even dying over and over isn't enough training. He's replaying battles in his head, trying to find weaknesses, and reviewing every skill he's learned. This dude is obsessed. Suddenly, Paul, a low-ranking soldier, steps forward. Avneyer recognizes him as one of his old trainers. Avneyer remembers Paul's dedication, and he's impressed. But Paul's like, "Why are you asking me for help?" Paul admits he's never taught anyone before, and isn't sure he can even offer helpful advice. Talk about a lack of confidence. But Avneyer's not backing down. He needs every advantage he can get, and Paul's knowledge could be the key. Paul stares him down, assessing Avneyer, and honestly, it's a bit intimidating. This guy has serious intensity. Avneyer is clearly focused, determined to absorb every lesson, and he's ready to push himself harder than ever. Paul finally agrees to help, but he warns Avneyer it won't be easy. This training is going to be brutal. Our boy is all in, though. He's got that fire in his eyes, and he's ready to become the knight he was meant to be. Paul straight up challenges Avneyer, demanding he prove himself worthy of training. This is intense. Avneyer accepts, and Paul immediately launches a furious attack, testing our boy's skills and reflexes. Avneyer blocks the first blow, but Paul keeps coming, relentless and brutal. He's not holding back at all. Avneyer gets knocked back, staggering from the force of the attacks, but he's determined to endure. No pain, no gain. Our boy is investigating a suspicious barrel, and something's definitely off. He's sensing danger. He pulls out a hidden dagger from the barrel with a clack, and his eyes go wide. No way! It's a royal dagger, a symbol of honor bestowed on those who've served the royal family. He's examining the dagger closely. It's beautifully crafted and clearly important. Apparently, this dagger isn't just a pretty trinket. It's a token of status for those who've done right by the royals. Suddenly, a stern-looking man appears, completely shocked by the sight of the dagger. Everyone around them is looking up, clearly surprised by whatever's happening. The crowd is fixated on the scene, and you can see the tension building. Something big is about to go down. Another man stares intently, adding to the mystery of why this dagger is so important. And honestly, this dude is giving major side eye, like he knows more than he's letting on. The man shouts Ankrid. It's apparently a big deal, and everyone's reacting like it's a secret code. He explains Ankrid represents honor, and a true knight builds honor through skill, not just birthright. Suddenly, chaos erupts as someone launches an attack. It's a full-on ambush, and our boy is right in the middle. People are flying everywhere, swords are clashing, and Ankrid is being screamed constantly. It's a total brawl. This dude is dodging attacks like a pro, but it's clear he's outnumbered and needs to find a way out. He grabs a wooden chest, using it as a shield while trying to navigate the chaos. Smart thinking. He's taking a hit, but he's still fighting, determined to protect the chest and escape this mess. But wait, another wave of attackers comes at him, and he's getting overwhelmed. This is intense. He manages to block an attack, but he's clearly injured, and blood is dripping down his face. Ouch! He's clutching that chest like his life depends on it, and honestly, it probably does. He lets out a massive roar, clenching his fist. It's a power-up moment for sure. The others are stunned, questioning why only the captain got a shout out after all that fighting. Someone else yells Ankrid. It's a rallying cry, but people are still clearly upset. Another guy shouts Ankrid, while looking distraught, and someone else just yawns. The mood is all over the place. A third person screams Ankrid, with tears in his eyes. This is getting dramatic, honestly. Our boy steps forward, revealing he found a reward he likes. What is it? He drops a bomb. There's another gift coming, and it sounds personal. No way! He says this moment will be important, and bro is totally playing the long game. But it looks like this gift is a challenge, because he's straight up smirking. He says to look forward to it, and honestly, this is a setup. I can feel it. The captain declares tonight they feast, and honestly, he sounds intense. He's already predicting a massive drinking session, promising they'll drown in spirits. Someone calls him out on the unseemly language, but the captain just waves it off. Whispers spread through the ranks. Apparently, the battalion commander is known for his fiery spirit. Another soldier mutters about the feast, and the captain's face turns menacing. For some reason, he suddenly lunges forward, smashing a table and sending everyone flying. Total chaos. One guy tries to react, but gets straight up floored by the captain's attack. The captain's yelling about how the other guy is a drunkard, but it's rich coming from him. But wait, this isn't just random rage. He's been plotting this all along. He's setting a lesson for his men, and honestly, this dude is a little scary. Someone questions why our boy isn't drinking, and the captain immediately loses it. The captain straight up shoves a whole mug of drink into the guy's face. Total aggression. The guy yells about barbarian slobber, and things escalate fast. A fist flies. The captain grabs another soldier, lifting him into the air like it's nothing. He's threatening to dunk this poor dude headfirst into a barrel. No way, this is a normal feast. But then the real boss shows up, looking unimpressed with the chaos. He's covered in sticky stuff and says the captain was enjoying himself. A little too much. The boss points out Saxon isn't here, and suspects he's avoiding the party. He figures Saxon wouldn't enjoy a brawl like this, and honestly, he's probably right. The boss says he doesn't blame Saxon, and we're left wondering what that means for our boy. The captain tries to get Saxon to loosen up and drink with them, but Saxon is clearly not feeling it. Someone steps forward, and the captains immediately assume Saxon is flirting with another woman. What a mess! He accuses Saxon of being faithless and dramatically claims his heart is torn to shreds. Seriously. Saxon just scoffs and mumbles something under his breath. He's not buying any of this drama. Then, another soldier gasps, pointing out the captain's tearful state, and the whole crew is losing it. The captain, though, is not amused and straight up shuts down the entire scene. Total mood killer. He's clearly furious, and we're left wondering what Saxon did to set him off this badly. But Saxon isn't fazed, and just looks down on the situation with a smirk. This dude is ice cold. However, the captain isn't backing down, and declares there's no way Saxon is innocent. And honestly, the captain's reaction is way over the top. This whole thing is a disaster. Saxon claims he didn't do anything, and then drops the bombshell. Elv's eyes sparkle naturally, like all the time. But the captain's not buying it. He's absolutely livid and accuses Saxon of using his healing powers to turn back into a human. And then, straight up, he asks if Saxon is going around seducing women while healing. Can you believe the nerve? The captain is furious, but Saxon just scoffs. This dude is completely unbothered by the accusations. Our boy takes a step forward, sword drawn, and straight up accepts the challenge from this mysterious opponent. The other guy drops a line about authority, but honestly, he's asking for it. He promises not to hold back, and that's when things get real fast, sword gleaming with power. This dude is all confidence, but he's about to find out our boy is on another level. He swings, a blur of steel, and it looks like he's aiming for a quick finish. The sword cuts through the air with a swoosh, sound effect that's just chef's kiss. But then, a question drops. Do you remember what you said that day? Totally throwing everyone off. The swords clash with a massive clang, sparks flying, and it's a full-on power struggle now. He's blocking the attack, but you can see the force of the blow is rocking him back. He's declaring he'll take away the other guy's authority if he can, and the tension is insane. Another clang as swords meet, but this time, Andrew is forcing the attack, no longer playing around. He's clenching his fist, declaring obviously, he's not holding back, and it's intense. Someone yells for the captain to go all out, and another voice points out this guy might be tough. Andrew's arrogance is gone, replaced with focus straight up. He's a different person now. The sword swings again with another swish, and this time, it's a brutal, calculated strike. He's pushing forward, overwhelming his opponent, and honestly, this dude looks totally caught off guard. Another clang rings out as they clash again, but Andrew's blade is clearly overpowering the other guy's defense. The fight's turning one-sided fast, and the other fighters are starting to realize Andrew isn't messing around. He's pushing his attack unwavering, and this dude is about to learn a serious lesson. Andrew's got this, he's completely changed, and this fight is about to end, mark my words. Andrew lunges, swinging his sword with everything he's got, and it looks like he's caught his opponent totally off guard. But wait, everything changes in an instant as the opponent blocks the attack, revealing a power-up of his own. He declares that both their abilities are different now, and it's clear this isn't the same fight anymore. The opponent attacks back with incredible speed, and Andrew barely manages to parry, but the force sends him flying. No way, he's getting slammed into the ground, and it looks brutal, honestly. Andrew's trying to get up, but his opponent is already on him. Sword raised for another strike. Another clash of blades, but this time, the impact is even more devastating, sending shockwaves everywhere. Andrew is reeling, completely stunned, and yelling out in shock. This dude didn't see that coming. He's trying to fight back, but his attacks are weak and easily deflected. It's a total reversal. This opponent is relentless, and Andrew is clearly outmatched, straight up getting demolished. Andrew's getting tossed around like a rag doll, skidding across the muddy ground. It's rough out there. He crashes hard, taking a serious beating, and lets out a pained grunt as he hits the dirt. Andrew's desperate, trying to regain his footing, but the opponent is already closing in for another attack. Another sword swing connects, and it sends Andrew flying again. This dude is getting wrecked. He's gasping for air, clearly exhausted, but refuses to stay down, pushing himself to his feet. Andrew tries to block, but his opponent's sword slices right through his guard, drawing blood. He grabs the opponent's wrist, attempting to turn the tables, but this guy is way too strong. Our boy is getting squeezed, and he's grimacing in pain. That grip looks absolutely brutal. Andrew is holding on for dear life, but the opponent's relentless, and it's a desperate struggle. He's determined to win, even with a broken hand, and a fierce look crosses his face. This is it. Andrew declares it's time to restore his family name. Talk about a mood shift? He offers to let this guy stay at House Gardener if he ever makes it to the capital. Super generous. But Andrew quickly clarifies it's okay if he prefers the royal house. Wait, what's going on? This dude is stunned. Andrew has a royal dagger, and starts rambling, but gets a rough hand to the head. His hair gets tousled, and he's clearly freaking out. It's a total power move. Someone else is watching, and says they'll look forward to that day. Who is Tak? We get a close-up of the watcher, and they look intense, plotting something for sure. The other guy practically beaming, "Thanks, sir." This whole scene is kinda creepy. Another guy asks if he's following Andrew, and it's clear they're all connected. Something's brewing. Andrew's getting watched, and this dude is totally oblivious. A recipe for disaster, honestly. Someone's getting comforted with a wipe, and it's intense, to say the least. Chaos erupts as a full-on brawl breaks out, fists flying everywhere, straight up wild. Someone yells about a death wish, and then Andrew sprints into the fray to save Mac. But wait, someone else is tormenting Mac. This is getting messy, no way. Andrew's got a menacing look, declaring this night will be one to remember. Ooh, ominous? He's got that determined glint in his eye, promising to make it a night to remember, bro. The scene shifts to a lit-up camp, a perfect setup for whatever's about to go down. Andrew and Mac board a wagon, heading for the capital just as dawn breaks. Finally, some travel. They're on the move, and honestly, it feels like the calm before the storm. Andrew and Mac are headed to the capital at the break of dawn. But what awaits them is anyone's guess. Andrew thinks about seeing these nobles again, but he's glad he got to see their other side tonight. But he's not letting up. Last night was a feast, but his morning training never gets skipped. It's a promise to himself, and he's determined to do whatever it takes to become stronger, no matter what. A massive gust of wind, and it's clear Andrew's training is already in full swing, bro. Straight up, things are bad. Our boy is surrounded, and it looks like a full-on beatdown is happening. This dude is huge, like seriously massive, and wielding a club like it's a toothpick, which is terrifying. Someone shouts if he can do whatever he wants, but it's a loaded question considering the situation. A mysterious woman appears, questioning who these attackers even are, and she's got a serious stare. She's radiating power, eyes glowing, and honestly, it's a little intimidating even for our boy. The huge attacker swings again, and it's brutal, but someone is there to take the hit. They describe the attackers, one stealthy, one a giant, and both of them pack an extraordinary gift, apparently. The focus is on the swordsman in the back, and they're saying he's particularly dangerous, which is never good. The swordsman is giving off major villain vibes, staring straight at us with intense red eyes. But it's all building to something. The title card reveals this is the night only lives today, and things are about to get wild. Someone shouts for the madman platoon to stand down, claiming this isn't what it seems. They're questioning if these are the madmen, and honestly, they look pretty unhinged, totally out of it. One of the madmen barrels forward, demanding to know who they think they're talking to, and it's aggressive. The others are asking if this guy can even become a knight, which feels like a low blow considering everything. This dude is ripped, like, seriously, and the woman's about to get squashed by his massive frame. She barely manages to dodge, but she's clearly assessing his strength, and it's a lot, no way. She wonders if Marcus brought them here to evaluate his natural talent, which is a weird request. Marcus apparently considers this whole thing a personal gift, which is unsettling, to say the least. Another woman with glowing eyes realizes Marcus called them here to use her frog eyes. Whatever that means. She's planning to use her ability to evaluate this guy's talent, and this whole situation is getting increasingly bizarre. The blue-skinned woman is desperately searching for someone with even a chance. Anyone at all, and she asks a blonde guy if he's interested. He straight up swats her hand away, declaring he's not interested, and swish, she nearly slices him with her weapon. She wonders if these madmen only care about their platoon leader, and it's a legit question because they're acting wild. A guy reveals he did exactly what Marcus asked, and honestly, that doesn't sound good at all. The woman in blue gives the order to leave, and they're turning away, but something's still off. She's totally fixated on the blonde guy, and it's clear she's still evaluating him, even after he rejected her offer. She's assessing if this guy has innate talent, but says it's clear he has a limit, which is harsh. Someone points out it's a wonder he even made it this far, and ouch, that's a brutal assessment of his skills. The woman with glowing eyes questions if there's anyone with a chance, but she's looking right at the blonde guy. She asks again if he's interested, and he straight up refuses, dodging her attack with a swish. She tries to make a request of him, but our boy's got a feeling this isn't going to end well. The red-haired woman mutters about frogs, and declares you can't stop them once they've set their sights on someone. Her eyes lock onto the blonde guy, and she's clearly analyzing his every move. It's intense. Suddenly, a dark-haired dude rushes in and pulls the red-haired woman into a tight embrace, completely out of nowhere. She's shocked, but then realizes this guy actually withstood her dawn ability. No way. She's never seen anyone resist it like that. But if he can keep moving forward, things are about to get interesting. She's still mumbling about it, but she's watching him step forward with a newfound intensity. And he does step forward, cape billowing, and she's fixated on him. This is a power move. This dude is seriously stepping up his game, and she's clearly impressed, even if she won't admit it. But the red-haired woman's gaze is locked on him, and honestly, things are about to get complicated. Someone heard something during night watch, and is instantly worried. Bro's got a bad feeling. We see the village, and it turns out Encred dreams of becoming a knight, which everyone already knows. This guy walks towards the village, and the speaker is stressing. Encred's aspirations are ambitious, but he just heard about someone who almost achieved that dream, and it's completely crushed his hope. The speaker is clearly distressed. Encred took that news hard, and it's seriously bothering him. However, he's trying to stay strong, reminding himself that Encred will keep pushing forward regardless. But the speaker's confidence wavers. This whole situation is giving him major anxiety. He's worried Encred won't be able to handle the reality, and honestly, he's not wrong to be. It seems Encred is facing a challenge that even he might not be able to overcome, and it's bleak. This dude is clearly struggling, and the speaker's just watching him fall apart. It's rough. The speaker overhears someone calling our boy the platoon leader who didn't get the girl, which is brutal. He's immediately offended by the ridiculously long nickname, but tries to refocus on what he actually wants. But then he notices a glowing blue frog chilling on the bed, and is understandably confused. The frog casually asks if it can stay a while, and the speaker is starting to suspect something seriously off. He looks around and everyone is strangely relaxed, too relaxed, and that's a huge red flag. The speaker realizes Encred is completely broken, his dreams shattered, and it's honestly heartbreaking. Someone's straight up reaching for a knife, and things are about to go from bad to worse. No way. Encred is twitching in his sleep, and it's clear this whole situation is pushing him to the edge. Someone tries to get Encred to snap out of it, but our boy is totally lost in his own world. He's spiraling, convinced he's become utterly worthless, like zero zip nada. This dude grabs Encred, desperately trying to shake him, but it's no use. He's completely unresponsive. He demands Encred stop wallowing, straight up telling him to put a cork in it, which is intense. So, this knight is getting schooled on the true power source for a warrior. It's not strength, it's will. Apparently, will is what lets knights push past human limits, and it's kinda mysterious. The old man explains this will is also called willpower, and it's the ultimate human potential. No way. He says the first step to getting this will is to face your limits and overcome them. Deep, right? Then, if you want to master will, you gotta push yourself past those limits, bro. It's a bit of a cycle: face limits, overcome, master will, repeat. Sounds exhausting, honestly. But seriously, this will thing is sounding like the key to everything, and our boy needs it ASAP. The old man is laying it all out, stressing that this will is the peak of what a person can achieve. He's emphasizing that conquering your limits is the only way to unlock this power, no shortcuts. And just like that, it's clear. This dude's journey isn't about swords or magic, it's about pushing himself to the absolute max. The blonde knight keeps pressing our boy about knowing something. But this dude is playing coy. The old man drops some serious wisdom. Will shows up as unique power for everyone. No way. He straight up says only you can master your own will, which feels like a huge responsibility. The blonde knight is still pushing, but the old man shuts him down, saying he hasn't overcome his own limits yet. The old man repeats it's something only you can know, and the knight seems to get it, finally. Then the old man lays down the real challenge. Only you can sense your own limits, period. He says the only thing our boy can do right now is just repeat what he's already doing, like his life depends on it. And boom, we see our boy is taking that to heart, practicing his swordsmanship like a madman. He's swinging that blade with everything he's got, determined to push past whatever's holding him back. But the old man lets out a strange croak. Something's definitely happening with the him. Okay, so the old man is laying down some serious truth. Evaluating talent isn't about some special power, it's all intuition. And intuition, it comes from experience, which makes total sense since he's met countless humans. He boasts his talent, judging skills are way better than anyone else's, which, honestly, is kinda arrogant. He's got two criteria for evaluating potential: having talent, Evie, and having the drive to push forward. If you lack the first one, forget it. According to him, no second chances. But this dude is zeroing in on our boy, and it's clear he sees something special. The blonde knight is looking on, and he's definitely impressed by whatever the old man is sensing. The old man is fixated on our boy, and it seems like he's found a rare combination of both criteria. He's saying this dude has the drive to push forward, and that's the most important thing. No way. The old man is realizing our boy isn't just strong, he's got a relentless spirit. The old man is straight up obsessed. He's never seen anyone like our boy, calling him an unknown. He's analyzing this dude's fighting style, and it's intense. A whirlwind of blade and determination. Okay, so every frog has a specific ambition, and that ambition is splatting all over the training grounds. Some frogs want absolute strength, and this one is Hiju, a massive warrior with a terrifying presence. But others crave spiritual love, and we get a glimpse of a tender moment between two warriors. It's exploring the unknown, and the old man reveals that's what drives this dude. A thirst for what's next. He finally names him Lieutenant Encred of the Madman Platoon, and the title is definitely fitting. The old man is laying down the law. Talent is great, but drive is everything, and our boy has both. He's completely fixated on our boy, recognizing a unique blend of skill and unwavering ambition. This dude is a force of nature, and the old man knows it. He's a one-of-a-kind warrior. The blue-skinned frog, Rugernet, grips Encred's arm, and he's totally intrigued. She's piqued his curiosity. She declares he's still unknown, and honestly, it's a massive compliment coming from her. Encred's already stepping forward, clearly accepting the challenge. This dude doesn't back down from anything. Cut to the tavern, and the whole Madman Platoon is whispering. They're all staring at Rugernet. They're losing it over the fact that the platoon leader is hanging out with a frog. It's chaos! One guy points out she's decided to stay, and everyone's seriously trying to figure out what that means. Another soldier asks if something's up, and the leader's giving him a look. It's intense. It's clear Rugernet is different, and the other soldiers are starting to realize our boy might be special. Encred is totally unfazed by the attention, and he's already focused on what comes next. This dude is building his power, and the Madman Platoon is slowly understanding the kind of warrior he is. Okay, so the Madman Platoon just straight up explodes into a brawl. It's a total free for all. One guy calls them out, but then another one yells that they're making way for the chaos. Rugernet sighs and calls them savages, but she's secretly impressed. She sees real talent. She admits they've overcome their limits, and they'd be knights if they had mastered will. Heavy stuff. Someone asks why she isn't stopping them, but Rugernet just says they're doing just fine. But here's the kicker. She reveals they have ample talent, and the fighting intensifies even more. It's a whirlwind of fists and blades, and our boy is right in the thick of it, holding his own. He's dodging and weaving, but the attacks keep coming. This dude is seriously testing his limits. Rugernet's watching it all, and honestly, she's loving the show. She's got a serious look on her face. She's clearly seeing something special in them, and it's setting the stage for something huge. No way this is just a brawl. Things go sideways fast. Someone pulls an axie, and then another guy draws his smordy straight up insane. Everyone's yelling to evacuate the mess hall, but our boy doesn't even flinch. He's a total pro. Rugernet asks if he's found a place to sleep, but then casually asks how about having her next to him. But seriously, she's testing him, probing for a reaction. This isn't a friendly chat, bro. Okay, so our boy is getting intel on the Monter Rismeyer Guild. They're plotting assassinations in Sven. The guild's base is hidden on the outskirts of town, super sneaky, but they're already getting hit with bad news. Someone is straight up thwarting every single assassination attempt, and the guild master is losing it. And bam! Another assassin just fails, making it the theft each one. They're getting desperate. This hooded figure reports to the guild master, explaining a high-tier assassin was sent, but it didn't matter. The guild master is spiraling, saying they're doomed if they can't complete this mission, because of the royal house. He's losing his cool, absolutely furious, and this dude is clearly not handling the pressure well. But honestly, the guild master is about to get a taste of his own medicine, because someone's right behind him. The hooded figure slams the guild master to the ground, and it looks like things are about to get messy. Tap, tap, tap. Someone's definitely making a statement, and the guild master is feeling it. The guild master orders the Lux brothers, their best assassins, to finish the job, no matter what it takes. One of the brothers, a scary dude with glowing red eyes, stares down at someone. It's our war hero. The hero is walking through town, and people are already stopping him. wanting to thank him for saving their son. He's being bombarded with gifts and gratitude. Everyone's super thankful he brought their loved ones home safely. A man pushes through the crowd, desperate to show his appreciation, offering the hero a small pouch. The hero politely declines, but the man insists, explaining his son owes his life to this dude. But as the hero accepts, a shadowy figure barrels through the crowd, clearly aiming for a collision. The man who gifted the pouch throws himself in front of the hero, taking the brunt of the attack. No way! The hero reacts instantly, grabbing the man and pulling him out of harm's way, protecting him from the hit. The crowd erupts into chaos, everyone's yelling, but our boy is already assessing the situation. This just got real. The hero whips out his sword, deflecting a flurry of attacks from the assassins. This dude is fast! He spins, blocking a blade with the flat of his sword, then counters with a sweeping strike, sending one assassin flying. Another assassin lunges with a dagger, but the hero anticipates it, twisting his blade to meet the attack with a resounding silange. The fight explodes into a whirlwind of steel. The hero is holding his own, but there are just too many of them. One assassin tries to get behind him with a whip, but the hero ducks, then uses the momentum to spin into a kick. He disarms another attacker with a precise strike, sending their sword clattering to the ground. Clean work, but the hooded figure from before steps forward, and this time, they're going straight for the injured man. The hero throws himself in front of the man again, taking the attack himself. What a selfless move! Everything goes silent for a moment, and the hero stands protectively over the man, sword raised. It's intense. Then, the hooded figure drops to one knee, clutching their arm, and the crowd just stares, completely speechless. The hooded figure is reeling, clutching their arm. But they recognize the hero, and straight up accuse him of ruining everything. No way. The hero leaps from the rooftop, descending on the assassin with blinding speed. He reveals it's been him, stopping all the assassination attempts, and the hooded figure is not pleased. The assassin swings a blade, but the hero dodges, moving like a blur. This dude is a whirlwind of motion. He counters with a swift kick, sending the assassin stumbling backward. A perfect hit. But the assassin recovers, whipping out another weapon, a chain, and it's heading right for the hero. The hero barely manages to duck under the chain, but the assassin is relentless, coming in for another attack. He's taking hits but still fighting back. Our boy is a tank, honestly. The assassin throws everything they have at the hero, but he keeps deflecting, blocking, and dodging. However, the assassin manages to land a blow, sending the hero reeling. This is getting dangerous. The assassin's chain whips around, and the hero barely dodges, but it slices his arm. Ouch! He spins, using the momentum to kick the assassin right in the face. And honestly, this dude had it coming. The assassin stumbles back, clearly stunned, and the hero presses his attack, landing another blow. But the assassin isn't down for long, and they launch themselves forward, tackling the hero to the ground. They're grappling now, a brutal struggle. The assassin is relentless, trying to get the upper hand. The hero manages to roll away, getting to his feet, but the assassin is right behind him, chain swinging. He steps forward, dodging the chain again, and then, no way. He kicks out, shattering the assassin's weapon. Someone shouts, asking what Saxon is up to, and the hero looks over to see a shadowy figure looming nearby. It's another assassin, and they're already launching their attack. This is a full-on ambush! The new assassin strikes, and everything goes dark. Talk about a cliffhanger, bro. Our boy Saxon is sniffing around, and straight up says the assassins stink of alcohol. Talk about a clue. Someone comments on his unexpected good deed, but he just wants to carry on, no time for niceties. He takes a step forward, and the woman with him follows. She's clearly got his back. She's keeping watch, and muttering about needing to get stronger. This woman is intense. But she's not letting rats distract him, and she's thinking about all the attempts on his life. She recalls how skilled the assassins are becoming, and remembers that half-elf they sent before. She's on edge, scanning the area, and keeps moving forward. This is serious. However, she's determined to protect him at all costs, and that's kinda sweet. She's fully focused, making sure nothing gets past her. She's a total pro. The street looks peaceful, but you just know something's about to go down. The tension is unreal. She's intensely focused on Saxon, and suddenly realizes he's been protecting her this whole time. No way! Saxon deflects an attack, but it's clear these assassins are getting stronger and faster. This is bad. He's fighting them off, but they're relentless, and she's starting to suspect someone's wants him to die. But she's determined to figure out who's behind this and protect him, even if it means facing down an army. Our boy is having a rough night, mumbling in his sleep and clearly restless. Something's bugging him big time. He wakes up, scratching at his bed and freaking out over a letter, realizing the language is totally unfamiliar. He's desperate to decipher it, but then, wisham, his mom bursts in, telling him to be quiet at this hour. But before he can even respond, she slaps the letter out of his hands with a gust of wind, sending everything flying. He's shocked, but she's already grilling him about what he was mumbling about, looking straight up menacing. He tries to explain about the language on the map, thinking it might be important, but she doesn't seem to care. And then, she asks if he can even read it, which is a low blow considering all his training. This dude is clearly stressed, and honestly, his mom is kinda scary in this moment. No way he can relax. Whoa, he's literally scooped up by someone, and it's not a friendly lift, it's a full-on stuboosh. He declares it's time for morning training, but honestly, that sounds less like motivation and more like a threat. We get a close-up of our boy, and he's staring down the barrel of some intense training, judging by the look on his face. He's running, hauling a massive load on his back while some huge dude looms over him. This is brutal. The onlookers are not impressed, straight up saying he's not improving at all. Harsh critics much. They're whispering about him plateauing, and you can feel the pressure mounting on our boy. He's pushing through, covered in sweat, but the others are clearly expecting him to fail. Someone calls out Lieutenant, and the gray-haired guy is looking seriously unimpressed. The lieutenant demands a moment, and our boy just wants to know what's going on. It's a tense standoff. This dude is clearly exhausted and frustrated, but he's determined to keep going, even if no one believes in him. The lieutenant drops a bombshell. Monsters thrive in the summer and form dangerous colonies. He explains these colonies threaten nearby villages, and there's already a large one forming near a frontier town. Our boy immediately volunteers to check it out, but the others are skeptical of his abilities. Someone questions if he's really ready to leave right away, remembering the last time they went on guard duty. He's gathering supplies, assorted potions, and someone asks how he plans to carry it all, but he insists on being well prepared. A little kid is watching him pack, and honestly, it's kinda sweet seeing our boy take this seriously. Another soldier asks if he's actually ready, but our boy just says he's going. He's gotta prove himself somehow. He's already setting off, leaving everyone behind, and it's clear he's determined to handle this alone. He's heading towards the swampy area where the colony is supposed to be, and it looks seriously ominous. But it's not just the swamp. He's walking straight into trouble, and you can feel a fight brewing. Our boy demands to see the job request, and a red-haired guy practically throws it at him. He's hoping for whistle daggers, but they're all gone. Apparently, the half-elf assassin took them all. He sighs, accepting the rare weapon situation. But then a voice cuts through the air. The red-haired dude is practically vibrating, yelling about treasure near the frontier village. He tries to grab our boy and drag him along, but this dude is not having it, straight up refuses. The red-haired guy is relentless, insisting this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but our boy is firm. He's yelling back, telling the guy to get out of his way. This is getting intense, no way! The red-haired guy finally manages to grab the map, and it looks ancient and worn. He unfurls the map with a flourish, revealing, well, we don't see it yet, but it's clearly important. The map gets a dramatic stabilization as it's revealed, and our boy is staring intently. Something big is happening. Okay, so the red-haired dude is rambling about a treasure hidden in a dungeon for over a century. He's convinced the dungeon's traps are useless because of how long it's been. This guy is optimistic, to say the least. But there's a problem. The map is written in an ancient language neither of them can read. Seriously. Thankfully, a blue-skinned woman steps in, offering to help translate, and she's not even fazed by the language. She straight up says deciphering ancient languages is no big deal for her. Talk about confidence? Our boy is shocked she can even read it, while the blue-haired woman casually brushes off his surprise. She drops some knowledge. Apparently, generalizing about what exists is never a good idea. The blue-haired woman starts to translate, and the red-haired guy is hyped, but our boy is still skeptical. He's asking what the map says, and the red-haired dude is losing it with excitement. This is getting good. The red-haired guy is going on and on about a treasure that's been lost for ages, and it sounds insane. Our boy announces they leave at dawn, and the red-haired guy is so ready to go. Major energy! But then he drops a bomb. He's not going, and it's because his prayers aren't being answered. Seriously? The red-haired dude is on his knees, praying, but he's straight up refusing to get out of bed. What a mood. The red-haired guy is declaring he's sleeping in, and our boy looks completely exasperated, honestly. The red-haired dude's companion questions if they'll even have enough people for this mission. It's a fair point. Our boy gives a cold stare, and it's clear he's not thrilled with the lack of commitment from the team. Suddenly, the door creaks open, and the blue-skinned woman walks in. Talk about perfect timing! She's asking what's going on, and the red-haired dude explains everyone's usually tripping over themselves to join him. Our boy is staring her down, clearly wondering if they'll even have a team, and she doesn't seem worried at all. The blue-skinned woman just casually announces she'll come with them. She's a woman of action, no doubt. Our boy declares he's packing his bag, and honestly, he's taking charge of this whole situation. Everyone else is still passed out in their beds, totally useless, while he gets ready to roll. He's checking his gear, swords, potions, making sure everything's perfect for this mission, no joke. The sun's rising over the town, but it looks ominous, like this journey is gonna be seriously dangerous. Okay, so our boy and his crew are heading to the frontier village, knowing it's gonna be rough. No surprise, they immediately run into a pack of monstrous wolves, straight up ambushed. They know this journey is dangerous, having already fought these beasts 5 times this reset. This dude jumps into action, sword swinging, and takes down one wolf with a brutal whack. It's messy. Meanwhile, the blue-skinned mage is whipping around, trying to control the fight with her magic. Our knight's getting scratched up, but he brushes it off, saying it's okay. Classic tough guy move. He insists they keep pushing forward, even though they're clearly in a monster hotspot. No way. But seriously, the 6th time encountering wolves on this exact path. This dude needs a new navigator. He apologizes for leading them into danger, but honestly, he keeps making the same mistake. And as if on cue, a blood-red moon rises, hinting at even bigger threats ahead. This is getting intense. The team keeps fighting, but our boy realizes this isn't a normal forest. It's way too consistent. He suddenly understands they aren't in a demon realm. But that doesn't mean it's safe, bro. He explains the demon realm is the origin point for all these monsters. A place constantly spewing them out. But before he can finish, a massive, pink monster lunges at the mage, and things get chaotic fast. Our knight swings his sword, slicing through the beast. This dude is a whirlwind of steel. However, this realm is different, and the monsters are still relentless. They just keep coming. He's taking damage, but insists they push on, even though they're clearly outnumbered. Stubborn much. The mage leans in, warning him this place is dangerous, but our boy is determined to find answers. He stares ahead, realizing this isn't the demon realm, but something else entirely. The tension is real, and honestly, this whole situation is giving me chills. What's really going on here? They arrive at the frontier village, and the head welcomes them. Super formal, bro. The village head explains he's in charge, and our boy immediately drops that he's a mercenary. He hears rumors of a huge colony nearby and starts to share what he knows. Finally, some info. Another guy walks up, claiming he can tell them more about this colony. Suspicious much. The village head demands to know who this newcomer is, but the dude just stares him down. Turns out this is Dutch Pullman, head of the local militia, a one-eyed, intimidating guy. He's already assessing our knight, and honestly, it feels like a power move. This Lieutenant Ankrid of the border guard cuts in, straight up announcing they've already wiped out the colony. No way. He's dropping bombshells, and I'm pretty sure everyone is shocked. But it's a trap. The lieutenant lunges for our knight, and it's a full-on ambush. Talk about a cliffhanger. Our boy confidently declares a horde of monsters is nothing to them. Talk about a bold statement. He points to the impressive stockade, boasting it's a masterpiece and impenetrable. Seems secure enough. But the one-eyed militia leader just shuts him down, saying there's nothing for him here. Rude. He basically tells our knight to report back and bounce, and honestly, it's a total dismissal. The knight looks offended, but the militia leader doesn't care. This dude is straight up ignoring him. A red-haired guy interrupts, complaining they're tired and need to rest. Mood, honestly. He even suggests they turn back, but wants a break first. A little whiny, but relatable. The militia leader grabs the red-haired guy, and it looks intense. What's happening? But the village craftsman steps in, telling them to leave it to him with a knowing smile. Okay, now we're talking. This is a power move, and I have a feeling the craftsman knows way more than he's letting on. The teal-haired woman suddenly asks what's up, but the red-haired guy blurts out he just doesn't like someone. Harsh. He straight up says this other guy has a punchable face, and someone tells him to cut the dude some slack. But the teal-haired woman feels a strange energy, and it reminds her of someone. Oh no, this is getting spooky. She tries to brush it off, saying she's imagining things, but her face says otherwise. Definitely something's off. We get a wide shot of the village, and someone points out the captain didn't even pretend to be happy to see them. The red-haired guy isn't surprised at all. He's seen this before, and is already complaining. Someone else jumps in, saying Captain Dooch is probably nervous, maybe about losing his job because of our boy. But another voice insists there's something more going on, and honestly, I'm with them. This feels bigger than a job. We get a close-up of Captain Dooch, and he's got a seriously unsettling look on his face. Yikes! Something's definitely wrong with the captain, and I have a bad feeling about where this is going. The teal-haired woman insists it won't be easy with the militia being uncooperative. She's already sensing trouble. She narrows her eyes, clearly deep in thought, and it's giving off major "I know something you don't" vibes. Captain Dooch is sweating bullets, and he tries to play it cool, but the stress is radiating off him. This dude wipes his brow and claims they're just doing their job, but it feels like a desperate attempt to reassure everyone. The red-haired guy is still training, doing pull-ups like a machine, and asks how long this will go on. But the other guy insists they have time to spare, and our boy is clearly pushing himself to the limit. Dedication. The teal-haired woman announces she's hitting the hay. She's tired, but something's still bothering her. As she walks away, she glances back at the red-haired guy and seems to size him up. What's she planning? Another close-up of the teal-haired woman, and she's got a calculating look in her eyes. This is intense. Captain Dooch is back, and he's even more stressed than before. Something is seriously wrong with this guy. No way! The teal-haired woman is straight up strapped to a chair, looking totally helpless. Captain Dooch is looming over her, and it's clear he's snapped. This dude is a mess. The red-haired guy bursts in, clearly shocked to see what's happening, and tries to intervene. But Captain Dooch knocks him aside like he's nothing, and our boy is reeling from the attack. The story starts with a warning. This episode is going to be brutal, full of violence, so buckle up. Our boy is heading out before dawn, but a farmer warns him it's too early to be wandering around. He ignores the advice and immediately regrets it as a spear flies toward his chest. No way! He's struck down, and honestly, this dude had it coming, rushing out like that. But, of course, this is our boy. He resets, reliving the day all over again, ready to learn from his mistakes. This time, though, things are different. A massive, glowing-eyed wolf is stalking him in the forest. Suddenly, a whole pack of wolves surrounds him, and it's looking grim. Bro, a full-on ambush! He's cornered, staring right into the eyes of the alpha, and it's clear this fight is going to be legendary. Our boy's got that focused look, ready to throw down, and you just know he's about to unleash something crazy. He's fighting like a man possessed, clashing with the alpha wolf in a brutal, desperate struggle. But the wolf's too strong. It sends our boy flying, screaming in pain as it pounces. Suddenly, villagers are running past, yelling for help. The monster attack has begun. He's thrown into the chaos, barely conscious, as the monster wreaks havoc on the fleeing people. The militia arrives, rushing to defend the villagers, but they're quickly overwhelmed. A lieutenant bursts from a building, shouting orders, but it's looking hopeless, honestly. Rugernet is yelling, demanding they stop the monster, and for once, he's not the one in danger. Our boy, battered and bruised, is determined to fight. He swore with his heart he'd protect them. A massive, terrifying figure emerges, glowing with power. This is the real threat, bro. This dude is straight up terrifying, and it's clear this fight is about to get even more intense. He's slashing through the monsters, a whirlwind of steel, but the alpha wolf is still coming for him. The alpha lunges, jaws snapping, and our boy barely dodges, but gets raked across the arm. Ouch. Rugernet yells at Finn to find out what happened to the village wall, while this dude is fighting for his life. He tells Rugernet to stick close, because honestly, things are about to get real messy, real fast. Our boy's eyes glow with that blue power. It's happening again. He's pushing past his limits. The wolf pack is swarming now, but he's cutting them down, a silver blur against the chaos. He's slicing through the wooden floorboards, leaving a trail of destruction. No way this is gonna hold. More monsters are appearing, and the lieutenant is desperately trying to rally the troops. But it's a losing battle. This dude's pushing through, determined to protect everyone, even if it means pushing himself to the brink. The alpha's coming again, a monstrous roar ripping through the air. This is it, the final showdown. He's trying to carve a path through the monsters, remembering how he survived a horde before. Our boy declares he'll dodge and kill like he did last time. He's all talk but determined. The alpha wolf attacks, and he barely deflects the blow, but it still cuts deep. Ouch, that looks bad. He's fighting like a madman, but the wolf is relentless, and another strike lands, drawing blood. The wolf roars in pain, but it's just fueling its rage. This thing is seriously scary. He's taking a beating, but refuses to fall, gritting his teeth and pushing back against the onslaught. A spear flies in, nearly hitting him, but he manages to twist away at the last second. Close call! Another spear comes, and it's a full-on barrage now. This dude is surrounded. He's deflecting spears with insane speed, a silver whirlwind, but they just keep coming and coming. He's wounded, exhausted, and outnumbered, but our boy isn't backing down. He's a machine. He's going for it, launching a massive stomp attack right into the thick of the monster horde. The force of the stomp is incredible, sending monster limbs flying and bodies scattering. It's brutal, but the alpha wolf is still standing, enraged, and it's coming in for a counterattack with teeth and claws. He tries to block, but the wolf's attack is too powerful, ripping through his defense and sending him reeling. The wolf follows up with another savage attack, and this dude is getting absolutely wrecked. It's non-stop. He manages to get a hand up, desperately trying to fend off the relentless onslaught, but it's barely holding. The wolf's claws tear through his arm, and he's sent crashing down. Ouch, that's gotta hurt! He's down, covered in blood, and the wolf's about to finish him off with another massive bite. But he rolls at the last second, barely avoiding the jaws, and manages to scramble to his feet. What a save! He's unleashing a furious barrage of attacks now, going all out to take down the alpha. It's a desperate fight. He spots a mutant gnoll, twice the size of the others, and realizes this fight is different. Way harder. This dude notes this isn't like fighting lycanthropes, and he's already worried about the sheer number of gnolls. No way. More and more gnolls just keep pouring out of the forest, an endless wave of teeth and claws. He swings his weapon, taking down one gnoll, but another immediately leaps in for a bite. It's relentless. A gnoll's attack connects, and he screams in pain as blades embedded in its armor rip through his flesh. He's battling for his life, dodging and weaving, but he's panting, exhausted, and getting overwhelmed. It's brutal. He curses his situation, realizing he's in a truly desperate fight against impossible odds. Talk about a rough day. The gnolls are swarming him, and he's taking massive damage, but our boy refuses to go down without a fight. He's surrounded, outnumbered, and wounded, but still swinging his weapon like a madman, straight up refusing to yield. The horde crashes over him, a blur of fur and fangs, and it looks like this might be the end, but we know better. No way. He's grabbing the collapsing tower, trying to hold it up for everyone escaping. The structure is crumbling fast, and people are scrambling for safety amidst the flames. It's chaos. He's roaring with effort, muscles bulging, but the weight is too much. This dude is seriously straining. But he doesn't give up, digging in, determined to save them all. Our boy is a legend. Okay, so things are bad. Our boy gets ambushed, a surprise attack goes down, and it's brutal. The colony leader is watching this happen, just enjoying the carnage as our dude gets absolutely wrecked. He's poisoned, paralyzed, and basically left for dead, but this dude isn't going down without a fight. Even though the day resets soon, he's determined to stay alive. It's a desperate struggle for consciousness. Straight up coughing up blood, he's taking a beating, but he refuses to give in, even as everything fades. Everything goes dark, a swirling vortex of red, and it looks like it's over. But hold up. He's still clinging to life, coughing and choking, refusing to let the poison take him. This is intense. The colony leader continues to watch with pleasure as our boy squirms in agony. What a jerk. But he won't finish him off, which is honestly confusing. What's the point of all this torture? And just as the soldiers move in for the kill, the scene cuts, leaving us on a total cliffhanger. The colony leader reveals the only way to end this loop. Kill him! No way, this is getting serious. He learns this gnoll leader is different, fast, smart, and even poisons his blade. A massive figure descends, sword raised, and it looks like our boy is about to get cleaved in two. He's desperately trying to figure out how to fight this monster, but honestly, it seems impossible. Suddenly, a blue energy crackles to life, surging through him. What is this new power? The energy explodes outward, creating a massive splash and a swirling vortex of water. He's contemplating what one person can even do against a horde of monsters. It's a huge ask. We see a distant figure climbing stairs, shrouded in darkness, looking determined despite the odds. But the colony leader is still watching, and things are about to get intense, bro. He's coming for the leader, and this dude is ready to take the fight to him. Let's go. He finishes off the gnoll leader, but then realizes Finn is dead. No way, this is rough. He remembers he didn't check on Finn after sending her to watch the wall, and it hits him hard. He's stunned to see the colony leader fully armed so early, questioning what's going on. The blue-skinned warrior Lyra is suspicious and demands to know if he knows anything about the evil cult. Lyra is furious, clenching her fist. She clearly has some strong feelings about this cult. She explains that believers of the cult are all over the continent, but the sacred demon realm sect is the real threat. Lyra describes the cult as fanatic lunatics and bro, that's terrifying. She continues explaining that while believers pop up everywhere, the sacred demon realm sect is the most dangerous. He's suddenly airborne, soaring over the barracks with his weapon raised, preparing for a fight. Our boy is determined to uncover the truth, and honestly, he looks ready to take on the world. He's flying through the village, sword drawn. Gnolls are attacking everywhere, straight up chaos! He slams into a gnoll, a brutal clash of blades, and realizes they're swarming the village. He shouts about the gnolls, but then remembers he had a bad feeling about this, like something else is up. He's suddenly thinking about the evil cult, and Lyra's words are echoing in his head. He's connecting the dots. Rugernet, the colony leader, seems to have a grudge against this cult. He's moving fast, slicing through the air. This dude is a whirlwind of steel. He lands right in front of Lyra, demanding to know what she knows about the cult. Lyra explodes, yelling about the evil cult and confirming his suspicions. She knew something was off. She reveals that the cult is all over the continent, but Rugernet has a specific reason to hate them. And just like that, he's got a bad feeling confirmed, a cult to fight, and a colony leader to question. What a mess. No way. A monstrous gnoll is lunging for Lyra, and our boy is moving to intercept. It's happening so fast. He shouts, trying to warn her, but there's no time. He needs to act now. He throws himself in front of Lyra, taking the brunt of the attack, but the gnoll's claws are seriously messing him up. He manages to roll away, narrowly dodging another swipe, but it's clear this gnoll is on another level. He's going for a counterattack, blade flashing, but the gnoll is surprisingly agile. This is a tough fight. The gnoll goes for a stab, and our boy barely blocks it. He's getting overwhelmed, and Lyra is still exposed. He's trying to protect Lyra, but the gnoll's relentless, and he's taking a beating. This is brutal. He's thrown backward, and for a second it looks like it's over, but he's not giving up, not even close. He grits his teeth, powering through the pain, and leaps back into the fray. This dude is straight up fearless. He lands a solid blow, splattering blood everywhere, but the gnoll is still standing. This is gonna take everything he's got. He's reeling, realizing everything he's learned. Every death has led to this very moment. Heavy! Someone shouts for the lieutenant, sensing something is seriously wrong, and it's not good. The militia bursts onto the scene, rushing to help, but it might be too late. The situation is spiraling. The leader yells for them to protect someone, but the arrows are already flying and chaos is everywhere. The lieutenant is furious, staring down the attackers. He's about to unleash a world of hurt. Arrows whiz past, and it looks like they're targeting the lieutenant. Straight up a hail of death. He ducks and weaves, narrowly avoiding the onslaught, but it's clear they're trying to take him out. Then bam, a sword comes crashing down, aiming for his neck. This is a full-on ambush. He tries to block, but there are multiple attackers, and he's getting stabbed. It's a brutal, messy fight. He's getting absolutely torn apart, taking hit after hit. No way he can survive this, right? He's losing, straight up overwhelmed. But then his IG lagues. Something's different about our boy. He moves with insane speed, a blur of motion, and cleaves through the attackers like they're nothing. Whoa! He's unleashing a flurry of attacks, a whirlwind of steel, and the enemies are falling left and right. It's brutal. He's still fighting, but the sheer force of his strikes is sending shockwaves. This dude is a monster now. Our boy is leading the charge against what looks like a never-ending army, and he's roaring like a beast. He's cutting through enemies like butter, but there are just so many of them. It's a total onslaught. But suddenly everything goes dark. This feels bad, like really bad. Some shadowy figure with a glowing lantern appears, and it's giving off serious villain vibes. The figure declares our boy has hit his limit. Talk about a mood killer. Then boom, a massive explosion throws everything into chaos, and honestly, it looks brutal. We get a close-up of the shadowy figure, and his eyes are glowing red. This dude is straight up terrifying. Everything's just a blur of red and metal, but it looks like our boy is getting absolutely wrecked. The battle seems to fade into white, like a reset is happening, and it's intense. He whispers, no way, is this another death and restart? This is gonna be a long day? He's down, but not out. Our boy is refusing to give up, even with everything crashing down around him. A colossal heart appears and it's pulsing with energy, seemingly fueling his resolve. What a twist. Suddenly, a monster's figure lunges at him, claws extended, and it looks like a fatal blow is coming. But our boy meets the attack head, on blade clashing against claw with a resounding siloing. Talk about guts! The impact sends shockwaves, a room that shakes the whole battlefield, and the force is insane. He's taking a serious beating, blood flying everywhere, but he's pushing through the pain. This dude is relentless. Another THUMP as he's thrown back, but he immediately recovers, refusing to stay down for the count. He's fighting like a man possessed, channeling all his energy into one desperate attack. It's all or nothing. The monster roars, attempting to tear him apart, but our boy is dodging and weaving, a blur of motion. Another THUMP as he lands a hit, but the monster barely flinches. It's a brutal, back and forth exchange. He's unleashing a furious barrage of attacks, a whirlwind of steel against the monster's hide. It's relentless. But the monster deflects every blow, its claws tearing through the air, aiming for a killing strike. He's dodging and weaving, narrowly avoiding the beast's attacks, but he's clearly getting overwhelmed. It's brutal. Our boy takes a massive hit, sent flying backward with a THUDA, but he's already scrambling to his feet. He grits his teeth, pushing through the pain, and charges again. This dude is a straight-up tank. He manages to land a powerful slash, drawing blood, but the monster barely seems fazed. Seriously. The monster retaliates with a savage attack, claws ripping through his armor. Ouch, that looks bad. He's bleeding, exhausted, but still fighting, refusing to yield. This is insane willpower. Another SLH echoes as he tries to cut the beast down, but the monster simply swats him aside. He's down again, but he's not giving in. No way is our boy backing down from this fight. He's taking a beating but manages to roll away from another massive claw swipe. Talk about close. Our boy is up and swinging, pushing forward despite the wounds, but the monster just shrugs it off. He's trying to create space, stepping back and assessing the situation. But the monster is right on him. The monster lunges, claws extended, aiming for a fatal blow, and this dude is bracing for impact. He narrowly dodges, but the monster's attack still connects, ripping through his arm. Ouch, that's gotta hurt. He's using the momentum to spin, trying to get behind the monster, but it anticipates the move. The monster swings its tail, sending him flying again. Seriously, is this dude made of rubber? He crashes into the ground, but immediately uses the force to roll, avoiding another attack. Smooth move. He's back on his feet, sword raised, but his movements are getting slower. He's exhausted, no doubt. He charges one last time, a desperate gamble, hoping to land a decisive blow. It's all or nothing now. He's sprinting, pushing through the pain, but a spear finds its mark. Right in the leg, straight up brutal. The wound is deep, blood soaking through his armor, and he's going down hard, but he doesn't stop. He forces himself to his feet, ignoring the agony, and throws himself at the monster, sword raised in a desperate attack. But the monster swats him away like a fly, sending him tumbling through the air. This is getting rough. He crashes to the ground, gasping for air, and a shadowy figure, a monstrous wolf, lands right in front of him. The wolf snarls, eyes burning with fury, and accuses him of being a treacherous coward. Ouch, harsh words from a beast. It demands to know if he was waiting until he was mortally wounded to attack, and honestly, it's a fair question. He tries to answer, but just manages a pained pant before the wolf lunges, claws extended. No time for explanations. He's barely able to block, the wolf's attack sending sparks flying, and the force of the blow nearly crushes his sword. Our boy is reeling, exhausted and wounded, but he's still fighting. This dude refuses to quit, no matter what. No way. The monster explodes into a shower of red droplets, and our boy is sent flying backwards. He's plummeting, completely helpless, and a dark figure is rushing at him with incredible speed. He hits the ground with a thud, and the wolf is on him, pinning him down. This is bad, really bad. The wolf's teeth are inches from his face, and he struggles, gasping for air, but it's no use. He thinks about the wolf's words, how it accused him of cowardice, and realizes it's not entirely wrong. He's choking, barely conscious, and the wolf continues to berate him. This dude is relentless. But even as he's losing consciousness, he sees a strange blue glow in his eye. What's happening? The wolf finally releases him, and he collapses, a broken mess, but he's still aware somehow. He's lying there, defeated and humiliated, and the wolf just stares down at him with contempt. Rough scene. He's out cold, completely broken, but you know what? He'll be back. He always comes back. He's gasping, covered in blood, but still manages to look up at the wolf. This dude has serious guts. The wolf raises its hand, and for a moment, it looks like he's going to finish our boy off for good. But instead of attacking, the wolf just claps. What is happening right now? The wolf's clapping echoes, and he starts mocking our boy, saying he's weaker than he thought. Straight up brutal. This dude is getting absolutely wrecked, straight up unleashing a primal scream as he fights. He's facing off against a massive beast, man, trading blows in a furious flurry of attacks. Our boy is taking a beating, dodging and weaving, but the monster's relentless assault keeps coming. He's getting pummeled, but he's learning, adjusting, anticipating each swing, getting just a little better. The fight intensifies, a whirlwind of motion as he tries to find an opening, but it's just seal ash after seal ash. He's getting tossed around like a rag doll, but refuses to fall, determined to survive this onslaught. But he's not giving up, pushing through the pain, determined to master that evasive instinct. He's taking damage, covered in scrapes and bruises, yet he keeps getting back up, again and again. No way, he's still standing, battered but unbowed, pushing his limits to survive just a little longer. He's repeating the cycle, dying and learning, honing his skills until he can finally overcome this challenge. Monsters are swarming, and our boy's lieutenant is charging straight into them. Talk about reckless? Villagers are screaming for help, and the lieutenant is shouting orders to protect them at all costs. He's yelling they have to kill these monsters, but honestly, it feels a little extreme right now. Everyone is shocked. Is that really their lieutenant running headfirst into a horde of gnolls? A massive beast man is down, but a wolf-like monster observes the chaos, looking concerned. The wolf thinks the lieutenant is losing it, muttering he's definitely not in his right mind. They're questioning if he's just showing off against a horde of gnolls. Seriously? Our boy is launching himself forward, sword raised, a whirlwind of motion and determination. He's swinging like a madman, but the gnolls are just too many. It's a total onslaught. But he's not backing down, even as he's getting swarmed, pushing himself to the absolute limit. Okay, so the lieutenant is going to baboon. A blade slices across his chest, and it looks brutal. He's tumbling through the air, completely vulnerable, but he's already bracing for impact. This dude is a tank. But wait, a massive, armored beast is charging in to finish him off, a colossal sword arsing downward. No way, he's rolling desperately, barely dodging the attack, but the force still sends him flying? He crashes into the ground, and it's a rough landing, but he's scrambling to get up, ignoring the pain. The beast is relentless, swinging again, and our boy barely manages to deflect the blow with his sword. He's losing ground fast, getting overwhelmed by the sheer power of this monster. It's a desperate struggle. But he's finding an opening, a sliver of hope, and he lunges forward with everything he's got. He stabs the beast, and it's a clean hit, but the monster doesn't even flinch, straight up unfazed. However, the lieutenant is already resetting, bracing for another death, ready to learn from his mistakes. He's going for the beast's neck, a risky move, but he's committed now. It's all or nothing. SP ladder, the blade connects, and honestly, it's a gruesome scene, a geyser of blood erupting. But the beast doesn't fall. It's still standing, and now it's enraged, swinging its sword again. Boom! He's sent flying backwards by the force of the blow, crashing through the battlefield. He slams into the ground, but the lieutenant is already analyzing. The leader only appears when he's fatally wounded. No way, a different, even more imposing figure emerges, radiating power and ready to fight. The new leader slashes downward, and our boy is barely dodging, his sword meeting the attack in a shower of sparks. He's getting overwhelmed, pushed back by the sheer force of this new opponent. It's a relentless assault. Boom! Another massive blow sends him flying again, this time even further, tumbling across the field. This dude is getting wrecked, but he's already bracing for the reset, preparing to do it all over again. He's taken 100 poisonings and now realizes how to beat this. It's kinda genius, honestly. But before he can act on it, swords are spice ANG, and he's getting absolutely ambushed by a swarm of enemies. He tries to fight them off, but they're relentless, stab ing at him with everything they've got. It's brutal. Rather than suffer through the poison again, he decides to just go down swinging, accepting his fate. More swords scutch through the air, and our boy is getting cut to ribbons. It's a total bloodbath. He crashes to the ground, but even as he falls, someone is staring down at him, fully armed and suspicious. Fully armed this early. This guy is clearly not happy, and something's definitely up. He's got a bad feeling. He's lying there helpless, pinned beneath the wooden structure. This is not a good situation for our boy. From above, we see just how trapped he is, completely vulnerable and at their mercy. And now, it's just a waiting game for the reset. He's learned a lot, But is it enough to survive this? Someone asks about the dark cult, and this blue-skinned woman is laying it all out. They're straight up the biggest group of heretics. They believe their god is trapped in the demon realm and are willing to do anything to get him back, including human sacrifices. A guard chimes in, saying rumors swirl about mercenaries and the dark cult summoning something called the salamander. But the blue-haired woman cuts him off. It's not a rumor, she actually saw the dark cult summon the salamander with her own eyes. And then, we get a glimpse of this massive fiery salamander and it looks terrifying. The scene cuts back to the blue-haired woman, and she's doubling down, confirming she witnessed the summoning firsthand. Suddenly, alarms are blaring and swords are CNGing. Something's happening in the city, and it sounds serious. The panel shows someone rushing through the rain, and honestly, it looks like they're heading straight into the chaos. They're leaping over debris, pushing forward despite the danger. This dude is fearless, or maybe just reckless. He lands hard, bracing for impact, and it's clear he's charging right into the heart of whatever just went down. He's analyzing all the attack patterns. It's like a whirlwind of blades coming at him. But wait, our boy thinks he finally understands how to anticipate the enemy's moves, a huge breakthrough. And then, he reacts, dodging the attack with incredible speed. It's a clean block. However, the attack wasn't aimed at him. It was a feint to get past his defense. No way!